terms of agencies responsibility, in terms of the quarantine measures being supported, and I think the strong support from around the country in terms of doing what they can individually to help the situation, help people that are suffering from the situation has been, again, very, very encouraging.
Do you read any of the news struggle? There could be an unintended risk to Xi Jinping's tenure as a result of this.
I think in I don't think that will happen. I think in any scenario where a country is facing a challenge, a threat, whether it's a financial crisis, a health crisis, environmental floods in the UK at the moment, I think people say, what is the government doing? Does the government recognise the problem? Is it doing everything it can? I think at the moment in China, my judgment would be is that the government is doing a heck of a lot. And people recognise that. And I benefit from some people might say, I've done more, whatever, but the government certainly is engaged, and I think that is pretty well.
And in terms of policy, we've had similar cuts last year and interest rate cuts this year with liquidity. In that economy, you know very, very well. And these are my tactical responses to underpin the economy of the moment.
Yes, I mean, as the threat level reduces, obviously things will go back to normal. If they were to increase, then we will have to see what other measures can be taken. But I mean, I think at this stage, I think that more in the Chinese government and central bank can do.
Let's talk about G20. We're hearing IMF and G20. I'm hearing language like, well, no negative policy response from G20. What is smart, coordinated policy response from G20?
In terms of,
Well, in terms of the IMF, in terms of it's a response or rhetoric or whatever you call it, it's not what it is.
There's no question that the world is looking at what supply chain implications would be. I think we're all learning a great deal about how supply chains were inevitably involved in China, but even if they weren't involved in China, maybe a component came from China, and what happens if just-in-time manufacturing takes a hit, or indeed just simply if people decide to travel less, tourism falls, restaurants, hotels in many parts of the world are already quite significantly impacted as the Chinese tourism that was going to be a big part of future tourism activity reduces, and people don't go to China, people don't go to the region, and they don't do other things they would have done because they're just holding back on them at the moment. So I think a coordinated response to create confidence, and again, the government should roll in this kind of scenario across the world, maybe one case or 100,000 cases, is to say, we're on it, we've got the resources, we have the skills, we know what we're going to do medically.
So the rhetoric matters, the rhetoric matters.
You can just at the time basically say, we're going to do whatever it takes. And people were reassured, why are they reassured? So again, I think governments have got to say, we get that this is an issue, we need to deal with that, and we have the resources.
So it's actually how markets got central banks in a bind, and that their back is really to the wall again as we start 2020. Are markets at the upper hand on central banks?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think that we shouldn't pass on burden on central banks for everything. I mean, there are many things monetary policy has got limited firepower left. It's still got quite a lot of firepower in some of the countries that are most affected. Germany, this monetary policy capacity left. This region's got monetary policy capacity left. So, I don't think so. But the treasuries at the end of the day, too, that we are going to see more fiscal stimulus in any event. And maybe some of that will be brought forward if there's a need to do so because of a slowdown in the economy because of coronavirus. It's early days to suggest that that is going to be the case, but no doubt, without a shadow of a doubt, I would think that the finance ministers, the central bank governors who will be here we are today will be talking about what can we do together. I mean, I think we've seen 70 interest rate cuts across the world in the last 12 months. And whether that is coordinated or just people seeing the same triggers, but coronavirus can be very time.
Meanwhile, the one strategist is calling for ultimate peace in recovery from the coronavirus. The macro associates, German and NYU professor Nuremberg, both with European scatter of the prospects of reforms. So salaries were going to be then the curve was very much out of the US, it was very much out of German, and it's going next week, and the rest of Europe and Japan is going to have some stimulus, but it's going to be constrained by delay politics and so on. Secondly, on the market side, we have now holidays including Europe and Japan. How much can they see? 10 minutes response, 20 minutes response, after the music in 10 minutes response, maybe 20 minutes response, and it's going to be peanuts. I believe that the dependence on MSP depends on how in March. They don't realize now this is beyond it. They don't know what they're thinking of it. How much will be there? How much will be this response? How much will be March 25? There's 125. How much will be in the negative supply shock? It's not a negative dimension. The negative supply shock reduces the increase of inflation.
Dynamic, soft, user,
And what that is central bank stimulus and intervention is not allowing the thing up into the global economy
user, power saving, standard, dynamic,
yes, supply shocks, maybe because different than demand shock, and it's a weak development. That just, and related one is that it's only a powerful, as it should be, that it's tight. But I think ongoing value recovery is on it. Seems like appropriate as they try and resuscitate confidence. And the one look at that here, you know, 120 economies in the world, and China's the number one economy. So that impact is very direct, diverse, with a long tail around the world. So it will take it into the second half this year and see the base effect coming through and then get a bit of pulse and then the supply chain getting back into the full swing. Let's get you saying on the 10-year report. I see everything racing, particularly in rate of views, sort of 125 by the end of the year for Bank of America with 1% of IND. And then I just did our own research. I got Iris from Bloomberg. And we were like, in the rest of the global research, and I emphasize the caveat, we're looking at 0.75. Where's the near-term trade view in Canadian hands? Yeah, so in terms of US, if you think this is after just expanding, it would be more than 1% correction. Around that 125, the historic lows. And when you're looking at that, that justifies the retrace in the equity market and justifies car multiples, which are 10-20% of that on historical benchmark, even with 8% sell-off. So hopefully that makes a difference. The current long yield, they're helping the equity risk premium and the valuation. Even under 1%, you really make it a point out that you definitely want to move with the time of operation. And that will be support when people come out on the relative asset class valuations. But just a really important thing, if you look at the Saturday market, there's something which is difficult. But ask where the cyber correlation of duration of loan versus today versus now risk asset, unlisted high yield and unlisted free market. And that is a good thing. And we haven't seen that exhibited for a couple of years. So just to reinforce that economic theory is working at the moment, but it will be challenging as we become painful for many investors and economic participants. So in a market that is a blockchain disruption will impact that earnings outlook at the time of price, future earnings. Coming up, Australia says the economy is running resilient. Despite the effects of the virus, and that's playing out one of the biggest trading partners. Our conversation is Andrew Strasberg.
depends on how long the travel restrictions are in place. But we really are seeing an impact on the Australian economy in terms of international tourists, in terms of international students to major sectors across the economy. There's also some disruption to the international supply chains with a number of Chinese factories remaining closed. So we'll continue to monitor the situation, but we do know that the Australian economy is remarkably resilient. One of the voices coming out of the G20 saying that this might be a chance to reflect on some of the developed economies' dependence on China. Australia is arguably one of the countries that's talked about this. Do you agree actually with the assessment to begin with? Is Australia too dependent on China? Well, we have embraced China's economic success. They were very great beneficiaries of it. And so to the Chinese people, and hundreds of millions of people have been living out of it. And Australia has been able to export to China those resources and agriculture and increasingly services as well. And we look at the fact that China has become such an economic powerhouse. In terms of our exports, about a third of those go to China. In terms of international students, and I'm on the source of international students into Australia, so to international tourists. And we have seen since the start of the pandemic back in 2003, the Chinese economy is now 4 times bigger. So the impact of the coronavirus will be significant on the global economy and to the Australian economy. But we have diversified in terms of our relationships with countries like Indonesia. We recently have entered a trade agreement with them. We've supported and embraced and concluded the multilateral trans-Pacific partnership, as well as our free trade agreements with Japan and Korea. You mentioned the UK, you mentioned the EU. Give a timeline in mind for reaching that deal. In terms of the United Kingdom following Brexit, I think it will be very early game off the range in terms of the details. It's going to be a formal negotiation process. Both Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Prime Minister Scott Morrison have talked about the priority of that deal. And I think our economies are complementary in many respects. Already, the United Kingdom is our second biggest investor, and that relationship is very strong with the European Union. We've already concluded a number of rounds of trade negotiations that no doubt that will accelerate over the period ahead. And again, that relationship is an important one. It's a diverse one. Free trade agreement will be in the interest of both the European Union and Australia. And with the UK, well, what is realistic in terms of the timeline? Is that something that's going to be by the end of the year, maybe by 2021? I think as soon as possible. As you know, with all these agreements, there are obviously issues that both sides want to push, and they have to be negotiated. The RBA has delivered 3 rate cuts, and the conversations we've had suggest that it hasn't mainly come through with the kind of results that investors were hoping for. Yes, it's abated price growth a little bit when it comes to housing. Unemployment up 5.3% or to 5.3% last month. Is it time for the government to start taking more steps on the fiscal side? Well, in terms of monetary policy, a lot of things to accommodate with the cash rate coming out to 0.75%, which is the lowest on the record. In terms of the housing market, it's stabilized. Stabilized prices have started to rise, and that's the good thing because household consumption is about 60% of GDP, and people are confident in the value of their homes, and they're more confident to spend across the economy. In terms of fiscal policy, which is the remit of the federal government and me particularly as Treasurer, we have looked for infrastructure spending of over $40 million in our economic and fiscal outlook statement, which was done prior to Christmas. We've announced more than $1 billion in extra government support in relation to the drought since the last election, and we've recently announced a $2 billion national bushfire recovery fund without increasing taxes, which is over and above payments and allowances we provide to the states. So there is a number of programs which has seen the government spend And we thank those 9 years, we decided to for the bank business as usual, into a stage transition. And that's what we're doing. We did this, most of what we did over the last 3 years, we did together. We were in alignment on this. And so this is just the three of us.
How do you say for you in this was a moment or months?
Maybe some of what is more important for the life is can we embed in the culture of UPS some of the changes we make? We don't all find them. We felt that Thomas was a very good culture fit for the bank. He's somebody who's very entrepreneurial. He's also somebody that has a high energy level. He's very driven and to basically innovate. And his innovation skills are more in the digital anybody. Finance and investments in wealth management are changing as much as we could. Moving to more digital markets, and that's where he has an expertise, that's where he has an asset. He's an knowledge leader in digital innovation, and he might have seen some of our competitors that just moving into more digital wealth management solutions. That's what we need to go. Our clients are changing and becoming younger, becoming more digital, more transactional, and we need to respond to that.
You have a very strong internal candidate. A number of internal candidates, but for me, I was a COO, not one of those. Why did you not choose it?
She's fantastic. I have the conversation with her immediately afterwards. And somebody makes time. But there are very good people that follow on the other places. And I was absolutely sure both for Qualcomm, for DLO.com, all of the executives I talked to in the aftermath of the decision, we communicated to them that we rely on them to drive forward the future of the bank. It's been fantastic being here.
Did you miss an opportunity to make history for one in an acquisition across our world?
Absolutely. We have, I'm very strong in the agenda of I'm on a conference every year where basically it's all women in finance or women in finance. For us, the issue was we're going through massive changes at the bank. We need an experienced CEO to navigate that next bridge to basically like the next chapter of the bank. And he is somebody that, in particular, in the area where it comes to wealth management, multi-client calls, has some experience, and so he was supposed to be that.
Remember, when you that's the great piece of every something to Thursday morning, right here, at 8 a.m. My time, join us then. This is the So join us later this morning for Group Explains. Today, nearly all business is international. The same goes for business disputes. That's why the International Center for Dispute Resolution provides a faster, more efficient approach to dispute resolution across borders. Backed by the American Arbitration Association, ICBM is the leading provider of dispute resolution system. Find out about global expertise matters. Visit ICBR.org. You know they're right, and you know it's something wrong. When something doesn't feel quite right, don't ignore symptoms like fatigue, sweat pain, rashes, and fever. They could be signs of lupus. Listen to your body. Take care of yourself. Put your down for control of your health. Learn help at eastyourselfcontrol.org. Brought to you by the Lupus Foundation of America and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Business is like a puzzle. You've meant to call me today the first segment about Fed's business are most likely to come from a just real old reasons. That signals for government and attraction.
financial crisis. Treasuries yields further regularly.
World Health Organization says the outbreak is at a decisive stage as the first case is reported in sub-Saharan Africa. Global infections now top 83,000. Turkey and Russia could be on the verge of military confrontation in Syria, and protesters in Hong Kong plan a virtual rally in the coronavirus outbreak, and the ongoing political review.
Oil drop sharp. WTI oil spread steepest weekly retreat since 2014. The FT reports survey wants a production cap of 1 million barrels a day. That's on straight ahead on weekday Great Europe on DAB Digital Radio London. Bloomberg 1130 New York. Bloomberg 991 Washington DC. Bloomberg 1061 Boston. Bloomberg 960 San Francisco. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the world on BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg Business app.
From London, I'm Caroline Hester.
And I'm Roger Hearing on the CTV Radio Live and on DAB Digital Radio.
Fear European and markets budget this morning. Coronavirus in 47 countries helps them dodging that global disaster just seems to be fading. $5 trillion right from global market cap just this week alone. As we see US stock market in correction, European stocks 640 more than 10% from the peak that we saw just a week ago, and we're seeing the impact across the board in bonds, commodities, the oil market in Asia as well.
The oil markets are really nothing from this move. UK reports from the FT that Saudi Arabia wants to increase production capacity. That is that will be really.
Yeah, but would it have an impact? That's a real question. In terms of the market and where we are right now, let's bring you right up to speed. So the topic in Japan down by 4.2%. The MSCI All Country World Index has dropped more than 10% over 7 consecutive days. It's really a market carnage when it comes to Asia. The cost is also disrupted this morning, down by 3.4%. The CSI 300 down 2.5%. With China has plunged as much as 5% this morning. US futures are also pointing south, down as many 1.5% for the S&P 500 futures, as we saw all three of the major indexes yesterday ended down more than 10% on their closing highs. As for the bond markets, the China 10-year bond falling 5 basis points, US benchmark yields and Aussie government bonds hitting fresh record lows in terms of yield. We stand at the moment trading 1.24%, down 2 basis points at the moment for benchmark 10-year yields. Commodities also caught in this unrelenting slump. Aluminium, copper, even base metals in the sell-off. This is the lowest since 2016. The FX market is a pile-on into, well, still considered something of a safe haven. Japanese yen up 6 pence at 1%, trading 108.89. The Kiwi dollar slumping 1.1%, and oil on course with biggest weekly losses 2011. The crude prices at the moment $45.66 a barrel for WTI crude futures. Lots of comparisons back to the financial crisis of 2008, slumping 2011 too. It's been a lot of memories for people who've been in markets a long time.
It's certainly been a grim few hours, and let's just bring ourselves up to speed with a redhead coming across the cell in the last few moments. German chemical company BASF facing the 2020 adjusted EBIT of 4.2 billion euros to 4.8 billion euros, and that's compared with 4.5 billion euros in 2019. This is the first half coronavirus impact on the global economy. I think they're just joining the whole queue of things in exactly.
Yeah, well, let's cross over now live to Singapore, where a man who has been watching the markets for a very long time, Mark Bradford, joins us from our Markets Live team this morning. Really good to speak to you, Mark. A big question of the day: how much recession risk is priced into assets?
Not enough. We really do start talking about recession seriously. Obviously, this week the discussion becomes a bit more widespread. Hasn't yet conversation about the GDP data that will do soon. We need to correct a lot further in several markets, and just to give a couple of examples. If you think of the S&P 500 index, for example, last night's close dropped about 12% from where we find it in less than 2 weeks. Because the contraction in the US economy in the early 2000s, the S&P 500 almost lost and something we saw during previous recessions. It's still got quite a long way to go, so it's by no means over. Of course, we would be fortunate if they didn't come out better than expected. Certainly right now, a lot of economists are revising their outlook to 2026. All right, Mark, thanks very much. Mark Cranfield is a market commentary analysis. Check out Markets Line MMIB on your Bloomberg. Someone will bring you right up to speed. WCI currently 5.6. Brent from 15.9 is where we find it. So oil still on the down.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take you through then some of the main points when it comes to the global economy. It may be heading for its worst year since the financial crisis. That's the growth of coronavirus actually faced a sweep rebound. Now, Bank of America economists have cut their 2020 forecast for global growth to just 2.8%, and Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, and JP Morgan Chase all slashed earnings estimates for stocks, with Citi now expecting zero growth for earnings for 2022.
And Scott Miner received about $215 billion for Guggenheim investments. Told Bloomberg he's come to recognize the growing magnitude of the coronavirus crisis. This is possibly the worst thing we've ever seen in the career. And, I've been here a lot with the stock market crash in 87, going through the financial crisis. This has potential to real something extremely significant. Well, Miner says he's most concerned about the virus potential to spread globally and depends on limited tools to block the impact. And he said if the coronavirus spreads further in the US, stocks could fall potentially as much as 40%.
Big gripping global markets across continents ahead of the World Health Organization that now has the potential to become a pandemic and is at a quote decisive stage. Cases in South Korea have now jumped above 2,000. Japan, of course, closing schools to limit the spread of the virus as concerns rise. The nation's limited testing ability could actually be masking the true scale of infection. And then Nigeria has confirmed the first case in sub-Saharan Africa.
Now that really is because many people say Africa's capacity, health service capacity is so limited in comparison to most of the rest of the world. The chances of it having really bad are considerable. But there's one case at the moment in Nigeria, and a lot of fear about that. Now, so there's the latest news on how much the virus spread is affecting companies. Disney's announced it's closing its parks in Japan in 2 weeks. PayPal is having still done some revenue in the first quarter, and JP Morgan has non-essential global travel marks an escalation in travel precautions because they previously limited extremely to spread the virus and pandemics.
Now, on the other hand, like China still has a long road to recovery ahead, the economy is beginning to run at up to 70% of its capacity. That this means according to Bloomberg Economics. And Starbucks says that it's reopened 85% of its locations in China, and Marriott announced that Italy opening hotels in the country every day.
Post-viral fade in China, that is little too early to say that, but some expectation that might be the case. We'll learn much more, of course, about how the virus has impacted Chinese economy so far, because we're going to get PMIs tomorrow. Bloomberg's Brian Curtis has the story from Hong Kong. The official PMIs look set for 12 new days. The manufacturing data expected at 45 in February from 50 in January, and will take us to the lowest level since the GFC. Investors are hankering for clues as to where all this goes after the closure of factories, cinemas, restaurants, and stores across the nation as a result of the coronavirus. The short-term political war on last week's level. On Monday, we have Friday consumption. Massachusetts government in Hong Kong, Friday curtains over the rate here. When it comes to central banks, the approach still seems to be one of wait and see, even as markets recently pricing rate cuts from the Fed. The Chicago Fed President Charles Evans said that while policymakers are monitoring the coronavirus outbreak very closely, it's premature to think about monetary policy action. And the ECB Vice President Lee Wingott and the chief economist in May echoed that being Europe. Christine Lagarde also telling the Financial Times that the ECB doesn't currently think the outbreak will have a lasting impact on inflation. So that's the central bank perspective. And what do you question marks about whether the central bank action will have the cost of this one So far, it's provided over its response, as we were saying at the beginning of the program, it's supporting the Saudi Arabian government to have daily steel production of barrels.
Yes, exactly. So there's a lot of top stories and involved following procedures throughout the program. I also want to bring you a bit of global news to the resident and fly because this is a military action in Syria, which is Northern Carolina. President Russia initiated a direct confrontation in Syria after an attack on terrorist positions in a rebel-held enclave killing 33 targeted soldiers yesterday. Bloomberg's Senator has the latest. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan held a private meeting with top security officials after taking military suffered its biggest single-day losses in an airstrike on its forces in Syria. Turkey said it will hit all Russian targets using ground and air forces in retaliation in Istanbul's American Liberty Radio. Now, to more on the Ukraine countries in Hong Kong, the Chinese breakers for thousands of companies and schools to operate remotely. Now, the city's protesters are planning to go virtual as a way to sustain their union's momentum. The Hong Kong Civil Assembly team, which is held unified over the course of the city's protest, says it will hold an online event on Tuesday. The large-scale protests were first sparked by Mao's Border Bill that would allow extradition to China. Moving to Europe in Germany, political race is on in Sweden, and the local CDU is taking part in a political contest which will decide who will lead the party ultimately the candidates of Cecilia and Stolzer. Bloomberg's Patrick Doherty has more.
Armin Laschet, who was the premier of North Rhine-Westphalia, entered the race as a front runner this week after giving backing to conservative Jens Spahn. Democrats and Tannings of members another bid to make the seat. He lost in 2018 member from Paramount, who's banned ambitions to replace Merkel and prevent having body during next year.
The U.S. energy firm PG&E is facing a legal fine of $2.1 billion. That's for its role in catastrophic wildfires that raged in California 2017 and 2018. The penalty would be the largest ever imposed by a state regulator. The decision includes a price settlement by about $462 million. Breaking news 25 hours a day on air and on Twitter by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Matt Gerens. This is Bloomberg. In this way. Reaction as we get it. Taxes are one of the certainties of life. What worked for corporate taxpayers in the past may not work today. Eisner can help. Visit EisnerInfo.com/tax certainty. That's EisnerInfo.com/tax certainty.
Patients experiencing unusual changes in behaviors and responsible and sign cycles should continue continuously. Now doctors can recommend prescriptions for antihistamines and whatever stimulants are to help fight the onset of life-threatening use. Alcohol, smoke, or alcohol, and excellent tomatoes or tomatoes marketing.
I'm Lisa O'Brien. Coronavirus is running race down. What does that mean for New York? I'll also take a look at China manufacturing data and implications for commodities.
Conversations from Bloomberg Television.
The behind that is issued today, dire warning.
This is possibly the worst that I've ever seen. And, I think you're a lot. I think the stock market crash in 87, I was here the financial crisis. This has the potential to real something extremely serious.
The discussion globally got global CBS head of research Jay Jacobs. The blue agree.
Terry might be a little bit extreme. I think the concern here is nobody knows when this is going to end. This has happened like an economist and playing out takes it as a model. I think the absurdity is what really hurting financial markets right now. Not that, what we've seen is so dramatic. Yeah, you just don't know.
Meantime, you've got companies canceling events. What do you see for tech?
This could actually be a very big positive for tech. I mean, all of us are stuck at home economy. If you think about how people are going to have to leverage the internet, the social media, for meetings, for video, people are going to be buying more things on e-commerce. They're going to be entertaining themselves with game games and esports. So this might actually be a big win for tech because it's not impacted by travel and transportation and in-person experiences. Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable listings. Top cases, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day. Bloomberg.com. This is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg European headquarters in London, I'm Sophie Pittman with this Bloomberg Radio Business Flash. Now, today has breathtaking markets today. We've seen Citigroup, Goldman, JP Morgan all slashing their earnings estimates for stocks amid concerns over the coronavirus. To that end, Japanese equities are currently down 3.7%, both benchmarks. We've seen benchmarks in Seoul and Sydney down more than 3% this morning. Chinese stocks down about 2.8% in Shanghai at the moment. We just had a red headline crossing the Bloomberg. The Euro Stocks 50 futures have extended their losses. They're now down 4.2%. US futures also firmly in the red. It's after the biggest round for equities on Wall Street since 2011 yesterday. Meanwhile, we've seen fundamentals flocking to the yen. They're really looking for shelter from that economic impact of the spreading coronavirus. Currently up 7/10% at 108 spot 8 against the greenback. Also gaining against the euro and the pound this morning. Otherwise, G10 currencies are in a fairly tight range. The euro, sterling, and $0 spot index all flat. Big moves in the Aussie and Kiwi dollars. So the positive side 7/10%. Kiwi down more than a percent. Concerns over growth will continue to fuel that bond rally. 10-year treasury is continuing to hit gradual lows, now down 2 basis points at 1.24. 10-year Aussie yields at 82 basis points. Benchmark JGBs sliding 5 basis points to negative 15. Oil is having its worst week since 2011, with the WTI plunging 3% to $46 a barrel. Meanwhile, moving to $2,000, Italy bearing the brunt of the massive sell-off. Silver taking a big hit of the next preferred haven, currently down 3.8% at $17. Even gold is exactly the market route, falling 1% to $1,629 a troy ounce. That's a big way business flash, and he's getting guaranteed more and more as well. Sandra, thank you. Here in the UK, latest campaign of anti-Semitism has dominated the TV debate between the three MPs. Taking to Auntie Keir Starmer told the audience in Tuesday there were massive rows in the Shadow Cabinet over the issue. US head of Lee Salati reflected on maybe that underestimated the bunch of Corbyn, the principal retail stock April reform. Then later, MPs of London's Prime Minister Andy followed for an unclean call for Parliament to vote on the new leader. They say he moved disrespect the country's monarch. Malatia says that they can failed to find a candidate with a clear majority in Parliament, and an election should be held. But lawmakers can't decide on the new leader by March. And finally, the pet dog of the coronavirus patient in Hong Kong has been found to have a known level of the virus. The dog tested weak positive for the coronavirus. The city's agriculture officials commanded said in a statement. Officials will have a further test to confirm whether the dog has really been infected or if it was a result of environmental contamination from its mouth and nose. If confirmed, the dog would be the first case of a pet catching the virus. Google News 24 hours a day on air and Twitter by Bloomberg. Now it's my local 700 journalists and analysts in all 120 countries. I'm Nina Jones, this is Bloomberg Canada. Thank you so much, Nina. So I'm going to pick up on the coronavirus story now because the outbreak is at a decisive stage according to the World Health Organization, which now sees the potential for a pandemic. The numbers this afternoon, the top 2,000, the first all cases, we want to have becoming a centre of concern as experts suspect that the official election tally is only the tip of the iceberg of a much wider outbreak simply because of the lack of testing in Japan. So let's go live now to Beijing with Selena Wang standing by with us to speak on this story that we're people often worry about and the market are looking so closely at. What do you now know about the global situation and how things are really up to that whole word pandemic?
Now, Selena, in the US, there's been a lot of concern. Donald Trump saying the situation is under control. It does suggest the market has a lot of faith in that and some concern about the way the crisis is handled. Earlier states had equipment provided to US government workers. Thank you so much. We've got Selena Wang joining us live on Beijing, the latest when it comes to coronavirus. And in terms of market impact, I believe absolutely clear. We are heading south for the US Dow is down 1.6% from US bedrock each on the S&P 500. Rate corrections taking down 10% on the three major benchmarks yesterday. And it's been measured in Asian markets, looking right across from 3.65% of topics now closed, and the Hang Seng 2.7% down, the CSI 300 3% down, it's spread across the screen. And let's see what happens to this.
Savvy investors use portfolio analysts to create a consolidated view of their finances and check the health of their complete financial portfolio. Portfolio analysts powered by Interactive Brokers. Sign up for free at portfolioanalyst.com.
The business of sports, where the money is flowing. Inside Sports around the globe.
John's got Sunday Major League Soccer is season number 25 this weekend.
Here's Peter Sigal, former Liverpool FC CEO and current Nashville Sound Club CEO. success for asset managers and what firms will lead each farm. That's why we continue to process our global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise, you can be your catalyst for business transformation with SCI Investment Management Services. You need to start in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SCIC.com/seas change. Arrogance is an honor, and closer to the thing. Can't you fight the clouds and get to the code on Paradise Island? Just 20 minutes on Nassau International Airport. There you'll find the General Paradise and all super luxury hotels as races so far are among distinctive resort destinations. The Cove, elegantly situated on miles of private beach, features an open-air lounge and magnificent suites. Fine dining, all adult and family foods, lavish amenities, breathtaking views of the ocean from every single room. What's more, is that in your stay at the Cove, you'll have the option to explore all the 71 acres and the fantastic and exciting Atlantis Paradise Island has to offer. From a massive casino, water slides, a lazy river, stunning marina, luxury shops, and activities for absolutely everyone. Stay at the Cove. Play at Atlantis. Paradise is closer than you think. Call 1-877-COVE-VIP or visit the Cove at AtlantisBahamas.com. Across the globe on Bloomberg Big Range.
This is Karen Moscow. Good night, Forest. Join us today at 5 a.m. on Bloomberg Big Range. We're looking at the markets as the coronavirus continues to spread. You see the Lori Cappuccino at OBC. And Democratic presidential hopefuls are gearing up for Super Tuesday.
Bloomberg Big Range. Weekday mornings at 5, followed by Bloomberg Sundays at 7 on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Sherry Ann.
The World Health Organization saying that we're at a decisive point in the fight against the coronavirus, and countries should move quickly. But on the economic front, the PMI said it doesn't exclude the need for policy responses. Bringing the from London University of Chicago Blue School Business Professor Simon. So let's talk a little bit about central bank policy, because of course we also saw the BOK Goldman said it's not cutting rates, and we have seen these banks now trying to use tools outside of the interest rate. How effective will those be?
Very effective in actually slowing activity. We could have some modest effect on sentiment. But really, I think at this point, it seems we've moved from extreme complacency in markets to extreme panic all in the space of 1 week. And we've seen that one has a sense that there is a limit to the spread of this virus, perhaps because of the different measures, or maybe because there's some hope that sometime in the antiviral solution can be found in one of the drug companies. But something has to be there to say this is going to continue. Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your mobile cable listings. Welcome live to London on TNT Digital Radio. People, Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1, to Boston, Bloomberg 106.1, to San Francisco, Bloomberg 960, around the globe, Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Very good morning, it's 6:30 a.m. here in London. I'm Roger here.
And I'm Caroline Hetty. Listen to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Global stocks are on course for their worst week since the 2008 crisis. With the coronavirus now, 47 countries hosted a avoiding this global health disaster, they do seem to be failing. So the S&P 500 yesterday tumbled 4.4% on Thursday, and that is the fastest correction on record. All three major US indexes are down more than 10% from their record high. So we are in correction territory. Also more than 10% from the peak, which in fact was only about a week ago. And it's pretty much culminating for the next session in Asia. So the Shenzhen Topco dropping 4.2% right now. CSI 300 down 3.2%. The topics, the end close strong 3.6%. The cost also down 3.4%. US futures up 1%. Negative start in the US, we dropped 1.8%. The S&P 500 in the futures. So yeah, things get worse today as they are expected to do until the month end. We could be back to levels doesn't seem to be really much appetite for buying rights right now in the bond market. Also, we see estate agents absolutely US 10-20 years currently trading 1.23% of the profit, another new basis points. This way, China from 10 bond yields for 5 basis points, although they still remain about double the value compared to the US. I'm reading a lot on the debate channel this morning. Is zero a crazy idea when it comes to US yields rather than the target for real recession this year?
So a lot to come there. Meanwhile, the take rates now from customer service in the news. We need to start today. Let's go take a look at headlines. We'll then break out to Shell Radio live from Tokyo. Well, this week has been frankly a bloodbath for markets. The stock round set to continue to airline. So what are the biggest market moves today? Thanks, Roger. As you say, it's not looking very good for markets right now. You mentioned the challenge in the market. Japan just closed. The topics have entered a correction phase yesterday. And we actually saw the income market healing at 1% after that country found its first case of coronavirus. Treasury yields set new record lows, and traders are betting that there'll be a 75 basis point cut in Fed rates this year. Deutsche Bank's chief economist told us that the speed of decline over the past week even peaks right Monday, so in October of 1987.
Wow, that's in historic context, isn't it? What about concerns over the economic impact of the virus, driving sentiment up? What's the latest when it comes to the outbreak? It is about sentiment, about anxiety, mood in the market as much as the economic impact too.
Unfortunately, we're not seeing any positive news. We've had a number of developments overnight. As mentioned, in the first case, there's a virus in Nigeria. That's the first one for sub-Saharan Africa. More cases in Italy, Iran, and Kuwait. And the new infections in South Korea was past 2,000. Over here in Japan, and the government yesterday said they're going to shut the schools down for a month and take it manual close to 2 weeks. And the outbreak basically is not stepping along those range of the state of the health facilities that exist with that country. But wait, one very simple thing is we heard around the CIO Scott Mine. So I would say central banks in fact can't do very much. Yeah, you say that they're it's going to run impact this virus. It says that outbreak is possibly the worst thing we've seen as a money man. He does say it may not affect too much, but we'll try to avoid stirring further fears. If the virus spreads in the US, he reckons it starts to fall as much as 40% from the peak.
Yeah, of course, there's a number of cases in the US still very low, and even in Europe, I think it should be alarming about something that happened. There are very special times to deal with things, but look, the turmoil in the market is also being galvanized the OPEC officials, and they've got their meeting next week in Vienna, and we understand that Saudi Arabia is actually pushing now for an even bigger production cut. Explain it.
That's right. So oil prices have been suffering, and it's the biggest weekly losses since 2011, and about 14% this week. They have OPEC in town at a meeting in Vienna this week, and the Secretary General has said that the party will show a new commitment to reach an agreement for production cut. We've also had analysts such as OCBC say that any production cut right now may just too late. Okay, great. Thanks very much. That's General CEO Daybreak Energy coming us live online from Tokyo. And news you need to start today, you can access Daybreak at DAYB. You should be there to bring up to speed with it for us. And you go there. WTI 45.6, we went through to that fraction really about $50 a barrel.
Yeah, indeed. Let's give them the latest now, though. Right, and he said, I'll just do that here. He has all the latest on the deadly airstrike in Syria. He will make Good morning, Caroline. Let's start in Syria, where tensions may be very close to a military confrontation with Russia, as after an airstrike killed at least 33 Turkish soldiers. Officials say that Assad regime will pay a quote heavy price for the attack. Turkey has refrained from directly blaming Russia for the incident and said it's trying to persuade President Trump with support for Damascus. Now, more on the coronavirus. In Hong Kong, the virus outbreak has forced thousands of companies and schools to operate remotely. As Bloomberg Signal said, the city's protesters are planning to go virtual in an anticipated day with momentum.
The Hong Kong Civil Assembly used to tell numerous rallies to force the city protests, instead of holding online rallies on Saturday, events designed to mark the 6-month anniversary of the riot. Those clashed with protesters in the subway station back in August. Months of large-scale demonstrations were first sparked by an announcement drawn bill with the prohibiting conditions to China. In Hong Kong, their market is my favorite hero.
Elsewhere, whistleblowers accusing the US Department of Health and Human Services of failing to protect employees will be called to respond to coronavirus outbreak. That's according to reports from Washington Post and New York Times. Linda Scotland has that story.
Reuters reported that the dispatch to a California airbase that also Americans left the southern outbreak on China. The Suspended Council is seeking a success official elected CDC prosecutor sought after raising concerns that workers might incorporate with returning. Yes, protests and congressional hearings underway, including polls in the State Department's Bureau of Medical Services immediately notification. Spokeswoman says the employee is being held on the need for a report.
US energy company PG&E is facing a record fine of $2.1 billion. That's what's following catastrophic wildfires that raged in California in 2017 and 2018. The penalty would be the largest ever imposed on the state regulator. The decision includes a price settlement by about $462 million. PG&E says it's disappointed by that increase. The release was last day on air and protect on Hulu. And prices between 700 journalists and analysts performing 120 countries. I'm Ian Jones. This is Bloomberg Russia.
Yeah, that is interesting. Traffic rates in California continues to do wildfires, and this company apparently taking action until as much as 7 miles per hour.
And also, I think PG&E is trying to. Obviously, they had loads of power outages too. They shut down the power for a very long time. It did not start these wildfires. So it's been, as you say, it's an very difficult decision to make.
Right, again, it's one after moving to sport. And this is beginning some dramatic news in New York.
Last season's beta finalists at Arsenal are at the Europa League. They were eliminated on a week old by Olympiacos after a 2-1 defeat in extra time at the Emirates last night, which meant the tie finished 2-2 on aggregate. Celtic had also failed to progress after they slipped to a 3-1 loss at home to FC Copenhagen. Better news for Manchester United, though. They are through to the next round. Odion Igalo scored his first goal for the club as they sealed a 6-1 aggregate success with a 5-0 win at Old Trafford. British cyclists Chris Froome and Mark Cavendish are among riders being tested for the coronavirus after the UAE Tour was cancelled. The final 2 stages of the race are due to take place today and tomorrow, but have been abandoned after 2 members of staff working on it were taken ill. So that was the European sports roundup. Now coming up next on Spoke Day Radio, the big intensified coronavirus cases at top 2,000 in South Korea. World Health Organization says that the outbreak is at a decisive stage. We're going to speak to Simon Clark, Associate Professor in Cellular Microbiology at the University of Reading. That's coming up next. This, as we see market reaction, the fear around the virus spreading. The US Stock 50 futures down 4.2%. We also see bonds with 1.23% of US benchmark yield. This is good time.
Today on Balance of Power, Dana Weston, Illinois Senator Dick Durbin on the slate of the Democratic field as we head into South Carolina and Super Tuesday. And former Department of Homeland Security Advisor Charles Murray. Are the Russians at it again? And can we stop election interference? Balance of Power with Dana Weston.
Try to let people know what's going on. Been building, rebuilding things lost, buildings lost, and another map have to start from scratch. a few buildings here, but on the last map I had a lot of buildings, and the map froze, and I lost everything I built. So I'm just basically rebuilding everything, trying to do 2 or 3 projects, at once if I can. It's a lot of work, and it's tired. Gotta take a break, and you know, it's just a lot of work.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial center evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements.
I guess some off. I really don't want to do it again, but whatever choice do I have?
Meet your disclosure requirements and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at
There's no other game where you can build anything.
not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial.
This is it.
Redefining financial printing.
There is no other building game. I guess you're stuck with this until something else come along. So I don't have a membership to PlayStation Plus. Money to do that, so that's I'm just taking a chance. As always.
You might be Smokey Bear. That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know, because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trims. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council. Join us late to this morning. It's a show for finance as well. We speak with Luigi Zingales of the University of Chicago School, and then Michael Zarda of NGM Partners on the linkage between the stock correction and the oil market. We'll explain this at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg, and then it's going up. Bloomberg Business and Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's MJ. U.S. television. While frontrunner Senator Bernie Sanders, the Russians are meddling in the election. And perhaps the ultimate goals of boosting President Trump. In other nations, responding is now Bill Chapman, founder of the National Security Institute, reports on surveillance, cybersecurity, and other national security matters. So, given the tensions between the U.S. and China more recently, could China be getting in there as well? I think this is a possibility of blaming the Russians. Very successfully in that operation against the sacrifice of the EDF. That's correct. The head of the sensitive EDF, Peter Barr, saying, well, this is fucking moment. And the Chinese are watching that too, and they very much interested in, allowing the U.S. to sort of hamstring itself, right? We've had a very aggressive trade policy perspective. If we consider that invite on these issues, right, we can certainly From Bloomberg German headquarters in London, I'm Simon Hooker for this Bloomberg Radio Business Flash. Now, fear has gripped markets again today. We've got Citigroup, Goldman, and JP Morgan all slashing their earnings estimates for stocks amid concerns about the coronavirus impact on growth and markets. Japanese equities slid at 3.7% ahead of the close of Washington benchmarks in Seoul and Sydney down more than 3%. Chinese stocks down about 2.8% in Shanghai, but do keep an eye on Euro Stocks 50 futures. They've extended their losses, currently down 4.7%. US futures also firmly in the red after the biggest rout for equities on Wall Street since 2011 yesterday. Meanwhile, investors are flocking into the yen to find shelter from that economic impact of the spreading virus. It's currently up 0.7% at 1.8 against the greenback. It's also gaining against the euro and the pound. Otherwise, we are seeing G10 currencies in a tight range. The euro, sterling, and euro dollar stock index all flat. But big moves in the Aussie and Kiwi dollars, and the Aussie side 0.7%, the Kiwi down 1%. Now, concerns over growth are continuing to fuel that bond rally with some 10-year Treasury hitting fresh record lows, now down more than 3 basis points at 1.23%. 10-year Aussie yield at 82 basis points. Benchmark JGBs sliding 5 basis points to negative 15. Now, oil is having its worst week since 2011. WTI falling more than 3% at $45 a barrel. Zinc plunging through $2,000. It's bearing the brunt of the metal sell. Silver taking a big hit. It's the lead preferred here and coming down more than 3% at $17. Even gold not exempt from that market rout, falling 0.7% at $1,633 per ounce. That's the Bloomberg Business Flash. Thank you, Dan Barron. More on what's going on around the world. So, thank you. In Malaysia, MPs of last week, Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad announced the call for Parliament to vote on the new leaders. They say the move disrespects the country's monarch. Mahathir says that he is failed to find a candidate with a clear majority in Parliament, and an election should be called for lawmakers time to decide on the new leader. That's by March. Labour's handling of anti-Semitism has dominated the key debate between the two MPs leading the party. Keir Starmer told the audience in the Dewsbury there are massive rounds of the shadow cabinet over the issue. He went head-to-head with Lisa Nandy and Rebecca Long-Bailey in the contest to take the government chair of the the winner will be announced on April the 4th. And China's ban on trading wild animals is hitting farmers with real animals for meat. There's quite some difficulty of curbing the market that officials say may have been the cause of the coronavirus that has killed more than 2,000 people in the country. Scientists say the coronavirus jumped from animals to humans and may have started the marketing campaign that sold the seafood and exotic meats. Global News 24 hours a day on air now with Stefan Gruber. Panels by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts from more than 120 countries. And Nigerian, this is Caroline.
Thank you so much, Leanne. That's a very interesting story about this ban on animals and bush meat in China. I just read from China Daily, actually, joined to reflect the Chinese view that even they were saying that deployed more than 1 million people in China. Absolutely, and there's a really interesting piece today on the Bloomberg Terminal, and we have interviewed a farmer in China's North Province, and she's also saying that we're completely concerned. We rely on breeding deer, and that's been for 30 years, and so does the whole family. And obviously, in response to this coronavirus outbreak, China's top legislature body reacted last week by banning all trade in wild animals. Well, although some conservationists point out that there are loopholes, it's a difficult thing to ban, etc. But yes, very interesting.
Yes, absolutely.
Of course, in the past, in Africa, trading bushmeat has been linked to all kinds of outbreaks, including Ebola. So it implicates a lot of diseases from those areas in countries like very hard to break. Let's go back to our top story. Coronavirus cases continue to appear outside China. Numbers in South Korea top 2,000. Italy, Iran, Kuwait also reporting cases. And Nigeria has confirmed the case of these numbers reported in sub-Saharan Africa. Well, joining us to discuss the outbreak is Simon Clark, Associate Professor in Cellular Microbiology at the University of Reading. Simon, good morning. Thanks for being with us. I guess let's perhaps kick off by talking about the word pandemic. It's been thrown around not so far. Defined as a pandemic by the WHO. Does it really matter what we call it?
No, I don't think it does. The World Health Organization isn't going to declare
flies as one of the big worries, the spread of coronavirus onto the African continent, potentially because they have less effective health systems there. How big a worry is that to you?
Well, I think it's always going to happen. I think this virus will get everywhere, literally everywhere. I mean, it hasn't been flagged up yet. I think possibly because there is less surveillance in Africa than there is in other parts of the world. But it was going to happen. One worrying this will spread because there will be people who are susceptible to more serious disease there. And there are such good techniques, good healthcare provisions. Yeah, but it is a worry, but I think it's inevitable.
But suddenly, I guess the problem there would be that the number of death mortality rate could be much greater just because of those things you're saying.
Well, I mean, I think the number of people with long-lasting chronic conditions in Africa may, if anything, be slightly lower than it is in, say, the United Kingdom. I don't know that, that's just a guess. So, you might argue that you're a younger, fitter population in Africa, but they're less likely to be troubled by the more serious aspects of this disease. Younger, fitter people are only to get through the tour, are only likely to get so-called glucose symptoms.
That's why we build all the buildings that was lost in the old man. Yeah,
It's very hard to understand
trash.
from the figures that we've had elsewhere in the world exactly how deadly this virus really is. And
It'd
certainly
be a
from
lot
you and this idea
in the
that young
Bell,
people and even very young children perhaps not
Bell
as
Station,
older,
so many
that's really
buildings,
those are people that are most
that's what we
affected.
build.
Right, yeah. I mean, we don't really know how many people who get the virus, get infected by the virus, are killed by it because we don't know, or rather, we don't know
Ain't fools
are
and
killed by it because we don't
just
know how many people have the virus. We
waste
know
everything.
what has the virus. What we do know is that some people are having reinfected asymptomatically. So unless we go around and do
Can't
large-scale
say why.
surveys to look for cases of
Just
infection that are
waste
being
everything.
asymptomatic, we can't know sort of the scale of infection in the general population, and that will take some time. And we do know about it not affecting children under 10 years. I think right today there's been no cases of it killing
So
children.
can't say why. Just waste everything. Just lost so much.
Small children, certainly below their age, if they get a flu infection, if they get a flu disease, like, it tends to be very mild if they get anything at all. So we see parallels there. It's not unusual for things to be less serious in children, particularly preteens, than in adults, particularly older adults.
Simon, one of the interesting aspects of this report last day or so of strange claims coming from coronavirus stage in some ways, and the people who tested clear for the virus now possibly showing reinfection. I mean, obviously the data's a bit hard to read, but is this a worrying aspect?
Again, it's possibly not all that surprising. I think this is a coronavirus. There are more coronaviruses which circulate endemically in the human population. You and I have probably had most, if not all of those, because they're called common colds. And you get those again and again and again. There's no long-lasting protective immunity from having had that viral infection, unlike, say, measles. And that has implications for vaccine development because our own bodies can't harness the fact that we've had infections to provide us with a protective immunity. That makes developing a vaccine so much harder,
Okay.
so much more difficult.
Yeah, it certainly does. Well, look, this is something that we're going to keep across. I know our audience is obviously very interested to understand the details of this. Well, thank you so much for your expertise, Associate Professor in Cellular Microbiology at the University of Reading. And in fact, we've got a couple of new guides on this. So around 1,000 people have now been quarantined in Heinsberg in Germany, according to Bild, a German newspaper. So another quarantine area.
And we're getting another effect on the stock market, this time in the Turkish Atlantic and Brent Crude week down towards $50 a barrel. WTI 45.5. These are dramatic moves. This
Take break. It's 58 minutes past the hour. Time for a check of sports from around the world. Here's Pete Fox.
on the NBA hardwood, next week's another one. There's 6 in a row falling on the road to the Sixers. 115-106. Julius Randle with 30 and 10. Elsewhere in San Francisco, Warriors get shellacked by the Lakers. Went out of the ice. In Montreal, the Rangers lose the victory past the Canadiens 5-2. Ryan Strong with a pair of goals, including number 17 on the power play. In Boston at TD Garden, the Bruins have a 2-game skid, and the Stars scored 3. Nick Ritchie goals and assists. Pasternak netting the game winner. Here's Pasternak. 45 goals, leads the NHL. Here he comes. In St. Louis, Islanders fall to the Blues in overtime 3-2, and in Winnipeg, the Jets blank the Capitals 3-0. NBC Fox, Dutch Bloomberg, NBC World Sports Update. From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on electric by Bloomberg, and 650 New York, Bloomberg, Ontario.
This is Bloomberg Day Radio for this Friday, the 28th of February in London. Coming up this hour.
Wall Street, biggest equity rout since 2011 as virus worries bring the fastest ever correction. Asia follows the slide. Bank of America predicts the global economy will see its weakest year since the financial crisis. Treasuries yields hit another record low.
The World Health Organization says the outbreak is at a decisive stage as the first case is reported in sub-Saharan Africa. Global infections now top 83,000. Turkey and Russia could be on the verge of military confrontation in Syria, and activism on Pakistan planned a virtual rally amid the coronavirus outbreak. I'm Leanne Gerrans with World News.
And oil dropped sharply with WTI for history's steepest weekly retreat since 2014. The FD reports solely wants a production cap of 1 million barrels a day. That's on the straight ahead on Bloomberg Daybreak Europe on DAB Digital Radio London, Bloomberg 1130 New York, Bloomberg 991 Washington DC, Bloomberg 1061 Boston, Bloomberg 960 San Francisco, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the world on BloombergRadio.com and via Bloomberg Business app.
Good morning from London. I'm Caroline Hester.
You're listening to Bloomberg Europe Live on London DAB Digital Radio. I'm Roger Andrew.
So, you really need a cup of coffee right now. Global stocks on course for their worst week since the 2008 crisis. We have coronavirus in 47 countries. So that hope that we could avoid this global health disaster, it really does seem to be fading. We have all the US benchmarks in correction territory at the open this morning, just a few moments ago. Turkish benchmark stock index plunged 10% at the open, yes, also connected to military action in the context of course, Eurostoxx 50 futures tumbling now 4%.
Yeah, well, it's really on the European opening coming up. A lot of things we've seen. Treasury yields, record lows, oil in very difficult territory. And there's really some everything that suggests the market is really swayed by this. And of course, the implications of a wider problem are there. There's the case in sub-Saharan Africa. Great worries because of the state of the African health services generally is not as good as it is in other parts of the world, and therefore protections can be very, very expensive.
Yeah, indeed. We'll get to all the warnings from the big banks around corporate earnings and global growth in a moment. But let me just tell you, first of all, that the stock market in Asia had a significant sell-off. So the CSI 300 plunged 3.5%. Also had the topic in Nikkei down by 3.6% at the close. US futures are also looking to another down day. US stock benchmark down 1.3% for S&P 500 futures. In the bond market, we've seen a steady erosion of yields, 1.22% now for US benchmark yields on the 10-year. So we took another 3.5 competing below its level since 2016. The safe havens, well, the Japanese yen seems it at the moment, up 6.1%, that's 108.9. Kiwi dollar is slightly more than 1%. The Aussie dollar also down 6% at the moment. So business will see $5 trillion wiped off global market cap this week alone on the coronavirus fix.
It's pretty bloody out there. Well, let's cross over to Berlin, where Richard Jones, Markets Live team, joins us. So, Richard, good morning to you. Well, let's talk about growth expectations. In a lot of the background to what's been happening in recent days has been some expectation of central bank intervention. According to market pricing, about 90% probability the Fed will cut rates next month.
Yeah, good morning, Roger. I think focus on the U.S. first and I'll turn to the ECB, to the Eurozone, and to the UK. But the reality in the U.S. short-end rate market has been so sharp and so quick that it's like you say, we're now at 90% probability of a rate cut next month. That was under 10% this time last week. So what I'd say is the probability of that probability level now, it means that the Fed does that next month. They risk markets further. And while there's no guarantee that the FOMC will act, if last year's February playbook is still valid, and that playbook says that the Fed would act preemptively and proactively to get out in front of any potential economic slowdown, I'd say the FOMC will probably pull the trigger on easing to watch. And just quickly with regards to the ECB, at the close of business yesterday, it was a full 10 basis points rate cut estimated by the end of the year, which will probably impact the December meeting. And for the Bank of England and May MPC meeting, it's now running at like roughly an 80% probability of a rate cut. That was August this time yesterday. So I expect both the Eurozone and the UK short-end markets to act even more dovish this morning, as we've seen even lower investment so far.
Okay, thank you so much, Richard Jones, for joining us on some market commentary and analysis. Check out Markets Live, that's MLIV, on your Bloomberg terminal.
Well, to bring you up to speed with where we are in all this, the global economy may be heading for its worst year since the financial crisis. That's as the growing spread of the coronavirus is actually penciled a short rebound. Bank of American economists have their 20% forecast for global growth to just 2.8%. Citigroup, Goldman, and JP Morgan also had their assessments for stocks, with Citi now expecting zero growth. Corporate earnings are also
Yeah, US corporate earnings, yeah, nothing expected from Citi. Meanwhile, Scott Miners oversees about $215 billion from Guggenheim Investors, told Bloomberg that he's come to recognize the growing magnitude of the coronavirus threat.
This is possibly the worst place I've ever seen in my career. And, I've been through a lot. I've been through the stock market crash in '87. I went through the financial crisis. This has the potential to real something extremely serious.
Minor said that he's most concerned about the virus's potential to spread globally and there's limited tools to combat its impact. And he said that if the coronavirus spreads further in the US, stocks could fall potentially as much as 40% of the week.
everything global markets have also come to stay. The World Health Organization now says it has the potential to become a pandemic, and it's in quote at a decisive stage. Cases in South Korea have jumped from 2,000. Japan is closing schools to spreading virus as concerns rise, with that nation limited testing ability could be masking true scale of infection. And that's no worrying for Nigeria has confirmed the first case in sub-Saharan Africa.
And in the latest news on how the virus spread impacted companies, Disney announced it's closing its parks in Japan for at least 2 weeks. PayPal put its forecast for revenue in the first quarter. JP Morgan has curbed non-essential work and travel. The move marks basically an escalation in its travel precaution. They've previously been limited to regions where the spread of the virus has been heavily. And just in terms of breaking the Bloomberg terminal in the last couple of minutes, IAG, the owner of British Airways, said it's not possible to give accurate full-year views because of the impact of the coronavirus. It's one of the first airlines to be impacted by the virus and to stop flights to China.
Yeah, they're saying experiencing demand weakness on Asian European routes, and their outlook has been adversely affected by weaker demand on coronavirus. Their full year revenue currently $25.51 billion estimate was 25.6.
Now, on the other hand, although China still has a long recovery ahead, the economy is actually beginning to run at about 60 to 70% of normal capacity this week. That's according to Convergent Economics. And Starbucks says it's reopening 85% of its locations in China
Brian Canty starts the story. The official PMIs look set to plumb even yet. The manufacturing gauge expected at 45 in February from 50 in January. That would take us to the lowest level since the GFC. Investors are hankering for clues as to where all this goes after the closure of factories, cinemas, restaurants, and stores across the nation as a result of the coronavirus. Is it a short-term blip or a long-lasting slump? On Monday, we get the private inside view of the PMI. Fasten your seatbelts. In Hong Kong, Brian Curtis, over in Europe.
But when it comes to central banks, the approach still seems to be wait and see, even as markets increasingly prices rate cuts from the Fed and the ECB, as Rich Jones was telling us just earlier. Chicago Fed President Charles Evans said that while policymakers are monitoring the coronavirus outbreak very closely, it is premature to think about monetary policy action. ECB's Vice President Lisa Gwynn and Chief Economist Philip May echoed that view as detailed through the Financial Times. ECB doesn't currently think the outbreak will have to last through inflation.
And finally, as long as what's happening in regards to the virus, the turmoil in the markets is galvanizing OPEC officials to prepare their next week in Vienna. The concept and sellers are displaying quite renewed commitment to reaching a deal. That's according to the top official accounts as it tries to stabilize or months of the coronavirus. The average slashed fueling on China and is threatening global growth. But the 23 nations coalition has so far appeared divided over responsibility. This morning, the FT is reporting Saudi Arabia is calling for production at 12 billion barrels a day. That's double what we're talking about.
Indeed, those are top stories this morning, centered on the coronavirus. But let's also get the latest in global news headlines from Christian Jones. Paris is latest on the deadly airstrike in Syria. And yes, Caroline, this morning, Turkey and Russia may be inching towards direct confrontation in Syria after an attack on Turkish positions in the Rebel al-Qom killed at least 33 Turkish soldiers yesterday. Some has the latest. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan held a crisis meeting with his top security officials after Turkey's military suffered its biggest single-day losses in its airstrike by its forces in Syria. Turkey said it will hit all regime targets using ground and air forces in retaliation. It is Istanbul, still a Democrat, in a Thursday with Europe. More on the coronavirus in Hong Kong. The virus outbreak has forced thousands of companies and schools to operate remotely. Now the city's protesters are planning to go virtual too in a bid to sustain a movement in momentum. The Hong Kong Civil Assembly team, which held numerous rallies over the course of the city's protests, says it will hold an online event on Saturday. Months of large-scale protests were first sparked by a mandatory bill that would have allowed extradition to China. Now crossing over to Europe in Germany, a political race is on this weekend, and the local CDU is taking part in an 8-week contest, which voters like to believe the party will ultimately be the candidate who succeeds as chancellor, with Patrick Donahue has won.
Biden last Saturday in North West Virginia entered the race as the final this week after getting backing from conservative Jens Spahn. Pence, the antagonist of Merkel's, received another victory this evening. He lost in 2018 to Edward Paramount, who led the banning her ambitions to replace Merkel in Berlin. Patrick Donahue, for Daybreak.
And U.S. energy firm PG&E is facing a record fine of $2.1 billion. That's what's wrong with catastrophic worldwide valuation in California 2017 and 2018. The patent is the largest ever imposed by the state regulator. The decision increased authorities limit by about $462 million. PG&E says it's disappointed by the increase. Global news 100 miles a day on air, now presented by Bloomberg, powered by 700 journalists and analysts from 120 countries. I'm Jan Jones, this is Bloomberg Roger.
As one Chinese share tells on business is already down as much as 75%. Caroline has been paying
which has to offset the US stock 50 future as we are in correction territory for major markets around the world. So much volatility in this race. Legit Power, the Bloomberg Journal is your power hour, connecting you to the real-time financial news, data, and analytics that can take your workflow to the next level. Power up at bloomberg.com/professional. May not work today. EisnerInfra can help. Visit EisnerInfra.com/tax certainty. That's EisnerInfra.com/tax certainty.
Right now, doctors and medical teams are operating in some of the most remote, dangerous corners of the world. In the front yards of Cultural Walking Center, at the crossroads of conflict and epidemic, where there are no hospitals. That's where we operate. Your response is critical to our response. Your places for a few months will go. That's where we operate. Learn more at doctorswithoutborders.org.
David has got a really cool guest, Dr. Jim Young. He's president of Palo Alto Investors. That's a $2.5 billion fund to investigate healthcare. So we'll talk with him about really exciting opportunities and how to defend his foundation while it comes to COVID cages. So he has to say about that as well. Today, starting at 2 on Bloomberg Live at 3 on Bloomberg and BloombergRadio.com. Or watch us on YouTube by searching Bloomberg News.
Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Ellen Chang.
One of the biggest things in finance is sounding the alarm about coronavirus. Scott Miners, who holds received over $200 billion at Guggenheim Investments, issued this dire warning.
This is possibly the worst that we've ever seen. Control after the stock market crash in 87, the winter financial crisis. This has the potential to reel some big shrinks.
In discussing Toronto, we've got Global CPS head of research, Jay Jacobs. Would you agree?
The commentary might be a little bit extreme. I think the concern here is nobody knows who this is going to end. This is not something that economists can plan out. It's a model that's going to be uncertain. So it's really in the financial markets right now. Not that what we've seen is so dramatic yet. We just don't know yet.
Meantime, you've got companies canceling events. What do you see as that?
This is actually a very good positive for tech. I mean, we can call this the second home economy. If you think about how people are going to have to leverage the internet, for social media, for meetings, video, people are going to be buying more things on e-commerce. They're going to be entertaining themselves with video games and esports. So this may actually be a big win for tech because it's not impacted by travel and transportation and in-person experiences. Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable news. Focus headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day. Let's leave with a phone call. Business and analytics.
Talking about your headquarters in London, I'm Sonia Philpott for this Bloomberg Radio Business Flash. Now, European equity futures are pointing to significantly lower open, currently down about 4%. US futures also significantly in the red. It follows a major down day in Asian markets after the likes of Citigroup, Goldman, and JP Morgan all slashed their earnings estimates for stocks, all citing the potential impact of the coronavirus. So we can see Japanese equities rise as much as 3.7% ahead of the close benchmarks, from Seoul to Shanghai, also down about 3% at the moment. So really carnage there in the Asian stock market. Meanwhile, investors flocking to the yen. They're looking for shelter from the economic impact of the spreading virus. Currently, the yen is up 6% on 108, spot 9 against the greenback, also gaining against the euro and the pound this morning. Otherwise, G10 currencies in a fairly tight range. The euro sterling and euro dollar spot index all flat. Big moves in the Aussie and Kiwi dollars though. The Aussie sliding 7%, and Kiwi down 1%. Concerns over growth continuing to fuel that bond rally. We've seen
10-year Treasury yield down almost 5 basis points at 1.21. Fresh record 10-year yield currently at 82 basis points. Benchmark JGBs climbing 5 basis points. 10-year Gold down 4 basis points at negative 58. Oil is having its worst week since 2011. WTI falling more than 3% to $45 a barrel. Zinc plunging through $2,000. It's very advanced that metal itself. Silver taking a big hit as well. Currently down 3.2% at $17. Even gold not exempt from this market rout, going down 1% at $1,628 a troy ounce. That's a Bloomberg business flash and Gary, more from what's going on around the world. Some of the thank you. Here in the UK, Labour's campaign of anti-Semitism has dominated a TV debate between three MPs taking to lead the party. Keir Starmer talking about his Shrewsbury, there were massive numbers with the shadow candidates take the issue. United head-to-head Jeremy Corbyn, the winner will be announced on April 4th. A federal judge in Seattle has delivered them to President Trump's plans for expensive in Portugal. The judge ruled the administration didn't divert $89 billion from a construction project at a submarine base in Washington State. The White House plans to take $3.6 billion from the military project to help with the war. And the pet dog of coronavirus patient in Hong Kong has been found to have a low level of virus. The dog tested weekly positive for the coronavirus. The city's agriculture and fisheries department statement. Officials will carry out further tests to confirm whether the dog has really been infected or if it was a result of environmental contamination or its mouth and nose. Global News 24 hours a day on air and on weekday by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. And we don't, this is Bloomberg.
Virus issue and virus news not everywhere, of course. There's not the impact is tangible. Several companies today are slowing sales, supply chains that are affected. The restaurant industry is not immune to any of this. Amongst those taking a hit indeed with a significant decline in tourism as airlines suspend routes to production hubs like China. Well, we're joined by Bloomberg's chief food critic Richard Blythe here in the studios. Richard, the policy now you'll see people might, I suppose, come away sleeping and they need to sit drink and a pretty decent meal after the day they've had, but they might not be so easy. The way that makes sense. The really big impact in London has been on Chinatown. Speaking to with the rest of the movement before, and he says his business is down as much as 80%. It's just disaster. It can in various ways. Partly it's done to people associated with virus with Chinese business. Rather than say racist, but the racial reasons stay away. Also, tourism are something, and these restaurants are going very much in tourists from China. That's disappeared. And the tourist business, or Asian tourist business, is affecting not restaurants. The high-end place like Wolverhampton, which is to afford consideration of those services. And then if you just think logical, it's for the Oxford Street, the tourist hotel, the details down. I see SSP Group, which has retail and food outlets across Europe, is more than impacted by us. I spoke to Claire Smith, who's called by Claire Smith, that the Harvey's restaurant gets into Atlantic Club. I know that because I'm trying to take guests and what's happening. She said we so far we've lost one team in virus. I think that's rather potentially next.
Yeah, okay. And do we anticipate things getting worse before they get better?
Definitely. I mean, my personal impression is things got so much better voice in the last 2 or 3 days. The UK has been, not badly, it's other things, but I was using doing events and some things we can watch against that. And they're just not coming in. Now, I suppose also the issue of supply chains and food coming through, that's material for restaurants to food over these tech, and lots of people depend on spice things from around the world, including China, facing the customer. That's
really angry about it and skipped it. Deleted it. The system deleted the last map I had. Full complete. Don't know what happened, but something happened. The whole thing just deleted. So we start from scratch. All over again.
Yeah, well, indeed, we heard the point just this morning from IAG have to advise, it makes it impossible for them to have confidence about who you for the business. So travel and leisure, luxury goods are very much in focus with coronavirus affecting markets.
Trying to figure out what went wrong in this whole
We are expecting
when I
a
went
slow
there,
update in the markets at the end of this
they
month
checked the
as
map, it was
coronavirus
gone. The whole thing.
Savvy investors use portfolio analysts to create a consolidated view of their finances and check the health of their complete financial portfolio. The portfolio analyst powered by Area Brokers. Sign up for free at portfolioanalyst.com. Join us today at 5 a.m. Looking at markets as the coronavirus continues to spread, we speak with Lori Palestina at RBC. Democratic presidential hopefuls are gearing up for Super Tuesday. Weekday mornings at 5, followed by Bloomberg Surveillance at 7 on Bloomberg 1130. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. Asset managers sees James Delonte's strategies as distribution channels with technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarding. However, an industry paralyzed with complexity and agility are flexible. People in their businesses strategically with the most competitive managers in the market know right partner and a flexible operating system and go forward to achieve with SEI investment management services. I'm Steve Martin, president of SEI's investment manager services. At SEI, find success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continue to optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility or advanced technology, integrating best-in-class systems and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation. With SEI's investment manager services, you need to turn to the competitive marketplace to inform us. SEIC.com/please change. Paradise is an icon and closer than you think. Catch a flight to the Bahamas and head to the Cove on Paradise Island, just 20 minutes from Nassau International Airport. There you'll find the gem of paradise, an all-suite luxury hotel that raises the bar among distinctive resort destinations. The Cove, elegantly situated on miles of private beach. Just open your mind. Magnificent suites, fine dining, all adult and family pools, lavish cabanas, breathtaking views of the ocean from every single room. Once you visit your station at the Cove, you'll have the option to explore all 171 acres of the fantastic and exciting Atlantis Paradise Island has to offer. From a massive casino, water slides, amazing rivers, stunning marina, luxury shops, and activities with absolutely everyone. Stay at the Cove. Play at Atlantis. Paradise is closer than you think. Call 1-877-COVE-VIP or visit the Cove at AtlantisBahamas.com. Bloomberg is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial news. Join David Weston from a news program for the clever investor, Bloomberg Wall Street. This week we'll sit down with huge issue love of social buy on Bank of America. And after a tough year for stocks, Bloomberg equity strategist Gina Marcano. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week with David Weston, tonight at 6 on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Sherry Mann.
The World Health Organization saying that we're at a decisive point in the fight against the coronavirus and countries should move quickly. But on the economic front, Christine Lagarde at ECB says she doesn't yet see the main policy responses. bringing up on live at University of Chicago School of Business, Professor Klein. So let's talk a bit about central bank policy because, of course, we also saw that the OK will be studying non-fighting rates. And we have seen these banks now trying to use tools outside of the interest rate effective for those fees.
Actually, slowing activity would have some modest effect on sentiment. But really, I think at this point, it seems we've moved from extreme complacency in markets to extreme panic all in the space of 1 week. And it would seem that people might have a sense that there is a limit to the spread of this virus, perhaps because of containment measures, or maybe because there's some hope that some kind of antiviral solution can be found from one of the drug companies. But something has to be there to say this is what they contain. Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg Mobile app, or check your local cable listings. Broadcasting live to London on CNB Digital Radio, to New York, Bloomberg 1030, Washington DC, Bloomberg 99.1, Boston, Bloomberg 1061, to San Francisco, Bloomberg 960, and around the globe, Bloomberg Business App, BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. And a very good morning, 7:30 a.m. here in London. I'm Roger Hill.
Hello, Caroline Quickly. You listen to Bloomberg Daybreak News live from London. So, global stocks on course for their worst week since the 2008 crisis because of coronavirus. We see European US stock 50 futures significantly weaker this morning. So we're down currently 0.3% for US stock 50 futures and almost 1/10% for the S&P 500 futures. This, of course, after the S&P 500 jumped 4.4% on Thursday. All three of the major US indexes ending down more than 10% from their record highs. Basically, in correction territory, US stock 600, remember, fell more than 10% from their peak just a week ago. Yesterday, so we're looking to another weak opening here in Europe. And exit took an absolute pummeling from Japan to China. The Topix Nikkei down 3.6%, the Shenzhen Kospi dropping almost 5 percentage points. And it also doesn't look as if there's even any appetite for actually buying supplies. Certainly not now, as we seem to be potentially in the eyes of small bond markets. 10-year bond yields on Chinese equities actually falling 5 basis points. The US benchmark yield also dipping another 4.5 basis points. We're on a 1-2 handle. This is really surprising. 1.21% US benchmark yield. As the Fed and the ECB say they're watching the coronavirus, but not time to act yet. Commodities also caught in the slump. WTI crude futures dropping almost 3 percentage points now. It's gone flat on 71 post the market.
Well, let's bring up to speed with the top stories. The new coronavirus cases in South Korea have crossed 2,000 and more countries at least infection. Bloomberg's Mark Curtis report. The IOC says it's committed to the Olympics in Tokyo as planned. Japan is closing schools to limit the spread. Disney is closing its parks in Japan for at least 2 weeks. Tokyo wants a new spending package of $45 billion. Elsewhere, Nigeria confirms a case, the first in sub-Saharan Africa. In a curious twist, the pet dog of a Hong Kong patient has a photo of the virus. On a positive note, in China, discharged patients outnumber new infections by a margin of 10 to 1. 3,600 people going home. In Hong Kong, Diane Curtis, Daybreak Europe.
Meanwhile, JP Morgan has curbed non-essential global travel to move market cancellation in its travel precautions. They've previously been limited to regions where the spread of the virus has been heaviest. And just one example of how corporations and big banks are trying to limit potential impact of coronavirus.
JP Morgan has curbed non-essential global travel to move market cancellation. But turmoil in the markets is galvanizing OPEC officials as well. Ahead of their meeting next week in Vienna, Carter and allies are displaying a renewed commitment to reaching a deal. That's according to the top official. Comes as we try to stabilize our markets hard hit coronavirus. The outbreaks slashed food demand in China and is threatening global growth. The 23-nation coalition has so far divided over its response.
Indeed, meanwhile, ThyssenKrupp is selling its elevator division to backed by Atlas and Sinbad. The deal is worth over $17 billion.
Yes, good morning, Roger. We'll start in Serbia, where Turkey may be coming close to a military confrontation with Russia. That's after an airstrike killed at least 33 Turkish soldiers. Officials say that Assad and the regime will pay a quote heavy price for the attack. Turkey has refrained from directly blaming Russia for the incident and saying it is trying to persuade the Kremlin to drop the report to Damascus. Now, more on the coronavirus. In Hong Kong, the virus outbreak has forced thousands of companies and schools to operate remotely. And University of Albany says the city's protesters are planning to go virtual too in a bid to sustain their movements momentum.
The Hong Kong Civil Assembly team, which has held numerous rallies over the course of the city's protest, said it would hold an online rally on Saturday. The event is designed to mark the 6-month anniversary of a riot police chased and clashed with protesters in subway station back in August. Months of large-scale demonstrations were first sparked by a now withdrawn bill that would allow extradition to China. In Hong Kong, Ian Marlowe in the Daybreak Bureau.
Elsewhere, whistleblowers accusing the US Department of Health and Human Services for failing to protect employees who were called to respond to the coronavirus outbreak. That's according to reports from the Washington Post and the New York Times. Bloomberg's local news that story.
The workers reported that with respect to California Airways and health processing directed staffing assembly of right in China. According to the Office of Special Counsel, Stephen Messages, will likely choose improper review sorry after racing concerns that workers won't get the proper equipment for training. The news broke as a congressional hearing was underway. William Walters, the State Department's Bureau of Medical Services, immediately denied that a spokeswoman says the company is being obligated for the IQ.
And finally, the US energy company PG&E is facing a record loss of $2.1 billion. That's what's wrong with catastrophic wildfires that raged in California in 2017 and 2018. The penalty will be the largest ever imposed on the state regulator. The decision increased a fire settlement by about $462 million. PG&E says it's disappointed by that increase. Double News 24 hours a day on air and with Declan Drugo, handled by over 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. And they're going for this Bloomberg, Canada.
Thank you so much, Leanne. Speaking of the top story, that issue with Syria and Turkey, the military confrontation with Russia, Turkey's benchmark force Istanbul, 100 index plunged 10% in early trading as a result, partly of that military action, counting down 5.9% on the course of Istanbul 100. So this is around the tensions with Russia with this airstrike.
But of course, the main thing is running markets this morning is, of course, virus stocks sliding towards their worst week globally since 2008 as the virus spreads to 7 countries now affected. And actually, rebound from the health crisis looks a bit dashed. We'll join the Steve's Martin Lynch, economic advisor of Alphabet, with BBC, the largest brokers in the world. So, what's really one? Thanks for being with us. Well, the period has been through around a bit. Do you think this is anything markets going to yes. This is crisis. This is basically how anyone should think about this. This is not a day or a week to go. Martin recommends buying stocks or go out and pay your books. So this is not an investment decision. And actually next week is not an investment decision. This is what is your position, and it's managing your position, looking after your position. So every single person in the world is single is will have their own positions. They first of all have to manage it. How do you think about this? This is exactly the same as legal digital simulation.
Wow, that's a big comparison today.
Correct. And what happened in 2008? The faction system closed. What happened after that? The economic system recovered. 30 million people were fired, and the global trading system collapsed by 50%.
And a decade of aftermath.
Correct. Now, we fast forward to today. The financial system is very robust. The economic system also relatively robust. The healthcare system has improved. And along with that, the political system is under potentially a serious threat.
But hang on, Martin, because I don't want us to be alarmist. And I would put this counterpoint. If we're not at pandemic levels yet, we're talking about 20 up to a dozen or 20 cases in European countries that are affected. Yes, people under surveillance in California, in the US, but we're not at that point. point, yes, I would say that.
Well, I would absolutely agree with that, and I don't want to be alarmist in any way. I want to be cool and collected. The recommendations to do absolutely nothing. The best thing about today is it's Friday, and it's also the end of the month. The month of March is going to bring about major subjects. All of them should be put into trust. All of them should be potentially paid into trust.
Not mentioned that we had in the last couple of days, both said that the official say it's too soon.
Correct now, completely. And basically, the comments like that are not helpful. Because now we're giving someone another time to we see in China, getting back to the US, we're seeing perhaps a post-viral state. It doesn't suggest that there are some degrees of what happened a week ago was that we saw a peak out in the official Chinese numbers. That was very, very different. What happened was it got in a trend, but the numbers had sluggish. What China really were closing down their entire country, and they were able to contain. Can we close down America? North initially has been successfully closed down. Well, everybody knows that because more measures in take place. So, literally, are we going to see significant closures in, for instance, the cheap of London?
Yeah, that's a big question. Ultimately, cheeky goes regards to Alphabet stays with us. Well, we're talking about panic in the market. Treasury finally yields fall to 1% for the first time since 2016. This, and we talk about the coronavirus impact. This is
Join us later this morning for the surveillance. It is not only the show for medicine, it's a show for finance as well. We speak with Luigi Zingales of the University of Chicago Law School and Michael Darda of MKM Partners on the linkage between the stock correction and oil fair margins. From next night, the stock is 7 a.m. Business app, BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
business is constantly evolving. Is your financial future evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrars, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing. Elite advisory firms rely on BNY Mellon's version to meet the needs of their most complex clients. Karen Novak, Chief Operating Officer at Version Advisor Solutions, explains how. At BNY Mellon's version, we bring customized insights and strategies to help you grow your advisory business and stay on the leading edge. We can support the needs of your most sophisticated clients with a full range of investment and wealth management solutions, from access to private banking to consolidated banking brokerage team. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength and high-touch service that BNY Mellon's version can provide. Are you well positioned to stand out from your competition? Learn more at Virgin.com or call 800-445-4467. Brokerage custody provided by Virgin LLC and other services provided by Virgin Advisor Solutions LLC. Both members of FINRA and SIGNA. Private banking and bank custody provided by BNY Mellon N.A. member FDIC.
If you're having a business deal, the process can be slow and drawn out, especially if you're going into litigation in the courts. You can wait for years before your case is resolved, and the longer your case proceeds, the more your case may cost. Not with the American Arbitration Association. Arbitration or mediation with the American Arbitration Association is faster. In fact, nearly 50% of our cases settle prior to hearings. Maybe or another word, resolve faster. Wake up and text. Text.
Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Text and be late to work. Sorry, I'm late. Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working. Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone all the time. Text and whatever. When you get behind the wheel, get your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Because it's not text, stop wrecks, not a public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. Super Tuesday, 14 states, one night, one source. Why are so many people on the side? David Westers will bring you non-stop coverage along with Bloomberg Washington correspondent Kevin Zarella. There's so much volatility in this race. Super Tuesday, the primary season broadcast night. More issues with the different race is going to get very quick, very quick. What are your reaction as we get it? Special coverage begins Tuesday today on Bloomberg, Bloomberg Television, and BloombergRadio.com. Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Emily Chang.
U.S. Republican former front-runner Senator Bernie Sanders, the Russians are meddling in the election to help him perhaps the ultimate goal of boosting President Trump. With other nations responding to, joining us now, Neil Jackson, founder of the National Security Institute, who works on surveillance, cybersecurity, and other national security matters. So, given the tension between the U.S. and China more recently, could China be getting in there as well?
I think we're still in possibility, and the Russians have very successfully conducted operations against the second place team. Chris Krebs, the head of CISA at DHL, here are saying on the splendid moment. And the Chinese are watching that too, and they very much are interested in, allowing the U.S. to sort of hamstring itself, right? We have a very aggressive trade policy perspective. We continue to infight on these issues, right? It can totally benefit China and benefit Russia on this one.
Do you imagine that the Chinese government has a favorite candidate, especially given the perceived ire between President Trump and Xi Jinping?
I don't think so. I think that, the Chinese in particular, they see benefiting them is chaos in the United States. That's the Russians think, right? The Russians have a preferred candidate out of the end. It's hard to know that from all nations. When the U.S. is hamstring, we're shooting at each other and not focusing the outside threat, the challenges we face in the world. That's what they benefit.
Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable listings. Focus headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day. That's what left off calls. But it's that takes place. This is Business Flash.
From Bloomberg European headquarters in London, I'm sorry. For this Bloomberg Radio Business Flash. Now we're just 12 minutes away from the European Open, and equity futures are pointing significantly lower. All major benchmarks set to drop about 3.5% at the Open. US equities also set to extend their rout. It follows another brutal trading day in Asia, where benchmarks have sold to Sydney, also more than 3%. Chinese stocks still trading and growing down about 2.5% in Shanghai. The Hang Seng down 2.5%. Meanwhile, investors are flocking into the yen. They're looking to shelter from the economic impact of the spreading coronavirus. Currently, the yen is up 0.6% at 108.9 against the greenback, also gaining against the euro and the pound. Otherwise, we are seeing G10 currencies in a tight range. Euro, sterling, and the Bloomberg dollar spot index all flat. The big news in the Aussie and Kiwi dollars, though, the Aussie sliding 0.5%, the Kiwi dollar down 1%. Now, concerns over growth are really fueling that bond rally again today. The 10-year Treasury yield slipping 6 basis points, now at a fresh low below 1.2%. We're also seeing 10-year mortgage down 0.5%, currently at a negative 60. It follows similar sides in Asia, where we saw 10-year JGB yields slide 5 basis points to negative 15 as well. Over in the commodity space, oil is having its worst week since 2011. WTI down 2.8% at $45 a barrel. Zinc plunging through $2,000. Silver taking a big hit, currently down 3.3% at $17. Even gold not getting any reprieve today amid this rout in the market, currently down 1.2% at $1,625 a troy ounce. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Thank you for being there. And more on what's going on around the world. Sandra, thank you. In Malaysia, MPs are blasting hundreds of different anti-Muhammad pronouncing calls for training in the context of taking about culture and COVID. The women will be announced on April the 4th. And finally, China's ban on trading wild animals has hit a point with breeding animals for meat. This highlights the difficulty of curbing market that officials say may be the cause of the coronavirus that has killed more than 2,000 people in the country. Scientists say the coronavirus jumped from animals to humans, and they have started implementing new hand for seafood and exotic meats. Global News 24 hours a day on air and on by Bloomberg. Now it's by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. And again, this is Bloomberg in Washington.
Yeah, thank you. Now, the French President Emmanuel Macron and the Italian Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte have pledged to reset diplomatic relations and keep their borders open. But the outbreak of the coronavirus in Italy has sparked concerns about the economic implications for Eurozone third largest economy. Before let's get live to Nathan Twelve-Beavers, Maria Tadeo is standing by. Maria, good morning. This summit was framed as a cause for celebration of Franco-Italian relations. Terms was more somber than that, wasn't it?
Exactly. This was supposed to be two countries that it would have issues over the past year. The local champions trying to kill about the one people of the past and actually look into the future and together push for their integration. The stepping of course their Naples was beautiful. Emmanuel Macron and Stefan Conte was incredible. So this was of course supposed to be a show for the two countries. However, on paper, but in reality, it was very, very different. The reality was so that the Italian government has under incredible pressure to show that it is able to deal with the coronavirus and we've gone from a handful of cases to now 600 of the base of the week. And there's a lot of pressure on the Prime Minister Conte. I was at the press conference, all the questions were about the coronavirus, all the questions were about and for the OPEC economics, anything that the full macro concept that really felt that everyone can get and that is the free movement of people in the EU would be detrimental to the European Union. Currently, they also said if anything that we need to do is work together in cooperation. We don't even contemplate the idea of shutting borders, which would be actually a huge blow for the EU because it makes it a key policy one of the key freedoms that we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. The decision, the verdict of the markets that it is absolutely brutal. Just see the bond markets open up in Europe and trade 1.21% on Italian BTP. So we see soaring yield up 14 basis points. It even ticked at one point to 16 basis points higher as the bonds are feeling the pain, tumbling because of I presume the coronavirus. That was the message of the markets. The number of cases continuing to plunge. How is the government responding?
It has continued to increase. We're now looking at 658 right? He went from 5 on Friday last week to 615 this week. This is really overwhelming. There's British Colorado, the biggest here, but it's interesting now is that they're trying to really flip the national. So this is the line that the official time feed were telling us yesterday. This is a country that has very good public service. This is a country that has one of the best life expectancies in the world, and they will be able to deal with this. So they really are trying to do now to move away from the panic and move away from the incredible national emergency and just say the situation is serious. This is a very serious virus, so we won't be able to contain it, and we've actually been able to geographically contain the virus the north. Of course, that is the political debate, because the reality is people here, especially in government, are worried about economic implications. They worry about the country being in a recession by the end of the year. They worry about the country to Italy, being in Italy as a France, and also tourism. The story here was taking the booking will fall like 30% since the outbreak started over the weekend.
Maria, thanks very much for yesterday. Live on the line from Naples. Well, let's now go back to Martin Malone, Chief Economic Advisor of Alpha, still with us in the studio. Martin, can Italy flip the narrative? Well, I listened very, very carefully. To me, that sounded like Brexit. And this is why my main point is in Canada's situation, the healthcare system is very robust in Chile. If anybody's been down there, the healthcare system is very, very robust. It's actually very robust in Chile. And then they dealt with the situation. The problem is with an escalation. And that quickly the healthcare system jumps to the
another situation, and immediately juxtapose the situation. And once you have the markets in failure, politicians under significant pressure to hold the government accountable for healthcare, and the fear factor of closing schools, closing sports, etc., etc., etc. This narrative is actually taken over. And
But we learned nothing from the 2008 crisis, where actually circuit breakers did manage to have some measure of success in terms of total compensation.
well, the answer is no, because last weekend we had a G20 meeting in Riyadh. I probably spent 48 hours studying that G20 meeting, and it was a complete, utter failure. And this is what happened in November. The financial system imploded. The healthcare system is not going to implode, but it's under severe stress. And the situation is they can deal with it today. Well, what about tomorrow?
But then you're widely now in these incredibly stark terms, and I can see it on my Bloomberg screen, like what the market reaction is. But this is a week from record highs for European equities that turned around in the space of a year.
And you know that we've been one of the largest players in the market, and we were extremely bullish last week. And the situation that's changed is once you, it's like playing a bad game of football. We don't have one ball on the pitch. We have four footballs on the pitch, and there's no referees. So this is a very, very complex situation. It's very fast. It's very fast moving. At Brexit, you can pick any country you want. What is Britain doing today? Have a look at the claims that are seen and landing from Italy today to Heathrow. Potentially will have to be closed down as a severe measure if the situation becomes unstable. And that's why it's a very, very tricky situation if you're in government or you're a policymaker of a central bank. How do you communicate these complex issues? So let's just get to the weekend and the end of this and just say, what about that? And we have forecasts, dramatic forecasts of Trump back in America saying it's 2.8% this year, weakest since 2009. It's possible to make this kind of British predictions. It is because we have something that was what we did last year. The opportunity was 3.5. It crashed trade. What was the response? Monetary added 50 beats to that. Fiscal added 50 beats to that. So it crashed 50. We added 100. Everything was fine. Everybody had a job. And employment growth was 1%. Fast forward to today. It's not true. It's below 3. Anything below 3 is not good. And it's 2.8, it's 2.5%. Well, it's a lower number. So what's the response? What is the difference going to be? The response is not, oh, we're sitting back and we think this is supply shock, it's not our job. It is.
Well, if the markets are shouting loudly, let us see what happens today, whether there is more government response, more efficient response. We should see Martin Malone. Thank you so much for joining us on this developing story in the market. Chief Economic Advisor at Alpha in our London studio, looking to the European market open. It's very painful. We saw 50 duties down 3.7%. This has been the daybreak. It's 58 minutes past the hour. Time for a check of sport on around the world.
From the NHL scoreboard, Bruins have a 2-game series with a 4-3 win over the Stars. Pasternak netting the game winner. David Pasternak, 35 goals for the NHL Rangers' hot streak continues. They won 5 in a row and 9 of 10 after a 5-2 victory in Montreal over the Canadiens. David Quinn. I love that second period. Actually, at the beginning of the second period, we came out with a little more energy and doing a good job in the second. And then I thought we really started getting frustrated in the last 10 minutes of the second. It was like the first, and then I just love the way we responded. That first goal was huge. And that goal before the end of the first, double time I thought, and he just had to really good night goes and they get a goal. So I think that goal really
Stocks in free fall, Asian equities slump on coronavirus fears, European futures tumble more than 4%. The S&P 500 sees its worst session since 2011 and the fastest stock market correction ever. Yields tumble across the Treasury curve.
Virus fears intensify. Cases in South Korea top 2,000. JP Morgan curbs non-essential travel globally and joins Citigroup and Goldman Sachs in slashing earnings estimates for US companies.
Turkey and Russia took it on the verge of military confrontation in Syria, and protesters in Hong Kong planned a virtual rally amid the coronavirus outbreak. I'm Leanne Guerin, so it's World News. And oil sector's worst week since 2011, as OPEC Secretary General says there's renewed commitment to joint action. An FT report says Saudi Arabia wants producers to agree on additional cuts of 1 million barrels per day.
That's all straight ahead on Bloomberg Daybreak Bureau on PAB Extra Radio London, Bloomberg 1130 New York, Bloomberg 991 Washington DC, Bloomberg 1061 Boston, Bloomberg 960 San Francisco, SiriusXM Channel 119, and around the world. BloombergRadio.com and live Bloomberg Business Center. A very good morning from London. I'm Roger Guerin.
And I'm here, James. Good morning, everyone. Things are clear in London. Now we want to listen in Paris, Frankfurt, or Brussels. Roger, what's a bloodbath in markets? As you wake up today, as you look ahead to a very good weekend, the question of what do you do? Is it all about risk management just before the moment? Is now the time to actually make your decisions? Just sit tight and right up the rise of Wall Street, the White House. So the worst day since 2011 is the fastest correction for US stocks ever. Global equities on today worst weeks since the global financial crisis, and in terms of what we're seeing in yields as well, I'll run through it in the data check, but that 10-year yield is dipped below 120 in today's session.
It's been an extraordinary time, and I think probably the focus is really on the sheer spread this year back that nobody seems to believe anyone else is in charge. The assurances given by Donald Trump never seem to have any effect on the markets. We've seen cases, and the first case in sub-Saharan Africa. A lot of concern about that because there's I guess you say the health system in Africa generally is far less developed than they are up to the potential for virus rates.
Yeah, we talk about chaos and wipeout with Wall Street, chaos in Washington as well, and this, I suppose, could be one of the things that's causing the biggest concern because the reality of a number of cases multiplying in the US and what that actually means for potential shutdown of systems in the US. That's one of the big questions out there. There's a task force that's been put in place. How effective would it be?
Well, and not very on the basis of a revelation this morning from a whistleblower that he believed the testing kits and various things that to help the US next week. In fact, China and the US might they weren't adequately prepared. That doesn't bring confidence.
Right, and no further today. Let's get back to the markets and the lack of confidence there. Well, almost 2 minutes into the equity market open, we are down 2.6% on the stock 600. That's actually not as bad as some of the conference rates here. At one point, we see Euro Stoxx 50 futures down more than 4%. Yesterday, we closed down 3.8% in Euro Stoxx. So I think that it's Tuesday moving average. Looking across regional equity benchmarks, Euro Stoxx 50 down 3%, FTSE 100 down 3%, CAC 40 down 3%, as is the FTSE Mid and the IBEX. The S&P 500 dropped below the 200-day moving average yesterday, closed lower by 4%. That was a rare move, as a lot of people noticed on Wall Street, and no comparisons being made to the S&P and Nasdaq futures all lower by 0.6%. And then we covered the bond market, the 2-year yield, biggest weekly drop since 2008. That 2-year yield sits at 1% right now, down 6 basis points. A lot of that is to do with the market pricing in action from the Fed, 3 rate cuts probably by the end of 2020. The 5-year yield is 1% for the first time since 2016, and the 30-year yield of 170 was down 6 basis points. You'll start your answer to ask yourself, do you get Fed rate cuts? Does that keep the curve as usual? Does it actually get there? Should we start to price as well? The 10-year bond yield down 5 basis points, negative 59. 10-year gilt yield down 4 basis points. In FX, the yen is bid less G10 from silver, no surprise there. Particularly the yen is trading in the Asian sessions at 108. It's there, 108.93, down 6 tenths of starts to get more powerful, and the risk off really is cross assets, oil heading for its worst week since 2011, WTI $45.76 a barrel, down 2.8%, Brent at 50.74, down 2.8%. Interestingly, gold is weaker by 1%, $1,647 a pound. So that's sort of an outlier in the general risk-off scenario that we're seeing, Roger.
Right, let's have a look at what stocks are to watch this morning. Investors and founders join us in our London studio. Now, IAG, they've been saying stocks will give accurate full-year views on the basis that obviously the travel and tourism sector is in a real bind as far as all this is concerned. So what do we see?
Yeah, that's correct. So the company has said that they've been seeing demand weakness on their Asian and European routes, while capacity on Italian routes from March has also been significantly reduced. IAG shares are down 6.5%. They're not the only airline down at the moment. EasyJet is also down 5.3% because EasyJet today has said that they'll be making decisions to cancel some flights, particularly those into and out of Italy, because they're continuing to monitor the situation and adapting its flight program to demand. I mean, at the moment, the travel and leisure subject is the biggest decliner in the stock 600 index.
Yeah, but low sales tax since November 2016, apparently. As the two Rolls-Royce, and they're raining in the cost of ancient billions as well.
Yeah, and so Rolls-Royce at the moment is one of the few stocks in Europe that's up at the moment. It's up 4.6%. They're looking for year earnings ahead of its own estimates. CEO Warren East did talk a little bit about the coronavirus outbreak and said it may have air traffic growth in the near term, but over the long term trends, most of the company remain intact.
Now, I know that the financial services holding company, FD market pain because the short term had a big victory over NMC. So can you tell us how that works?
Yeah, so NMC as an able share was saying calendar, the short year. And NMC had been the target of the short seller report by Mother Waters in December, and so since then, NMC shares have been taking a tumble, as well as the major shares as well. NMC shares were suspended yesterday, Tomato is still trading, the shares are down 18% today. It is something that will be in focus because basically there have been a lot of share pledges in both of these companies, and both the companies are still trying to resolve the situation.
Thanks so much indeed. Lisa Founder joining us on the studio. The stocks to watch in holiday and president, the stocks being watched pretty carefully, I think. Mayor, because of what's happening generally in global markets.
Yes, Stock 600 extended its loss in separate worst week since 2008. Talk about fear tightening grip on the global markets. Now, ahead of the WHO saying it now has the potential for the coronavirus to become a pandemic, and is at a quote decisive stage. Cases in South Korea have jumped above 2,000. Japan has closed its schools to limit the spread of the virus, as concerns rise that the nation's limited testing ability could be masking the true scale of infection. Nigeria has confirmed first case in sub-Saharan Africa. Sweden reports 5 new cases, bringing the total confirmed cases to 7. And German newspaper Bild is reporting an estimated 1,000 people are isolated in the German district of Heinsberg in North Rhine-Westphalia after an outbreak in the region. Of course, we've had California saying it's monitoring 8,400 people with signs of the virus after travel to Asia and the US.
So the global economy may be heading for its worst year since the financial crisis. That's the rain. The spread of the virus is dashing hopes for swift rebound. Bank of America economists cut their 2024 forecast for global growth just 2.8%. Citigroup, Goldman, and JP Morgan all cited early estimates for stocks of Citi, expecting zero growth in global corporate earnings for 2020, and Goldman expects no earnings data for American firms this year.
Yeah, and Citigroup saying they want to see markets watch closer to panic before going all in on global equities. No real appetite for dip buying this weekend. Jim Pianco's got a great quote out saying you'll see the market bottom when we stop seeing traders reacting negatively to every bad headline. Speaking of reacting negatively, stock miners who oversees about $250 billion of Bitcoin investments told Bloomberg he's come to recognize the growing magnitude of the coronavirus threat.
This is possibly the worst thing I've ever seen. Okay? And, I've been through a lot. I've been through the stock market crash in '87. I went through the financial crisis. This has the potential to reveal something extremely serious.
Mine says he's most concerned about the virus's potential to spread globally and the Fed's limited tools to block its impact. And he says if the coronavirus spreads further in the US, stocks could fall potentially as much as 40% on the peak over the next year.
Speaking of the cases Nigeria is confirmed first case in sub-Saharan Africa. Sweden reported 5 new cases, and the German nuclear bill reporting an estimated 1,000 people isolated the German district of Heinsberg in Westphalia after the outbreak in the region.
And then if we talk about China, although China still has a long recovery ahead, the economy is beginning to run at about 60 to 70% of total capacity this week. That's according to Bloomberg Economics. Starbucks says it's reopened 85% of its locations in China, and Marriott announced it's reopening hotels in the country every day.
Now, we'll know much more about the impact of the virus on China's economy tomorrow. Bloomberg's Brian Curtis has the story from Hong Kong.
The official PMIs look set to plumb new depths. The manufacturing gauge expected at 45 in February from 50 in January. That would take us to the lowest level since the GFC. Investors are hankering for clues as to where all this goes after the closure of factories, cinemas, restaurants, and stores across the nation as a result of the coronavirus. Is it a short-term blip or a long-lasting slump? On Monday, we get the private Caixin PMI. Passengers in Hong Kong, right under silver, right here.
And finally, turning the markets, galvanizing OPEC official further meeting next week in Vienna. Oil and trackers worst weekly loss since 2011. The cartel and its allies are displaying a new commitment to achieving as a week for the top official. The OPEC slashed fugitive in China is threatening to vote. But the 23-nation coalition so far appears to guide their response. However, they're interested in the equity reporting Saudi Arabia calling out production cuts of 1 million barrels a day, which is dramatic double what it was previously.
Yeah, absolutely. Before the markets kind of pricing at 600,000. Let's get to the world news now with Jan Garrett. Hi, Jan. Anyway, good morning. Turkey and Russia may be inching towards that end confrontation in Syria. That's after an attack on Turkish positions in the rebel enclave that killed at least 33 Turkish soldiers yesterday. Bloomberg's Simon Demican has the story. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan held a crisis meeting with his top security officials after Turkey's military suffered its biggest single-day losses in an airstrike by its forces in Syria. Turkey says it will hit all Russian targets using ground and air forces in retaliation. In Istanbul, Simon Demican, Bloomberg Radio. But more on the coronavirus and how coronavirus outbreak has forced thousands of companies and schools to operate remotely. Now the city's protesters are planning to build virtual cities in a bid to sustain their momentum movement. The Hong Kong Civil Assembly team, which has helped numerous families before the city's protest, said it will hold an online event. That's on Saturday. Months of large-scale protests were first sparked by Albert Normanville that would have extraditions to China. In Germany, a political race has now won this weekend, and the local leader is taking part in an 8-week contest, which will decide who will be the party that ultimately the candidate to succeed as Chancellor. Bloomberg's Patrick Donahue has more.
Armin Laschet, the state premier of North Rhine-Westphalia, entered the race as incumbent this week after getting back into conservative Jens Spahn, favoring Vance, an old antagonist of Merkel's, in another bid to be the CEO. He lost in 2018 to Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, who spoke about her ambitions to replace Merkel. In Berlin, Patrick Donahue, your paper engineer.
The U.S. energy firm PG&E is facing a record fine of $2.1 billion. That's what's from the catastrophic wildfires that reached California in 2017 and 2018. The penalty will be the largest ever imposed on the state regulator. The decision replaced the fire saved federal $162 billion. PG&E says it's anticipated to run a increase. Good news 24 hours a day on the Patrick paper. That's my order 2,700 journalists and yeah, thank you so much. 30 minutes to open, starting to come down. This week's cover story read it and news source the trading information.
Crazy actions by the take of opportunities they see trading.
Plus how the coronavirus is impacting global economies and markets.
Business Week with Carol Lasser and Jason Kelly. Tomorrow morning at 8 on Bloomberg Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Climate change is the defining issue of our time. That's why we created Bloomberg Green. We will tell stories from every angle to provoke debate, spotlight solutions, and make sense of the redefine power generation. Bloomberg Green, solutions for a changing climate. Visit BloombergGreen.com. Founding partners: Amazon, HP, JLL, Egypt, and Tiffany & Company. BloombergGreen.com. Listen, as a hiring manager, I gotta tell you, the best job candidate isn't always the typical candidate. Sometimes they're a grad applicant. Meet the grads of Blue. Young adults have unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs. Sometimes the best candidates aren't the ones they're used to. Go to gradfly.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Council of Gradfly.org. Just find out you need across the globe on Bloomberg Day Break. This is Karen Moscow, and I'm Amy Orris. Join us today at 5 a.m. on Bloomberg Day Break. We're watching the markets as the coronavirus continues to spread. We speak with Lori Thomasina, RBC, and Democratic presidential hopefuls are carrying on course for Tuesday. Daybreak, weekday mornings at 5, followed by Bloomberg Surveillance at 7 on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Where the world is listening. Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Emily Chang. One of the biggest names in finance is sounding the alarm about the coronavirus. Bob Miner, who oversees over $200 billion equity investment issued for this dire warning.
This is possibly the worst thing I've ever seen in my career. And I've been through a lot. I've been through the stock market crash in '87. I went through the financial crisis. This has the potential to real something extremely serious.
To discuss the Toronto, we've got Global CPS Head of Research, Jay Jacobs. Would you agree?
I think the commentary might be a little bit extreme. I think that it's hoping that it's going to set in. This is not something that economists can plan out against. It's a model I think is serving is what's really hurting the financial markets right now. Not that what we're seeing is so dramatic yet. We just don't know the end.
Meantime, you've got companies canceling events. What do you see for tech?
This can actually be a very big positive for tech. I mean, we can all list this stuff at home economy. If you think about how people are going to have to leverage the internet for social media, for meetings, video, we're going to be buying all things on commerce. They're going to be entertaining themselves with video games and esports. So this could actually be a big win for tech because it's not impacted by travel or transportation and in-person experiences.
Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg Mobile app, or check your local cable listings. Focus. Headlines with breaking news 24 hours a day. Bloomberg.com. Bloomberg Business Flash. Bloomberg's European headquarters in London and watching here in time for Bloomberg Radio Business Flash. Now, the first week breaking news desk in Berlin. Today's morning call is Richard Karen. Richard, good morning.
Good morning, Roger. Equity markets are sharply more across the board in Asia today, and you get to two levels. Global equities about 7%, Kospi down is about 3%, Shanghai Composite down 3.75%, and the CSI down is about 6%. For U.S. equity futures, the S&P and EU NASDAQ futures are also lower, both down 9.1%, although both due to seasonal roll-off recession odds. European equities also sharply lower in the trend this morning. Under steps 50 with DAX backing off the time at all trading volumes was 1.9, which is about 6%. Trading bond markets even continuing up 6 basis points lower than spot 2%, reaching a new record low this morning, and the 10-year term fund multi-year 5 basis points lower at -1.59%. In the FX space, the dollar index is little changed, the Japanese yen and gains and losers for dollar DUI. In terms of European economic data today, we get February CPI readings from Germany and we in addition to German employment data. These are the central bank figures. We get the ECB's 5-month CPI today in addition to the meeting's holiday and FX. That's to read more about the breaking news is SQA low on the return budget.
Thanks, Richard. That's Bloomberg Business Flash. And I'm here to update you with the latest political news. Labour's handling anti-Semitism has dominated a TV debate between the three MPs hoping to lead the party. Keir Starmer told Livingston Jews bringing a massive row in the shadow cabinet over the issue. And went head-to-head with Lisa Nandy and Rebecca Long-Bailey in a contest to take over from Jeremy Corbyn, who will now be announced on April the 4th. In Malaysia, MPs are attacking the Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad, but announcing a call for Parliament to vote for a new leader. They say with respect to the country's monarch. Mahathir says that it's failed to find a candidate with a clear majority in Parliament, and the election should be called if lawmakers can't decide on the leader by March. And the talk of a coronavirus patient in Hong Kong has been found to have a low level Roger, let's get back to our top story and the reaction in markets. Stocks and people after yesterday's market had its worst session since 2011 yesterday. $5 trillion in global market cap has been raised a week ago. Citi expect Goldman Sachs now expect 0% growth in global earnings this year. At the same time, government bond yields are testing fresh lows as commodities have been savaged. Commodities have fallen across the 40% for more. We're joined by markets macro strategist for bonds are selling off more. But let's just start with equities first of all, because what seems to be really causing fear is not so much how much equities have dropped, but the speed of the drop. Are we seeing any signs of a bottom forming in equity markets that could signal a little bit of a turnaround next week?
Well, it's interesting what you said because yes, we were at peak for the S&P 500 only a week ago, so it's been quite a sharp sell-off, like 12%. And we're only at much further below this round there. But that being said, I think what we're seeing is a recalibration of global growth rates. So if we do expect that this virus could potentially take the global economy into contraction, if we look at previous recessions, so back in the early 2000s, the S&P 500 shed about half of its value. If we look at the global financial crisis, it was even more than that. So given where we are down at that 12%, it certainly points more room to go if that's the case.
Catching my eye, we got
So,
bonds, slowly. Gold is in the pavements.
Well, certainly we have seen gold come off at 7-year highs, but this largely reflects margin calls because when we look at the short sell-off that we're seeing in global equity markets, we need to see some shoring up of liquidity, so some profit taking in the gold market to actually cover those positions. So this is likely a near-term issue. I would expect that given just the risk-off sentiment that we are seeing, that we will continue to see gold in this environment.
Yeah, it's interesting because just a moment ago, you sort of hit the comparison to the global financial crisis. And look, we're seeing this market commentary throughout. It's all over today. If that is the case, what does it mean for bond markets? I mean, certainly with bond markets, we're pricing through Fed cuts by the end of the year. You see yields across the curve. You start to ask yourself, will we actually get steepening and get Fed cuts from the platform because QE start getting priced in?
Well, and that's certainly something that markets will have to grapple with right now because there's so much uncertainty right now. So I would expect that we do continue to see bonds bid both parts of the curve. Certainly the front end, if you look at it, just recently dipped below 1%, but back only a few years ago, the European debt crisis, it was closer to zero. So there's significant room for movement there. But I think largely at this stage, what we need to watch out for is whether we do see a containment in terms of the global spread peaking, or whether we see coordinated policy action coming in to try to put a lifeline to markets, or whether we begin to see better than expected economic data. Unlikely, but certainly that would provide some assuagement to current market fears.
Yeah, because we talk about bonds being big, but they're not necessarily across all of these. There's not an overall pattern to this. There are BTPs, for example, clearly there are specific issues there. That's hard to see where the yields will go lower and where perhaps will go higher.
So I think what we're seeing is just as we we're kind of spread more regionally. So now we are seeing the coronavirus in Italy, the potential containment risk there, the knock-on effects of the growth back down there. That is obviously playing out in the bond market, where the U.S. continues to remain a safe haven. So that's continually what's driving yields to the lower.
yeah, if you talk about havens, the yen seems to have gone back to low this week. Interestingly, all week we've been talking about the fact that the dollar has not been rallying on a quarterly basis, and I wonder what's behind that dynamic.
So we were taking a look at this yesterday, and it's quite interesting because we did see quite a sharp rally in the dollar over the past few sessions. It came off the past couple of sessions earlier than that. And so what prompted this was likely the coronavirus actually reaching the U.S. shore. So that probably some sentiment issues that are driving the dollar. But against this, we've seen a sharp rise in the euro because we're seeing demand for the euro because emerging market carry trades right now are coming under pressure, and the euro is a funding currency. So in order to cover those positions, we need to see demand for the euro, and then for the yen as well. We don't expect this strength to persist given the domestic factors. And then we've got extend the flight to cash. We're not seeing that quite yet. I think certainly we're not seeing people put cash in way more gas. More than a dozen or so countries have issued tighter travel restrictions. Financial decision makers will connect Bloomberg terminals, the buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and building an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that help power global markets. Even time to join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
Asset managers usage change, watching strategies, and distribution channel service. Technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, do you act with agility or decisiveness? Do you run your business strategically? Yet, the most competitive managers are in no with the right market and flexible operating platform. Change with SCI Investment Manager Services. Determination and operational strength have been essential factors for financial management. I'm Steve Meyer, President of SCI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SCI's integrated platform of data risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services. Position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us. With SCI Investment Manager Services, charge a daily marketplace. Learn more at SCIC.com/seize change. For 5 decades, NPAF has empowered clients to make smart decisions to achieve their business and personal financial goals. With tax deadlines approaching, we need an experienced high-level tax and advisory firm to help navigate this complicated landscape. NPAF, one of the top accounting firms in the country, is dedicated to solving complex tax and accounting challenges, identifying opportunities, and helping businesses maximize profits. Learn more at NPAFCPA.com.
Hey everybody, I'm Alex Steele from Wall Street.
Chris from Bloomberg Intelligence.
Each week we're going to give you in-depth research and data on some of the 2,000 companies and 130 industries we cover around the world.
This week, you may be surprised at how much lower U.S. interest rates have gone.
Plus, a look at the coronavirus and supply chain vulnerabilities.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele of Wall Street, Saturday at noon on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Sherry Ann.
The World Health Organization saying that we're at a decisive point in the fight against the coronavirus and Congress should move swiftly. But on the economic front, Christine Lagarde said she doesn't yet see the need for a policy response, bringing the World Island University of Chicago Group School of Business Professor Fund. So let's talk a little bit about central bank policy, because of course we also saw the BOK was already not cutting rates, and we have seen these banks now trying to use tools outside of the interest rate. How effective will those be?
Actually, you could have some modest effect on some of them. Clearly, I think at this point, it seems to move from extreme complacency in markets to extreme panic all in the space of 1 week. And we see that people have a sense that there is a limit to the spread of this virus, perhaps because of infections, or because there's some hope that some kind of antiviral solution can be found from one of the drug companies. But something has to be there to say this is what we can do. Get more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable listings. Broadcasting live to London on CAB Digital Radio, but head over 3 hours to Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1, Boston, Bloomberg 1061, San Francisco, Bloomberg 966, around the globe, Bloomberg Business app, BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Thanks for tuning in with us. Don't forget to listening to our strength of the Brussels. Good morning, everyone. I'm David Chimney.
Roger Henry, you're listening to Bloomberg Daybreak.
The next BNP market here in Europe, and we're seeing the second day of losses. Not quite as bad as yesterday on the stock sector, but down almost 3% on the 10-year benchmark. Taking a look across the also seeing the sort of move down 2.7%, CAC 30 year line was 3%, DAX IBEX, and we've seen NIB, well, DAX and IBEX lower by 3%, 30 year lower by 2.6%. The US equity market had a painful session yesterday, worst day since 2011, and we've also seen the fastest correction for US stocks from a record high in history. Looking to futures, we can see more declines today. Dow, S&P, and Nasdaq futures all lower by 3.7%. And global equities report their worst week since the financial crisis. Taking a look at one market here, of course, the beer factor is very much affected as well. The 10-year treasury yield on 920 handle down 6 basis points. Yields temporarily across the curve. The 2-year yield at 1% down 6%. The 5-year yield hitting 1% for the first time since 2016. 30-year yield 170 handle down 5 basis points. In Europe, we're seeing 10-year yield on slide to negative 59 by 5 basis points. 10-year gilt yield slides 5 basis points. 10-year BTP yield jumps 10 basis points. That's the outlier. If we take a look at FX markets, the yen is certainly at the same figure as shorts of today, up 7.7% on the yen. And if we take a look at the yen, we're trading at 108.85, and the dollar itself has seen a little bit of a weakness this week on a full-based basis, but they turn around with the same figure at shorts of the treasury line comes in. Also seeing commodities punished in terms of oil, WTI and Brent. Down more than 2.5%, Brent 58, WTI 45.79. Gold is pulling back though, interestingly down 6% and $6.29 an ounce.
Right, that's bringing us to a reminder of the main story. Today, of course, coronavirus cases are top in South Korea, across 6 countries, and more countries seeing their first infections. Bloomberg's Lauren Perez is reporting. The IOC says it's committed to the Olympics in Tokyo as planned. Japan is closing schools to limit the spread. Disney is closing its parks in Japan for at least 2 weeks. And Tokyo wants to be spending package of $45 billion. Elsewhere, Nigeria confirms a case, the first in sub-Saharan Africa. In a curious twist, the pet dog of a Hong patient has the virus. On a positive note, in China, the discharged patients outnumber new infections on March 10 to 1. 3,600 people going home. In Hong Kong, very slower day right. And the International Olympic Committee says it's committed to spending the Olympics in Tokyo as planned. Japan is closing schools to limit the spread. Disney is closing its parks in Japan for at least 2 weeks. Tokyo wants a new spending package of $45 billion. Elsewhere, very worryingly, Nigeria confirms the case, which is the first in sub-Saharan Africa. And Ron Curious just the pet dog of a Hong Kong patient has a low level of the virus. But on a positive note, in China, discharged patients now outnumber new infections on now 10 to 1. 8,600 are going there.
German newspaper Bild also reporting an estimated 1,000 people are isolated in the German district of Heinsberg in North Rhine-Westphalia after an outbreak in the region. Now, JP Morgan has curbed non-essential global travel, removed marks an escalation in its travel precautions. They previously been limited to regions where the spread of the virus has been heaviest.
And the turmoil in the markets is galvanizing OPEC officials ahead of their meeting next week in Vienna. With oil on track for its worst weekly loss since 2011, the cartel and its allies are displaying a quite renewed commitment to reaching their deals, according to each top official. The outbreak slashed fuel demand in China, threatening global growth, but the 23-nation coalition has so far been divided over its response.
And in corporate news, ThyssenKrupp will sell its elevator division to a group backed by Advent and Silvan. The deal is worth over 17 billion euros. That makes it Europe's biggest private equity deal in a decade. The consortium beat out a rival bid from including Blackstone and Carlyle. The ThyssenKrupp deal is a much needed injection of cash. And if we take a step back and think about where to go next with markets, it's interesting because Scott Minor, who see a lot in this Korea, Roger, he says that this is one of the worst things he has seen in terms of the coronavirus threat. And that said, when the coronavirus spreads further in the US, stocks could potentially fall as much as 14% over the next year. He says he's most concerned about the virus's potential to spread globally and the Fed's limited tools to blunt its impact. And not only that, but in terms of the different calls that we're getting from banks, so you've got Bank of America cutting their 2020 forecast for global growth to 2.8%, so the global economy could be heading for its worst year since the financial crisis. Then you've got Citigroup, Goldman, JP Morgan, all slashing earnings estimates for stocks. Citi now expecting zero growth in global corporate earnings for 2020. Goldman expecting no
a repeated way of the financial crisis, or at least in terms of the effect. But let's now go back to our top story, obviously about the virus and its impact, particularly in terms of the health impact across the world. Numbers in North Korea topping 2,000, for example. Japan apparently becoming the centre of concern because of suspicions that the official infection rallies aimed at the tip of the iceberg of a much wider outbreak. Let's get now live to Hong Kong, where Bloomberg's Stephen England is standing by. Stephen, good morning to you. First of all, this whole virus suggests that there may be far more cases in Japan than anyone, including the officials, seem to think.
Yeah, that's right. Japan right now has more than 200 cases, and that's not including the 705 cases that came from the Diamond Princess cruise ship. They're separating those out, so that's nearly 1,000. But the numbers might be significantly higher. There's been limited testing there, and also they've been very limited in travel bans. They've only banned travelers from Hubei province and Wuhan. Other Chinese from other provinces can't go to Japan. Hong Kong people can go to Japan and elsewhere. So there's been a bit of a concern there. Also, the Japanese authorities say they can test about 3,800 people a day, but they've admitted they've only done 5,700 tests since February 18th. So some have criticized the Japanese as well under testing. They also have no CDC, Center for Disease Control Antibodies in Japan, and that operates very severe effects. So it's been a lot of criticism at Japan.
There's also been criticism that the US children, and that's been one of the things that's caught the lion's attention most overnight and the US actually yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the United States could have a ticking time bomb, of course. I know we've seen a lot this year, but we're seeing a number of concerns economically, obviously, both effects and causes. Chief executive strategist over television earlier saying that U.S. companies will generate no earnings growth in 2020, in part because of this negative effect of this virus. JP Morgan, they're restricting all non-essential travel globally, not just to parts of Asia or other markets, they're talking globally. So this is concerning, obviously, because we're also getting mention of California now monitoring some 8,400 cases after those people traveled to Asia. We're also hearing from the Food and Drug Administration, they have confirmed they're having a drug shortage related to the virus.
Yeah, we're just hearing the Swiss government has banned events of more than 1,000 people as a way, I guess, of trying to avoid the spread. One of the concerns was this was about what's happening in the US in terms of the US attempts to deal with it. Not a lot of confidence, perhaps, in what the White House is leading there, not least because of the suggestion that they actually sent the wrong kids or kids that don't belong to officials trying to deal with cases.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump and the White House, the confidence is rooted in that. Just confidence. The science says something different because this virus knows no boundaries and is not discriminatory towards race and color and creed, as we found out with all the cases around the world. In Europe, Germany, 48 cases now. We're hearing 1,000 people are being isolated in one particular district. Italy, 528 total. There's no reason to believe that the United States would be, devoted to that.
Stephen Angle, great to have you with us from Hong Kong. Let's get to the world news from Hungary. Taiwan, good morning. This starts in Syria, where Turkey may be coming close to a military confrontation with Russia. That's after an airstrike killed at least 93 Turkish soldiers. Officials say that national guard regime will pay a quote heavy price for the attack. Turkey has refrained from directly blaming Russia for the incident. Instead, it's trying to persuade the government to drop its support to Damascus. Now, more on coronavirus. In Hong Kong, the virus outbreak has
Education and medicine, it's a sharper finance as well. He's making the Regis and Alice of the University of Chicago Bull School to the mighty era of MGM Partners and the linkage between the stock correction and the buoyant bear market. Index demand down at 7 a.m. Paradise is another and closer than you think. Catch a flight to the Bahamas and head to the Cove on Paradise Island, just 20 minutes from Nassau International Airport. There you'll find the Gem of Paradise, an all-suite luxury hotel that raises the bar among distinguished resort destinations. The Cove, elegantly situated on miles of private beach, features open-air magnificent suites, fine dining, all adult and family pools, lavish cabanas, and breathtaking views of the ocean from every single room. What's more, visit near station of the Cove. You'll have the option to explore all 171 acres and the fantastic and exciting Atlantis Paradise Island has to offer. From a massive casino, water slides, a lazy river, surfing arenas, luxury shops, and activities for absolutely everyone. Stay at the Cove. Play at Atlantis Paradise. It's closer than you think. Call 1-877-VIP or visit the Cove at AtlantisBahamas.com.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial mentor involved to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing. No company wants to be involved in an international dispute, but when disagreements arise, you need expertise in your scope. Take a closer look at ICDR, the International Center for Dispute Resolution. Backed by the longevity and strength of the American Arbitration Association, the ICDR is the world's leading provider of cross-border dispute resolution services, handling more cases than any other institution. Find out how global expertise matters. Visit ICDR.org. This is the story of Judy Guido. She's a leukemia and lymphoma society advocate and the mother of a child who battled blood cancer. So I was diagnosed with AML, a deadly leukemia, when I was only 5. While the treatment really attacked the cancer, unfortunately it also attacked his body. Uncontrollable fevers, terrible nosebleeds, and his skin was burned from the inside out. He died at just 9 years old, really from the treatment that was meant to save him. The Leukemia and Lymphoma Society was founded 70 years ago by parents who also lost their child to cancer. Today, we're pioneering breakthrough treatments for kids with cancer. We're so close to finding better treatments for kids with cancer. So it's too late to save die, but working together, we can save thousands of kids just like that. Visit LLS.org and save a child's life.
Our summer performance University will bring you another Saturday coverage along with Bloomberg Washington correspondent Evan Cervantes.
Volatility in this race.
Super Tuesday, the primary season is night.
What issues make a difference? It's going to get very close, very close. When you reaction as we do it.
Special coverage begins Tuesday at 8 on Bloomberg, Bloomberg Television, and BloombergRadio.com. Enjoy conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Emily Chang.
U.S. politics from frontrunner Senator Bernie Sanders are meddling in the election to help him perhaps close the goals of boosting President Trump. Other nations keep wanting to putting down, Jackson Founder of the National Security Institute, who works on surveillance, cybersecurity, and other national security matters. So, given the tension between the U.S. and China more recently, could China be getting in there as well?
I think absolutely. And what I mean, the Russians have very successfully conducted operations against the Spanish racist team. Chris Kretz, the head of CISA at DHS,
particular, they see benefiting to have this chaos in the American style of Russian, right? Russian, they have a Canada around, they sort of all nations, putting U.S. stamps, pushing each other, and not pushing the outside threat and challenging the world. That's when they benefit. Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable listings. Focus. Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com. Bloomberg is app and on Bloomberg. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash. From Bloomberg's European headquarters in London, I'm Roger Geary, time for Bloomberg Radio Business Flash. Now over to Bloomberg's Tatiana Dalia in our London studio for today's morning call. Tatiana, good morning.
Good morning, Roger. The sell-off continues with global stocks on track for their worst week since the financial crisis. The SOX 600 is down about 2% and on pace for a 6% loss this week. Markets in Asia were also under pressure with the most sectors falling by 3%. And turning to the U.S., futures were sharply in the red with our futures down 400 points, S&P down 32, and
It just blanked right out. Building, putting blocks in, and just blanked right out.
Regarding earnings this morning, British Airways said its parent company AIG is down 9% after saying it can't forecast earnings this year due to the virus. And German giant BASF says the chemical industry would see its lowest growth since 2008. In M&A news, Tyson Group says it will sell its elevator unit to a group backed by Advent International and Segment for 17 billion euros. That makes it the biggest private equity deal in Europe in a decade. And wrapping things up on the economic front this morning, look for CPI data in Germany and Italy, and unemployment in Germany. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Tatiana Daria, and for more breaking news, just join SQUA on your terminal. Roger.
Thanks, Tatiana. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now here's Dan Garrett with more of what's going on around the world.
Roger, thank you. We'll start with some breaking news this hour. Hokkaido, Japan, has declared a state of emergency, and that's due to the coronavirus. NHK reporting that now Hokkaido is also calling on all residents to stay inside this weekend. We'll bring you all online throughout the morning. Now, new cases of the coronavirus keep appearing not only in China, New Zealand, and Lithuania have reported their first infections. So has Nigeria. The number of cases in South Korea has now gone over 2,000. Meanwhile, the US is moving to explore the number of people being tested. Health authorities are having travelers from several new countries, thus estimating on unexplained severe respiratory illness. And here in the UK, Labour's handling of anti-Semitism has dominated a TV debate between three MPs heading to the party. Keir Starmer told reporters G3 that it was massive opposition to cabinet over that issue. He went head-to-head with Elon Bailey in the contest to take the hand of Jeremy Corbyn. The winner will be announced in April. Global news came out today on air and predicted by Bloomberg. Now it's run more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries, and the end of this is clear. Negra, Leanne, thank you so much. Let's get back to our top story, and markets reeling around coronavirus fears saw the worst day since 2011, but the S&P 500 yesterday, the fastest correction on record although these days for their worst week since 2009. Obviously, bond yields plunging as well, certainly in the corporate and treasury yields below 120, down 7 basis points, and the 2-year yield sitting at 1%. The low Halifax on a 98 handle. With us in the studio, Gina Taylor, fund manager in Invesco's multi-asset team. She manages the Invesco Global Targeted Income Fund. Gina, great to have you with us. On a day like today, when you see a reaction cross asset like this, what do you do? It's difficult. I feel like I've done a bit work before arriving at the studio. I think there are two incredibly important things. First of all, short-term risk management of the portfolio. What do you do? Do you take a view on whether, how long this can persist for? But for a multi-asset investor, it's actually about the relationship between all of the different elements of the portfolio. And for us, it's not really about the equity market move. To be honest, we scenario test for that. We think about the risks around equity markets. It's been more about how other things are reacting. So things like the currency markets have been a little bit surprising. The bond market has continued to outperform, so that's
time I've spoken to you.
Yeah, you mentioned the currency markets being a bit strange. Also, I think people were surprised initially over the weekend about this one. It seems to. But the other issue is gold, which again, people thought would be very much a rush to in the situation. Again, whatever. Least express
No
the
signal.
FX and the
I think particularly on the currency side, I think there's a flow of funds issue here, investor positioning, not necessarily for huge overweights or underweights, but I think because we've had a period of low interest rates, people have been forced into areas around the world, particularly the US dollar, I think, outside of the yen issue, that a lot of European investors had already been exposed to the US dollar. It's been the one place where you can get an absolute return, if you like, on your currency position. And we're almost seeing a yen effect happening with the euro, right? The intention that as investors sitting in Europe think about, okay, these risks are increasing, the Fed may significantly cut rates, but actually more importantly, they just may want to take their money home. You start to get quite a different flows of money around the world, maybe then moving into areas that you wouldn't necessarily expect. And I think also there's been an issue with gold and its relationship with real interest rates as well. So again, these kind of connections and connectivity between some of these areas which have responded to slightly different reasons in the recent past. We're seeing some of that play out in markets right now, paying some multi-asset investors, because you're not necessarily getting the level of diversification in the portfolio you would have expected. You need to do different things.
It's really interesting about what you say about investors potentially taking money home, because all week I've been asking, why is the dollar not been trading like it was, let's say, maybe this week, and perhaps that's one of the reasons. Also, in terms of not necessarily taking on cue or being as interested in the equity market, is that because the equity market in some ways has been last to move on recent years? We saw, of course, the bond market move first, the commodity markets in terms of oil and copper, and to a certain extent FX as well. And if that is the reason, where are you taking your cue now to make your next move towards this?
I think the equity market, yeah, I think it's quite fast to move, and I think that's why the move's looking quick to some degree, because the interest rate priced in across different asset classes was pretty consistent. The growth being priced in across different asset classes is very different. So, the equity market benefited from a low discount rate. It is now starting to price in the growth element, which will always offset it. Any model will always offset the low discount rate that we benefited from. So I think for us, it's going back to equity market exposure anyway. I think the interesting debate is maybe credit versus equity, yes, because if we get a policy response, maybe that won't be enough to stay up in equities, because if you're pricing in a big growth recovery or stability growth anyway, but maybe it does. It might just be referring us as defaults. Maybe they don't come through initially. So maybe within a multi-asset context, you hold on to some credit exposure, even as you reduce your equity exposure within this, trying to take a bit of a longer term view, responding to today and next week. And then I think it's about finding maybe not always risk off ideas, but maybe risk on ideas that work but don't involve equity markets. So there are some currencies around the world which still look interesting, they continue, but euro view kind of change. That's also risk on view really in the past, where people are potentially not moving that way yet, but it's certainly part of the discussion. I think the other part that's really interesting is volatility. So for years and years and years and years and years, we haven't had any really volatility, and it's starting to come through now. And one area that has been interesting is the currency market. Volatility has been quite a lot there. If you have the ability to buy that, that is one way to kind of push your ability to get something. The asset classes are
I guess one of the things is how you read the shape of this crisis. It's a buzzword in some ways, because you've had earlier on talking about the U-shaped crisis. Even now talking about a U-shaped crisis, actually kind of other shapes coming in. But we are moving from China about even going back to like the post-viral like situation almost. Is it right to look at that and then start thinking about that? I mean, if the shape of this new shape of things is working out that way?
I think the dilemma is whether the coronavirus is just accelerating something that's underway anyway. We've been very focused on profit margins and whether they can start to come under pressure. And I think the V versus the U versus the L, depending on when you come out the other side, has to be an ongoing debate. And I think
just suggesting maybe that margin compression is starting to come through. And I suppose one element of that to be able to
No signal.
accelerate that effect is cost inflation. And one view, macro view, has been an extended period of time lower inflation expectations, maybe the supply shock we get derails that slightly. So people probably would be worried kind of about LCAP, but it's hard to know something. Right, LCAP, okay, of course Citigold and JP Morgan talking about zero profit growth. With the LCAP then, does that mean that you expect cuts, perhaps more, even QE from the Fed, but that it's not going to work? I think that's the problem. I think there always has to be a monetary policy response to some degree, and we're not making big calls on that, but I think the way the market has moved to risk force policy makers to now think about funding risk monetary policy response, I think the debate has to be on targeted stimulus, the fiscal response gets more airtime again, and it's just how much that could do. So that's something that's just an ongoing area of focus. Georgina Taylor, fund manager of Investors multi-asset team. Great to have you with us in the studio. Thank you so much. I'm talking about the market fallout and how is the equity market over here in Europe. We still see red on the screen. The Stoxx 600 down 3.8%. US futures getting hit as well, down more than 1.5%. Dow, S&P, and Nasdaq futures this week.
With the ambulance across the hour, time for James Sports from around the world. Here's Pete Fox. Hockey in St. Louis, the Islanders will blow a 2-0 lead, losing in overtime to St. Louis Blues. Head coach Barry Trotz.
That's an injury I thought he refused to get possibly he got a lot of runs every 6 and then tried to do it and for 250 weeks. And the guys got back pressure and they wanted to totally east-west louder rating and we didn't have no space to do that. We just went to hustle and then generated zero offense. We were unable to play the team that's presented. The first 10 minutes of the second period.
Rangers continue to roll. They won 5 in a row and 9 of 10 after a 5-2 win in Montreal over the Canadiens. Ryan Strome with a pair of goals, number 17 and 18, the first of which came on the power play. Bruins 2-game losing streak comes to an end as the Stars of TD Garden 4-3. Marchand with a goal and assist, Nick Ritchie the save, and Pasternak getting the game winner. Capitals were blanked by the Jets in Winnipeg 3-0, and it's San Jose Sharks hitting the Devils in the overtime frame 3-2. 95 Central Lumber NBC World Sports Update.
From the front edge of the outside world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com on the Bloomberg Business app and on Wednesday on Bloomberg. This is WBDR New York, Bloomberg 1130.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
It's announcing for the first time in business a star of actually beginning to break down. Do you expect that there will be some type of slowdown recession beyond 2019?
Although covering hasn't recovered and there are areas of fragility and it's before trade war setting nowhere and the tariffs shrinking into the other and Bloomberg Daybreak Europe with Annette and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio. Good morning from London. I'm Anna Edwards. Matt Miller and I co-hosted the International Meetings live from Frankfurt today. It's ready to the end tonight and the European Central Bank will get a little bit later on today. Listen to Daybreak Europe live on the DAB digital radio and through many other means. We used to take the market to that every 15 minutes. Here on the Reverse Radio, that's the incredible market moving 40 points, top 600 Europe by 3.7%. Once again, it's every weekend. The FTSE 100 now 3.6%. The CAC down 3.7%. The Central DAX down by 1.4%. The FTSE Mid and the IBEX actually one index down the core market. Certainly the FTSE Mid down by 3%, which is less than Germany. Both positions switching in a European context from Italy to Germany as we learn about a court recovery around a number of residents in Heinsberg, close to the Dutch border. So this is something that the market is following very heavily. US futures also quite lower, down by around 1.5% on all of the major US markets. Futures at this point of the trading day. Yesterday we saw markets at 4% on the nation Wall Street averages. And we hear a lot of buying stick going on, so those policies like Ireland, Ariane, Muriel Rubini, Scott Ryan, giving very cautionary
certainly not yet speak a few of those three individuals. Let's look at some other assets for
No
you.
signal.
Commodities continue to slide. Even gold prices are weak yesterday. A bit of a margin call effect there, perhaps a week, 1% of gold, 1,637 a troy ounce. Oil prices continue to slide. So 50.90 is where we trade your Brent. So just jumping off that 50 level on the Brent price is not really a bit of a at the moment. And in the FX markets, we're weaker once again on the dollar. The yen falling that same rate of much even though we see the Northern Ireland of Japan calling a state of emergency now when it comes to coronavirus. The euro also benefiting a little bit from a bit of heavy states versus the dollar right now. So the euro is up by 3.1%. And now that's joins us for a Brent first. And just mention that you're there for Bundesbank later on.
Yeah, absolutely. What a day to speak to a central banker. I'm going to go over and talk just after noon your time to Jens Weidmann, the president of the Bundesbank, and ask him, what do you do? I mean, I wonder if they have a game plan for such global epidemics, if you want. A lot of people have been using the word pandemic today. I'm not sure justified it or not. But, have the ECB considered, do they have a contingency for this kind of thing?
It's very interesting that because we were talking earlier to Munich Re, and certainly the message coming from there was a lot of businesses were choosing not to insure themselves against the pandemic, perhaps because it would be too expensive.
I mean, yeah, he said they'd be happy to insure them. Of course, for $1 trillion, you can buy an insurance plan for any
Price. But your point being that it might be very expensive.
I have a feeling it could be impossible to insure. How you would insure yourself against the force of God? What's it then the reinsurer do?
Well, you need to make that easy. But companies deciding not to make that investment in insurance, then our central banks, they have a plan. I just keep going back to the start of 2008, the height really of the financial crisis, so we saw all these global central banks come together to take some kind of decided action. And here, just as there are plenty of other activities laid out on where we see that resolution come from.
By the way, be thankful that you're home at least, Sandra. Because I feel like if we have this kind of 20 days to live or whatever scenario where, all the cars are stopped in the winter, how do you get back to my mom?
Yeah, but you're saying you're happy in general.
I'm happy here, but I need my mom, especially on a day like today. Let me get over to Nick Watson here. He's a little more calm, cool, and collected. I'm a fund manager at Henderson Global Investors. Maybe I'm breaking out too much. Maybe I'm panicking a little bit too much. But when I see such incredible superlatives, the fastest drop from the high that we've seen for the S&P 500 of all time, when I see stocks just fall through the floor like this, I start to worry. Is anyone going in to buy yet?
I've got to ask you open this. My parents left me trying to tell her today, and they came down when they checked out. You can see how it has a shitty impact on business surveillance and things like that. It feels at the moment like there's so much uncertainty, and a lot of the selling is to the industry. You might see huge amounts of dispersion in the market against some of the things parts of equities, oil and oil policy parts. Yes, there is a gap in certain earnings with some green and beverage companies, but it feels to me like this is more for a rush for the exit. There's not a huge amount of buying on the other side of it. Yes, yields are low, but no one's buying gold, for example, which is what you would naturally expect in that sort of environment. So this feels like not a panic stage, certainly the saving things are just taking money off the table. The final point I make is you look at pretty much any asset class over the past 5 to 10 years, you are suffering pretty significant capital gains.
59 seconds to power off. President to cancel.
When it comes to this conversation, we start out that we
50 seconds to power off. President to cancel. 40 seconds to power off. President to cancel. 30 seconds to power off. President to cancel. 20 seconds to power off. President to cancel. 10 seconds to power off. President to cancel.
Where would
not power. Oh,
I mean, I noticed, and we talked about it on television earlier, that gold is back down again now to 1634. But if you want to put money in the bonds right now, they're already so big that the yield is down to 1.18. That's a 10-year treasury yield, 1.18. Yeah, I mean, I think that's interesting. We've had this conversation pretty much any stage over the past 5 or 6 years. And you're talking about currency gold, so that currency bonds here, yields are too low. And they just kept on getting crushed even lower. So, I mean, non-taxable bonds is probably the safest haven asset, but let's say you head to a scenario where you have a policy response to the next couple of weeks. Actually, the coronavirus impact does turn out to be transitory. You probably don't want to be necessarily holding this asset for safety assets, which perform so strongly in the sell-off. So, I think gold would be interesting given it's not going to be quite like the rest of the safe haven assets. And then you can also think about your currency exposure, things like the yen, things like the euro, maybe surprisingly happy to need that safe haven protection.
It's interesting to think about we think about the range of assets we see is pretty commodities is another one that is being really sort of oil prices $50 a barrel on Brent and at any other time or in economies which are not disrupted by much yet by coronavirus and that's the majority of the global plays. At this point those plans get back to some sort of short-term driver of demand.
You would have thought so, but I mean, if you're a company at this stage, I don't necessarily go to think, well, there's a bit of uncertainty, the price is low, I'm really scared of some capital here. And I think there's too much uncertainty at the moment. Some corporates have got quite a right to sort of sat on their hands a little bit and wait for some direction of travel. The other observation I made about this uncertain policy response, in 2008, first of all, rates were high to start with, and also there's a degree of comfort that this wasn't a credit crunch financial markets type of event. This is a big difference. This is potentially more structural on the global.
Yes, it's a supply side issue too. I mean, what does anybody else do about that?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, it's true because the FBASF is a big supply chain issue. That's what they're almost affected by right now. But it isn't. So waiting on demand for the
and how do you simulate that supply side response? I mean, you can think about things like fiscal policy, but then that's a much more longer term play. It actually does that to help get trucks in the right place to deliver goods to factories. I'm not sure if that's in the short term.
Likewise with demand. I mean, Hong Kong is handy for $3,200 in cash, right? Which normally, good, I'm going to go out and buy whatever. If I see markets falling like this, and if I see stocks losing so much value so quickly, I'm just going to hold on to that cash. I don't want to buy anything.
I think that sounds acceptable. I know things fly was being miles. I mean, that's what I say, huge amount of price appreciation. You can go and pick that up, but obviously, significantly higher price than you would a week ago. You can see those sort of disasters stimulate demand, but then also you do need people to be active, to be on the street, and to probably feel quite comfortable with their job to go ahead and maybe spend some of the cash. I'm not sure it's quite so many people who are rushing to make big purchases right now.
Yeah, thanks very much, Richard. So there's lots of fun and training global investors perspective here on radio and
Yeah, fantastic having Nick with us on a day like today. Let's get over to Leanne Garens now for more global news headlines.
Good morning. Now more on that top story on that last voice discovery new cases of coronavirus appearing outside of China, New Zealand and Lithuania have reported their first infections. So has Nigeria. The number of cases in South Korea has now gone over 2,000. Meanwhile, the US is nearing to expand the number of people being tested. Local authorities are having trials like several of these countries. Plus, they'll test anyone with unexplained severe respiratory illness. In other news, Turkey and Russia may be inching towards direct confrontation in Syria. That's after an attack on Turkish positions in the Rebel Halva enclave killed at least 33 Turkish soldiers. That was yesterday. Bloomberg summoned down house for those details. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan held a crisis meeting with his top security officials after Turkey naturally suffered its biggest single-day losses in an airstrike on its forces in Syria. Turkey says it will hit all Russian targets using ground and air forces in retaliation. It is founders with Derek Hand and Birthday Rate Europe. Crossing over to Europe and Germany, political race goes on this weekend, and the local CDU is taking part in an 8-week contest which will decide who will lead the party and ultimately be the candidate to succeed Netherlands Chancellor Nicolas Patrick.
Armin Laschet, the state premier of North Rhine-Westphalia, entered the race as confident this week, after getting backing from conservative Jens Spahn.
PG&E is facing a record fine of $2.1 billion after storm and catastrophic wildfires that raged in California in 2017 and 2018. The penalty would be the largest ever imposed for the state regulator. The decision increased the fine limit by about $262 million. PG&E says it's disappointed by that increase. River News 25 today on the quickly from Bloomberg. Paris randomly placed 700 German sun analysts among 120 countries. And the games, there's history about it, and that's very much the work just dwelling a little on the except concerning it that we are seeing here that deeper in the world we see of the equities, although frankly since the 2008 crisis we've seen corrections coming thick and fast at the loss of 10% on equity markets. And in fact, if you think about from market peaks, these are the fastest, we've seen the fastest correction on record on the S&P from its high.
I think that's key to remember. I mean, we were at an all-time high just a couple of weeks ago, if not at some point during the last week, really, we're at an all-time high on a lot of these index funds. The S&P 500 on the stock 600. So it's amazing that we have gone from that much enthusiasm, maybe an exuberant amount, to a more than 10% correction. And on the stock 600, I know if we continue at this level, this is going to be the worst close that we've had since 2011 on German stocks, on European stocks, I should say. So it's definitely worth watching everyone pile into bonds. The U.S. 10-year yield at 1.18% is over.
I'm Lisa O'Brien. We'll also take a look at China manufacturing data and implications for commodities.
As you're a number of businesses leveraging NPAF, a full-service CPA and advisory firm, is dedicated to understanding you and your operations, providing specialized client services to businesses, financial institutions, nonprofits, and high-net-worth individuals. Contact us today to learn how we can help you minimize taxes and maximize profits. NPAF, CPAs and advisors, celebrating 50 years of sophistication and excellence. Learn more at npafcpa.com. Tom's been a teacher for 40 years. I'm going to be going to see I also was able to say these spots out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry when I talked about the change for lines, but it's still fun.
When something feels different, it could be all right. Now it's a total compliment. At AIM.org/Barstores to learn more. Limited Hospital Association and Calculation.
The business of sports, where the money is going, inside sports, around the globe. Hello, I'm Michael Gomez, Scott Sunday, Asian Soccer Wicked season number 25 this weekend with City Clubs. This week we sit down with former Liverpool FC CEO and current Nashville Club CEO Ian Bloomberg Business of Sports tonight at 7 on Bloomberg 11 Trio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Also available on our podcast on iTunes. Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Emily J.
One of the biggest names in finance is sounding the alarm about the coronavirus. Scott Miners, who oversees over $200 billion at Guggenheim Investments, issued this dire warning.
Well, this is possibly the worst place I've ever seen it in my career. And, I've been through a lot. I did the stock market crash in 87. I went through the financial crisis. This has the potential to real something extremely serious.
In discussing Toronto, we've got Global CPS Head of Research, Jay Jacobs. Would you agree?
There might be a little bit extreme bigger concern here is the unknown. Looking at those things is going to end. This is not something that economists can point out and get stick as a model. I think the uncertainty is what's really hurting the financial markets right now. Not that, what we've seen is so dramatic yet. We just don't know the endpoint.
Meantime, you've got companies canceling events. What do you see for tech?
This could actually be a very big positive for what's happening. We can call this the second home economy. If you think about how people are going to have travel and transportation and in-person experiences.
Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable listings. August headlines of Washington 24 hours a day, washingtonpost.com. But it's an
Probably they took in the calendar it was different Arabia business crash. So route, correction, a measure of panic using wisely. The European equities are tumbling, heavy volumes, global markets retreat in the face of around 47 countries. US stock 600 at the moment down by 3.9%, heading for the worst week since 2008. That dropped 4.1%. European market remains vulnerable, and we think it is halfway through the next correction. That's according to Société Générale top asset crashes this morning. It follows the plunge that we saw overnight in Asian equities also on Thursday. All three major US indexes ended down more than 10% from their record highs. US futures at the moment being pummeled ahead of the market rate. Americans were down 1.6% at the S&P 500 futures at the moment. Digits now expect zero growth in global earnings for all of 2020. In terms of bond markets, Italian bonds tumbled, yields jumped 10 basis points now. Bonds advanced, yields down 5 basis points at negative 60. Yields on the 10-year US government bonds hit fresh record lows. So currently we are at 1.19%, the benchmark. The 10-year yield down 7 basis points. Zero found a crazy idea. It really depends on the recession risk view. And as for the commodity market, Bloomberg Commodity Index hit a new low this morning. Oil of WTI crude sinking. Right now trading at $45 a share barrel. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. And here's where I'm going more on what goes on around the world. Caroline, thank you. Let's bring you more on the coronavirus outbreak. He said that South Korea has jumped above 2,000. Japan's facing also the huge of the virus. Nigeria has confirmed the case of the first in sub-Saharan Africa. Officials say Hong Kong cannot further test to confirm if the infection can be spread to pets. That's what the doctors want to have a quote the level of the virus. Now, I also just want to bring you some breaking news. Switzerland has found events with over 1,000 people that's populated by ideas, and that found on until March 15th. Now, in other news, here in the UK, Labour's campaign of anti-Semitism has dominated a TV debate between three MPs hoping to lead the party. Keir Starmer told Republicans in Dewsbury there were massive levels of shadow candidates over the issue. He went head-to-head with Lisa Nandy and Rebecca McBain in the contest to take over from Jeremy Corbyn. The winner will be announced on April the 4th. And finally, teenage environmental campaign Greta Thunberg will make a speech at a protest in Bristol later, where tens of thousands are expected to join her. The 17-year-old found on the scene starting movement in 2018, wanting millions of students worldwide to walk her lessons. Aidan and Sanford police afternoon demonstrations have grown so large due to safety measures both now in place. Good news from around the day, and a quick take by Bloomberg. Now it's by 700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Jan Jones, this is Bloomberg.
Ontario and 13.
In the city, time to get to Bloomberg Opinion. Today, we're going to go over to Marcus Ashworth, who's writing about the market impact of the coronavirus, specifically how the outbreak is impacting corporate debt. So we're so caught up, Marcus, in the cascading equities, global stocks route that we look at the treasuries, but otherwise fixed income is not really on my radar right now. What's happening?
Well, it should be because that's why I got you on. It's full homeowners, but I think that the equity market's been caught napping, and it's panicking to get itself back into a more balanced situation with regards to cash in its portfolio. A lot of passive funds, there's a shoal effect here that they all have to do the same thing at the same time. I think it's done, and it would be great says it's probably the perfect time to buy into the weekend. This is when people have to clear out and get themselves into cash and call it, and they have to even do it because the risk that something terrible comes out of the weekend. More times than not, that never actually transpires. And look, I think the world has to get a bit more realistic about a number of things. One is This is a governmental response and only really we should be looking at here is the G20. We should be looking towards the ECB, Fed said the Fed, it's in the back of the van, these guys are not doing anything in a rush, and they're probably right to. I mean, look, you will with markets, best way to cover well, massive discretion support, and that's what I'm hurt. It's on trade insurance, that's what I'll have a call. But the market price in the story, that seems to my mind ridiculous. I think, of course, the market's bullying the Fed, and so far as saying that so sounds correct, you just comment on
So you could cure, well, I guess it's recovered from the same. Yeah, you could recover from it, can't you?
whatever that expression.
Yeah. But so we need to keep that in mind, obviously, and I've been asking this question already about global share, where that's going to come from, because remember at the time of the financial crisis, it was kind of central banks that kind of came together and did those coordinated rate cuts. This is different. So using this, which is the G20 has said, what could they do with the current market? I think this gets us outside the realms of financial analysis, I suppose, but is it something to do with the commitment of money and all following the same rules?
Well, I think, all economies do some organizations that they do something and some they do. I mean, if you do something, so
those are my mistakes.
I mean, everything is undoubtedly an intercession of the journey seems to be just about beginning properly. You sure to allow to actually put this temporary rate on the quite zero budgetary requirements. Everything the European Commission needs to do is to relax it. But wake up and simply look at what the UK is doing, unfortunately. Look at what Japan ought to be doing, we will be doing very soon because they've just upped their sales tax and more straight into a deficit of 23 quarter GDP. The world needs to shift to fiscal stimulus away from monetary. Here is the perfect reason to do so. I'll share more time with you because I have an interview with Jens Weidmann later today. I'm going to run them up as two questions. No, I want you to have a good question. I can tell you after the show. I want to know also, what can he do? What should he do? What is the central bank plan for a supply side problem? They can't do anything, right? Very much.
So we'd have to have that. Brent crude dipping below $50 a barrel, just not steady down for the first time since December 2018. European equity market is now down by 4.2% on the stock 600. US futures down more than 2% like this. Taxes are one of the certainties of life, but what worked for corporate taxpayers in the past may not work today. Eisner-Amper can help. Visit EisnerAmper.com/tax certainty. That's EisnerAmper.com/tax certainty.
Across the globe on Bloomberg Daybreak.
This is Karen Moscow, and I'm Amy Morris. Join us today at 5 a.m. on Bloomberg Daybreak. We're watching the markets as the coronavirus continues to spread. We speak to Lori Calvasina at OBC, and Democratic presidential hopefuls are gearing up for Super Tuesday.
Bloomberg Daybreak. Weekday mornings at 5, followed by Bloomberg Surveillance at 7 on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Asset managers who sees changes in market strategy to add distribution channels and exploit the technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, being accurate typically works effectively. People and their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know that the right a flexible operating system and will always your change at NPI Investment Managers Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth and asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President at SCI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SCI's integrated platform of data risk management, global investment operations, and client support, and investor services. Position your management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIspeak.com/C's change. What's the true value of your custodial relationship? Ben Merrifield, BNY Searching explains.
As sophisticated investors demand more from their advisors, advisory firms in turn need to rely on their custodians to help them grow their complex businesses. At BNY Mellon's Pershing, supporting the rapid growth of RIAs is our #1 priority. We understand what it means to deliver true value to our clients who are looking for a custodian that's aligned with their best interests and delivers high-value solutions, all in an open architecture environment with flexibility, choice, and
and transparency. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for financial strength, resiliency, and high-touch service that BNY Mellon Pershing provides. When you put Pershing, we put your business first. Did your custodian say that? Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Pershing Advisor Solutions, LLC. Listen. On the state Democratic field as we get into South Carolina, it's Super Tuesday, and former Department of Homeland Security Advisor Charles Murray. The Russians had it again, and can we stop election interference? This is our with David Winston. The Day on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Sherry Yang.
The World Health Organization saying that we're at a decisive point in the fight against the coronavirus, and countries should move quickly. But on the economic front, the same regard as ECE says she doesn't yet see the need for policy responses. Bringing the Rhode University in Chicago Booth School of Business Professor Simon. So let's talk a little bit about central bank policy, because of course we also saw the BOK over saying not cutting rates, and we have seen these banks now trying to use tools outside of the interest rate. How effective will those be?
It's not going to be very effective in actually spreading activity. We could have some modest effect on sentiment. Clearly, I think at this point, it seems to move from extreme complacency markets to extreme panic all in the space of 1 week. And it would seem that one has a sense that there is a rhythm to the spread of this virus, perhaps because of contagion measures. I think because there's some hope that some kind of antiviral solution can be found from one of the drug companies. But something has to be there to say this is going to be contained. More interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your mobile cable listings. Broadcasting live to London on TNT Digital Radio. York, LM30, Washington DC, Bloomberg 99.1, Boston, Bloomberg 106.1, San Francisco, Bloomberg 960, around the globe, Bloomberg Business app, BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Good morning, the Bloomberg here in Frankfurt. I'm Matt Miller.
And then it was really seems to like it's a great group of that sit here and that's the market we get an update so lots of percent on the yesterday. And today things don't look any better and it was stock 600 down by 4.5%, 1300 4.4.5% weaker. As is a great year on presented down to US dollar down by just over 5%, the index down 4.4 to 13 into the down by 3.9%. US futures also posted another day at Wall Street closely to the last hour or so. Even futures down 2.5%, Nasdaq futures down just shy of 3%. The session over in Asia was a week one down by 2.5%. We saw some of the markets down by 3%, some of the Japanese markets, the Chinese markets. This week it's something that's great investors globally, just as it is a humanitarian disaster, of course. Let's look at some other assets for you then. Commodity prices adjusted rapidly downwards. The Brent price, down another 4% this morning, closing once again at $50 a barrel. The gold price actually moving downwards, which is a little counterintuitive, but perhaps a logic is going on there. US 10-year yield 1.16%, 60 days continuing to get lower and lower heading towards 1 and pound yield. The dollar is once again losing a little bit of ground. The yen is gaining nearly 1% against the US dollar. The euro is again in a bit of a hazy business line up by 4% and 1%, despite the fact that the global focus is now on what's going on in Europe from a coronavirus perspective.
Can you imagine the euro as a safe haven?
The dollar's brought too much that in the early part of this particular crisis.
It's definitely interesting to see the euro gain so much strength here. It was just 108 like 2 days ago. Let's focus in on the coronavirus here. From the health point of view, we've been talking about the morning, Germany has announced the quarantine of 1,000 people, and infections in the country rose to 48, bringing the European total to more than 700. Meanwhile, Switzerland is banning all public and private gatherings with more than 1,000 people in the bid to contain the outbreak, which means that the auto show is canceled next week, which is going to cost a lot of people a lot of money. I personally will be happy because, at the Super Return conference in Berlin, I think everyone's looking around like, who's going to give me the coronavirus? And on my plane here, there was a guy coughing next to me on my plane here, and everybody in the plane gave this guy a look like, why are you even here? It's just people are scared to shake hands. There's definitely the pissing going on. Not that that happens these days anyway, but for more on this, we're joined by Blue Editor John Lauerman to talk about the virus and the disease. John, first of all, why hasn't the World Health Organization labeled this a pandemic yet?
Yeah, good morning, Peter. So, they talked about this a little bit, and they said that they haven't really seen what's called community spread. So,
I mean, I've been reporting on community spread for weeks. How have they
actually, so community spread basically means that the disease is spreading outside of the ability of officials to traffic through communities. So, in other words, it means that you can't trace new cases back to the people that received it. So it's spreading basically it's spreading in control. And we haven't seen a lot of it outside China. I mean, obviously, like in China, before anybody knew that this disease existed.
So we've seen it in Italy, in California.
Right. So that's why that's why Italy is locked down, right? That's why this enormous area is locked down. So that there's no evidence of spread outside of that lockdown area. But now in California, I mean, that's why the case is so interesting. First of all, because it's going to be spread. Second of all, it's in this area, it's in this country where the president has said that everything is under control and nobody has to worry about anything.
For another thing, President Trump said it's very like the flu, and this is something that a lot of people are wrestling with, how to release this to seasonal flu. And how close are we to working out the mortality rate here? Or is that only possible once we get to the end of an outbreak, which is sort of infuriating from a statistical perspective, but very difficult to get your head around the dangers without
I mean,
that.
that's a really good question. I think that's going to take a while to figure out because I think the disease just isn't there yet. So everybody talks about the denominator. So in order to work out mortality rate, you want to go to the numerator, and that denominator the number of cases. And we still don't know what that denominator is.
2 weeks, right? I mean, that's what I think is fascinating, John. I'm sure you've seen this discussion. Anna showed it to me. Showed me a discussion on this, that you can't take the number of dead and just divide it into the current number of cases, because obviously the people who died have, had it for a while.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And we probably will never, we're never going to test all people, find all people that have this disease by testing. That's never going to happen. And typically what happens, I mean, for example, with swine flu, I was talking about this just a couple of days ago. Swine flu, long after it took quite some time for the CDC to go back and estimate how many people in the U.S. had the disease and how many people have it. It takes a while to put these numbers together. And really, all the numbers that we have from the 2018 pandemic in the Spanish flu benefit them regularly. 50 million people, those are all, just real estimates.
And the reason that everybody cares so much about the spread of this particular virus then versus say seasonal flu, which does kill people, as President Trump says, as many people have pointed out.
More than you might think.
Exactly, still, in a very developed country, it's getting closer to seasonal flu kills people. So is the reason to care so much about it, or to adjust our ways of behaving so much to stop ourselves getting this in a widespread basis, is that because it just costs so much to treat people who get this kind of flu because the symptoms are so severe? Is that the difference?
Yeah, I think the difference is we don't have vaccine. We have vaccine against season food. It doesn't look great. You know, it doesn't always work well, but it works. And we have no vaccine against this. We have the treatments for season four. We have oseltamivir, temofilocol. We have no treatments. So when people go into the hospital, or when they want to protect them from this, and you know, particularly talking about the older people, right? That's just older people. It's nothing to get them. And so I think that's really the concern right now. And of course, the other thing is, we really don't know. We know that there have been, we have, what is it, 20 on board reported deaths in Fairbanks and House, some less than 2,000. We really don't know how many people died yet. It could be 250 million. Sure, because some people maybe died of pneumonia, and well, some people maybe died of what they thought was pneumonia, and it was this. You know, I just looked up 280,000 to 650,000 people died from the seasonal flu, from the flu every year. But that usually goes away in the spring, John. Is the weather going to somehow affect this the way it does seasonal flu? Is this seasonal? There's a lot of discussion about it out there right now, and first of all, this is not flu. So it's not the virus. The virus is behaving very specific ways, and we really don't know enough to say that this could behave like flu. It's spreading in Singapore right now. It's very hot, right? So, and even if it does, say, you know, it's not for winter, it does move the northern hemisphere in warm weather. There's no reason people go on the side of the hemisphere and then come back, because it's exactly the season because it moves from south to north, and it likes the weather, and then comes back again. And there's a lot of speculation about whether this will actually become a seasonal, you know, annual infection.
Particularly the flu season and the coronavirus season.
Exactly, the COVID season.
And I think I'm curious to know whether you can catch this, just too early to say.
So there are some people who apparently have retested. I just read, you know, a few lines about this here and there, but evidently there are some people who have tested for the virus again after it happened. So there's a lot of that thing, but definitely still
We'll wait and see. But thank you so much for your insight. That sounds like it's John.
Yeah, fascinating stuff from John. Great to get him on right there. I want to quickly check on how markets are doing to get back to the economic impact and the equities fallout here. We are seeing massive drops across equity indexes. The DAX is down 4.8%. The DAX index is down 591 points today. This is the biggest drop that we've seen on the DAX since 2016, June 24th, 2016. We're seeing big drops across really all of Europe. Right now, the stock 600 is down 4.3%, 372 the level there. This is good for the This is Tom Kane, and I'm join us later this morning. Public Relations. It is not only the shape of medicine, it's the shape of finance as well. We speak with Luigi Zingala, University of Chicago Law School, and then Mike Zara of MKM Partners on the linkage between this stock correction and oil bear market. Bloomberg Surveillance stock is 7 a.m. Bloomberg coming up, Bloomberg Business Analyst, Bloomberg right now. Welcome. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Attention investors, we all know the market can't last forever. Want to mitigate risk? Want to take some cash off the table and diversify? Natural Realty's Class A Buildings Fund is growing income producing real estate. You're secured on large apartment buildings. You're backed by $750 million of quality new construction. You receive monthly electronic payments. You're diversified with 15 buildings supporting you. Your investment is managed for retirement. These 5 building locations back you with 5 money-making assets. Remember, no matter what type of world, it's always a landlord's market. Call now for free information on real estate secured investment wealth. Call now and learn how market sell your method of getting 18 to 21% targeted returns. For 13 years, longest track record and $1.2 billion of assets under management process. Call 201-210-2727. That's 201-210-2727. And offer fire sale of any securities only made by our clients listed memorandum. Read personal investments. As the longest quick guarantee of future results. Shows real estate for the firm. See us at NRIA.net.
Zoomer Television is back on Fios. If you're a Verizon Fios customer, now you can catch the latest news and biggest newsmakers on Bloomberg
resort destinations. The Cove, elegantly situated on miles of private beach, features an open-air lobby, magnificent suites, fine dining, all adults and family pools, lavish cabanas, and breathtaking views of the ocean from every single room. What's more is that near Station at the Cove, you'll have the option to explore all 171 acres at the fantastic and exciting Atlantis Paradise Island has to offer. From a massive casino, water slides, a racing river, swimming arena, luxury shops, and activities for absolutely everyone. Stay at the Cove. Play at Atlantis Paradise is closer than you think. Call 1-877-COVE-UID or visit the Cove at AtlantisBahamas.com.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial future staying at the Cove? Learn how Command Financial is evolving, not only with times, but with your business requirements. Visit CommandFinancial.com today. Command Financial, redefining financial freedom. Sometimes, when a problem needs more attention, we get a warning. What you recognize as signal if your heart was sending you an alert. I'm Marcy, and I usually put the relation. That means I'm at 5 times greater risk for stroke. As a nurse and stroke educator, I've seen a lot of AFib related strokes, and I know just how devastating they can be. So I manage my AFib carefully and pay close attention to any symptoms, like a racing heartbeat, a shortness of breath, or even just unusual fatigue. But not everyone with AFib gets sick. Some people don't even know they have AFib until they ask. Talk to your doctor about your risk for AFib and stroke. Treatment saves lives. Love your heart and help your brain.
Visit heart.org/AFib awareness. Brought to you by the American Heart Association. Why are so many people on our side? We'll bring you non-stop coverage. Bloomberg Washington correspondent. There's so much volatility in this race. The primary season is now.
Very quick.
We'll bring you reaction as we get it. Special coverage begins Tuesday on Bloomberg 1130. BloombergRadio.com. Influential conversations from the Bloomberg Television. Here's Emily Chang.
U.S. Republicans informed front-runner Senator Bernie Sanders that Russians are meddling in the election to help him perhaps with the ultimate goal of boosting President Trump. But other nations, equality too, Bernie is down, Jackson Crowder of national security institute who works on surveillance, cybersecurity, and other national security matters. So, given the tensions between the U.S. and China more recently, could China be getting in there as well?
I think there's certainly a possibility. I mean, the Russians have very successfully committed Operation Gensys back in 2016. You know, Chris Krebs, the head of DHS, your RSA, called it a stunning moment. And the Chinese are watching that too, and they very much are interested in, allowing the U.S. to sort of hamstring itself, right? We have a very aggressive trade policy with respect to this. If we continue to infight over these issues, right, it can certainly benefit China and Russia as well.
Do you imagine that the Chinese government has a favorite candidate, especially given the perceived ire between President Trump and Xi Jinping?
I don't think so. I think that the Chinese in particular, they see benefiting them is chaos in America. So that's the Russian thing, right? The Russian ban is the all nations. When the U.S. stands, we're shooting each other and not looking outside whatever challenge we face in the world. That's when they benefit. Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable listings. Focus headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day. Let's bring the phone calls to the Focus exam and the Business Flash.
After the GDP was here in London, I'm touring with the Bloomberg Radio Business Flash. So we tumbled 3.7% right now on the US stock 600. Heavy volumes at the end of the month as the global market rallied on the back of the coronavirus continue. We see every sector on the US stock 600 now dropping more than 3%. The sector DAX is also down 2.2% right now after a plunge in Asian equities overnight, and also Thursday saw three major US indexes into more than 10% down from their record high. So US futures are also weaker this morning and trading lower by 1.6% for the S&P 500. As for the bond market, you see another leg lower for US yields, 1.16% for the 10-year. needed in March that despite the most recent comments from Fed officials saying it's just premature to talk about Fed action. As for Italian ECBs, which have been in focus, Italy is one of the biggest areas of coronavirus infections in Europe now, is at 1.17% for the Italian ECB, up by 10 basis points. The absolute opposite of German was negative 61 basis points, which here budget 7 basis points there. And for the broader market, look at the WTI crucially now $45.36 and dropping 3.6%, Brent crude low. The gold spot price drops 1 percentage point. The euro at the moment jumps 3/10 of 1%, 1.1039, and the Japanese yen also strongly bid up 8/10 of 108.7. Now look at the market. Coronavirus means spread fear worldwide. Now here's who goes to the again. Caroline, thank you. Now more on the top story. New cases of coronavirus keep appearing outside of China. New Zealand and Lithuania have reported robust infections. So has Nigeria. The number of cases in South Korea has now gone over 2,000. Meanwhile, the US is going to expand their number of people being tested. Health authorities are adding travelers from 7 new countries. That's now tested from unexplained severe respiratory illness. Now, in other news, in Syria, Turkey may be committed to military confrontation with Russia. That's after an airstrike killed at least 33 Turkish soldiers. Officials say that Assad regime will pay a quote heavy price for the attack. Turkey has refrained from directly blaming Russia for the incident. Instead, it's come to persuade the president to adopt its support for justice. And Chinese ban on trading wild animals is hitting farmers who rear animals for meat. This highlights the difficulty of curbing the market that officials say they have been the cause of the coronavirus that has killed more than 2,000 people in the country. Scientists say the coronavirus jumped from animals to humans, and they have centered it on to Wuhan, that sold seafood and pigs also meat. Logan News from Miles a Day on air. Picked up by Bloomberg. Maritime with the 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. And again, this is Bloomberg Night.
It looks like China's banned wild animals. I mean, when most people think of weird wild animals that are eaten in China, you don't think of deer. Deer is like a normal. I feel like venison is a pretty normal thing to eat for Western cultures, right? And they banned that.
With my really good piece on the Bloomberg terminal, actually, they have banned deer. Yes, we obviously think of snakes and crocodiles as more wild animals that you eat. And exactly. And crocodiles are exciting. But on another note, I just want to say that Bloomberg did interview a farmer in the northwest province of China, and she said, curbing this meat production means a family that has lived off this, farming for 30 years might not survive now.
Yeah, it seems. Well, a lot of times you get desperate times call for desperate measures, and there's some unintended side effects that are not always good. With that, I will tell all of our listeners, vegan is vegan. So
I am a vegan.
you don't need to eat crocodile.
No, I can't eat crocodile because if you know my background, I'm obviously from Zimbabwe, and crocodile is a delicacy with Zimbabweans, so there's a soup in a lot of the restaurants. So I have in my previous life before I became vegan, I have a dream of eating crocodile.
I would like to try it. Never had the
You
chance.
can only eat the tail of the crocodile. The first two fractions.
Interesting. Interesting. The things we find out about vegan at this time of year. Let's get over to Amy Morris right now, preparing for Liberty Daybreak out of the U.S. And, we'll get away from the food discussion and get back to the equity route.
They did a whole thing about paper recipes, alligators.
Are you from Florida?
I am South Carolina.
Wow, that's one big weird stuff. I feel so left out.
It's not that weird, especially blackened on taste spice.
Okay, so that makes me in a good mood. When I look at stocks, not in a good mood. In fact, I'm terrified of looking at my 401k. Well, the future itself happened to the S&P yesterday, and really this week we've seen a huge, quick correction.
Yeah, we have. Yesterday, actually, the biggest one-day drop down. You're right, nearly 1,200 points in equities. And the U.S. may be headed actually for their worst week since the financial crisis. We're going to talk about this with Lori Calvasina of RBC Capital Markets. And we also want to find out what's dominating the conversations with investors. dealing with here. And also how this could impact the 2020 election. The general election isn't until November, but all eyes are watching the White House for how the Trump administration is going to respond to all of this. And that is just for starters. Also, we're finding out about this Friday, the weekends, that sort of the break on things, and people in their positions. Well, what does that mean? That this is all coming to a head, so to speak, on Friday in the U.S. We can find out all about that on the Thursday.
Yeah, I don't know how it's there, but here in Frankfurt, we just have cold rain and snow. So it's a dark weekend.
That was a dead reference.
Cold rain and snow.
It's lots of rain. It's lots of rain.
Yes, exactly. All right, Amy Moore is looking forward to the program coming up on Bloomberg Daybreak. If you're tuned in on the DAB, however, you will hear your friend and Tom along with Francine McCall back in the studio today.
Let's get to our next guest now. With the rest of the two research to Black World and it's I don't know how companies feel less bad about what they want to be doing. It's not sure it'll be possible. People need to I see the market characterizing this as trading like it's October 2008. There was sort of first reason by some people in the markets. How does this look to you?
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't think I can bring much cheer. I'm afraid this was a normal drive for the markets. Their markets would be short-term starting to look very oversold. And certainly we saw yesterday, and we are seeing this the first time connected to some indiscriminate selling people looking to sell. And it's liquid. We saw some dysfunction yesterday in high yield markets around the world. But I think the problem is that those kind of normal market drivers where you would expect people starting to step in and look for entry points. While I suspect still going to be overwhelmed by the news flow, we have been driven by the news flow, and it increasingly looks like if you look at the curves, not just in the countries that we know about, like Korea, Turkey, France, so this is looking like the beginnings of a widespread pandemic in Europe, and we have still seen only very early stages of the US. So I think that we are still extremely defensively positioned. I think that the market is still was very long, particularly long US equities going into this, and could still be better to go. Just as this week was dominated, really, we all kind of came in on Monday and it was the Italy news that was, I think, a game changer, particularly the way that the death rate jumped up very quickly, suggesting that this had been something that's, the risk over the weekend that the world people were worried about is that was similar news in the US. And while the markets have still not priced that, don't know how to price that.
I mean, we had so many headlines today, starting with Germany has quarantined 1,000 people in the city near Holland. We had Switzerland banning events of more than 1,000 people right as I'm almost literally about to step on a plane for Geneva. The motor show there, I guess, is now just canceled. You got Japan declaring northern prefecture as an emergency zone. Where do people go right now? Which safe haven assets can you get into that haven't already been bid up to the sky?
Well, I think that the interesting thing is you look at treasuries, and there's no sign of any floor in treasury yields. We've been seeing curves steepening because people price them in front of very, very aggressive course action. Interestingly, gold has not been a very useful safe haven this week, having outperformed dramatically in previous weeks. Gold has been a very, very disappointing haven. So I still think, when US treasuries is still the go-to haven in the situation, and people are just offloading risk, and you see that we are seeing liquidity drawing up even in most liquid markets, and people are just trying to sell everything they can sell.
Okay, that's very much in the next story. This is getting close to one with the heritage macro strategies that Blackwell will be going on to the midnight programming on Bloomberg TV. So you'll be able to catch one there if you're listening in London, KB Digital Radio. You'll Bloomberg Surveillance Retail also in that one, and you'll get the Harris's Better Insight. If you are not on the DAB, and the team at the party run through to us from Washington, New York, and beyond for the Daybreak Americas. And that wraps up. Let's wrap up this hour on the program, though, with the impact of these markets, big losses on the European equity markets. US futures pulling back a little from the worst picture we saw for the last or so, but US futures do still point down by 1.5%. system. We have a good run at something over crossing. No problems at the GW Bridge. Lower deck is easy lately until December 2, both working from Freeway. The fun is I'm only going to do some construction going on at the bridge. So Brooklyn is down on the lower deck. And the crossing bridge construction too. Typically for those frogs and clean. The bridge steps down there's an accident some other major weekend. There was a small group of construction across that has been picked up and moved down by alternate Street. People today. In New Jersey, 34 were found at Cleveland Road in Long Township. There was an early down traffic signal that has been cleared away. So there's 287 of the construction going on between 17 and 21, 202, 206, and 78, and both rental Mr. Ford. Multiplied the smoke that was the police local and get a super reliable, super fast nationwide network perfectly for the whole family, which includes all the Bloomberg 7303. They want to forecast coming clouds today. Crazy I-45 plan for the cloudy tomorrow. Partly sunny and chilly. I-35 to 40. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy. And on Sunday, it'll be sunny. Be 45. Currently 31 with the best drive in and out of the city. And Bloomberg 23. Bloomberg Big Radio. Next. Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios, this is Bloomberg Daybreak for Friday, February 28, 2020. Coming up this hour, U.S. futures tumbled with equities poised for their worst week since the financial crisis.
Nobody knows when this is going to end. It's very difficult to predict the outcome. It's very hard to imagine a scenario where you can actually contain this.
Virus fears that stocks in Europe and Asia plunged while Treasury yields hit fresh lows.
Whistleblowers said the HHS did not protect workers with coronavirus. Plus, last-minute innovation in South Carolina project. I'm going to go today.
I'm Dr. Daniel Stewart, the win for the Red Eye Rangers in Montreal. Islanders fell both lost to number 5 and the next loss in Philadelphia. That's almost straight ahead on Bloomberg Daybreak. On Bloomberg 1130 New York, Bloomberg 99.1 Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 106.1 Boston, Bloomberg 960 San Francisco, Sirius XM 119, and around the world on BloombergRadio.com and via the Bloomberg Business app.
Good morning, I'm Amy Wallace. And I'm Karen Moscow, and here is taking a trip on global markets today. We're coming up to 501 on Wall Street, and we'll check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. S&P futures are down about 50 points, Dow futures down 426, and Nasdaq futures down 155. The DAX in Germany is down more than 4%. The CAC in Paris down 3.5%, and the FTSE 100 down 3.7%. Nikkei 225 in Japan fell 3.7%. The Hang Seng in Hong Kong down 2.4%. 10-year Treasury at 21.30 seconds, yet 1.18%. The yield on the 2-year is at 0.98%. The 30-year yield 1.68%. NYMEX crude oil is down 3.8% at $1.80 to 45.30 a barrel. COMEX gold down 10% at $13.60 at 16.28 an ounce. The euro 1.1044 against the dollar. The yen is at 108.70. And Karen, we're seeing stocks poised for their worst week since the 2008 financial crisis. This week alone, the S&P 500 has shed more than 10% of its value as we head into the final trading day of the week. Scott Bonner is Chief Investment Officer at Newmont.
This is possibly the worst trade I've ever seen in my career. I went through the stock market crash in '87. I went through the financial crisis. This has the potential to real something extremely serious.
Miner's been on Wall Street for nearly 40 years, and the hours since we spoke with him, the equity sell-off has only deepened as Europe with the coronavirus spreads.
It's very hard to imagine a scenario where you can actually contain this thing. You know, that's the thing that is to me very frightening.
Miners see stocks sliding as much as 40% if global leaders fail to contain the outbreak. Firms on Wall Street are slashing their earnings outlook for stocks as the coronavirus hits economic growth. Dave Jacobs is SVP of Strategy at Global X ETFs.
Nobody knows when this is going to end. This is not something that economists can plan out. We can't stick this in a model. I think the uncertainty is looking really hard in the financial markets right now. Not that, what we've seen is so dramatic yet. We just don't know the endpoint.
And that uncertainty is also a key factor for Chief Investment Officer at Wells Fargo Asset Management.
What's interesting about this is it's very difficult to predict the outcome. Once it stabilizes, I think the market can go back pretty quickly, but I think the one thing you can count on is a lot of volatility.
And that volatility has been surging past levels not seen since the sell-off in December of 2018. Right now, that is just at 45.60. Treasury yields continue to hit fresh lows that's putting pressure on the Fed. Traders now price in 100% chance of the central bank cutting interest rates next month. Richard Jones is an FX and rate strategist for Bloomberg.
There are the U.S. short-end rates market is so sharp and so quick, you can't probability level now. Things that the Fed doesn't act next month in this year, those markets further.
Just this week, the yield on the 2-year government bond has fallen more than 30 basis points. 5-year Treasury yields to 1% today for the first time in 3.5 years. The sell-off in Asia was severe again today, with stocks now back to levels not seen since September. And Bloomberg Juliet Sally joins us from Singapore with the details. Good morning, Juliet.
Good morning, Karen. Australia's ASX 200 fell 3.3% today, its biggest one-day drop since September 2015 to officially enter correction territory. On markets in Hong Kong also joined those in Japan and South Korea to enter technical correction territory. The Nikkei 225 was down 3.7% in Tokyo, its biggest one-day drop since December 2018. Elsewhere, the Kiwi slumped to its weakest level since October as the nation observed its first case of coronavirus, increasing expectations for the RBA Fed to ease policy. In Forum, Juliet Sally, Bloomberg Daybreak.
All right, thank you, Juliet. The sell-off also dramatic in Europe again today. Here with the details, Bloomberg Daybreak view of the anchor, Caroline Hunter, joining us live from London. Good morning, Caroline. Amy, all industry groups in Europe now in the red. Basic resources and capital mentioned worst in industry groups. Sheffield IAG is down 7.6% right now, as the owner of British Airways says the coronavirus makes it impossible to predict earnings this year. This suggesting it's seeing slowing demand in Europe and plans to cancel flights. And there's operates software and told Booking says that airline sales are slowing globally, but it is early to know how long this trend will last. The stock 600 currently down 3.8% right now, the worst since 2008. I'm in London on Caroline Whitcomb with a daily. All right, Caroline, thank you. As traders assess the impact from the virus, we could get clues from Chinese data due Saturday. That's when we get the PMI data for China for February. Here with more is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia anchor Brian Curtis in Hong Kong.
The official PMIs are set to plumb new depths. The manufacturing rate is expected at 45 in February from 50 in January. Investors are hankering for clues as to where all this goes after the closure of factories, cinemas, restaurants, and stores across the nation as a result of the coronavirus. Is it a short-term blip or a long-lasting slump? In Hong Kong, Brian Curtis, Bloomberg Daybreak.
Brian, that data from China will be watched closely. We're also tracking the latest on the spread of the coronavirus. Here's what we know about the number of cases in South Korea surpassing 2,000. We have new infections in New Zealand and Lithuania. Nigeria has confirmed its first case. That is the first sub-Saharan Africa. Confirmed infections worldwide now number 83,000, with fatalities surpassing 2,800. Cases in China found by more than 300 today. Meantime, Japan's northern island of Hokkaido is declaring a state of emergency for the outbreak. And in Europe, Germany quarantining 1,000 people after an outbreak in the western region of the country. Sweden reporting 5 new cases. In the U.S., California monitoring 8,400 people for signs of the virus after they traveled to Asia. Ready to watch on this is Bloomberg. 507 on Wall Street. You want to bring it down more going on in the world.
Thank you very much, Amy. A whistleblower is accusing the Department of Health and Human Services of failing to protect employees who were called to respond to the coronavirus outbreak, according to reports from the Washington Post and the New York Times. Bloomberg's Bob Milton has the story. The workers reported for this last year, California airbase to help process Americans back from the center of the outbreak in Wuhan, China. According to the Pennsylvania Office of Special Counsel, the senior HHS official alleged he was improperly reassigned after facing concerns that workers were given proper equipment for training. The news broke as a congressional hearing was underway in William Walton, the Department's Bureau of Medical Services immediately. I can say unequivocally that everyone involved was back
is monitoring 8,400 people for signs of exposure. We get more from Ed Baxter from our Bloomberg 960 newsroom in San Francisco. Community coronavirus, the lack of ability to establish a trail, has some state officials working to help contain the spread for a while now. On this first case in California has Governor Gavin Newsom saying the state needs help. We have this 1,500 testing kits in the state of California, and surveillance testing as well as diagnostic testing that's simply inadequate to do justice to the kind of testing that is required to address this issue head on. And the CDC now says it's going to widen its testing to more people from more countries. In San Francisco, I'm at Baxter, Bloomberg Daybreak. Democratic White House officials claim President Trump's delayed response to the coronavirus outbreak is the latest evidence of its incompetence. Trump says 40 candidates are doing some last-minute campaigning before tomorrow's South Carolina primary. Frontrunner Bernie Sanders at a campaign rally in Spartanburg says that Joe Biden's voting for him against President Trump. Trump for 30 years he was a decent guy, but I don't believe that Joe beat Trump when people learn that he voted for war in Iraq. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on quick sync by Bloomberg, joined by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts from more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
All right, thank you, Michael. It is 5:09 on Wall Street. Time now for the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update. Here's John Sashon.
The Rangers said to be rebuilding, so this will be a season without the playoffs. We'll put that on here. But the Blue Shirts has caught fire in late February. They won last night at Montreal 5-2. They won 9 of their last 10 games. A plus record 9 in a row on the road, and only 2 points down from the last spot. Today the Indians went 2-0. Rangers got a goal late second period. 4 more in the third for their coach Dave Quinn. That is also excellent for the second for them. Came out with more energy and doing a good job in the second run. I thought we really started getting frustrated in the last 10 minutes of the second. It took first, and then just felt that we were responding in the third day. The second got first goal was huge. That goal was really in the first. That was one of my thoughts, and he just had to go ahead and get my goals to them and we get a goal. So I think that game looked like it really kind of ignited us in the third period. One of the teams that changed into the playoffs of the Islanders who like to think that it's the Rangers that are now 3-2 at St. Louis. St. Louis got 3-2 overtime loss at San Jose. Up fresh for the day. 3 games in 4 days all in a row. They lost them all. Philadelphia improved to 28-2 at home. 115-1 56-1 despite being without their best player. Thanks to Joel Embiid. Julius Randle 30 points in the next 6 straight loss. Yankees in Tampa beat the Rays 7-1 over for 3 times. Trying to make the team. Lift Rangers out of the way to Micro J-Hack. 3 scoreless innings. He's going to be needed a lot with the injury to Luis Severino and James Paxton the Mets last night on the Marlins. The Bloomberg NBC Sports Update. I'm John Sashon.
All right, thank you, John. Tune in tonight for the Bloomberg Business and Sports Show. We'll be talking soccer. Our guest is Ian Ayre, CEO of Major League Soccer's Nashville FC. He's also former CEO of Premier League Club Liverpool. Catch that conversation tonight at 7 and tomorrow morning at 11 on Bloomberg Radio. Or subscribe to Bloomberg Business and Sports wherever you get your podcasts. Second market down futures. S&P down almost 2 points down. Futures down almost 2%. Nasdaq down 3%. The VIX at 46.1. This is Bloomberg. Bloomberg Daybreak brought to you by the New York Community Trust. A public charity working with generous New Yorkers to make an impact on the issues they care about. Set up your fund through the New York Community Trust. Visit the New York Community Trust.org.
Bloomberg is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial news. Join David Weston for the news program for the clever investor. Bloomberg Wall Street Week. This week we'll sit down with Chief Tish of Lowe's and Michelle Meyer of Bank of America. And after a tough week for stocks, Bloomberg equity strategist Gina Martinez. Bloomberg Wall Street Week with David Weston tonight at 6 on Bloomberg. You know Trio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. You settle for average investments. So long as you settle for an average and not trouble investment, join the only venture sales investment, hurry and create opportunity to take home what you now know about as an exceptional price. You don't settle for less. It's an exceptional return on your risk-taking investment at Land Rover Manhattan. Elevate to it. Visit LandRoverManhattan.com. We have reached the age where things just cost more cars and phones. Life insurance. Blood pressure. You're way to tell you're one. Oh, I have type 2 diabetes, so I'm getting paid just like you. Thank goodness for Big Blue. Big Blue! Big Blue, you get your life insurance rates for a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure or maybe some anxiety meds. Or just around $200 a month for $1 million of coverage. Oh, you gotta say that again. Okay, I'll say it. Big Blue and term provider could get a 50-year-old man, a little dinged up, $1 million in life insurance for around $200 a month. Call Big Blue. Big Blue. Like you, 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. Don't put it off. If you're overweight, diabetic, have high blood pressure, you gotta call Big Blue. 800-568-2790. Write it down. 800-568-2790. Interactive Brokers margin loans start at 3.06% and decrease to as low as 50 basis points above market-determined overnight rates for larger loan values. Our clients earn 1.06% on idle cash balances and earn extra income by lending their 401k shares of stock. Restrictions apply. Interactive Brokers help clients minimize costs and maximize returns. Rates subject to change. Learn more at IBKR.com/YIB. Attention all business owners who rent or lease space, including storage space. Stop wasting your money paying someone else for your space. You can now save a ton of money and own your own building with the incredible sale prices from General Steel. That's right, start saving money every month on renting space from others. Just call 888-41 Steel to see how General Steel can help you save money. Our 50-year structural warranty buildings are custom designed for your needs and save you a ton of money. Call 888-41 Steel. Take a successful entrepreneur. If you need to expand or start a new business, you can General Steel. Very particular competitive pricing is the reason to highlight General Steel. Call 888-41 Steel now, and you can get any of our popular quick construction structures, including a 40 by 60 building or a 50 by 100 clear span. Fast and easy. Call 888-41 Steel. That's 888-417-8335. 888-41 Steel. Bloomberg Free Break is brought to you by Coda Atlantis. Paradise is an island and closer than you think. Catch a flight to the Bahamas and head to the club on Paradise Island. Stay at the Cove, play at Atlantis. Visit the Cove at AtlantisBahamas.com. 5:15 on Wall Street, turn to Land Rover Drive Time Traffic. The Own the Adventure Sales event is happening now until March 31st. Visit your Tri-State area Land Rover retailer for details on the new Discovery Sport. Land Rover, above and beyond. Here's Chanel Crispin. Thanks, Amy. We have some credit conditions on the Ground Plus Expressway westbound. At the Alexander Hamilton Bridge, neighborhood, the right lane is once again an accident involving two tractor trailers. GW Bridge inbound on the upper and lower deck. Not out and off of the east, the lower deck on the Cross Expressway approach is easy from Lincoln Hillier and Fine Shakes, no problems with the Holland Tunnel. And it's a private scenario that happens to be bridge. So Westchester and Boston down ultimate from the free parking event today. The report is sponsored by Bob Evans. Dinner by Big Meal on Easy with Bob Evans. 5 dishes like mashed potatoes and mac and cheese, bacon, grilled lettuce, butter, cheese, and potatoes. Get Bob Evans for your grocery store. Get what you love at first price. Bloomberg 11:303 day forecast makes some sunny clouds today. Looking breezy. High 40 to 45. High from 5 to 25 to 30 tomorrow. Partly sunny and chilly. High 35 to 40 tomorrow night. Clear from 30. Lows near 25 and up for Sunday. It'll be sunny with a high of 40 to 45 degrees. Currently 31. With the best drive in and out of the city. This is Bloomberg 11:30. Bloomberg Daybreak continues. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on LinkedIn by Bloomberg. This is the Bloomberg Business Lunch.
And here in Moscow, it's the final trading day of the month, and fear is tightening its grip on global markets. The stocks across Europe and Asia plunging a day after the worst run on Wall Street since 2011. U.S. stock index futures are pointing to more pain at the open in New York once again, and Treasury yields are dropping to new depths. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. S&P futures down 49 points, Dow futures down 439, and Nasdaq futures are down 150. That's down 1.8%. The DAX in Germany, rather, is down 4.2%. The CAC in Paris down 3.5%. and the FTSE 100 is down 3.6%. 10-year Treasury at 24.30 seconds yield 1.17%. The yield on the 2-year 0.96%, and the 30-year yield at 1.68%. NYMEX crude oil is down 4.25% or $2 at 45.09 a barrel. COMEX gold is down 0.8% or $13.80 at 16.2870 an ounce. The euro 1.1040 against the dollar. British pound is at 1.2891. And the yen is at 108.68. And as a Bloomberg Business Flash, I'm Rich Michael Barr with more on what's going on around the world. Michael, good morning.
Good morning, Karen. A whistleblower is accusing the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services of a failure to protect its employees responsible for responding to the coronavirus outbreak. Workers were dispatched to an air base in California to help process Americans returning from Wuhan, China, the epicenter of the outbreak. Democrats are getting in some last-minute campaigning ahead of tomorrow's South Carolina primary. Frontrunner Bernie Sanders says he will win the presidency because voter dissatisfaction will drive more people to polls in November. In the NHL, the Rangers won. The Islanders lost in overtime. The Blues, Devils spelled the Sharks in overtime. Bruins won. Capitals were shut out by the Jets. The NBA, the Knicks lost. Along with the Warriors. All of these 24 hours a day. All of these. And Wednesday by Bloomberg. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts, more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
All right, thank you, Michael. It is 5:19 on Wall Street, and we're live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios. This is Bloomberg Daybreak, and yesterday we've been telling you about this all night long. The biggest one-day drop for the Dow, nearly 1,200 points. Let's get some insight now from Lloyd Messina, the head of U.S. Equity Strategy at RBC Capital Markets. Lloyd, as always, it is a pleasure. We are coming off the biggest one-day slide stop since 2011. Where do we go from here?
Well, thanks for having me on. Yesterday was obviously a very tough day in the market. Very swift, very steep decline, historic. Look, we started out yesterday morning saying that if 3050 didn't hold and there was an important technical level slightly below it, that was a 10% correction, that we thought growth here would be in play. Now, what do we mean by growth here? Well, we mean something like the decline that we saw back in 2010, 2011, 2015, 2016, and the second half of 2018. And in each of those corrections, we had a decline of about 14 to 20% peak to trough in the S&P 500. Now, these were all instances in which the state of global growth, the state of domestic growth, for various reasons, really came under question, and there was a tremendous amount of fear in markets. And unfortunately, I do think that that's what we're in now. So I think something in 2,700 to 2,900 range in the S&P is in play.
What's dominating your conversations now with investors?
To be honest, and we actually wrote about this yesterday as well, there's a lot of fear for personal safety that we're sensing from talking to investors. Earlier on in the week, I brought up two things that I really noticed last year. We reiterated in January. We said 2020 is likely to go down a year of moderation in purchase in the U.S. equity market. And so as I look at these two issues, I certainly was not predicting anything, with this virus. We were frankly a bit worried about the election hitting stocks around this time. But, these are triggers of the turbulence that we thought was going to come anyway. We think that things like this, we thought the market from a valuation perspective and a sentiment perspective, from a positioning perspective, was really right for some sort of significant pullback in the first half of the year. And I don't want to say that anything would have gotten us here, but I do think that, these were triggers and that the underlying conditions were here for encouragement to happen.
Yeah, less than a minute here. I want to ask you quickly about PMI numbers coming in from China this weekend. What are you looking for?
As I talk to investors, I think there's a sense that things won't necessarily be, great out of China in the short term. I don't know that people are really putting specific numbers on it. But, when you sort of talk about the impact on the U.S., which I think is starting to, concern investors now, there's a sense that things are just not going to show up in the data for a little while. And that, frankly, is adding to a little bit of the uncertainty in terms of markets, trying to search for a bottom and trying to rethink themselves.
Lauren Kelsey, the head of U.S. equity strategy at RBC Capital Markets. Thank you very much for taking the time with us this morning. Let's check the futures now. The S&P is down 1%, Dow futures down 1.1%, NASDAQ futures down 1.2%, and the comment of the gold is now trading at $16.27 an ounce. That's down almost 1%, and the VIX is up 13.6%. It's at 44.49. Much more still to come on Bloomberg Daybreak as we continue to follow the markets and the impact of the coronavirus. You are listening to Bloomberg Daybreak on Bloomberg. Bloomberg Daybreak is brought to you by Land Rover. The Oldie Adventure Sales event is happening now until March 31st. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for details on the Discovery Sport. Land Rover, above and beyond.
This is Tom King. So join us later this morning for Bloomberg Surveillance. It is not only the shock of medicine, it's a shock of finance as well. We speak of Luigi Zingales of the University of Chicago Law School and Michael Zerda of NPM Partners on the linkage between this stock correction and oil and their markets. Bloomberg Surveillance starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg beyond the Bloomberg Business app at radio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
You're a small business owner, and there's nothing small about what you do. That's why Dell Small Business Technology Advisors gives you trusted advice, one-on-one partnership, and tailored tech solutions, like computers, Intel Core processors, servers, storage, networking, plus thousands of top-rated electronics, accessories, and software. No matter your technology, Dell is here to help your small business do great things. Call 877-BUY-DELL to speak with an advisor today. That's 877-BUY-DELL.
We have reached the age where things just cost more. Cars, phones, life insurance. Blood pressure is you're waiting. You're one that's wrong. I have type 2 diabetes, so I'm getting beat just like you. Thank goodness for being. If you get your life insurance rates for a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes, or high blood pressure, or maybe some anxiety meds, for just around $200 a month, or $1 million a cover. Oh, you gotta say that again. Okay, I'll say it. Make Blue and Term Provider could get a 50-year-old man, a little dinged up, $1 million in life insurance for around $200 a month. Call Big Blue. Blues like you. 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. Don't put it off. If you're overweight, diabetic, have high blood pressure, you've gotta call Big Blue Shop. 800-568-2790. Write it down. 800-568-2790. See headlines across radio now. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio anytime, anywhere. Just a slice of it today. Or visit radio.com/download. Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents. We're not telling you that Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. I've actually been with you. As a cliche. Check it. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Who writes the new rules of tariff? The U.S. and China are in a race to introduce regulations
about to arrive by the new digital economy. The Financial Times, your guide to the new tech agenda. It's 5:28 on Wall Street. Time for Land Rover drive time traffic. The Aldi Adventure Sales event happening now until March 31st. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for details. Discovery Sport. Land Rover above and beyond. We say good morning to Janelle Christmas. And good morning, Amy. Getting a little busy in Brooklyn on the Lawrence Expressway eastbound 38th Street down to Hamilton Avenue. Some southbound traffic and then westbound to the Verge. One lane is blocked because of a disabled vehicle. There was another bridge that got construction. It's on the phone that for Brooklyn and Staten Island down. The right lane is blocked and expect the lane on the West Expressway. Westbound at the Alexander Hamilton Bridge, there's an accident involving two tractor trailers that's in the right lane. GW Bridge not bad on the inbound side, also outbound not too bad. If you go a little back before the Front State Parkway approach, it's easy pass only. Lincoln Tunnel, you're in line, order no problems with the Holland Tunnel. Alternate on the street parking rules. They're in effect today. The 17303 table forecast. A mix of sun and clouds today. It'll be breezy. 5:40 to 45 tonight. Partly cloudy, but it's 25 and 30 tomorrow. Partly sunny and chilly. High 35 to 40 tomorrow night. It'll be clear to partly cloudy. Those are 25. Available for Sunday. Sunny with a high of 40 to 45 degrees. Currently 31. For the best ride in and out of the city, this is one for the Living Trio. Our take rate continues.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in Bloomberg 1130, Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 991, in Boston, Bloomberg 1061, in San Francisco, Bloomberg 960, in the country, Sirius XM 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Big Radio.
And it's 5:30 on Wall Street. Good morning. I'm Karen Malscap. I'm Amy Morris. Bloomberg Big Radio is brought to you by SEI. Asset managers don't get results that are off the charts when their solutions are off the shelf. Learn how SEI's operating platform can turn infrastructure into a competitive advantage at SEIC.com/INS. And we're just about 4 hours away from the opening of U.S. trading. Let's get you up to date on the news. You can know at this hour. U.S. futures are tumbling, with equities poised for their worst week since the 2008 financial crisis. This week alone, the S&P 500 has shed more than 10% of its value. Scott Minerd is Chief Investment Officer at Guggenheim.
This is possibly the worst that I've ever seen in my career. The biggest stock market crash in '87, I went through the financial crisis. This has the potential to reel into something extremely serious.
And S&P futures are lower by 1% this morning, while Europe Stoxx 600 is down 3.3%. Traders are looking for a bottom to this sell-off. Mark Malone says the asset class to watch for, that is U.S. stocks. Malone is Chief Economic Advisor at Alphabet.
The equity market is going to find it first because it's the most liquid space. Other stock markets don't have the liquidity or sector issues that we need to look at. So the first source of stability is going to come from America.
No stability at the moment, though. Volatility surging past levels not seen since the sell-off in December of 2018. Right now, the VIX at 0.377. And Treasury yields continue to hit fresh lows. The yield on 10-year government bonds is currently at 1.19%, and that's putting pressure on the Fed. Traders now price in a 100% chance of the central bank cutting interest rates next month. It all stems from the coronavirus outbreak. Cases in South Korea have now crossed 2,000. Infections are spreading across Asia. Here with more, Bloomberg Daybreak Asia anchor Mike Curtis.
The IOC says it's committed to the Olympics in Tokyo as planned. Japan is closing schools to limit the spread. Disney is closing its parks in Japan for at least 2 weeks. And Tokyo wants a new spending package of $45 billion. Elsewhere, Nigeria confirms a case, the first in sub-Saharan Africa. In Hong Kong, Ryan Curtis, Bloomberg Daybreak.
All right, Brian, thank you. They also have new infections in New Zealand and Lithuania. Confirmed cases worldwide now number 83,000, with fatalities surpassing 2,800. Japan's northern island of Hokkaido is declaring a state of emergency due to the virus. In Europe, Germany is quarantining 1,000 people after an outbreak. Here in the U.S., California now monitoring 8,400 people for signs of the virus after they traveled to Asia. Then straight ahead, we have the latest world and the national news. Again, S&P futures down 1.2%. This is Bloomberg. 5:33 on Wall Street. Let's bring in Michael Barr with more on what's going on in the world.
Thank you very much. Cheney, a whistleblower, is accusing the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services of a failure to protect its employees responsible for responding to the coronavirus outbreak. Claim claims federal health workers received Americans quarantined for possible exposure to the coronavirus weren't given proper equipment for training. Workers were dispatched to an airbase in California to help process Americans returning from Wuhan, China, the epicenter of the outbreak. William Walters, executive director and managing director for operational medicine in the State Department's Bureau of Medical Services, insisted at a congressional hearing that every precaution has been taken. I can say unequivocally that everyone involved with those evacuations was appropriately equipped and trained. Walters said he was on the missions in question. President Trump said his administration has done an incredible job preventing the spread of the coronavirus. It's like the medical workers here, and the washboards Meanwhile, Congresswoman Jackie Spear of California is saying Wall Street will continue to be very volatile until the president looks like he is in control of the coronavirus spread. Bloomberg's Ken Baxter has the story. Spear says she understands it is a delicate line to walk, but she says the president needs to stop happy talking.
We're going to have to be responsible here, and it's going to require the president to recognize that the stock market is going to continue to reel from this until there is confidence that we are addressing this.
She says that people deserve a government that is responsible to a crisis. In San Francisco, I'm at Baxter, Bloomberg Daybreak. Meanwhile, Republican Senator Mike Ross spoke on Bloomberg about the U.S. government's level of preparedness. We're as prepared as any country can be. And I think what's bothering me most is how it's been sensationalized in a political way. I believe in a real way we need to take this for what it is. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo says he may sue the federal government over its failure to approve a plan to ease traffic in Manhattan by charging motorist fees during periods of high congestion. If evidence shows, though, is politically motivated. Local news 24 hours a day, on air and on quick take by 2:30. Covered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
It is 4:36 on Wall Street. It's time now for the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update. Here's Scott Jackson.
Maybe they'll go down on the Rangers might make the playoffs. There's still only one team behind them in the 18 Metropolitan Division with a 5-2 win in Montreal. Their ninth win in the last 10 games. That's in a row on the road. Rangers only 2 points behind Columbus in the last 5 days. Trail the Canadiens 2-0 scored 4 times in the third period. Davis the best deck at his 30th line stroke at 11-2. Islanders still both at 2-0 lead. Both lost 3-2 in overtime. The Islanders in St. Louis, 6 straight wins for the Stanley Cup champs. The Devils in San Jose. Next to Philadelphia against the banged up Sixers who were left there. 2 stars, Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid. The New York native Tobias Harris, 34 points. The Sixers won 115-106. This ran at 30 in the loss. The next 6 in a row. Local colleges, BYU, Wagner, Iona won up for St. Peter's and St. Francis all lost. Wild rumor broke yesterday that one of the teams that should have signed free agent Tom Brady to the Giants. Doesn't make a lot of sense because Joe Judge came from New England and was not anointed Daniel Jones as starting quarterback when asked to earlier this week. Every one of our players got comfortable with wanting to be able to compete right on up from day one. And I'm not going to establish any kind of status or hierarchy within the individual players and position groups by spending a month talking about individuals. That's a third me. I want you guys to understand my reasons for that. I can't talk about they've got a team of slate and they show up April 7th. Now spend a month talking about a specific player. Okay? Everyone's got the same opportunity on a daily basis to compete. There is a growing trend bringing the league of Patriots who was really joining the Giants, the first team in the NFL for the last 3 years. With the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update, I'm John Smith. Amy.
All right, thank you, John. It is 5:37 on Wall Street. The latest edition of Bloomberg Business Week is on these stands now. The cover on top. Reddit users are shaking up the stock market. Luca Carlos wrote the story for Bloomberg Business Week.
I can see a case for regulators maybe getting involved. I can see a case for regulators thinking this is too small ball to really get into. And the activity does appear to have been relatively coordinated.
You can read more about this and other stories in this week's edition of Bloomberg Business Week on these stands now and online at businessweek.com. Terminal customers can receive complimentary subscriptions at MHEO and listen to Business Week. Carol Mazur and Jason Kelly right here on Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. Wall Street time. Get global business, finance, and tech news on your TV, computer, bloomberg.com and search Bloomberg Global News. It is 5:38 on Wall Street. Time now for the Tri-State Business Report. For that, we're joined live by Bloomberg's Ed Corey. Morning, Ed.
Morning, Amy. New York business owners are getting ready for a statewide ban on single-use plastic bags that takes effect Sunday. All retailers that are required to collect sales tax are subject to this plastic bag ban. There are exceptions, including for prepared food from restaurants and food delivery companies. PSEG Power is shedding younger generation assets. The company's quarterly earnings call, PSEG executives disclosed a definitive deal that does have interest in the Yard Spring Hydro Pump storage facility in Blairstown and what was once a quarry in Orange County. A proposal for a 35% excise tax on ammunition sold in Connecticut to help take the cost of gun violence came under heavy fire during the public hearing last night. Opponents are pushing for a bill that's been tried unsuccessfully before. That's your Bloomberg Tri-State Business Report. I'm in for Amy.
All right, thank you, Ed. It's 5:39 on Wall Street. Bloomberg Radio is on the air from San Francisco to New York, London to Hong Kong. Let's check in now with our local news team for some of the top stories heard on our 300 affiliate radio stations around the world.
I'm Steve Postel. Mechanics in Los Angeles were talking about how coronavirus is slowing the solar energy revolution.
I'm Gina Chickadee in WBBM in Chicago. I'm reporting that United Airlines has gotten 2 analysts downgraded after the coronavirus outbreak. I'm Charlie Nickel. UKPAD distributed London reported on the spread of the virus in the UK with the first infection reported now in Wales.
I'm Ed Corey on WWJ in Detroit. I'm reporting Fiat Chrysler has cut 1,500 jobs in its Canadian minivan plant.
And those are some of the stories our 2,700 Bloomberg journalists and analysts are working on this morning around the world. Other stories we're watching today, the parent company of British Airways says the coronavirus makes it impossible to predict earnings this year. AIG sees demand weakening in Asia and Europe. Those companies are cutting back on business travel. That's IAG. Right now, S&P futures 1.2% lower, down futures and down 1.3%. This is Bloomberg. Bloomberg Day Break brought to you by Land Rover. The only adventure sales event happening now until March 31st. Visit your Tri-State area Land Rover retailer for examples of a new Discovery Sport Land Rover above and beyond.
Coronavirus fears rattle world markets.
The global equity sell-off continues. Centers for Disease Control
And Americans prepare for an outbreak.
Companies around the world are cutting forecasts, and have more than a dozen or so countries that have issued tighter travel restrictions.
Headlines from around the globe. Stay with Bloomberg. You're on the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
At City National Bank, the only way is up. Since 1954, we've been dedicated to helping our clients reach higher with a long-term approach to relationship banking. After all, your money hasn't come this far to settle. Let's make it work as hard as you do. Take it to the next level with City National Bank. Learn more at cmb.com, where the only way is up. City National Bank, member FDIC. GEP, Unified Procurement and Supply Chain Solutions. GEP, Strategy, Software, Managed Services. GEP is the industry's digital transformation powerhouse, helping local market leaders achieve new levels of profitability, performance, and shareholder value. Hundreds of Fortune 500 and Global 2000 companies count on GEP to reduce operating expenses, boost EBITDA, and increase competitiveness. GEP, helping the world's best companies do better.
Attention all business owners who rent or lease space, including storage space. Stop wasting your money paying someone else for your space. You can now save a ton of money and own your own building with incredible sale prices from General Steel. That's right, start saving money every month on renting space from others. Just call 888-41-STEEL to see how General Steel can help you save money. Our 50-year structural warranty buildings are custom designed for your needs and save you a ton of money. Call 888-41-STEEL.
Hey, you're a successful entrepreneur. If you need to expand or start a new business, you need to have Steel. Very to you and a new better
pricing is the reason I highlight General Steel. Call 888-41-STEEL now, and you can get any of our popular quick construction structures, including a 40 by 60 foot building or a 50 by 100 clear span building, fast and easy. Call 888-41-STEEL. That's 888-417-8335. 888-41-STEEL. If this were just any door, and this were just any ignition, and if this were just any transmission, it's just any vehicle, then perhaps it would be okay to buy it from just anyone. But this is not just any car. It's a certified premium Mercedes-Benz. Every detail is inspected and road tested by highly skilled Mercedes-Benz technicians, and it's all backed by an unlimited mileage warranty, which makes the decision to buy one simple. It's authorized Mercedes-Benz. The certified premium sales is going on now for us. What it's saying is a credit of $15 for pays Mercedes-Benz financial services. Because in the end, it's absolute confidence in genuine Mercedes-Benz parts, or it's either Mercedes-Benz certified pre-owned, or it's
Stephen authorized Mercedes-Benz deal 152 certifications on credit card your first event statements and certified pre-owned warranties.
For 18 consecutive years, NBAF has been recognized by Inside Public Accounting as a best of the best firm. NBAF, a full-service CPA advisory firm, serves domestic and international clients across a broad range of industries and practice areas in more than 55 countries and all 50 states. NBAF, CPAs and advisors, celebrating 50 years of sophistication and excellence. Learn more at NBAFCPA.com.
Bloomberg Daybreak is brought to you by Command Financial. Command Financial is defining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. To learn more, visit commandfinancial.com today. It is 5:45 on Wall Street, time for Land Rover Drive Time Traffic. The only adventure sales event is happening now until March 31st. Visit your Tri-State area Land Rover retailer for details on the Discovery Sport, Land Rover, on and beyond. Here's Danelle Crispin. Motel Roscoe on the 700 Expressway West Coast. Into Bradley Avenue, there's an accident. It's a flick-over tanker truck that is leaking fuel. Crispin, eastbound on the connecting place over the entrance ramp. It was because that was a turn truck from westbound Staten Expressway. For when the expressway between there and Solid takes cleared away westbound from Bell Bird, the slow eastbound from the Hamilton Avenue, and the van went up so quick northbound into Jewel Avenue during the crash. The left lane is closed there and big delays in the Cross Point Expressway westbound at the Alexander Hamilton Bridge. There's an accident involving two trucks and trailers. As reported, sponsored by Canada Ginger Ale, it's the words of Brother Canada Ginger Ale and Imagine State. You're chiefly moving to the gospel and the South County for calling us the next time the march with a real ginger taste is Canada Dry. Bloomberg Ministry of 3-day forecast. Sunny clouds today, breezy, high 40 to 45 tonight. Partly cloudy from 25 to 30 tomorrow, partly sunny, chilly, high 35 to 40 tomorrow night. It'll be clear to partly cloudy, 25 on Sunday. It'll be sunny, the highs will be 45. That's why I gave announcement today. This is Bloomberg Ministry of Bloomberg Daybreak continues.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on weekdays on Bloomberg. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm Karen Moscow, and fear over the spread of coronavirus claiming its grip on global markets with stocks across Europe and Asia plunging the day after the worst run on Wall Street since 2011. U.S. stock index futures are pointing to more clean at the open, and Treasury yields are falling. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. S&P futures down to 33 points, Dow futures down 306, NASDAQ futures down 116. The DAX in Germany is down 3.9%. And your Treasury of 20-30 seconds, you have 1.19%. The yield on the 2-year, 0.97%. And the 30-year yield, 1.69%. NYMEX crude oil is down 3.4% at $1.62 to $45.47 a barrel. And COMEX gold is down 0.7%, or $11.40 at $16.31 an ounce. The euro, 1.1035 against the dollar. British pound, 1.2894. And the yen is 108.69. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now here's Michael Barr with more on what's going on around the world. Michael.
Secretary President Donald Trump said his administration has done an incredible job preventing the spread of coronavirus. Jones has California's governor says the state is monitoring featuring 8,400 people besides the township. Mike Bloomberg says that he might not spend money because his Bernie Sanders, Vermont senator and Democratic presidential nominee, days after a Sanders advisor said they wouldn't walk the help. We should mention that Mike Bloomberg is the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent company of Bloomberg Radio. Turkey raised the death toll from the Syrian government airstrike on its forces in northwestern Syria previous night to 33 Turkish troops. In the NHL, Reed has won. The Islanders lost in overtime. The Devils fell in OT. The Bruins won. The Capitals lost. In the NBA, the Knicks lost to the Warriors. Global News 24 hours a day on air and on a quick take by Bloomberg. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barnes. This is Bloomberg.
All right, thank you, Michael. It is 5:49 on Wall Street. We're live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios. Yesterday, the biggest one-day drop for the Dow, nearly 1,200 points. U.S. equities making headed for their worst week since the financial crisis. Michael Purvis is CEO of Tall Rock and Capital Advisor, and he joins me now. Michael, it's a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us. We are coming off the biggest Monday slide in down 6.11. Where are you going from here?
I think we're going to decide to take one of the things in the market would be able to see vicious relief rallies along the way, but that's what I did advising clients, this is what the core coronavirus is that if you look at the extent of the rally into late January and early February, it has gone from sort of fourth gear to fifth gear into overdrive, and it was due for a consolidation in any respect. And so I would suggest that the market could easily correct another 5 to 10%, and still keep the 3 to 4 year bull trend that we've been seeing in our chart absolutely intact there. I think it's finding that this particular move, velocity drops so severe. How quickly we came off these fresh highs just 10 days ago is really remarkable. And I think that's perhaps a function of a couple of things. One of which is obviously the coronavirus is very difficult to contextualize and understand what it means for the economy, what it means for earnings, and so forth. And I think the other thing is that, while we have this huge rally, and with a lot of complacency, right, huge all buying, put buying, and all that, the valuation expansion was very severe as well. So we had a combination of valuation expansion plus complacency, plus a very unpredictable news cycle or implications of coming out of these very problematic headlines of coronavirus. That itself very quick, a very rapid velocity. That's how these markets pass on.
You're right. We have seen the fastest correction for U.S. stocks in history from a record high. It sounds like you're not recommending that.
No, certainly not today. I probably will be back in the truck at some point. I think with the virus news starts to stabilize, things are starting to get back to work. But look, compared to December 2018, we are still nowhere near that, what I would call, quote unquote, must-buy the market valuation, right? And furthermore, there's a lot of, let's hope that the earnings streams are not really temporarily damaged for a quarter or two, but with the news flow here, a lot of facets of the business was shutting down, right? That begs a lot of questions about how your valuation is in the market. Are you paying 15 times, or are you paying actually 20 times? Because the earnings going to be a lot lower there. So we just don't know that, and obviously the markets are telling you there's a lot of uncertainty. And I still think I can reiterate that if you get a bounce today or early next week, you've got some opportunities to sell if you don't already done so.
Got about a minute here. I want to talk about that uncertainty and that high volatility. Some say that's going to stick around for a bit longer than you might have seen in past sell-off. So do you see the VIX staying near this level for any significant time?
No, I don't think it's by the way, just to get compared to Q4 2018 boom, By the time we get done, this level percentage off the fresh high, this is around 22. Q4 not at the moment, just right now, which just right this minute, I think our fresh highs are close to a 20-year high. We have the bonus to revenue spike in there, so forth. So I think ultimately, these kinds of spikes in volatility, there's nuance about how to get into from the actual market. So I think that we're exposed to volatility at some point, but we still be cautious in the market.
Michael Berman, CEO of Tall Market Capital Advisor. It is always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you, sir. Karen. All right, Amy, thank you. It is time at coming up to 5:54 on Wall Street. It's time for our daily Bloomberg Law Brief, exploring legal issues in the news. It's brought to you by American Arbitration Association. Business disputes are inevitable. Resolve faster with the American Arbitration Association, a global leader in alternative dispute resolution for over 90 years. More at ADR.org. Today we discuss President Trump calling on Supreme Court Justices Sonia Sotomayor and Ruth Bader Ginsburg to recuse themselves from future cases involving him. That's after Justice Sotomayor wrote that the Trump administration has been seeking emergency stays in an unprecedented number of cases, and her conservative colleagues were too quick to clear his policies. For more on the issue, Bloomberg's Jim Brasso speaks with University of Texas Law School professor Stephen Glenn, who researched the numbers for a Harvard Law Review article. The Supreme Court is the last word, and usually it lets novel issues percolate in the lower courts before it even considers a novel issue. And that's something she always addresses. So here's a little bit of the context of what she said.
The court that's lately has been very insistent, as the court has said, the court is review, not first view. That's mentioned to about 11 different times last term alone. And so historically what that's meant to is that the court has been very reflective to grant stays, where stays really are the exception, not the rule. And today, if you look at the practice during the George W. Bush administration, all years, and the Obama all years, you combine those two very different administrations. The government only sought a stay from the Supreme Court of the lower court decision a total of 8 times in those 16 years. Contrast that with the first 3 years of the Trump administration, where the government had sought 24 days. So part of, I think, what Justice Sotomayor is complaining about is not just that the government has become so much more willing to seek this kind of relief from the Supreme Court, but that even in the cases where the majority has refused to grant the relief, there's been no expression from the majority that this uptick is inappropriate, that the Solicitor General is taking advantage of the court's number set, and so that's why I think Justice Sotomayor rightly conceded this is becoming the new normal.
So Steve, we've been talking about the number of requests from the Trump administration for stays from lower court orders. Do you know how many they've actually won?
I did look at the Tetris, and there have been 24 different applications from the Trump administration for stays. Counted last Friday's ruling in the public charge case, this is now the 11th that was granted in full. Another 3 have been granted in part. The Trump cases, so that's 14 where at least part of the lower court decision has been stayed. 3 were withdrawn by the government because circumstances changed while they have been decades. And then 7 have been denied. So it's a good batting average for the Solicitor General. It's not a terribly batting average, but I think the real key here is that the grant has tended to be in these close, divisive contexts where, like last Friday, the votes were all 5-4. You don't have to look at the 16 years of the Bush and Obama administration. Not one of the 8 state requests from the Bush or Obama Solicitor General were met with a 5-4 vote out of direction. And indeed, of the 8 requests, only one were voted with any consent.
And that's University of Texas Law School professor Stephen Glenn speaking with Bloomberg's Jim Brasso. His more up-to-date interview was an analysis of the latest legal news. Subscribing to the Bloomberg Law Podcast by downloading the show at bloomberg.com/podcast. And attorneys can find exceptional legal research and business development tools at bloomberglaw.com. S&P futures down about 26 points this morning. Dow futures down 237, and Nasdaq futures are down 81. The euro right now at 1.1038 against the dollar. And Bloomberg Daybreak continues. This is Bloomberg. 5:58 on Wall Street. Time to manage the drive time traffic. The only effective sales event is happening now until March 31st. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for details on the news February 4th. Land Rover above and beyond. Here's Mel Brisbane. I think it's a big cleanup going on the 7 Expressway West End in Gravity Attic. There's a flipped-over tanker truck and it's leaking fuel and has members on the scene. Got 3 lanes blocked. Also, the entrance for it, that Bradley Avenue is closed, and also expect some eastbound traffic delays. And then we get quickly northbound at the Jewel Avenue. There's 2 lanes of block and a couple of tractor trailers involved in the crash on the westbound at the Alexander Hamilton Bridge. They're on the right shoulder now. In it, the street on the bridge, no problem. Rolling Jack and the accommodating car cars are easy out from Lincoln Hills are in fine shape. Along with Hills, there's about a 5-minute delay from 189 alternate South Street. Market moves the next day. Woodward on 303, take on the forecast. Sunny cloudy today, high 40 to 45 tonight. Partly cloudy with 25 to 30 tomorrow. Partly sunny. It'll be chilly, high 35 to 40 tomorrow night. Partly cloudy, lows near 25. On Sunday, it'll be sunny with a high of 40 to 45 degrees. Currently 31 with a Friday in Annapolis City. Bloomberg Land Trio. Bloomberg Daybreak continues. Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Bloomberg Studios, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Friday, February 28, 2020. This hour, U.S. futures tumble with the equities poised for their worst week since the financial crisis.
Nobody knows when this is going to end. It's very difficult to predict the outcome. It's very hard to imagine a scenario where you can actually change this.
Virus fears that stocks in Europe and Asia plunging while Treasury yields hit fresh lows.
Whistleblowers said the HHS did not protect workers with coronavirus. Plus, last week campaign ahead of the South Carolina primary. I'm Josh Nash, fourth another win for the Red Hot Rangers in Montreal. Islanders have held the ball off the number 5 and the Knicks lost in Philadelphia. That's all straight ahead on Bloomberg Daybreak. On Bloomberg in Montreal, New York. Bloomberg 99.1 Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 106.1 Boston. Bloomberg 960 San Francisco. Sirius XM 119. And around the world on BloombergRadio.com via the Bloomberg Business app.
Good morning, I'm Terry Moscow, and I'm Amy Morris. The first Daybreak is brought to you by BNY Mellon Pershing. Learn one of the world's most sophisticated advisory firms and broker-dealers rely on Pershing to help them improve profitability, create efficiency, attract talent, and manage risk at Pershing.com. And U.S. futures are lower above their worst levels of the session. 6-1 on Wall Street, and we check the markets every 15 minutes and on the trading day on the Bloomberg. S&P futures down 25 points. Dow futures down 233, and Nasdaq futures are down 83. The DAX in Germany is down 3.9%. The CAC Paris down 3%, and the FTSE 100 down 3.1%. 10-year Treasury of 23.30 seconds, yield 1.18%, and yield on the 2-year 0.96%. NYMEX for the oil is down 3.7% or $1.73 to 45.37 a barrel. COMEX gold is down 0.7% or $11.10 to 16.31.40 an ounce. The euro 1.1037 against the dollar, the yen 108.63. And this data check brought to you by IBKR, the professionals gateway to the world's markets. Their clients enjoy low-cost access to stocks, options, futures, forex, and fixed income from a single integrated account. Learn more at IBKR.com. Amy. All right, thanks, Karen. We are seeing stocks poised for their worst week since the 2008 financial crisis. This week alone, the S&P 500 has shed more than 10% of its value. Scott Miner is Chief Investment Officer at Guggenheim.
This is possibly the worst thing I've ever seen in my career. I've been through the stock market crash in '87. I went through the financial crisis. This has the potential to real something to shrink source.
Myers been on Wall Street for nearly 40 years. Now, the hour since we spoke with him, the equity sell-off has only deepened as fear over the coronavirus spreads.
It's very hard to imagine a scenario where you can actually contain something. You know, that's the thing that is to me very shocking.
Myers sees stocks sliding as much as 40% if global leaders fail to contain the outbreak. Firms on Wall Street are slashing their earnings outlook for stocks as the virus keeps economic growth. Jay Jacobs is SVP of Strategy at Global X ETFs.
Nobody knows when this is going to end. This is not something that economists can plan out against this model. I think the uncertainty is what's really hurting the financial markets right now. Not that, what we've seen is so dramatic yet. We just don't know the end point.
And uncertainty is also a key factor for Kurt Hartman, Chief Investment Officer at Wells Fargo Asset Management.
What's interesting about this is it's very difficult to predict the outcome. Once it stabilizes, I think the market can go back pretty quickly, but I think the one thing you can count on is a lot of volatility.
And that volatility has the VIX higher today. It is currently at 42.44. Treasury yields continue to hit fresh lows, that's putting pressure on the Fed. Traders now price in a 200% chance of a rate cut next month. Richard Jones is an FX and rates strategist for Bloomberg.
The rally in U.S. short-end rates market is so sharp and so big with that probability level now. It means that the Fed doesn't act next month, it risks tripping up markets further.
Just this week, the yield on 2-year government bonds has fallen more than 30 basis points, and 5-year Treasury yields are below 1% for the first time in 3.5 years. The sell-off in Asia was severe again today, with stocks now at levels not seen since September. And Bloomberg's Julia Sally joins us from Singapore with the details. Good morning, Julia.
Good morning, Karen. Australia's ASX 200 fell 3.3% in Sydney, its biggest one-day drop since September 2015, to officially enter correction territory. While markets in Hong Kong also joined those in Japan and South Korea to enter technical correction territory. The H25 was down 3.7% in Tokyo, its biggest one-day drop since December 2018. Elsewhere, the Kiwi clung to its weakest level since October as the nation confirmed its first case of coronavirus, increasing expectations for the RBNZ to ease policy. In Singapore, I'm Juliette Sarli, Bloomberg Daybreak.
Thank you, Julia. The sell-off also dramatic in Europe again today. Here with details, Bloomberg Daybreak Europe anchor Caroline Hefner joining us live from London. Good morning, Caroline.
Good morning, Amy and Karen. All industry groups here in Europe now in the red. Basic resources, tech and travel and leisure the worst hit industry groups. Shares in IAG have dropped as much as 9.7% this morning. The earnings per share rate on Ethereum says the coronavirus makes it impossible to predict earnings for this year. EasyJet says it's seeing slowing demand in Europe and plans to cancel flights. And Dare, which operates software for flight booking, says that airline sales are slowing globally, but it's too early to know how long this trend will last. USOP 600 right now, down by 3.1% heading this worst week since 2008. I'm in London on Caroline Hefner with Daybreak.
Caroline, thank you. As traders assess the impact of the virus, we'll get clues from Chinese PMI data due out at 14 hours from now. And here with more is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia anchor Brian Curtis in Hong Kong.
The official PMIs look set to plumb new depths. The manufacturing days expected at 45 in February from 50 in January. Investors are hankering for clues as to where all this goes after the closure of factories, cinemas, restaurants, and stores across the nation as a result of the coronavirus. Is it a short-term blip or a long-lasting slump? In Hong Kong, Brian Curtis, Bloomberg Daybreak.
Thank you, Brian. That data from China will be watched closely. We're also tracking the latest on the spread of the coronavirus. The number of cases in South Korea now surpassing 2,000. And we have new infections in New Zealand and Lithuania. Nigeria also confirming its first case. Infections worldwide now number 83,000, with fatalities surpassing 2,800. Cases in China climbed by more than 300 today, while deaths in Iran rise to 34. Meantime, Japan's northern island of Hokkaido is declaring a state of emergency due to the outbreak. And in Europe, Germany quarantining 1,000 people after an outbreak in the western region of that country. California and the U.S. clearing 8,400 people for signs of the virus after they traveled to Asia. This is Bloomberg. 6:07 on Wall Street. Let's bring in one of the car and find out what else is going on in Pearl.
Thank you very much, Amy. A whistleblower is accusing the Department of Health and Human Services of failing to protect employees who were called to respond to the coronavirus outbreak. Bloomberg's Bob Moon has the story.
The workers reported that especially California airbase to help process Americans that being suffered the outbreak from China. According to the Office of Special Counsel, the senior HHS official elected seems improperly reassigned after raising concerns that workers weren't getting proper equipment for training. News 12 gets congressional hearings underway. William Walters of the State Department's Bureau of Medical Services immediately.
I can say unequivocally that everyone involved in those evacuations was appropriately equipped and trained.
Walters testified he was on the news, and HHS spokeswoman says complaints being evaluated. Bobby
President Trump said his administration has done an incredible job preventing the spread of the coronavirus after California's governor said the state is monitoring 8,400 people who were Mike Moore, committed Baxter from our Bloomberg 960 newsroom in San Francisco. Community coronavirus, the lack of ability to establish a trail, has concerned officials working to help contain the spread for a while now. On this first community case in California, has Governor Gavin Newsom saying the state needs help. We have basically 100 testing kits in the state of California, and that's surveillance testing as well as diagnostic testing that's simply inadequate to do justice to the kind of testing that is required to address this issue head on. And the CDC now says it's going to widen its testing to more people from more countries. In San Francisco, amid Baxter Bloomberg Daybreak, Democratic presidential candidates are doing some last-minute campaigning before tomorrow's South Carolina primary. Trump runner Bernie Sanders at a rally in Spartanburg said that Joe Biden's voting record was hurting him against President Trump.
Don't joke for 3 years. He was a decent guy, but I don't believe that Joe can beat Trump when people learn that he voted for war and
Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao says the Trump administration wants Amtrak to make repairs to New York's existing tunnel under the Hudson River a priority instead of building a new one first. Midway Tunnel and bridge projects with double rail capacity between Newark and Penn Station. Global News 24 hours a day, on the air and on Wednesday by Bloomberg, powered by More. At 27, journalists and analysts from more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
Thank you, Michael. It is 6:10 on Wall Street. It's time now for the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update. Here's John Dashow.
Maybe the Rangers said to be rebuilding to the sweet season at the playoffs. Looks like that all year, but the Blue Shirts have caught fire. In February, they won Montreal 5-2. They won 9 of the last 10. A 4-record 9 in a row on the road, and least point down for playoff spot. Canadians left the shopping Rangers got a goal late second period, then 4 more in the third. Good day and one more. Excellent at the beginning of the second third. Came out with more energy and doing the job in the second. And then I thought they started frustrated and less 10 minutes. The second was like the first, and then just not the way they swapped. They took the second. Now first was she that goal before the end of the first. And that was by Fox, and he just had to go and pick him like this, and then we get a goal. So I think they can get that goal, and they got really mad at us for the third period. One of the teams that chasing the playoffs for the Islanders, who likely to get the Rangers the other night, got a 40-foot long overtime. 3-2 in St. Louis. Same thing for the Devils. 3-2 overtime loss at San Jose. Now stretch the next 3 games with 4 nights on the road and lost the ball. Philadelphia improved to 28-2 at home. 115-106. The Sixers won despite being without their top 2 players, Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid. Julius Randle, 30 points to the Knicks in their loss. 6 in a row. Yankees in Tampa beat the Rays 7-1 home run for 3 times during a hanging team. Frazier, Tyler Wade, and Mike Ford. Jay Happ, we scoreless innings. He's needed a lot with the injuries to Luis Severino and James Paxton. The Mets last night lost to the Marlins 3-1. So the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update on Sunday.
All right, thank you, John. Want to tune in tonight for the Bloomberg Business of Sports show. We'll be talking soccer. Our guest is Ian Ayers, CEO of Major League Soccer's Nashville SC. Also, he is former CEO of Premier League of Liverpool. We have that conversation tonight at 7 and tomorrow morning at 11 on Bloomberg Radio. Or subscribe to Bloomberg Business of Sports wherever you get your podcasts. We are watching futures S&P now down 6.7%. It's Bloomberg. Bloomberg Daybreak brought to you by Audi. Don't let someone else drive off in the Audi model you've always wanted. Visit a tri-state Audi dealer to get behind the wheel of yours today.
Super Tuesday, 14 states, 191 songs. On the side, Jacob Weston will bring you non-stop coverage along with Bloomberg Washington correspondent John Zerlin.
There's so much volatility in this race.
Super Tuesday, the priority season against Nigel.
It's going to get very tight, very tight. What are your reaction as we
The schedule network begins Tuesday at 8 on Bloomberg, on Rio, Bloomberg Television, and BloombergRadio.com.
Who's in your corner? At Commonwealth Financial Network, our advisors would say we are. Our supportive environment lets you be true to yourself, and our culture of accountability means we don't just ask for your feedback, we act on it. So we can deliver the solutions you need to enrich the lives of your clients and build a business you've always dreamed of. Ready to discover the difference? Call Commonwealth at 866-462-3638 or visit Commonwealth.com. Member FINRA, registered investment advisor.
If this were just any door, and this were just any ignition, connected to just any transmission, in just any vehicle, and perhaps only obtained by not just anyone, but it's not just any car. It's certified premium Mercedes-Benz. Every detail has been inspected and road tested by highly skilled Mercedes-Benz technicians, and it's all done for an unlimited amount of warranty, which makes the decision for the driver simple. Your authorized Mercedes-Benz vehicle. The certified premium sales is going on now for Mercedes. What is the huge recommendation? $200 for pays for Mercedes-Benz financial services. And it's absolute confidence in genuine Mercedes-Benz parts, or it isn't. It's either Mercedes-Benz certified pre-owned, or it isn't.
See the authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete quotations on pre-owned refer to those statements with certified pre-owned warranty.
Hey, New York and New Jersey, when it comes to local banking, we've got you covered. With over 160 branches throughout New York and New Jersey, the NYCB family of banks, comprised of New York Community Bank and its divisional banking leaders. Queens County Savings Bank, Roslyn Savings Bank, Richmond County Savings Bank, Roosevelt Savings Bank, Atlantic Bank, and Garden State Community Bank have been serving the financial needs of our communities for 160 years. That's a tradition of strength, stability, and service. So no matter where you live, work, or play, now you can bank anywhere you see NYCB. We got you covered. New York Community Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Today's business professionals have no time for delays or interruptions in their car service schedules. Utah understands this concern, and our tradition of keeping our customers on time is why many of the finest firms in this city have chosen Utah as their primary carrier. Please visit us at utah.com. That's utog.com, or call 718-361-1110 to open a personal or corporate account. Credit card reservations are
It's 6:15 on Wall Street, time for Land Rover Drive Time traffic. The only event for sales event is happening now until March 31st. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for details on the new Discovery Sport. Land Rover, above and beyond. Good morning to Kristen.
Good morning, Amy.
It's looked over the Staten Island Expressway for the traffic alley. There's a look over a tanker truck and it's leaking fuel. And apparently about 3,000 gallons of fuel reportedly on that truck, and that has to be cleaned up outside of the scene. They have eastbound heavy speed, rubbernecking delays as well. And then the York County, the dual admin crash there a couple of later on. That's still going on the Southern State Highway westbound to the Wausau Alley, and then things are crash there, that's being cleared. As we jump on across Boston Expressway westbound at the Alexander Hamilton Bridge, and rightly disposed there. Because of an accident involving two tractor trailers, not bad in it, the GW Bridge at the Holland Tunnel, where it's like they think about a positive late from 49, Lincoln Tunnel City Fire, ultimate on the street, something will affect today. This report sponsored by Staples Stores at Staples Heritage. Think home on Walnut, Sledgehammer, if you're out of your home, your office, your home office, see the Staples Store from 303 day for the forecast. Sunny clouds today, a super easy, 40 to 45. Tonight, birthday cloudy, low 25 to 30. Tomorrow, Sunday, sunny and chilly, high 35 to 40. Tomorrow night, it'll be clear, birthday cloudy, low near 25. And then the outlook for Sunday will be sunny for 40 to 45. With the best weather to get down in the city, this is Bloomberg 1130. Bloomberg State Break. Continue.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Think by Bloomberg. Bloomberg Business Learners.
I'm Jerry Moscow. Initial updates brought to you by American Arbitration Association. International trade or business dispute resolved faster with the International Center for Dispute Resolution, a leader in alternative dispute resolution around the world. ICDR.org. Fear over the spread of the coronavirus is tightening its grip on global markets. Stocks across Europe and Asia are plunging a day after the worst run of Wall Street since 2011. U.S. stock index futures are pointing to more clean at the open, but they are off their lows of the morning. Treasury yields are falling. We check the markets every 15 minutes on the trading day on Bloomberg. S&P futures down 23 points. Dow futures down 212, and Nasdaq futures down 71. The DAX in Germany is down 3.4%. 10-year Treasury up 23.30 seconds. Yield 1.18%. They yield on the 2-year 0.96%, and the 30-year yield at 1.68%. NYMEX crude oil is down 3.3% at $1.58 to 45.51 a barrel. COMEX gold is down 0.6% for $9.70 and 16.3270 an ounce. The euro 1.1030 against the dollar. British pound 1.2886, and the yen is equivalently 0.64. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm your Michael Barr with more on what's going on around the world. Michael.
American whistleblower is accusing the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services of a failure to protect its employees responsible for responding to the coronavirus outbreak. Workers were dispatched to an base in California to help process Americans returning from China, the epicenter of the outbreak. Democrats are getting in some last-minute campaigning at the tomorrow South Carolina primary. Front-runner Bernie Sanders says he will win the presidency because voter dissatisfaction drive more people to the polls in November. In the NHL, rain was not. The Islanders lost in overtime. Blues. Devils fell to the Sharks in OT. Bruins won. The Capitals were shut out by the Jets. The NBA, the Knicks lost along with the Warriors. Global news 24 hours a day. All air and on quick take by Bloomberg. Covered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
All right, thank you, Michael. It's 6:20 on Wall Street. We're live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios for daybreak. Yesterday, we've been telling you the biggest one-day point drop for the Dow, nearly 1,200 points. Joining me now to talk about this and more, Evans, the Managing Director of Global Macro Strategy at Medley Global Advisors. And then we've been talking about the biggest one-day slide in stocks since 2011. How far do you believe this could go?
Good morning, and thank you very much for having us. Well, it's a bit difficult to determine it precisely. I think if you were to compare the drop so far, 10% of the service in China after the Lunar holiday, that was part of the expand here from the US. But again, it's 2.5% threshold. This is the initial thing about what is this virus impact on the economy precisely, and how much further will this go. The two markets are really trying to figure out, like, the constant shock that we're dealing with currently, because the virus is here, how it's going to spread, and it's now in real sense the trenching, like the example of Korean automated overnight, shutting down production because one employee was severely affected. Right? The numbers really speaks to the trenching. So it's difficult to determine the exact amount of salt that we're going to see continue, but we're in a very dire market, that's clear.
Now, you said before that investors should be looking at the risk of coronavirus the way they might view a trade war. So,
well, the way that we think about that is that so far the public policy response has been to contain the virus with what we're going to call protectionist measures. So closing borders, to stop traveling, basically curb mobility, and that's nothing different than if you want to think on, say, trade barriers, right? You should become very driven. And if you do it that way, markets are more really reacting like, well, this is kind of the equivalent of the trade war. You're going to get like really reduced activity because every country is pulling inward to try to protect its countries from a sort of retail and contain the virus that way. Now, this is a force of markets, and we're trying to figure out, like, to what extent is that really damaging the economy short term, or is it really going to be long-term damage? And I think this is still, to be seen plays out. But yes, it's equivalent to trade war type of approach. Nevertheless, what we're going to see now is that as the shock will continue, you're going to get more financial crisis-type reaction, right, as a normal cut of that. And that's something we're still to.
So is there anything that suggests a V-shaped recovery?
Well, I'm still in that scenario that could be the case. One, because the data that we're going to see next year is going to be pretty bad, right? Anything that's PMI or forward-looking data, we'll see kind of a plunge so we happen in Asia, we probably happen in the developed markets too. By definition, the data will rebound in the following quarter or quarter thereafter, so that's the V-shaped idea. But it also could be depends upon communication, I think, particularly on the government and public health, because it really is about making them remain confident that they can go
cases flown entirely to deal with Israelis, right? And that is great all those beach shaping that you see in the picture again, including the financial markets. So you'll be seeing that the financial markets are putting right now quite significant pressure on policymakers everywhere to start coming forward with a response.
Briefly, we only have about a minute here, but I wanted to ask you about gold. Even gold is trading lower, down at 7%, trading at 16.31 an ounce. What is that signal to you?
Well, gold is it's actually performing exceptionally well. It's of course a message that people look at my gold agent, black swan, people that way back again, but I don't look down on this. I thought the gold. But I think the competing message right now is also of course cash, or treasury bills, because still the way that the term is very stable, and what may be happening right now or in the south is so severe, people are retrenching and they move to temporarily to cash. That's the part of the action.
You see a rush of cash?
Well, to the extent that you can expect that, like people retrench from markets and sort of the sidelines and see what the next sort of days will look like in terms of the outbreak and likely will happen further from here in Europe, right? And how the response would be to that outbreak. So I think that's what you see right there.
Ben Evans is Managing Director of Global Macro Strategy at Bentley Global Advisors. So thank you for taking the time with us right now as we check the futures. S&P down 0.9%, Dow down almost a full percent, NASDAQ futures down 1%, the VIX at 41.12. Much more to come on Bloomberg Daybreak. We'll continue to watch all of this for you. This is Bloomberg. Bloomberg Daybreak is brought to you by the New York Community Trust, a public charity working with generous New Yorkers to make an impact on the issues they care about. To set up your fund through the New York Community Trust, visit nycommunitytrust.org.
This is Tom Key. Clara, join us later this morning for Bloomberg Surveillance. It is not only the shock of medicine, it's a shock of finance as well. We speak with Luigi Zingales at the University of Chicago Law School and then Michael Darda of NPR Partners on the linkage between this stock correction and her oil bear market. Bloomberg Surveillance starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg Electric Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. IBKR is the professional gateway to the world's markets. IBKR offers commissions starting at $0 for U.S. listed stocks and ETFs, enhanced price execution via IB Smart Routing, and access to our powerful trader workstation, web, mobile, and API trading platforms. In addition, our clients enjoy the lowest cost access to stocks, options, futures, forex, fixed income, and more on over 125 markets in 31 countries. Learn more or open an IBKR integrated investment account at IBKR.com.
The Audi Q5 represents everything we've learned from building one of the world's most progressive vehicles. With expectation-shattering technology like available rear cross-track assist, this car was born to not conform. The Audi Q5 is here. Progress is never frontier.
Take a test drive today at your trusted Audi dealer or go to AudiOffers.com for more information on all the technology the 2020 Audi Q5 has to offer.
Construction, comes dozens of attachments with ease, no doubt to top. More than just land, it's home. Nothing runs like a deer. Get a 1 Series package for just $99 per month for John Deere dealers today. For additional cost information, please call toll-free 855-633-2315.
Dear Calvary Hospital, throughout the years, our family has been blessed with your unique end-of-life care. Not once, or twice, but 3 different times. My brother Tom, my dad, and then my Uncle Jack. Each time your doctors, nurses, cancer care technicians, in fact your entire staff, relieve that horrendous physical pain from cancer. At the same time, you also relieve our entire family's emotional pain. All the family and friends would visit around the clock as we sat around and talked and laughed. Once we even had our Thanksgiving dinner. During those final days of their lives, you helped us all bring back the happy times, which we will never forget. Thank you, Calvary, Joe Hall, and family.
This is Frank Callahan, President of Calvary Hospital, where life continues. Call us at 718-518-2000. Thank you.
It's 6:28 on Wall Street, time for Land Rover Drive Time traffic. The Oldie Adventure Sales event is happening now until March 31st. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for details on the Discovery Sport. Land Rover above and beyond. It's Mel Crispin. Thanks, Jimmy. That's on with on the Staten Island Expressway. They're still dealing with an overturned tanker truck leaking fuel. Hazmat Plaza sees big eastbound northern and delays as well. Yeah, on the Crosswalk Expressway, westbound the Everett, Sandler, Hamilton Bridge, and Addison, two tractor trailers there on the right lane, and then on the Midway Expressway, with that Western Tool Avenue, the good news is there are traffic between Clearway Avenue and lots of buses are slowdowns in the Southern State Parkway westbound, and Long Highway with 628 collision there causing delays. But fine, at the GW Bridge, Lincoln Tunnel, a 5-minute delay in the town, Lincoln Tunnel about a 10 to 15 minute backup. Alternate Southern Street parking will be next day. Parking on the 303 weather forecast. Sunny clouds today, breezy, high 40 to 45. Early Friday, low 25 to 30 tomorrow. Partly sunny and chilly, high 35 to 40 tomorrow night. Partly cloudy, low near 25. On Sunday, it will be sunny with a high of 40 to 45 degrees. Currently 51. For the best ride in and out of the city, this is Bloomberg Weather Trio. Bloomberg Take Break. Continue.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in Newport, Bloomberg 130, Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1, Boston, Bloomberg 106.1, to San Francisco, Bloomberg 960, Clearwater, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Daybreak.
It's 6:30 on Wall Street. Good morning. I'm Amy Price. And I'm Karen Moscow. We're just about 3 hours away from the opening of U.S. trading. Let's get you up to date on the news you need to know at this hour. U.S. futures are tumbling this morning with equities poised for their worst week since the 2008 financial crisis. This week alone, the S&P 500 has shed more than 10% of its value. Scott Byard is Chief Investment Officer at Guggenheim.
This is possibly the worst that I've ever seen in my career. I've been through the stock market crash in '87. I went through the financial crisis. This has the potential to realistically shrink this.
S&P futures are lower by 1%, while Europe Stoxx 600 is down 2.8%. Traders are looking for a bottom to this sell-off. Martin Malone says the asset class to watch for that is U.S. stocks. Malone is Chief Economic Advisor at Alphabet.
The equity market is going to find it first because it's the most liquid space. Other stock markets don't have visibility or sector issues that we need to look at. So the first source of stability is going to come from America.
Stability at the moment, though, volatility surging past levels not seen since the sell-off in December of 2018. Right now, the VIX is at 21.31. Treasury yields continue to hit fresh lows. The yield on 10-year government bonds currently at 1.18%, and that's putting pressure on the Fed. Traders now pricing a 100% chance of the central bank cutting interest rates next month. Now stems from the coronavirus outbreak. Cases in South Korea have now crossed 2,000. Infections spreading across Asia. Here with more Bloomberg Daybreak Asia anchor Brian Curtis.
The IOC says it's committed to the Olympics in Tokyo as planned. Japan is closing schools to limit the spread. Disney is closing its parks in Japan for at least 2 weeks. And Tokyo wants a new spending package of $45 billion. Elsewhere, Nigeria confirms a case, the first in sub-Saharan Africa. In all, Brian Curtis, Bloomberg Daybreak.
Great, Brian, thank you. We also have new infections in New Zealand and Lithuania, while deaths in Iran now number 34. Confirmed cases worldwide are above 83,000, with fatalities surpassing 2,800. And Japan's northern island of Hokkaido is declaring a state of emergency due to this virus. In Europe, Germany is quarantining 1,000 people after an outbreak. In the U.S., California is monitoring 8,400 people for signs of the virus after they traveled to Asia. And S&P futures are lower, down 27 points. Dow futures down 246. NASDAQ futures down 78. 10-year Treasury of 20-30 again, the yield 1.19%, and the yield on the 2-year at 0.96%. And straight ahead, we have the latest world and national news. This is Bloomberg. It's 6:30. 6:33 on Wall Street. This news update brought to you by Land Rover. The only image sales event is happening now until March 31st. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for details on the new Discovery Sport. Land Rover, above and beyond. Let's bring in Michael Wall.
Thank you very much, Amy. A whistleblower is accusing the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services of appealing to protect its employees responsible for responding to the coronavirus outbreak. The complaint claims federal health workers received Americans quarantined for possible exposure to the virus weren't given proper equipment or training. Workers were sent to an airbase in California to help process Americans returning from Wuhan, China, the epicenter of the outbreak. William Walters, Executive Director and Managing Director for Operational Medicine in the state's Department of Paramedical Services, insisted at a congressional hearing that Washington Tuesday. I can say unequivocally that everyone involved in those evacuations was appropriately equipped and trained. Walters said he was on the mission to push. President Trump said his administration has done an incredible job preventing the spread of coronavirus.
It's going to disappear one day. It's like a miracle. It will disappear. And from our shores, it gets worse before it gets better.
Congresswoman Jackie Speier of California is saying Wall Street will continue to be very volatile until the president looks like he is in control of coronavirus spread. Bloomberg said that expressed so.
Spears says she understands it is a delicate line to walk, but she says the president needs to stop happy talking.
We're going to have to be responsible here, and it's going to require the president to recognize that the stock market is going to continue to reel from this until there is confidence that we are addressing this.
She says the people deserve a government that is responsible to a crisis. In San Francisco, I'm at Baxter Bloomberg Daybreak.
It's the eve of the South Carolina primary. During some last-minute campaigning, Democratic frontrunner Bernie Sanders spoke at a rally in Spartanburg.
Take a look at the last 50 national polls, and you will find on 47 of those 50, Bernie beats Trump.
Tonight, President Trump will speak in South Carolina. Local news 24 hours a day, on air and on foot, take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts from about 20 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
Thank you, Michael. It is 6:36 on Wall Street. Time now for the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update. Here's John Stashower.
Hey, you know what that? The Rangers might make the playoffs. They're still the one team behind them in the metropolitan division with a 5-2 in Montreal. They're 19 in the last 10 games, 19 in a row on the road. Rangers 2 points behind Columbus in the last 5. The Canadians 2-0. Scored 4 times in the third period. Nico Benedict at the 30th. Ryan Strome got the last 2. The Rangers escaped tonight in Philadelphia. Islanders and Devils both had 2-0 leads. Both lost 3-2 in overtime. The Isles beat St. Louis. The Devils beat San Jose. Next, Philadelphia against the banged up Sixers who were without their 2 stars. Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid. The New York native Tobias Harris, 34 points. The Sixers won 115-106. Julius Randle had 30 in the loss. The Knicks 6 loss in a row. College football, Iona won up in St. Francis loss. Wild rumor yesterday that one of the teams interested in signing free agent Tom Brady, the Giants. Doesn't make a lot of sense because the Joe Judge came from New England, and it was not appointing Daniel Jones as the starting quarterback. When asked to earlier this week, everyone of our players is going to come here with one exciting to be able to compete for the ground up from day one. And I'm not going to establish any kind of status or power through the individual players and position groups by spending a lot of talking about individuals. That's important to me. I want you guys to understand my reason for that. I can't tell them they've got to keep the slate and they show on April 7th how to spend. I'm talking about a specific player. Okay? Everyone's got the same opportunity on a daily basis to compete. There is a growing feeling Brady will leave the Patriots and really join the Giants for only 12 games. The last 3 years. So the Bloomberg NBC Sports Update from John Station. Okay?
All right, thank you, John. It is 6:37 on Wall Street.
The following commentary is from Bloomberg Opinion.
Utility stocks are priced like an antidote to coronavirus. Only intended for economists with Bloomberg Opinion. Utilities just hit a milestone. For the first time ever, this traditionally small, rather boring sector has a bigger weighting in the S&P 500 than oil and gas stocks. It's tempting to read this as symbolizing fossil fuels giving way to a lower carbon, electrified future. But this looks less about energy transition, more about virus transmission. Pandemic fears hit global oil and gas stocks and boost demand for safe havens, such as domestic utilities. Plunging treasury yields also play to the strengths of big dividend payers, such as utility utilities, that's forcing the highest selling cost of any major sector, the price of perfection. If that's the right word. I'm Liam Denny. For more opinion, please go to bloomberg.com/opinion or OPIN on the Bloomberg Channel.
This has been Bloomberg Opinion.
Bloomberg Opinion commentary is get free every weekday at this time. Terminal customers can read more at OPIN Go. It is 6:38 on Wall Street. Time for the Bloomberg Small Business Report.
When Christian Lotranco was working as an engineer in the oil industry, he spent his spare time in his trailer in northern Louisiana scouring the internet for the perfect engagement ring for his girlfriend. But he struggled to find one that was ethically and sustainably produced. After researching the jewelry industry, he decided to quit his job and start the brand Jewel Amore. And Lotranco's rings have an average selling price of $3,000 and can be made using natural diamonds or lab-grown ones. But what really sets the rings apart, he says, is that the proceeds for the purchase of each one contribute to buying clean water to underserved areas of the world. Consumers insisting that the diamonds be cut with free or ethically mined and sold is nothing new, but Amore goes further, counting minimal carbon emissions and use of recycled gold and platinum to appeal to the millennial and Gen Z clients. And that's the Bloomberg Small Business Report.
All right, thank you, John. Some other stories we are following for you today. Dell's latest profit forecast came up short. It is a sign that weaker corporate demand for personal computers is taking a toll. Still, Dell says disappointing server sales last quarter will rebound. The company also announced plans for $1 billion stock buyback. The parent company of British Airways says the coronavirus makes it impossible to predict earnings this year. IAG sees demand weakening in Asia and in Europe. Plus, companies are cutting back on business travel. And two of the biggest American steel makers are raising their prices. Nucor and U.S. Steel are hoping to capitalize on tight supplies as the coronavirus dampens metal demand. Producers are betting there will be shipping snags caused by the outbreak, and that will affect inventory restocking. Checking markets now, S&P futures down 0.7%, Dow futures down about 0.8%. Nasdaq futures down 0.7%. COMEX gold down 0.9% at 16.27 per ounce, and the VIX now at 46. Much more on Bloomberg Daybreak. This is Bloomberg. Bloomberg Daybreak brought to you by NBAF, CPAs, and advisors dedicated to solving complex tax and accounting challenges, identifying opportunities, and helping businesses maximize profits. Learn more at NBAFCPA.com. Everybody, and I feel Wall Street. Please join us for Bloomberg Intelligence. Each week, we're going to give you in-depth research and data on some of the 2,000 companies and 130 industries we cover around the world. Each week, you might be surprised at how much lower U.S. interest rates will go. Plus, a look at the coronavirus and supply chain vulnerability.
Bloomberg Intelligence. Alex Steve, Wall Street, Saturday at noon on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg is listening. You wouldn't settle for an average investment. So why would you settle for an average vehicle? And Land Rover Ambassador, join the only adventure sales event, only critical opportunity to take home an all-new Land Rover at an exceptional price. Don't settle for less. Get an exceptional return on your next vehicle investment at Land Rover Manhattan. Elevate to lead. Visit LandRoverManhattan.com.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing ink-streaming expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deals, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
Attention investors, we all know the market can't last forever. Want to mitigate risk? Want to take some cash off the table and diversify? Metro Realty's Class A Buildings Fund is prime income producing real estate. You're secured on large apartment buildings. You're backed by $750 million in quality new construction. You receive monthly electronic payments. You're diversified with 15 buildings supporting you. Your investment is managed for retirement. These prime building locations back you with far money-making assets. Remember, no matter what type of market, it's always a landlord's market. Call now for free information on real estate secured investment wealth. Call now and learn our insider method of obtaining 18 to 21% target returns. Our 13 years bonus track record of $1.2 billion of assets under management groups. Call 201-210-2727. That's 201-210-2727. And what provider sale securities only made by your private placement memorandum. Read it first and invest wisely. Past performances don't guarantee your future results. National is a real estate development firm. See us at NRIA.net.
The lifeblood of tech startups isn't just money. It's executive and technical skills. The kind of skills the companies need to build real products. And the skills that venture capitalist Chris Sutton of Edison Partners sees in the graduates that are coming out of New Jersey Institute of Technology. The amazing thing about NJIT is their graduates, they have multiple offers on average now. They're coming out with real skill sets that are immediately hireable and available to them. I think we see an understanding by the faculty and administration at NJIT that we gotta train and educate the whole student, not just their, one side of the brain. And I do think that's sort of part of the DNA that there's practical and there's sort of academia and merging those two together and understanding that we're gonna have our young people go get great jobs and have very successful careers. They're gonna have both sides of the brain activated. And I think we see that with NJIT. NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Bloomberg Daybreak brought to you by Command Financial. At Command Financial, they're redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Learn more at commandfinancial.com. 6:45 on Wall Street, time for Land Rover Drive Time traffic. The Own the Adventure sales event is happening now until March 31st. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for details on the new Discovery Sport. Land Rover above and beyond. Here's Janelle Crispin. Plenty of the Staten Island Expressway, they're still cleaning up that overturned tanker truck. Put a gun in the tank, and the spill is contained there. It was carrying some fuel, thousands of gallons worth. Again, it's being cleared up. West Avenue to Brown Avenue, 3 lanes are blocked, and eastbound, very heavy rubbernecking delays. We have on the Northern State Parkway in Long Island, westbound of 606, 107, exit 35, crash on the shoulder. And then on the south shore of the Southern State Parkway, westbound at Long Avenue, exit 28, there's a crash on the shoulder there, causing some big delays. And we have on the Bentley northbound at Jewel Avenue, fresh cleared, but lots of leftovers. This report sponsored by Liberty Mutual Insurance, where you only pay for what you need. Switch to Liberty Mutual Insurance today, and you can customize your coverage so you only pay for what you need. Liberty Mutual Insurance, Bloomberg Weather 303-day weather forecast. Sunny clouds today, it'll be breezy, high 40 to 45 tonight, partly 25 to 32, high 35 to 40 tomorrow night. Clear to partly cloudy on Sunday, it'll be sunny, high 40 to 45. With the best drive in Indianapolis City, this is Bloomberg 130. Bloomberg Daybreak continues.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news. 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on LinkedIn by Bloomberg. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm here in Moscow, and futures are dropping this morning. They are off their session lows. We do go to the first word breaking news desk now for today's morning call. Here's Bill Maloney. Bill, good morning.
And good morning, Ken. That's right. U.S. futures are under pressure again. The Dow futures down 268 points. S&P dropped 30, and Nasdaq futures declined by 80. The U.S. 10-year now at 1.2%. Gold trading lower by 20, and Shanghai fell 3.7% overnight. European markets are all down, with at least 2% losses right now. Back in the U.S. on the economic front at 8:30, PCE core, trade balance, and PCE deflator. At 9:45, Chicago PMI, and at 10 o'clock, Michigan sentiment. As it develops, Gilead Sciences is set to make a takeover approach 247. And regarding earnings this morning, Foot Locker EPS, 8 estimates. Wrapping things up, Royal Caribbean was cut to hold at Deutsche Bank, Dollar General raised by Jefferies, and Big Lots cut John Dewey for JP Morgan. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney.
Phil, thank you to Hearline breaking news of your Bloomberg type swap in your terminal, SQU AWK. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. And here's Michael Barr with more on what's going on around the world. Michael.
Darren, President Donald Trump said his administration has done an incredible job preventing the spread of coronavirus. Jones, as California's governor, says the state is monitoring 8,400 people for signs of exposure. Michael Bloomberg says that he might not spend money to assist Bernie Sanders if Vermont senator is the Democratic presidential nominee. Days after a Sanders advisor said they would want to help. We should mention that Michael Bloomberg is the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, parent company of Bloomberg Radio. Turkey raised the death toll from a Syrian government airstrike on its forces in northwestern Syria the previous night to 33 Turkish troops. In the NHL, the Rangers won, the Islanders lost in overtime, the Devils fell in OT, Bruins won, the Capitals lost. NBA action, the Knicks lost along with the Warriors. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on quick take by Bloomberg, covered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
All right, thank you, Michael. And we are live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios, where it is 6:50 on Wall Street, and it's time now to check what is going on in Washington, D.C. Some of the top stories in our nation's capital include President Trump assuring Americans that the response to the coronavirus was well in hand. And since we've done that, signs of disorder are starting to emerge, not just on Wall Street, but also in Washington. Vice President Mike Pence also now saying he is now believing the government's coronavirus task force instead of Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar. And the president maintaining his administration has done an incredible job preventing the spread of the virus after California's governor says his state is monitoring 8,400 people for signs of exposure. All of this, of course, with the backdrop of an election, the primary in South Carolina tomorrow, Super Tuesday on today, and the general election coming up in November. Let's talk about all of this and more with Bloomberg U.S. politics editor Kathleen Hunter. She joins us now. Kathleen, it is Friday, and we've been talking with analysts all morning long. They say investors are watching not just the virus, but the Democratic primary. So how much of a factor is the response to the virus becoming now in this election cycle?
Well, we just saw a press release this morning from Tom Steyer's campaign. He's someone that, is performing pretty well in terms of the polls in South Carolina. And so worth watching at least for the next day or so. And we just saw a press release from his campaign this morning questioning whether this could be a Katrina moment for President Trump. That obviously refers back to the 2005 storm that, was politically, over which Trump was widely criticized, over which Bush was widely criticized for his response at the time. And so I think there's a question here, Democrats are wondering whether or not this issue is going to stick around until November, and if so, if it could be damaging to the Trump administration.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. How much farther could this reach? It's only February. We need to keep that in mind. But could it show up as an issue in the general?
I think it definitely could. I think that, we've just seen over the last couple of days how much traction the story's gotten really since, just Tuesday. So in the last 72 hours or so, we know that the, news cycle moves a mile a minute now. So this could be something that fades into the background. But it's really outside of, the control of anyone in politics. Obviously the season, we don't know what's going to happen with it. But, given what public health officials are saying, that this is a disease that could be around for quite a while. It could be a disease that most people end up getting in some form, or another over time. This certainly could become an issue that stretches out and becomes, is still in the forefront of people's minds, come September, October, when people are making up their minds about the general election.
Is there a possibility that this could also shift momentum before the general election during the Democratic primaries for Bernie Sanders? Remember, he is the one who really made healthcare front and center part of his platform. And while he is the front runner now, there's this critical primary in South Carolina. Joe Biden has a shot at winning. He has a lot riding on that. So how could that shift the winds with that backdrop?
Well, I think in a couple different ways. As you mentioned, it could put healthcare and, particularly public health and funding for public health more in the forefront of Americans' minds. So, that could shape who in the Democratic field, gets more support, not just in South Carolina, but as we head into Super Tuesday and beyond. And so that's worth watching. There's also been some questions out there, and this may be a bit premature, but where there's all this attention around the coronavirus, and particularly if the virus is spreading more in the U.S., if that could have an impact on voter turnout in terms of people, not wanting to come out and go to highly public voting centers where there's going to be large crowds, lots of people. Again, it's a bit early for that, but I think that these are the types of questions that campaigns are beginning to wonder about now.
Okay, thank you. I hadn't even thought about that. When you vote, you're going to be with hundreds of other people who are also voting. That might be an issue. Now, you also mentioned funding for public health. So I want to know what you've been hearing about as far as a response on for funding or quarantines or checking people at the border or anything else.
Well, from a Democratic perspective, on Capitol Hill, I think Democrats are going to use this upcoming debate over funding, that the Trump administration has put in an emergency funding request. It's not as high as some Democrats would like to see. And I think that Democrats in particular are going to be using this upcoming debate to try to highlight the fact that the Trump administration has cut funding for places like the CDC and other efforts to respond to, pandemic illnesses. And so I think that that is a way in which we're going to see this symbiosis between what's going on in the campaign trail and what the lawmakers, the Democratic lawmakers on Capitol Hill are going to be using to try to bolster the Democratic case heading into 2020.
So we've looked at the candidates now, we've looked at the lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Let's circle back and go back to the White House. Vice President Mike Pence says he's in charge of the response to all of this. The president did appoint him very publicly, but it was a pointed statement that he made that HHS Secretary, Human Services Secretary Alex Azar is not in charge, that Pence is in charge. So I'm just asking if everybody in the administration is on the same page. They've gotten some criticism for that, but on the same page with the same message. Are they there yet?
Well, I think that at the most fundamental level, the reason why Trump did this press conference on Wednesday night, this prime time, basically 6 p.m. press conference, was to try to dispel any sense that there isn't a united front among the Trump administration, and that the Trump is trying to drive home the idea that the Trump administration is taking this very seriously. And so I think that in some ways Pence's very pointed statement kind of reopened the Pandora's box about this, these questions about whether everyone in the administration is singing off the same sheet of music. And, just to put it mildly, that's not particularly helpful. That's exactly what the White House has been trying to avoid.
Now, we only have about a minute left here, but there's a lot to watch for coming up with primaries, with everything coming up with this coronavirus. What are you specifically watching for the next few days?
Well, I do think that, the virus aside, pretty much, that, this is going to be a big 24 hours, 24 to 72 hours for Joe Biden's campaign. He is polling, ahead in South Carolina, but he does need to deliver, I think, a fairly sizable win in order to, inject some fresh life into his flagging campaign. Then again, we have these 3 days later, Super Tuesday, and so I think that really looking at whether Biden is able to emerge as the centrist alternative to Bernie Sanders from Super Tuesday, or whether there continues to be a split among voters about which centrist would be the counter to Bernie Sanders. I think will be primary political story to watch in the next couple days.
All right, Kathleen Hunter, Bloomberg U.S. Politics editor, thank you so much. It is always a pleasure. And you can read more about these stories on Bloomberg.com or on the Bloomberg Terminal. And a reminder, you can follow all of the latest on Bloomberg Radio in Washington, Bloomberg 99.1 and 105.7 FM HD2 here. All right, Amy, thank you. It is 6:56 on Wall Street. It's time for the Bloomberg Great Report, and here's Bob Moon.
Look now, the parts of California are drying out, and there are fresh warnings into the wildfire season ahead. Climate experts who produce weekly U.S. drought monitor maps say 70% of the state has become abnormally harsh, with drought areas expanding from just under 10% last week to nearly a quarter of the state, mostly central California, part of its agricultural sector. About 75% of California's annual precipitation typically occurs from December through February, and it's shaping up to be the driest February on record for much of the state. The National Weather Service meteorologist in the state's capital says there's a strong chance Sacramento will see a completely dry February, a first in recorded history. Downtown San Francisco faces its first rain-free February since 1864. After 5 years of drought, a couple of wet years brought some relief. State officials say reservoirs are at or above their historical averages, and they see no immediate need for conservation measures. That's the Bloomberg Green Business Report. I'm Bob Moon.
All right, well, thank you. And again, futures are falling this morning, but again, off their session levels. S&P futures down 26 points, Dow futures down 251, and Nasdaq futures are down 67. 10-year Treasury of 16.30 seconds, yield 1.20%, and the yield on the 2-year at 0.97%. And we'll be watching the markets all morning. Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrell, and Lisa Abramowitz, which is coming up next. For Amy Morris, I'm here in Moscow, and this is Bloomberg. 6:58 on Wall Street. Time for Land Rover Drive Time traffic. The Owned Adventure Sales event is happening now until March 31st. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for details on the new Discovery Sport, Land Rover Above and Beyond. Here's Janelle Crispin. We still have some major problems as you travel on the Staten Island Expressway westbound. They've got the HOV and left lane open, overturned tanker truck with a crack in the tank. They're cleaning up the mess out that is on the scene. It's also very slow on the eastbound side with rubbernecking delays. Only closed on the Northern State Parkway westbound into Marshall Road exit 34. That's because of a serious crash being cleared and a crash on the Southern State westbound at Montauk Avenue. That's on the shoulder crossing delays. Also expect delays traveling on the MTR Drive southbound into 53rd Street. Crash blocking a Great Lane and they shorten out on the Harlem River Drive southbound into 126th Street. There's a crash. One lane is knocked out there. The Bloomberg 11:30 prepaid weather forecast is calling for a mix of sunny clouds today. It's breezy. High 40 to 45 tonight. Partly cloudy. Lows 25 to 30 tomorrow. It'll be partly sunny and chilly. Highs 35 to 40 tomorrow night. Partly cloudy. Lows near 25. Outlook for Sunday. Sunny skies. High 40 to 45 on Monday. Some increasing cloudiness with highs near 53. And on Tuesday, some scattered showers and mild. High 55 to 60. Currently 31. With the best drive in the Nashville City, Bloomberg surveillance begins now.
Financial capital at work 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com on the Bloomberg Business app and on LinkedIn on Bloomberg. This is WBRQR, Bloomberg 1130. Bloomberg Radio is now on Radio.com. It's a big upside surprise. Listen live anytime, anywhere on the Radio.com app. Plus, there's Bloomberg Radio for free TV, exclusive orders, and more. And how it works here. Or visit Radio.com/download. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Economics. The good news is the economy is strong. The bad news is the economy is strong. Financial crises take a very long time to recover from. And so the government is holding people back here for very long. What we preach is extreme diversification. It's hard to have sustained productivity without capital investment. Bloomberg Surveillance with John Keane and Jonathan Farrell on Bloomberg Radio.
From New York City for our audience worldwide, good morning. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Coming up on the program, equities heading for their worst week since 2008 as house fears grip investors. 2-year Treasury yields drop below 1%, but central bankers continue to signal little willingness to act. From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, hello Friday. Here is your Friday morning price action. Equities down on a 6-day losing streak, and we are set to make it 7, off by 1% on the S&P 500. In foreign exchange, as you might expect, the yen is big, the Swissy is stronger too, and in the bond market, all records, Tom King. South of 120 on a 10-year yield, down 6 basis points there, an all-time low. And on a 2-year, south of 1%, it was 97 basis points.
So it's so important to frame the last 3 days. We had ugly overnights, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Wall Street time, and then things got better yesterday. And then, of course, yesterday afternoon it was just grim. And this morning it was really a continuation of that grim trend. It's gotten a little bit better in the last 2 hours, but still very fragile. And the 2-year at 0.9704. Is that February? Is that worthy of discussion at the Equity Building this morning?
I'll get to a couple of things this morning. Obviously, for me, in the last 24 hours, it's the first time this round that we really sensed fear from people that I was speaking to, and Lisa, I know you're having similar conversations overnight as well, coming into this morning, and I just wonder what that means for the people out there looking to get back in. Now they start to sense just a little bit more fear.
In past sell-outs, we saw credit holding in even when equity sold off. We are not seeing that this time, and I think what people are watching is when that spiraling downward will stop. And I have to go back to what Peter Chair of Green Capital was talking about, that is ETF outflows, which are unprecedented, and just funds in general. How much will this prompt forced selling? You're seeing huge gap downs in prices, and usually credit leads equities. Without a floor there, it's hard to see the stability leading into other risk assets.
This morning on the idea of the Fed stepping back in, I think that's the crucial part of this. What we've heard so far is a lot of people doubting the ability of central banks to address this shock. But Tom, they haven't signaled much willingness to step in either. Nothing from the Fed,
Nothing from the ECB. Christine Lagarde spoke to the Financial Times in the last 24 hours. She said nothing. The Bank of Korea over in South Korea, the epicenter of all of this, no willingness to step in there either.
On the political side, Prime Minister Johnson said that he'll have a meeting Monday, I believe it is, to really address the more political aspects of the United Kingdom. I would suggest also that Lisa's point about flows and where OPE or overcome by events, we forget EM. We're getting military affairs between Turkey and Russia. We've got a jump condition. Turkish lira at 6.22, and also Brazilian wealth. The general EM/FX index is the kind of thing where flows become part of the story.
Well, and to Jonathan's point about when the central banks will actually step in, I think that there is a credibility issue on the policy side, both when it comes to what we're hearing from governments with perhaps Japan not testing enough people, and certainly we've got conflicting messages from President Trump, but also from the Federal Reserve. They're saying that they're going to wait and see. The market's now pricing in 4 rate cuts by the end of January.
And March is in play. March is very much in play now in a way that it wasn't even 2 days ago. And I think Lisa touches on something important. I've repeated this over the last couple of weeks. The reason the markets held in a big way, Tom, over the last couple of weeks was this faith in the policymaker, faith in Chinese officials to both contain it and offset it with stimulus. And what we've seen over the last week is really diminished the erosion of faith in officials, governments, and institutions to contain it and offset it. That's a big change.
The political day calendar is Saturday, South Carolina, the non-Super Tuesday. Economic and market calendars to get through the day and then enjoy that PMI index. This is critical. Leland Miller of China Baseball said it's so serious now. You know, he's a total class act. And he's saying, you know, they may flex the data.
Have you seen the estimates for the PMI?
No, I missed it.
Okay, the estimate.
I have time to look at
There's
estimates.
an estimate on the Bloomberg terminal right now. It's 45.0. Do you want to know what the high is? 50.1. 50.1 is the high. Do you want to know what the lowest is? Yeah, that is when it's now 30. Right? So think about that range. Nobody's got a clue what that print is later. We're thrown the dark mode, and I think that's what really upsets people at the moment. Companies can't offer guidance. You can't model anything about what the year looks like. We're deep into the unknown. So what do? You sell, you ask questions later, and that's what we've seen dominate the screens over the last week.
That's what I was going to ask. What data point is actually going to be viewed as reliable, as a sign to do something? Right. But what economic data point that we've reached a turnaround? Right now, it's not going to be in the data. It's going to be in the response, and frankly, it's going to be in the circuit breaker, which is medical, which is a vaccine or a treatment that gives some sense that they can stop this.
I looked very carefully at the log, folks. This is the log of the number of cases globally and deaths. And I've got a report. It's still not a constructive story. Is it better than it was 10 days ago, 6 days ago? Yeah, sort of, kind of like a giant. The medical side of this, I can't say things are better.
Let's get the view on the street, shall we? Steve Wyman joining us on the phone, Citi Private Bank Global Chief Investment Strategist. Steve, fantastic to have you with us. Walk me through your message for clients on a morning like this morning. What do you tell them?
Well, I think it's just getting through the initial message that the success that China seemed to have in slowing down the coronavirus, the effects and pressure that this could be contained to a regional event. So what we learned over the weekend was, for example, just the start of this, Italy and Korea, going from a very small number of infections to something that was more and more virologists had thought that this was not going to be containable, right? That there would be widespread, if not infections, but certainly exposure to the virus. That changed us from a regional story to a global one. And so therefore, some of the economic effects, the disruption effects that we've seen in China, which have been very severe, but some of that we will see in other parts of the world. So that's when this is a much larger than simply regional disruption effect, but it's going to be something that's much more widespread. That's going to mean greater uncertainty about the economic outlook and greater depressive effects in economies, just trying to avoid the spread of the virus.
Steve, walk us through.
The economy. So our outlook has changed from the economy, and what we think, earnings do, what activity in the economy does, and therefore what financial assets will be here for a while.
So, Steve, walk walk us through that, the idea of the economic effect and how you price that in and how you measure that against the market effect where there seems to be fear being baked in and it does not seem to be abating this morning.
So figuring out exactly how to measure this is not something that's going to be easily done. We're just going to assume that travel, transport, that those industries will see double-digit declines, and very similar to what you might see in a severe recession, but this much more very deliberate. That this is like having almost a little bit nationalist, right? We have this great big industrial activity or natural disaster. That's probably going to happen a bit over time and in region by region, country by country, in a predictable way. But I think he's talking about really the economic data points you can look at, and honestly, very little data outside of perhaps the Chinese data, but it's much more like a China story. Very little data is going to reflect any of this yet. I think some of the consumable commodities are the things that you're going to say that, look, we have to use this or it'll show up in storage. Those types of commodities will be used for attracting great activity.
How would you respond if the Fed starts to signal they've made a move in March? So far, no signal of that whatsoever. I'm just interested in trying to get my head around how investors would respond to a central bank willing to step back in, because so far, seeing little signal, little sign of that coming from the ECB or the Federal Reserve. How would you respond to that, Steve? Positively?
So they're not in an easy place, and clearly they would be correct to say that a monetary policy response, which has long lags in terms of its impact on the economy, is not something that's going to sort of cure disease. At the same time, what you have to think about is what have they done first. And if the Federal Reserve or other central banks would stand in the way of a market adjustment, right, and keep the policy rates higher than the market is looking for, then they create an artificial tightening. And what we have to think about is you want people to look over the valley. Is that yes, if the Federal Reserve eases, it probably won't be easier too long. It's not going to tighten when the impact of the coronavirus is over. But in a way, we need that. We just simply say, well, let's suspend the Fed funds rate for a while and lower borrowing costs. And on the way out of this, that certainly doesn't stand in the way of an adjustment in financial conditions. That's less severe than it would otherwise be.
When you look at your expertise, which is legit products and the market performance and the economics as well, what I find fascinating is what portion of this slowdown in revenue growth, earnings, flat earnings, negative earnings, whatever it is, what portion of that would be recoverable down the road? Have you and Citigroup done any work on that?
Yes, and it will tend to be a large part of it. And exactly what is not clear. But again, if you want to, so the thing that happened, so the tail risks that you talked about again have increased, that credit would negatively affect the economy even in a scenario in which the coronavirus dissipates. But that is what central banks want to avoid. And that's what fiscal policymakers need, disaster relief, right? That's the kind of thing that happens in a great big natural disaster. You need fiscal easing to address these creditors. I think China will do that, for example, very easily. I think that other authorities should be considering that when the time comes. I think that they will. And if you do that, then you don't really damage economic potential. That's longer-term ability to recover. And, then we, ideally, there's some growth in this virus, and then people have short memories, and suddenly they go back to travel, purchasing things that they would otherwise, and economic activity normalize pretty fast.
Let's see. Always great to get your thoughts. Steve Wine in there, Citi Private Bank Global Chief Investment Strategist, with futures lower down 32 on the S&P 500, off by 1.07%. Let's get some news and headlines worldwide from New York City. Let's cross over to Bloomberg's Michael Barr. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, John. Lisa Tom. Public health officials are retracing the steps of a Northern California woman believed to be the first person in the United States to contract the highly contagious coronavirus without traveling internationally or in close contact with anyone who had. She is said to be in serious condition. CDC's Deputy Director for Emerging Infectious Diseases, Dr. Chris Bratton, says we should all be ready for the spread of the coronavirus here in the U.S.
We've picked it up. It may be other places, and we don't know. So that's the shift that we all need to take, is to say, we're going to keep it over there, to we've got to prepare for what we're going to do to protect ourselves when it's here.
Meanwhile, President Trump defended the administration's response to the coronavirus. Cabinet meeting with African American supporters, the president said the decision to restrict entry into the U.S. to some parts of the world has kept the number of confirmed coronavirus infections in the U.S. low.
We didn't let certain regions of the world come in. By doing that, we really saved a lot. We made a great decision. Took a lot of care with that decision, but it turned out to be the right decision.
Local news 24 hours a day, on air and on quick tape by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in 120 countries. I'm Michael Ward. This is Bloomberg Time.
Michael Barr, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Here's your price action this Friday morning. Then off-session lows were still lower, down by 0.9% on the S&P 500, negative 26 points. In the bond market, another day with a monster bid. The yield's down by 5-6 basis points on 10s to 120. Your 2-year yield sat at 1% at 0.97%. From New York, we're live on Bloomberg Radio.
When the Feds change, they will change. What will the Fed do? How will they respond to a 2-year below 1%? Stay with us for more data checks. This is Bloomberg Radio.
Market Insight from Bloomberg's latest analysis on Bloomberg 1130.
I'm Lisa O'Brien.
And on Wall Street, fears of the coronavirus and driving rates down. What does that mean for the community market?
Plus, we'll take a look at China manufacturing data and the implications for commodities.
Bloomberg Markets today at 10 a.m. on the Global Business News Leader, Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
When we were buying our first home, we had the exact image of what we wanted, but we had no idea how stressful the process would be. We went to countless open houses and put in I don't know how many offers, only to be disappointed over and over. Well, after months of frustration, we finally found what we were looking for. And then the unthinkable happened. We missed the deadline to send the down payment, and we were so close. Our real estate agent suggested we contact our personal banker at First Republic to see if she could help. She was a lifesaver. She immediately cut a cashier's check for us and walked, yes, literally walked to the title company to ensure we got our dream home. That's the kind of favor you'd only expect from a friend. That above and beyond level of service reminds me of why we chose First Republic in the first place. I guess you could say that First Republic is our bank for life and our lifestyle.
Personal banking, business banking. At First Republic, it's a privilege to serve you. Ask your banker for details. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender. Why is delivering the best client experience a top priority at BNY Mellon's Pershing? Michelle Feinstein, Director of Client Engagement, explains. Today's investors want a financial relationship that's on demand, customized, and leverages the latest digital technology. At BNY Mellon's Pershing, helping advisory firms and broker-dealers create great experiences for their clients is our priority. Through our integrated wealth experience, we give you a high-touch service, flexible technology choices, and expert insights, so you can deliver a highly personalized experience to your clients at every step, from onboarding to wealth planning, to performance analysis and more. And because we're part of BNY Mellon, you'll benefit from more than 230 years of strength and stability. At Pershing, we're personally invested in your success. Visit Pershing.com to learn more about Pershing's integrated wealth experience. Pershing LLC and Pershing Advisor Solutions LLC are both members of FINRA and SIPC.
Why do so many Fortune 500 and Global 2000 companies count on GEP? Because GEP helps them optimize their procurement and supply chain operations, helping reduce expenses, boost EBITDA, and increase competitiveness. The results are nothing short of amazing. Strategy, software, managed services. GEP brings it all together. GEP, helping the world's best companies do better.
Bloomberg Surveillance brought to you by Land Rover, the only adventure sales event happening now until March 31st. Visit your Tri-State area Land Rover retailer for details on the new Discovery Sport, Land Rover, above and beyond.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on LinkedIn by Bloomberg. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
And during Moscow, fear over the spread of the coronavirus is tightening its grip on global markets as stocks across Europe and Asia plunging a day after the worst rout on Wall Street since 2011, and U.S. stock index futures pointing to more pain at the open in New York. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. S&P futures are down 22 points this morning. Dow futures down 195. Nasdaq futures down 48. The DAX in Germany is down 3.6%. 10-year Treasury up 15.30 seconds, yield 1.20%. Yield on the 2-year 0.97%, and the 30-year yield 1.71%. Non-mixed crude oils down 2.6%, or $1.22 to 45.86 a barrel. COMEX gold is down 0.9% or $14.50 at 16.28 an ounce. The euro 1.0994 against the dollar. British pound 1.2873, and again it's at 108.74. We're watching shares of Wayfair this morning down 10.5% in early trading. They reported a fourth quarter loss that was wider than analysts were looking for, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom down and Lisa.
Sure, thanks so much. Lisa Ryan with Jennifer and Turkey. Thank you for being with us. We're going to do a lot in the markets today to certainly so. We've got it's been a rollover early this morning, negative 57, and S&P futures are now negative 20 on those futures. The VIX way out over that 30 level, sort of the beginning of the angst, 40.42. We take our experts, of course, always for 5 things you need to know. Markets, what I'm dynamic saying, Jim, I say this seriously going into the real deal this afternoon. This is a movable feast, to say the least.
This is what they call a bull steepener, where the front end rallies a lot more than the longer end say. 2-year yields down by 8 basis points, the 10-year down 5. And they spread between 2s and 10s now up to 23 basis points. In that environment, that's typically not a great environment where the market's starting to worry about the Fed needing to cut interest rates. And what fascinates me about what we're seeing play out at the moment is it's a market focused on much more on why the Fed needs to cut and not on the rate cuts that could come themselves. And it's the why that I think a lot of people are worried about. We've got to start thinking about whether this market is priced for a recession now and whether that recession is likely or not. And I think that's a discussion that people are going to have with themselves in the coming days. But we're really facing a moment where they think the United States economy can go into recession. If they don't believe that, then you should expect to see a different market in the coming months.
John, I think that's really well said, the idea that people are pricing in what would cause the Fed to cut rates currently. 4 rate cuts being priced into the market by the end of January next year. But when you take a look at credit, you can see spreads widening dramatically, particularly with respect to energy, as energy prices fall a bit. And I have to go back to the flows. We've seen unprecedented flows out of credit exchange traded funds. And a lot of people are worried about the spiraling effect that will cause in markets, and the signal to exactly that point, a recessionary type scenario where the weakest get punished the most.
The good news for the US economy is that things are okay coming into this compared to, say, the likes of Germany, the likes of Japan, and elsewhere. This US economy, this labour market, is doing well. All we've had so far, Tom, to go on is a really weak services PMI from last week. But the data before that, coming into this particular episode, has been okay. It's been decent.
But let's get into the effect of the global economy on a good American economy. My statistic du jour, completely away from this, was the amount that the tourist economy is of Italy. Italy is shockingly demographic. I know Professor Sangallo is an authority on this, we'll join us later, and he said it's completely underestimated the global linkages in northern Italy and China. Same thing here. I mean, the linkages here are so different than the other places.
Clearly a huge amount of complacency dominating markets over the last month. We discussed this so many times on this program. In fact, last week, I think it was last week today, we had a guest that told us this room was too gloomy, that this conversation was too negative. And let me tell you, that was the top of the market. I think you have to ask yourself whether things are going too far. This is about fear now. It's the worry that things get shut down in the United States, not just in China, but also in Europe too. It is about whether these central banks can offset that fear, offset the southern slope in a place like China and perhaps Europe eventually. And I'm just looking at the Fed, and I think my worry is the central banks and what bullets they have to address this. Do the monetary policy tools they have work? And how much of a shock can they generate relative to what they did, say, 12 months ago, when they stopped hiking and started cutting, when they dropped the expected policy path quite radically, and when they shifted the reaction function considerably as well. They said they can't repeat that 12, 18 months later.
The market is saying that the Fed cannot act as a circuit breaker in this event. In a fear-driven event, the Fed is not going to be the circuit breaker. It has to come either from a medical response or from some fiscal response akin to what we're seeing in Hong Kong with respect to helicopter money. I do have to go to Mohamed El-Arian what he wrote in Bloomberg Opinion piece, where he said this type of exogenous shock is likely to leave scars. He pointed to further deglobalization as well as an evaluation of the risk that has migrated away from banks to the shadow banking system to non-banks. And that's the question. When do we see this bleed into actual defaults and real economic read-through?
What have we learned about the medicine in the last 24 hours? I mentioned earlier global cases really haven't flattened out, certainly deaths haven't flattened out as well. Between the three of us, what have we learned about medicine?
Look, from my take, and I continue to emphasise this, I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to get involved in the medicine.
I hear huge professionals.
There is a question, though, from a sort of policy response about how to make the vaccine affordable. This morning, Inovio Pharmaceuticals is one of a handful of companies trying to ramp up the production lines for a potential vaccine. You have to start looking at what the capacity is there as well as ship it. But people are saying that's not going to be for weeks, if not months. So, that is where to watch. And certainly you're seeing those shares take off.
58 hours. We have South Carolina on Saturday. I know it's not a market function here with futures improving -11 right now. I was shocked how soon Super Tuesday is. It's like 58 hours. The polls open for Super Tuesday. I'm guessing plus or minus a couple hours. 58 hours after South Carolina. I don't recall that in American history.
There's a huge political element to what we're seeing play out on the screens. I'm sure this administration is very worried about the prospect of an economic downturn and a market rout going into a transition.
The president's not saying that, but people around the president, yes, are saying
But then why isn't there more of a fiscal response being priced in, right? If President Trump is going to respond one way or another if this gets out of hand because he wants to get reelected, is that being considered by traders right now? I mean, I actually wonder if that's something, what could he potentially do and how much political will would there be on the part of Democrats to help him do it? I think these are actually important questions, and I would hope that there is a coronavirus question in this upcoming debate.
No, that would be too much to ask for. Probably. I want to go to reality of seeing a so-so football game, maybe in Japan. I can't remember if it was played empty. John, do we need to go out to April 4, 11:30 a.m.? A small match, not between the Red Sox and the Yankees in the Grapefruit League, but Man City, Liverpool. Are they going to play that to Met Arena?
No idea. Last winter, some games in the north of Italy were actually cancelled. Not about paying it behind closed doors to an empty arena. The game was cancelled. I have no idea, Tom, is the answer to that. In the coming weeks, we're going to see a lot more things cancelled, I imagine.
True story. I went and I visited my parents, and I saw huge boxes that they had delivered, and nuts and things that could be preserved for a longer period of time. I don't think they're alone. If you go to the grocery stores, you can see people just hoarding food, John.
Futures improved, Tom. We're now down just 12, we're up by 0.4%. From New York City this morning. Good morning to all. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
5 things you need to know to start your day, brought to you by Portfolio Analyst, powered by Interactive Brokers. Savvy investors use Portfolio Analyst to create a consolidated view of their finances. Check the out of their complete financial portfolio. Sign up for free at portfolioanalyst.com.
The Audi Q5 represents everything we've learned from building one of the world's most progressive vehicles. With expectation-shattering technology like available rear cross-traffic assist, this car was born to not conform. The Audi Q5 is here. Progress is never lending in.
Take a test drive today at your trusted Audi dealer or go to AudiOffers.com for more information on all the technology the 2020 Audi Q5 has to offer.
Paradise is America and closer than you think. Catch a flight to the Bahamas and head to the Cove on Paradise Island, just 20 minutes from Nassau International Airport. There, you'll find the Gem of Paradise, an all-suite luxury hotel that raises the bar among distinctive resort destinations. The Cove, elegantly situated on miles of private beach, features an open-air lobby, magnificent suites, fine dining, all adults, and family pools villas, lavish cabanas, and breathtaking views of the ocean from every single room. What's more is that from your station at the Cove, you'll have the option to explore all 171 acres of the fantastic and exciting Atlantis Paradise Island Guest Washer. From a massive casino, water slides, a lazy river, stunning marina, luxury shops, and activities for absolutely everyone. Stay at the Cove. Play at Atlantis. Paradise is closer than you think. Call 1-877-COVE-VIP or visit the code at AtlantisBahamas.com. Portfolio Analyst, powered by Interactive Brokers, helps sophisticated investors understand the health of their complete financial portfolio. Portfolio Analyst is free and easy to use personal finance software that creates a consolidated view of banking, brokerage, and credit card accounts. Compare your consolidated portfolio against more than 200 benchmarks or create customized benchmarks for analyzing performance. Calculate time and money-weighted rates of return and use Portfolio Analyst for forecasting. Sign up for free at PortfolioAnalyst.com.
It is 7:28. Time for Land Rover Drive Time Traffic. The Omni Adventure Sales event happening now until March 31st. Visit your Tri-State area Land Rover dealer. Land Rover, above and beyond. What's that, Michelle Brisbane? Well, we have a slow go on the northern state. In fact, it's a no-go on the northern state. Completely shut down in both directions because of a multi-vehicle crash between Route 106, 107, exit 35, and Brush Hollow Road, exit 34. We also have a big problem on the Staten Island Expressway, still westbound to Crawford Avenue, overturned tanker truck, and a fuel leak. We have the Ethiopian lane opening on the westbound side and eastbound. Very heavy with lots of overtaking delays. GW Bridge inbound on the upper deck, sample box truck has been cleared away 15 minutes on the upper deck, lower deck about 10. Lincoln Tunnel is about a 20-minute delay into town, and at Mahalan Tunnel about a 10-minute wait if you use the turnpike approach in about 15 minutes from 1 and 9. Alternate Tunnel Street parking rules in effect today for Boulevard 1130. 3-day weather forecast, sun and clouds today. It'll be breezy, highs 40 to 45 tonight, partly cloudy, lows 25 to 30. Tomorrow, partly sunny and chilly, highs 35 to 40. Tomorrow night, clear to partly cloudy, lows near 25. On Sunday, it'll be sunny with a high of 40 to 45. Currently, it is 31 degrees. That's brought in and out of the city. This is Bloomberg 1130. Bloomberg surveillance continues.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 991. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Surveillance from New York City.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance for our audience worldwide. We are live on Bloomberg Radio, and equity futures recover as this session grows a little bit older, down just 10 points on the S&P 500, off by 1/3 of 1% in the bond market. Here's the state of play for you. All-time lows on a 10-year yield. We were south of 120 on a 2-year nut top. It's amazing to see. Below 1% on a 2-year yield in America, 99 basis points.
And much worse an hour and a half ago, even 2 hours ago. I mean, I don't have this number in front of me, but 0.95 or now 2 more digits, 108.62. What's so important here, John, is nobody's any confidence of the last 3 or 4 days of getting to 30, except based on headlines and the emotion of people with self-tickets in their heads.
The market's been all over the place. It's been a story over the last couple of weeks. When the market is at 5, 6, 7, 8 a.m., it's not going to take where the market will be at 10, 11, 12, and for about at the close around 4 o'clock, Lisa.
I think there's also a question about what the dynamics are. How much is this actual selling of mom and pop investors withdrawing their investments or changing their 401k allocations in the United States? And how much is this volatility-driven strategies, algorithmic strategies responding to the headline selling? And I think that that's sort of a key question here, as well as the ongoing, what could be the circuit breaker? I keep coming back to that. It's not the Federal Reserve.
What we'll find out. I don't think that story's been tested yet. The Fed hasn't signaled a willingness to act. That story gets tested when a Fed official steps in and says we need to do something. Now the Fed official top steps in and says we need to do something, and this market continues to get lower. Then I think a lot more people are going to be a lot more worried.
No, we haven't seen that yet, to be clear, and of course we've had some statements, including Vice Chairman Claire in the last few days. Let's bring in Steve Castle. We're going to have a wide-ranging conversation this morning. Luigi Lugalo, you know, baseball. A few years ago, details in that book of the summer. It was wonderful in the American fabric, the American culture and economy. We're thrilled he's with us today, and we're particularly thrilled in thinking about his widow and further Italy. We've got to start with this as what you've learned from family, friends, your hundreds of acquaintances, the academics of Veneto, the academics of Northern Italy. Give us a vignette, if you would, of those contacts.
So the most fun vignette is actually a video that goes around of some people from Veneto that I interviewed, and they asked if they're worried about the virus. I said, no, we have a vaccine with virus. I said, what is it? Just one. Because, in my region, everybody drinks by the bit. And so, that's just very nice. In my region, too. Carry on. So that's the Italians have a particular way of taking bad news with a bit of funniness, and so there is a flood of jokes that go around.
Yes, it's an overview. The other day, too, and both of you share the academics of Northern Italy on your great paths forward in economics. And he was really interested on would they close the borders. And that's an ancient debate in Northern Italy going back 5, 6, 800 years ago. Mark, do you perceive this could get to a point where the borders are closed in Italy, and for that matter, across the channel of John Ferguson?
You're saying close the borders between Italy and France,
Or go to Germany or Austria? I'll let you decide. You know the math better than me.
because I think that the funny thing is taking place is that actually people from southern Italy for the first time said, we don't want people from the north. We want to close the borders with Italy. Okay, John, you're over. That's visual. When's the last time you went to the south? Let me tell you, the south has felt like that for a long, long time. But now they have a justification. And so they feel really proud about that. So we're talking about economics. Yes, this is a massive test for the ECB. I've been a defender of that institution for years, but a lot of people have criticised it. Over the last couple of days, the ECB President Christine Lagarde has talked about climate change, given an interview to the Financial Times, and signalled very little willingness to act whatsoever. This is a massive test for the ECB President in her first year on the job. I think it's a massive test for the rule of it all. And it's the thing that is clear in this crisis is Europe is nowhere to be seen. And now, I understand why you say ECB, because the only institutions that really exist in Europe is the ECB. But in a sense, this is not, at the beginning, an ECB issue. It's a fiscal stimulus issue. We need a fiscal authority in Europe that intervenes in the situation. And we don't. I think that's a problem. Where does that come from? Where does the fiscal response come from in Europe right now? Yeah, that's exactly the problem. But I think that, the strong pro-European people say that Europe is going through a crisis. So I think that maybe this crisis will be a crisis that will create the fiscal authority. I doubt, but
So there's a question now, Germany potentially to be that fiscal stimulus provider, given the fact they have such a low debt to GDP ratio. Do you think that this will be sort of the tipping point for them to actually expand their balance sheet?
So if the past is a predictor, Angela Merkel will do it, and will do it when it's too late. In the sense that she acts, as Churchill was saying about America, after she exhausted our plausible alternatives. And in any situation, this tends to be too late. So the way she saved what it for Greece was too late in the process, and the way sort of the euro was saved is thanks to mostly Mario Draghi, but I think we need the back. She was a crucial player, but came too late. This is the waterboarding that Italy suffered throughout that period, and is the primary consequences of the vote in the ads and the government reacts. I think that there's a clear link between populist outrage and the behavior of Europe. And if we don't have a fiscal response, we don't have a European response to this crisis, we are guaranteed to have Salvini as the next prime minister.
You're just joining us on Bloomberg Radio. Luigi Zangalo, Louisville, Chicago, and of course, all of us are going to be with another difficult day in the markets. If you're just joining, I got good news. Worse 2 hours ago, negative 57 in the futures, right now negative 22, and that great benchmark, particularly in the fear index out over 30. The VIX 40.57 and a 43 level line earlier. There's a else I want to go to Global Street 104 the facts, please. The fact is, the 2-year yield is under 1%. Do monetary economists pay attention to yield dynamics or not? What is your history on that?
I think that they do, but I think that this is a big signal for the fiscal side of the equation. Is just if you basically can borrow on a negative real rate, I think it's a big temptation to borrow more and ideally spend more in this equation. And I think that unfortunately the United States already has pretty large deficit, but I fear that it's going to increase.
Luigi, going to catch up with you. Luigi Zingalis, the finance professor at University of Chicago, with school. So let's talk about the potential for a fiscal response, shall we, from the likes of Germany at the moment.
Well, maybe Germany,
I see a very subtle signal coming from them that maybe they want to suspend the debt rate, but that's enshrined in the Constitution, so Parliament needs to push that through. Then they need to do something.
But the important point here, John, is in China, we got a modest amount of Hong Kong true helicopter money this week. What other than helicopter money has efficacy? This goes back to Chairman Bernanke ages ago.
That's why you've seen one of the quickest corrections on record in the equity market. I think everyone feels the same way. The policymaker can't do a whole lot to offset a sudden stop off the back of a health pandemic, potentially, but they're going to define it as one.
Although Germany has proposed expanding their deficit in order to pay for green technology or modernizing their grid, that could potentially domesticate their economy a little more and remove their dependency on China and international flows. Going to Larry's point about a deglobalization wave, is that going to be the ultimate answer for a lot of these countries?
I've got a lot of good conversations coming up on this, like we had with Justice Signals. Look for that out on our podcast. You'll see that on Spotify and Apple podcasts, the other venues. We're just humbled by the response worldwide daily to those podcasts, independent of what we do through any given day. The Bloomberg NJIT STEM report, always brought to you by New Jersey Institute of Technology, a top 100 national university in the latest U.S. News and World Report college rankings. Learn more at news.njit.edu. Here's Bob Moon.
Tom, Lisa, Jonathan, good morning. Users making use of science, technology, engineering, and math. Don't forget, Monday is your chance to maybe grab a ticket to the moon. NASA is opening the application process all month for its next class of astronauts. Frankly, it's a giant leap. To get to this, have a degree in a STEM field or a medical degree or be 2 years into a STEM PhD or being a test pilot also feels to do it. And as astronauts stay home, makes it clear you better have next up.
My odds were ultimately up to number 1. Our last class was a class of 12, selected from a pool of 18,000 applicants, so their odds were 1,000 to 1.
The next time around, NASA only needs around 20 trainees. Space Agency's manager of astronaut selection, Ann Rover, says you should be prepared not only to live and work at least 250 miles above Earth, this most likely would add and beyond.
Missions to the International Space Station, obviously trying to go back to the moon by 2024 and hopefully on Mars.
Beyond in this next story, though, is a lot more distant than that, 390 million light years away. That's where scientists believe the biggest explosion ever seen in the universe originated. This is a blast likely came from a black hole in a cluster of distant galaxies. The explosion is so large it carved out a crater in the hot gas that could hold 15 Milky Ways. That's 5 times greater than the previous record holder. It really happened a long time ago, of course, given those galaxies are so far, far away. That's the Bloomberg NJIT STEM. Tom, Lisa, Jonathan.
Well, thank you very much. Let's see some headlines and news worldwide, shall we? Let's cross back over to Bloomberg. So Michael Barr, and one Michael.
Good morning, John. Lisa, Tom. The Geneva Auto Show is being canceled after the Swiss government announced an immediate ban today on all public and private events in the country involving more than 1,000 people as a measure to halt the spread of the coronavirus. The measure will last until at least March 15th. Meanwhile, we're learning more about a coronavirus patient in California with no apparent ties to China or anyone who traveled with her or may not travel to the hot zone. She was placed on a ventilator for over not tested for 4 days after showing symptoms. Dr. Andre Khalil, University of Nebraska Medical Center, is leading the clinical trial for the COVID-19 drug in the U.S.
Nothing knows with this infection that sometimes it takes about a week and a half for the disease to progress and get into the lungs and cause pneumonia. So we have to keep very close attention to treatment of these patients.
Khalil says they're taking a different approach in that the clinical trial. They have to test several different products. Democratic presidential candidates are trying to get last-minute campaigning in before tomorrow's South Carolina primary. Campaign event in Rock Hill, South Carolina, Pete Buttigieg talked about coronavirus and the government's response to a potential outbreak.
Listening to science should not be a politically controversial idea, but in these times it needs to be said. And we need to make sure that the federal role for coordination and emergency response is there not just to protect populations, but to protect those who protect the populations.
The candidates are trying to get traction heading into next week's Super Tuesday contest. Global news 24 hours a day, on the air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 analysts and more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
Michael Barr said thank you very much. Our good friend and colleague Matt Miller sitting down with the Bundesbank president Jens Weidmann in the last 30 minutes or so. Jens Weidmann saying, can monetary policy address the kind of demand shock the coronavirus might bring, with a rate cut meaning more likely to go out to a restaurant more often? That, Tom, is the big challenge for policy.
What a business side, I take his point completely, but very unconscionable quota being able to register and say, sir, you're 100% right, but that's not what this debate is about. It is to con the business community.
And maybe the markets too. Equity futures off the lows, down 15, with negative 0.5%. This is Bloomberg Radio.
Coming up on Bloomberg Surveillance, gaming out the economics of the coronavirus. What will the fallout be? How do you even model for it? Mike Darda, MKM Partners Chief Economist, joining us next. This is Bloomberg.
Time now for the Bloomberg and NBC Sports Report. Here's Jen Sinishower. Downtown Rangers had to be rebuilt. This would be a season without the class, and it looked like that all year. But the Boosters had caught fire late February. They won Montreal 5-2. They won 9 of their last 10 games. The club record 9 in a row on the road, and they're only 2 points out for a playoff spot. The Canadians led 2-0. Rangers got a goal late second period, and then 4 more in the third. One of the teams that are chasing the playoffs, the Islanders, who like they did against the Rangers the night, got a point and lost in overtime 3-2 in St. Louis. Same thing for the Devils, a 3-2 overtime loss in San Jose. Prospects the next 3 games and 4 nights on the road. They lost them all. Philadelphia improved to 28-2 at home. 115-106. The Sixers won despite being without their top 2 players, Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid. Julius Randle 30 points. The Knicks have now lost 6 in a row. The Yankees in Tampa beat the Rays 7-1. That's last night. Lost to the Marlins 3-1. That's Jim Bloomberg, NBC Sports Update.
The lifeblood of tech startups isn't just money. It's executive and technical skills. The kind of skills that companies need to build real products. And the skills that venture capitalist Chris Sugden of Edison Partners sees in the graduates that are coming out of New Jersey Institute of Technology. The amazing thing about NJIT is their graduates, they have multiple offers on average, not just one. They're coming out with real skill sets that are immediately hireable and available to them. I think we see an understanding by the faculty and administration at NJIT that we've got to train and educate the whole student, not just their one side of the brain. And I do think that's sort of part of the DNA today. There's practical and there's sort of academia, and merging those two together and understanding that if we're going to have our young people go get great jobs, have great successful careers, they've got to have both sides of the brain activated. And I think you see that at NJIT. NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu. Hey, New York and New Jersey, when it comes to local banking, we've got you covered. With over 160 branches throughout New York and New Jersey, the NYCB family of banks, comprised of New York Community Bank and its divisional banking leaders, Queens County Savings Bank, Roslyn Savings Bank, Richmond County Savings Bank, Roosevelt Savings Bank, Atlantic Bank, and Garden State Community Bank have been serving the financial needs of our community for 160 years. That's a tradition of strength, stability, and service. So no matter matter where you live, work, or play, now you can bank anywhere. You see NYCB. We've got you covered. New York Community Bank. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Bloomberg Surveillance brought to you by Command Financial. At Command Financial, they're redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. To learn more, visit commandfinancial.com today.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on LinkedIn by Bloomberg. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm Karen Moscow. Fear over the spread of the coronavirus is tightening its grip on global markets, with stocks across Europe and Asia plunging a day after the worst run on Wall Street since 2011. U.S. stock index futures are pointing to more pain at the open in New York. Treasury yields are falling. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. S&P futures down 16 points. They are off their lows of the morning. Dow futures down 142. Nasdaq futures down 43. The DAX in Germany is down 3 1/3%. 10-year Treasury up 15/30 seconds, yield 1.21%. The yield on the 2-year 0.98%, and the 30-year yield 1.71%. NYMEX crude oil is down 3% or $1.39 at 45.71 a barrel. COMEX falls down 1.1% or $18.80 at 16.2370 an ounce. The euro 1.0988 against the dollar. British pound 1.2876, and the yen is at 108.72. Downgrades to the global outlook keep rolling in, and money markets now see 3 Federal Reserve interest rate cuts this year. Bank of America predicting that the global economy will see its weakest year since the financial crisis as the virus damages demand in China and beyond. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom down the next section.
Sharon, thanks so much. Thanks for being with us today, folks. Really an extraordinary day. Again, on the first take, we'll see how we get to 9:30 today. Our team has tried to put together important conversations on the different themes and the different topics at the moment. And right now, we are really going to dive into not only the market response, but what the market is saying to the Fed. With us is Michael Darda of MKM Partners. He's worked particularly on demand and supply dynamics across the greater Wisconsin. He's near legendary for such a young guy. We're going to talk to him now because he is an outlier, Mr. Concho Lakota of Minnesota, on what a Fed needs to do. And Michael, your basic theme is it's not a Fed in a static environment. This is dynamic economics, and Concho Lakota is correct. They got a cut because it's a moving target right now for the Fed on real rates.
That's exactly right, Tom. So by doing nothing, the central banks are doing something. They're actually allowing monetary conditions to tighten. Because if you have a big shock to confidence and the neutral interest rate collapses and the central bank stays steady with the policy rate, that's effectively a tightening monetary policy. How do we know that's the case? Look at the bond market. Look at inflation expectations. They're plunging. If this were a first-order textbook supply-side shock, right, inflation expectations would be going up as real rates fell. That is not what's happening. So, yes, the first-order effect is a supply-side shock from the coronavirus, but the second-order effect can be a monetary shock if central banks don't respond to this in a timely and forceful way.
Beautifully explained. They go to the x-axis, partial differential of a time function, Russell's first and second order functions. The answer is nobody's talking about the sequential path of when disinflation brings in. Is it weeks, months, or do we have to wait quarters for the evidence for that to move?
Yeah, I said this last year when the Fed was presiding over an inverted yield curve, and my view was they really need to act sooner rather than later and much more forcefully rather than in a tepid fashion. The longer they wait, the more they'll have to do and the less effective it will likely be. Because they're allowing a situation in which the neutral interest rate is moving down. You know, this happened in 2008 when the Fed got so distracted fighting the financial crisis, they forgot about monetary policy. The neutral interest rate collapsed through the floor. The Fed was late, and nominal GDP went off a cliff. By definition, if you have a nominal GDP shock, monetary policy failed. So the first order of business is to avoid that out.
Mike, what I get from you, though, is that the most important thing to do is manage financial conditions. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, financial conditions are sort of it's a bit of a slippery concept, and that's a byproduct of a monetary shock taking place, and most people end up looking at the stock market. A lot of these financial conditions indices, they are a little strange because sometimes they have interest rate levels in them and conditions then ease in the models if discount the risk-free rates fall, and that may not actually be the proper way to think about this. But if you have inflation expectations moving lower because you've had a shock and that's associated with risk spreads widening and now a big plunge in equity prices, yes, you can define that as a tightening in financial conditions. And so to stay neutral, policy rates need to come down. That's my point. By doing nothing, central banks are doing something. They're actually presiding over a tightening of monetary conditions, and that's how you end up creating a situation where the coronavirus actually can morph into a financial recession. Low rates cascading through an economy like the United States that could face a supply shock and a demand shock as well. In this environment, which is very, very unique, it's a health situation, a public health situation. How do lower rates cascade through the economy? Well, the markets are already doing it, but if the Fed does not follow suit and it's holding its policy rate above market rates, which is what's happening now, right? We've had a reinversion of the yield curve, the entire curve. The short-dated curve was already inverted coming into the year. Now the 10-year yield is plunged back below the Fed funds rate and the T-bill rate. So that tells you that the Fed is actually holding interest rates at levels that are too high for the economy to survive. Now, some guests will come on here and say, oh, that doesn't matter, the yield curve doesn't matter anymore as an indicator. But take a look at business cycle history, and this is not something you want to play Russian roulette with.
Right now, if you look at the Fed funds futures market, pricing in almost 4 rate cuts by the end of January. To your point, just to put a number up on the diminishing inflation expectations, the break-even rate over the next 5 to 10 years has fallen to the lowest of 2016, 1.5% now, well below the 2% target of the Federal Reserve. I'm wondering if the Federal Reserve comes out and confirms market expectations for this many rate cuts, do you expect longer-term inflation expectations to go up?
That is a great question, and that is basically the problem. And so, we came into this crisis with, already low inflation expectations. Why is that the case? A lot of people say, well, the Fed tried to raise inflation and couldn't do it. Are you trying to raise inflation when you raise rates 8 times and cut the balance sheet by $500 billion when inflation's only at 2%, 20% of the time, which was the 2017, 2018 rate hiking and monetary tightening environment? So the Fed has a tremendous amount of credibility in keeping inflation low, but not in raising inflation to or above its target. And now we're dealing with limited ammunition. If you go back to Fed President John Williams' speech of a year or so ago, in an environment where you're in the vicinity of the zero lower bound, preserving ammunition is exactly what you don't do. That's a way to fail. You want to move sooner and much more aggressively, or your actions may be totally inadequate. To your point, if they do move now, if it's 25 basis points, you may not see a big recovery in inflation expectations, but it's certainly better than doing nothing, in which these expectations could continue to roll over. Recession risks are elevated. They were still elevated coming into the year, and now they've moved up even more. So I'm afraid when I listen to a lot of other commentators, they're just simply missing the boat on this, telling the Fed not to act, not to panic. No, in this environment, you actually move aggressively and sooner rather than later.
Hey, Mike, try to catch up with you. Mike down at Uncam Partners from New York this morning. Good morning. The VC is going back.
Coming up on the dynamics of the bond market, the 2-year yield under 1%, call it 0.9823. Going back to the conflict of JP Morgan. This is Bloomberg. Stay with us.
The best way to appreciate the capability of a Matterport vehicle is to experience one for yourself. And there's no better time to do so than during the OP Adventure Sales Event. Lease the 2020 Discovery Sport S for $429 per month for 36 months and $34.95 down plus taxes time on destination. Please do it sign. It includes $1,000 customer credit now through March 31st. Not compatible with other customer credit offers. Visit your tri-state area Matterport retailer or call 1-800-54WP for details. Matterport, above and beyond.
Dear Calvary Hospital,
How do I begin to thank you? When my husband, Dr. Biagio Puducci, was racked with pain and dying of terminal cancer, Calvary came into our home and relieved him from his torment. You brought him back a quality of life, free from suffering, and you relieved anxiety, bringing us both to a place of comfort. Then after Ben had passed, for weeks my grief was unbearable. Once again, you were there for me, this time with Calvary's bereavement support groups. Your expert counseling was specifically tailored to meet my needs. Thanks to you, my training wheels were off, and I began to truly function again. Thank God you are part of our lives. Lois Colucci.
This is Frank Calabria, president of Calvary Hospital. For Calvary at Home, experience our unique Calvary care right in your own home. Call us today at 718-518-2465.
As a financial advisor, many of my clients want to give generously to charity, and some ask about starting a private foundation. As an alternative, I often recommend starting a fund with the New York Community Trust. It's a public charity that helps my clients have an impact on the issues they're passionate about, and its deep bench of experts handle all of the administration. Set up a fund today with the New York Community Trust and make your giving easy, meaningful, and powerful. Find out more at nycommunitytrust.org.
It is 7:58 on the Wall Street. Time for Land Rover Drive Time Traffic, the only adventure sales event happening now until March 31st. This year's Tri-State area Land Rover dealer. Land Rover above and beyond Shell Kristen are the roads. Police right now on the New York State Parkway pretty jammed up. In fact, we have all lanes closed in both directions between Routes 106, 107, exit 35, and the LIE. That's because of a multi-car crash. Expect big delays on the feeder roads around it too, and the LIE extra slow because of extra company through that stretch. On the Staten Island Expressway, west under Brooklyn Avenue, a crash. It involves an overturned tanker truck and a fuel leak is being cleaned up. The and McLean are resulted in eastbound very heavy with rubbernecking delays. Major delays on the Major Deacon, southbound into Fordham Road. There's a crash there being cleared, and a crash on the Porter Expressway, one-time Portable quickly, causing slowdowns. This report is sponsored by Robert Half. Robert Half is another way to hire Robert Half personalized service and advanced matching technology, bringing highly skilled professionals for your unique hiring needs. Visit roberthalf.com. Bloomberg 11:30 for the forecast. Sunny clouds today, breezy, about 40 to 45. Tonight, partly cloudy from 25 to 30. Tomorrow, partly sunny and chilly with a high of 35 to 40. Tomorrow night, clear to partly cloudy, a little near 25. And then the outlook for Sunday, sunny, high 40 to 45. For the best ride in Annapolis City. This is Bloomberg 11:30. Bloomberg surveillance continues.
Financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com on the Bloomberg Business app. On LinkedIn on Bloomberg. This is WBO New York, Bloomberg 11:30. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Economics. American economic power and future depends on shrinking. In many of these countries, we still see people struggling financially.
Uncertainty. These big companies, they just contextualize all get to the markets to become a little bit too addicted to the Fed.
Timing the market is just so difficult. Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Jonathan Ferro on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. Jennifer on Tom King, Lisa Bramwell. It's an extraordinary week, an extraordinary Friday. Thank you for being with us. Good morning, Boston. Washington, very political weekend, South Carolina, and on to Super Tuesday. Good morning, New York, Bloomberg 11:30. That early morning, we know you're awake on the West Coast after what we've seen the last 3 days, that close that we saw yesterday. And this morning, to generalize without being inflammatory, more of the same. What you need to know right now is Brent Crude is trying to join West Texas Intermediate below $50 a barrel. It's at $51 a barrel at Brent. And to get away from the futures, negative 57, back up to an improved negative 15 is a yield market that John Farrell has just said from our major source of conversation in this hour about like it's got to be on a 2-year, and that's signal under a 1% drop.
Already well bid. Yields up by 7 basis points on 2s, 99 basis points right now. Fed very much in focus. This is not a judgment of mine as to whether I think monetary policy will or won't be effective in this environment. I think the focus will be on the Fed, though. March is suddenly a very, very live meeting, and later this morning, 9:15 Eastern Time, St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard will be speaking.
He talks about regime change. wonder if a supply shock like a pandemic, a medical event, could be a regime change. What is so important here is the framing of a tangible faith over what the Fed should do. We heard Michael Darda mimicking Mariana Kazuma-Kota. I thought Darda was brilliant at first and second order supply conditions, very technical stuff, folks, to be honest. But then you've got the idea of others saying, no, the conventional wisdom. They said, well, we don't know.
There's a question of what the Fed can affect by cutting rates as much as the market is expecting. To Mike Darda's point, and this is really important, by not doing anything, they're doing something. And how much is the frozen credit market becoming a fundamental economic concern? Certainly not now. I mean, it's been a couple days. It's been during yeah, the new issuance market has been basically closed.
So liquidity side, I don't see liquidity issues.
No, not liquidity issues in the secondary market. Certainly you're seeing bonds fall big gaps down, but it's not a sort of disorderly unwind. That said, what is the tightening like of financial conditions if the Fed does not deliver? And I think that is a key question right now at a time when inflation expectations keep coming down.
Look, I think there's a massive debate on how effective monetary policy would be in this environment. It was much more clear cut a little more than 12 months ago when you could make a really big argument that monetary policy was just too tight for the environment we're in. In the environment we're in right now, Tom, it's so original. It's off the back of a health epidemic in China that spilled over to Europe and potentially here in the United States as well. How effective is monetary policy in that environment?
If it's not effective on a first order condition, but as Michael Darda says, real rates speak, and the presumed disinflation out there, if you believe that, is measurable and tangible. I can go to the Bloomberg folks, the Taylor rule, TAYL,
I want to give a sense of what Gerard Cassidy at RBC Capital said. He was talking about the likelihood of a coordinated central bank approach akin to what happened in 2008, 2009, if this coronavirus fear does spiral into the real economy. And this, I think, is something that more people are talking about.
The Gerard Cassidy claimed looking at the smaller and regional banks, and they're not Jamie Dimon. They can't even pull out a big checkbook to survive through this, and everybody understands that. We need to bring in an esteemed August guest for the end of February.
I woke up early this morning, sent him a message and just thought we need to speak to Bob Michael and we need to do it this morning.
He goes up to 4 digits.
JP Morgan Chief Investment Officer and Head of Global Fixed Income joining us on the phone. Bob, fantastic to have you with us. Let's walk through it, shall we? Busy morning for you. Your message to our listeners this morning, what is it, Bob?
Expect a Fed rate cut. Expect cuts across all the developed market central banks and expect cuts especially from the emerging market central banks. I bristle at the thought that this doesn't impact the real economy, that this is a temporal event. I think what is going on, what we see is that economies through quarantining are just shutting down, period. And the central banks need to respond. I think the question is correct. What's the efficacy of further central bank rate cuts here? It may be more limited in the past, but it does relieve a lot of funding pressure through the system. I think the emphasis this time should be on making sure that credit is extended into the SMEs, the small and mid-sized enterprises, small businesses who are going to suffer and will likely run out of cash in the next couple of months.
Well, we started this conversation about the efficacy, the ability of central banks to offset this. Let's talk about the willingness. Bank of Korea, the South Korean central bank, didn't act. Vice Chair Richard Powell has spoken recently, didn't signal the Fed was ready to move. ECB President Christine Lagarde did not signal the ECB was ready to move. Your thoughts on willingness to act and willingness to act anytime soon, Bob? Where are they? Where are we?
Well, I think they're struggling with the academic argument that cheapening the supply of money is not necessarily going to help what looks like to them more or less a demand shock when economies shut down and people don't go out and aren't going to spend and consume. What's the point of cheapening the supply of money? So it's a slightly different spin than what I heard you guys talking about. And they may be right, but the reality is that cheapening the supply of money relieves the funding pressure across corporations. I've heard Lisa talk about the freezing up of the credit markets. To some extent that's occurred, and it does times, mortgage refis accelerated, and consumers didn't either have the ability to repair some of their balance sheet from what they already spent, or they could go ahead and spend more money. So it does help on the market. I would argue this time, look at the SBA, the Small Business Association in the U.S., and figure out how they'll be able to extend cheap loans to companies that need it to get through the next couple quarters.
Bob, I want to pick up on that point of funding through the next couple of quarters. The market right now is pricing in 3 rate cuts by year end, and you're seeing credit spreads widen. You're not seeing the new issuance market reopen. Will it be enough for the Federal Reserve to cut rates to provide this funding to small and medium-sized enterprises?
I think it will be. I think certainly they have the capacity to cut rates a lot in here because they're nowhere near their inflation target. And with everything that's going on, I think we have refused to accept economy through quarantining. The switch on the economy has just been flicked off. I would step in and do 50 basis points in March. They have a bond down. I would want more than less.
We're in good company with our agricultural code of Minnesota. Of course, this is a huge debate with Colorado folks. Again, they're just joining us. Bob Michael is champion market there. Futures negative 23. And the headline line of 0.9821. We have a substantial below 1% 2-year yield. It's a price of a higher yield in the last hour. I'd also point out West Texas Intermediate 45.66 a barrel. Bob Michael, Alexander Harris has a wonderful essay out this morning on LIBOR. Tell us what the short-term paper market looks like in JP Morgan. I mean, I know you're not going to say it's August of 07. This is a totally different climate. What do you glean from a very, very short trust market in fixed income?
Well, what you're seeing is that everyone is scrambling to get liquidity. I think coming into the first quarter, everyone felt that we were going to have at least a few quarters ahead following the phase 1 trade deal of a pretty good economic environment, and things would accelerate, so they were willing to invest and spend, and now they see the slowdown just came out of nowhere, and they're scrambling to get cash. And I think the pressure you see in the front end of the market, I heard you guys talking earlier about the 2-year signaling that the bond vigilantes are going to pressure the Fed to cut rates in here, and we're just going to sit on low levels until they come to us. And Lisa's right. It's been dealt. They're effectively tightening financial conditions.
Quick word on high yield before we have to let you go, Bob. The spreads right now, the Bloomberg Barclays high yield average right now is about 460 basis points. The wides in the December 2018 round pushed 550. At what point would you suggest is the opportunity to start stepping back in? Are we there? Are we near to there? What are your thoughts?
No, this is far worse than where we were before. I wouldn't step in until 600. Now, I know that could change, but I feel like greed will ultimately replace fear here in the next couple of weeks. But the reality is we're going to have several quarters ahead of companies scrambling to figure out how they've been supplied, what demand looks like. Their earnings are going to look awful. You're going to run into the presidential elections, and we very well could be on the doorstep of recession. So I would not step in here. I think shutting down economies overnight has changed everything.
Bob, appreciate your time. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for having us. Really appreciate it. Bob Michael there, JP Morgan, head of global fixed income for JP Morgan Asset Management.
What you just heard there, folks, is absolutely profound. We invented Bloomberg surveillance. It's what it's about. You have the first order monetary economist, Mariana Cotto, and the dyed-in-the-wool fixed income guy. Obviously, they're too big to fail bank. And John, we both agree. Like, what are you waiting for Friday Megan's recession? I'm not saying
that's not, for me, I want to emphasize, it's not a judgment as to whether I think we're going to have a recession or not. It's an observation about where we are in this market and how market participants feel, Tom. There is a belief that is an eventuality, and probability of that has gone up, and people are adapting to that situation.
That's going to make it. We'll have to see. Right now, futures at negative 22, and that yield 0.9882 on the 2-year. Right now, the news in New York City, here's Michael Waters.
Tom, Lisa, John, thank you very much. The World Health Organization says it will take at least 1 year to develop and test a vaccine for the coronavirus. But the Israeli government just announced one of its public research institutes believes it can develop a vaccine in 8 to 10 weeks and test it in another 90 days. That's because by chance, the Israeli scientists 4 years ago decided to study the coronavirus in poultry. Meanwhile, in the U.S., the CDC's Deputy Director for Emerging Infectious Diseases, Dr. Chris Bratton, says we should all be ready for the spread of the coronavirus here in the United States.
We, as a country, as our communities, do need to start to prepare for the fact that we're going to see community transmission in the United States. And I think this is probably one of the first cases where, where we picked it up. It may be other places and we don't know.
California's governor said the state is monitoring 8,400 people for signs of exposure to the virus. Presidents of Turkey and Russia have spoken on the phone the day after 33 Turkish troops were killed in Syrian government airstrikes, the country's flashpoint, northwestern province of Idlib. The deaths are the highest number of Turkish soldiers killed in a single day since Ankara first intervened in the Syrian conflict in 2016. In Greenfield, Wisconsin, prayer vigil was held last night for the victims of Wednesday's mass shooting at a Philip Morris facility in Milwaukee. Authorities say 6 people died, including the gunman identified as 51-year-old employee Anthony Fairman. Global News 24 hours a day on air on all 385 number, covered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts from more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg Time.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. You did it again, a 108.7, 2 days in a row at end strength, and not like we saw 2 hours ago. Nevertheless, a challenging market opening off that difficult day yesterday. Futures negative 57, now negative 15. Dow futures at negative 106 VIX, just under 40. This is Bloomberg. Stay with us.
Coming up on the program, the European economy facing another growth scare. Eric Nielsen weighing in. Bernie Craig Group chief economist. He puts that next on Bloomberg Surveillance Live on Bloomberg Radio.
Today on Balance of Power with Dan Weston, Illinois Senator Dick Durbin. On the state of the Democratic field as we get into South Carolina in Super Tuesday. And former Department of Homeland Security Advisor Charles Murray. Are the Russians at it again? And can we stop election interference? Balance of Power with Dan Weston. Today at noon on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
It's the busiest time of my life. I recently finished law school and just moved to San Francisco to work at a big firm. New start, new city, new job. Yeah, I was overwhelmed. And I was drowning in student debt, which was keeping me from doing things like going out with friends, saving money, traveling, and my next big milestone, buying a house. Then I got a call from Jennifer, my personal banker from First Republic, about refinancing my student loans. I was so busy I couldn't even think about responding. Luckily, she kept checking in, and I'm so glad she did. I got such a low refi rate on my student loans that I can now pay them off faster than I ever thought possible. I mean, there's finally a light at the end of the student loan tunnel. What's more, Jennifer and I talked through a number of financial planning strategies that work for where I am today and where I'm headed. My student had me at once taken away my financial freedom, but now, thanks to First Republic, I finally got it back.
Personal banking, business banking, at First Republic, it's a privilege to serve you. Ask your banker for details. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Asset managers who seek change, to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or explore new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SCI Investment Manager Services. I'm Steve Meyer, President of SCI Investment Manager Services. At SCI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SCI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation. With SCI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SCIC.com/seizechange.
Happening across the nation right now. ADP is helping Party City stores Streamline recruiting. Music houses like Squeaky Clean Studios are demoing tracks while ADP helps keep business on track. And ADP helps a small Mexican restaurant keep up with compliance demands. When ADP helps businesses achieve what they're looking for, that's newsworthy. HR talent, time, benefits, and payroll. Informed by data and designed for people. Learn more at design.adp.com. Bloomberg surveillance brought to you by Land Rover. The Omni-Adventure sales event happening now until March 31st. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for details on the new discoveries for Land Rover above and beyond.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on LinkedIn by Bloomberg. This is the Bloomberg Business Lounge.
And I'm Karen Moscow. It is 8:17 on Wall Street, and futures are lower this morning. We got a first word breaking news desk for today's morning call. And here's Bill Maloney. Bill, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Karen. U.S. futures remain under pressure, but have paired some losses since the last time we spoke. The Dow futures now down 125 points. S&P shot 18. Nasdaq futures declined by 52. The U.S. continued yield of 1.22%. Gold is down 23. Shanghai fell 3.7% overnight, while all European markets are also trading lower by at least 2% right now. Back in the U.S. on the economic front at 8:30, core PCE trade balance and PCE deflator. At 9:45, Chicago PMI and 10 o'clock, Michigan sentiment. After the bill last night, Gilead Sciences is set to make a takeover approach to cancer therapy company 47, and BMW reported shares down 9% in the free market. Regarding earnings this morning, Foot Locker EPS beat estimates, and wrapping things up, Royal Caribbean discussed all the Deutsche Bank, Dollar General raised by Jefferies, and Big Lots conjunctively read JP Morgan. Live for the first breaking news desk on the Karen.
All right, Bill, thank you. And here live breaking news of your Bloomberg text. Squawk on your terminal, SQUAWK, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom, John, and Lisa.
Sure. Thanks so much. Two more data checks in the hour here. Thank you so much for listening. Love the feedback this morning, particularly on this good conversation that with our guest birthday show. I got TJ with a birthday.
TJ, I'm laughing.
He's 29, I think. He's lying on that. We know that. He's probably clocking in 37 or 38. But what's important here is a 29-year-old has no idea what a down market looks like in their business career.
I mean, listen, there's a lot of people watching out of UBS a number of years ago. I used to run the investment bank there and asked them about his trading floor and how many of them had seen a rate hike. The Federal Reserve. This was 2014, 2015. Yeah. We talked about the average age on the floor, and he said, early 30s. And I said, so a lot of these people haven't seen one. But to your point, Tom, I think in this market, working on the trading floors, average age in late 20s, say, haven't seen a bear market.
VIX 39.84. I basically like those 20s average 30s, so the sweat kicks in, and we did that nicely up to 43 earlier this morning.
Just looking at emotions, shall we? Really credit from a chief economist, typically constructive. We usually drone the drama and the hyperbole from the conversation with Eric. I look forward to doing that now. Eric, March 12th, the ECB convenes. What is the House view on that meeting as things stand from your perspective?
Well, good morning. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do anything very tricky. They got data collection on its times that so far they haven't seen anything that sort of a material or longer-term impact. Now, it's not on the website as far as I can see, so I'm not sure that's discussion inside the ECB, but it's clear that Europe is going to take it seriously and look at those also. But there's a big question what a central bank can do and what the ECB should do with this. So my guess is that you will get some wording on being nervous or watching it carefully, but no action.
Who should follow up, Eric? What kind of policy levers do you need to pull in an environment like the one we're going into?
Well, that's a very good question. Number one, if it's a supply shock, which it is predominantly, there's really not much you can do. If you are for reason of the virus shutting down movie theaters, you can put any amount of money or credit to people that will not go to the movie theater, period, right? So if it's a supply shock, there is not much you can do apart from providing liquidity to companies so they don't go bust. If that takes too long, it turns to bad loans. Yeah, potentially, particularly in China. But there is also demand side, particularly in Europe, where a lot of restrained travel now is starting to come into place, and some of that travel may take place if you have more money on your hands
down to potentially supporting the market a bit, and there it's balance sheet expansion rather than interest rates you need to use. But we're not there yet.
Eric, what's the likelihood of a global recession from here?
I wouldn't put a percentage on it. If you call it technical, if you will, it's not doing very high now because China is going to take a big hit in the first quarter. Also, our very sort of preliminary guess is that you're seeing something like a growth rate of maybe half of what you had now last year, maybe 3, that's a potential 5% drop or thereabouts. Then that automatically feeds into Europe with a bit of a negative number, smaller, but silent Europe affect itself. And the US also. There's any from Europe, one word on the US, yes, Q4 looked good, but it was all this energy more effect like that. Right. So the US is a lot weaker than people realize. So yes, high probability now.
That's a really important observation on the dynamics of exports and imports. Eric Nielsen, one thing we've missed this week, or talked less about in the market news, and of course things front and center, is the effect on UniCredit has a real Eastern Europe and Southern Europe feel as well. We've got Turkish lira out to new weakness, 6.23, Brazilian real, etc. What are the knock-on effects of this pandemic and the knock-on effects of the big economies on the lesser, smaller economies?
Well, it's a good question, Tom, and it's significant, right? I mean, and here's the problem we're facing. It's two effects. We are shutting down businesses in the big or the G7 economies in China, and that by definition has this spin-through effect. And then there's a market effect, which is, it comes with this move to see what happens. We saw Eurodollar now is coming back a little bit again, but we'll see it. Generally speaking, risk aversion coming on with high yield credit, for example. And that needs to be merchandised as much as we also push it out. So this will be an accelerator out there, unfortunately.
Eric, great to get your views as always. Eric Nielsen there, UniCredit Group chief economist, calling some potentially for a technical recession.
Conrad was just wanting to thank you, Conrad, for joining us yesterday. I believe it was a great capital, which I'm writing VIX. Seriously, the VIX to 47. Right now, the VIX is 40. He says it's real tough to sell stocks out of the mid 40 range as well. That's their observation of emotion in the VIX 47.
Can we just reflect on how quickly, how fast this narrative has shifted in just a week? The consensus view a week ago on programs like this, the happy talk of Wall Street about a V-shaped recovery, has morphed very quickly into the idea that we get a technical recession.
This is so important. I put a VIX chart out on LinkedIn and Twitter earlier today, which stunned me when I made it up. Weekly VIX, we've almost made the dynamics of the Lehman move in this VIX move coming up from a smaller base as well.
Yeah, I think it's the quickest correction on record from all-time highs just a week ago. Absolutely amazing. Recent price action this morning, every futures down by 0.8% on the S&P 500. We come back just a little bit, down by 23 points. And the bond market, the treasury market is big. Yields coming in 4 basis points on 30s to 172, on 10s down to 122. All-time lows in the bond market at the long end of the curve. At the front end, just remarkable to see a 2-year yield below 1% on 99 basis points.
2 days ago, we ended 108.69. I really can't be out earlier this week was important. The yen did not move. It stayed 110 level, 110, 210. A stronger Japanese yen, 108.67. Please stay with us on Bloomberg Radio. Lisa Abramowitz, John Farrell, and Ted
Bloomberg Surveillance brought to you by BNY Mellon Pershing. Learn why the world's most sophisticated advisory firms and broker-dealers rely on Pershing to help them improve profitability, create efficiency, attract talent, and manage risk at Pershing.com.
The Audi Q5 represents everything we've learned from building one of the world's most progressive vehicles. With expectation-shattering technology like available rear cross-traffic assist, this car was born to not conform. The Audi Q5 is here. Progress is never linear.
Take a test drive today at your trusted Audi dealer, or go to AudiOffers.com for more information on all the technology the 2020 Audi Q5 has to offer.
Paradise is an island, and closer than you think. Catch a flight to the Bahamas and head to the Cove on Paradise Island. Just
just 20 minutes from Nassau International Airport. There, you'll find the Gem of Paradise, an all-suite luxury hotel that raises the bar among distinctive resort destinations. The Cove, elegantly situated on miles of private beach, features an open-air laundry, magnificent suites, fine dining, all adults and family pools, lavish cabanas, and breathtaking views of the ocean from every single room. What's more is that near Station of the Cove, you'll have the option to explore all 171 acres that the fantastic and exciting Atlantis Paradise Island has to offer. From a massive casino, water slides, a lazy river, stunning marina, luxury shows, and activities for absolutely everyone. Stay at the Cove. Play at Atlantis. Paradise is closer than you think. Call 1-877-COVE-VIP or visit the cove at AtlantisBahamas.com.
Take the Bond Challenge. Use the Interactive Brokers Bond Scanner to search our deep availability of U.S. government securities, 38,000 global corporate bonds, and 850,000 municipals. IBKR passes through the highest of all bids and lowest of all offers received at the electronic venues it accesses. We do not like spreads, apply hidden fees, or markup quotes. How many basis points does your current broker keep? Find out at ibkr.com/bonds.
It is 8:28 on Wall Street. Time for Land Rover Drive Time Traffic. The only adventure sales event happening now until March 31st. Now your Tri-State area Land Rover dealer, Land Rover, above and beyond. Let's head to Brisbane.
Thanks, Lisa. Right now on the Northern State Parkway, we have all lanes still closed eastbound from 106, 107, and exit 35 after the LIE. That's because of a serious four-car crash, and it is now an accident investigation. The LIE very heavy through that area because of extra traffic. That's where a lot of people are heading. 7 Island Expressway westbound at Bradley Avenue. Overturned tanker truck and a fuel spill still being cleared eastbound, making delays. GW Bridge knocked out heading into town and outbound. We've got a good ride too with the Lincoln Tunnel, 20-minute delays, and then the Holland Tunnel delays running about 10 minutes. You can turn like for 20 from 189. 287 in White Lanes, eastbound before EW. Bloomingdale Road, disabled vehicle on the shoulder. This report is sponsored by Robert Knapp. Robert Knapp is the better way to hire. Robert Knapp's personalized service and advanced matching technology brings you highly skilled professionals for your unique hiring needs. Visit robertknapp.com. Number 13033 weather forecast. Sunny clouds today, breezy, high 45 to 50. Tonight, we have perfect cloudy skies, low 25 to 30. Tomorrow, partly sunny and chilly, high 35 to 40. And on Sunday, it'll be sunny with a high of 40 to 45. With the best drive in and out of the city, Bloomberg surveillance continues.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 991 to Boston. Bloomberg 1061 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe on Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
From New York City, this is Bloomberg Surveillance for our audience worldwide. We are live on Bloomberg Radio, where equity futures are negative, off-session lows, but still lower, down by 25 points on the S&P. We are down by 0.8%. In your bond market, all-time lows on 10-year and 30-year yields as we grind lower by 3 or 4 basis points. The Fed front end, remarkable, south of 1% on a 2-year yield at 99 basis points. Some data in America across the Bloomberg, Tom King.
No question about that. It's an interesting day. The state comes one sponsor, as John mentioned, the important China PMI coming out later today. John, what is on Sunday? So those are important data. These are about America, and what's important here is not the income dynamics, which are actually pretty good, or the spending dynamics, I'm going to call them mixed. The deflator numbers set January pre-pandemic, pre-epidemic at a lower level. And to me, that's a critical source of information. It goes to the observations we heard this morning of Michael Darda and Bob Michael. We set inflation into the crisis at a lower level.
And can the Fed adjust to get inflation expectations back up again? I'm not sure. The one pillar of support for arguably the global economy, and not just the US economy, over the last 18 months, has been the US services sector and the US consumer specifically. See spending coming a little bit firmer for the or rather income coming a little bit further for the month of January, and spending in and around estimates. That's slightly encouraging, but of course it's all going to be about the February data, it's all going to be about the March data. All we can take from January is what the momentum looked like, what's the state of the consumer going into the growth scale.
I really wonder what data point is actually going to matter to economists to game plan exactly what's going on with the coronavirus. We talked about the manufacturing data out of China we're getting tonight and on Sunday. Is that going to give us some sort of trajectory? We don't even have a sense of the spread or the economic response to major economies in the
This
U.S.
is really important. Your point, Lisa, it's not about the real economy. Michael Gardner just echoed what he said. It's about the inflation dynamics and about the relative place of the Fed, not the absolute place of the Fed, but the relative place of the Fed, given slowing economy and disinflationary tendencies. And again, that's an inflation discussion, totally different from the tangible economic decline discussions that we make it into.
Yeah, but if the consumer is weakens here, that's going to be a real concern. That's that income coming in better than expected.
Joseph Davis works with Vanguard. He's our chief economist. Far more importantly, Joe Davis is also in Vanguard working on their investment strategy. Joe, I'm going to start with a non-economics question, which is what are you at Vanguard observing about flows and the dominance of index funds in this day and age, both tangible index funds or say gold or metals or whatever, and the more intangible index funds of financial instruments. What have you observed in the last week?
Sure, and thanks for having me, Tom. I mean, we are seeing trading activity up, but I'd say it's not up materially. We are seeing roughly about 1% of households, we have millions of clients in the United States and around the world, but 1% of households traded on their accounts this past week. That is up from normal, but I'd say it's fairly balanced. If anything, they're buying a little bit more equity than fixed income, and clearly our money managers have to rebalance multi-asset portfolios, so they've been buying equities more so than fixed income.
Joe, I'm not getting out for Vanguard. Triple leverage, small cash. Well, we went forward when it came back to triple. We went down 1,000 points and came back to triple leverage.
Joe, the word that gets thrown around the Wall Street a lot, orderly, another word, disorderly. Those two words, what do they mean to you guys at Vanguard right now, and how would you characterize the price action of the last couple of days? Has it been orderly for you? Has it been disorderly? What do those two words mean?
Well, I think orderly in terms of you argue the markets are clearing, that would add spreads across products as well as individual securities. They're not gapping out at normal levels. From my perspective, it's been orderly. I mean, clearly the price action was negative. It's been eye-opening in terms of the rate of descent. But we as a firm were trying to orient clients that the market, the U.S. equity market was so much stronger going into the year, and that the risk of correction was elevated. I think the good news is that the markets are clearing, and then everyone's trying to now assess where the bottom may be going forward.
Well, let's assess that right now with you, Joe. Your thoughts on that at the moment? We've had guests on this program this morning who are starting to model a technical recession for the global economy. Is that what you're starting to model too, Joe?
The risk of risen, but that's not our baseline. And again, just for context, we were among the less optimistic, I think, of many of our peers in the industry going into the year for both U.S. growth and local growth. We have downgraded even our below consensus forecast, but not materially. And so we do not have recession as a baseline. The key variable in vector will be the spread of cases outside the U.S. And is it near China, or is it something lower than that? Right now, our best estimate is that it's lower than that, but clearly we will see a drag on growth in the first half of the year.
Joe, there's economic shock, and then there is a market shock, and then there's that feedback loop, and I'm wondering how close you think we are to the market shock feeding back and exacerbating the economic impact that people are trying to keep out of the coronavirus.
Yeah, it's a terrific question. We assume that it will. A financial condition with a lot do have an impact on the real economy, which from the one positive was a source of modest strength going into this shock. It was also one of the reasons why we had a little weaker growth, because we saw downside risks to the global equity markets going into the year. We certainly did not foresee the rapidity of the shock nor wish to see it, but that's where the risk was.
I'm welcome all of you worldwide. Justin Davis with us. He's the Vanguard, the global chief economist. And part of my work is we'll have their investment strategy group. We welcome you to more data checks today. Futures deteriorating, honestly, up economic data, negative 20, now negative at 31. John, we're missing that. I did not do this math to inform our audience earlier. We're now with futures down 4,200 points from a record high. We are at 14.2%. So I'm not willing to say we're on the cusp of a down bear market yet, but we're getting there.
I remember sitting down with PIMCO in the late spring of last year, and they said we want to be liquidity providers, not liquidity demanders. And for that reason, we want to take a little bit of risk off the table and participate when you get dislocations, like the one we're seeing on the screen at the moment. Joe, if you are defensive coming into this, if you were lucky enough to have that right call, or smart enough, however you want to characterize it, and now this plays out, how do you want to allocate capital in this environment to take a little bit more of an offensive stance as people continue to de-risk?
Yeah, well, I think, for any back investors, if they're, actively inclined, I'd say they adopt a similar approach that many of our active managers do. We had seen risk premiums compressed across the board over the past 6-7 months, and so I think you have to admit two things. One is, no one, at least we are not smart enough to call a bottom, and so you gradually start to be consistent and dollar cost average into some of these weaknesses. I mean, that's what our money managers are doing. Even rebalancing portfolios for individual investors. It can be tough to do in these and weeks such as this, but over the long run, that provided value declines, and that doesn't require a great deal of timing ability, which I don't think they should.
Joe, right now, given the fact that yields are at all-time lows, what's the best haven play?
Well, I think, clearly a diversified portfolio, even with a low level of yield, I think, the role of fixed income, which I think some are starting to question, beginning of the year with at that time a low interest rate environment, I think that's still playing out. I mean, it seems to me that the 10-year Treasury is one of the few areas where it has a green arrow over when everything else seems to be red. And so, despite the low level of yield, there's still a diversifying power, particularly given what you all talked about with this deflationary shock that we're experiencing now.
Do you think the U.S. economy eventually is going to be that when it comes to risk as well, and that when we do see a bottom, U.S. equities will be the first to emerge?
Well, that's clear. I mean, that's my. I'm not opposed to that view. I think China could also be surprised on the upside because they were first to experience a significant gain, and we will see stimulus coming out. I think some of that is just they're just waiting for the time to unleash it, and so other parts of emerging markets I think will lag the U.S. and China, but I would include China in that as well.
Hey Joe, great to catch up with you. Joe Davis there, Vanguard's Global Chief Economist and the Global Head Vanguard Investment Strategy Group. The data to watch a little bit later, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, the PMIs out of China. Later this morning, 9:45 Eastern, we get the Chicago PMI for the month of February. Might be worth a look. Around 9:50. Listen, early reads on the regional Fed index. Just an early read, so on anything you get an early read on. I think right now it's important. And then at 9:15 Eastern, we'll hear from the St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard for review on the Fed.
It is so important that Jim Bullard came out with an important small risk piece a couple years ago on regime change. And I'm sure he's going to say this is not a regime change. Because, you have to remember, viruses do have cholera, which is a whole different.
You really did that, and you had to dot top the Fed. And yes, this strange dot on this run at the bottom of the top line.
We know this. John was working on our project, and he asked me to do lots of fancy charts, and I did a dot plot showing 2012 dots versus now.
What color dots?
I went with the pink. I want something more recent, so I'll set up pink dots and white dots. And but seriously, the shift from 2012 recent is it's amazing how the dots have shifted 4% terminal value down where we are at right now with the news. In New York City, Michael Martins.
Lisa John, thank you very much. Public health officials are retracing the steps of a Northern California woman believed to be the first person in the U.S. to contract the highly contagious coronavirus without traveling internationally or in close contact with anyone who had. Solano County, California Health Officer Dr. Bella Matias says the job now is to work to contain the virus.
We know that the
in Woodmont. And we already know that. There were multiple outbreaks throughout the world.
World Health Organization says it will take at least 1 year to develop a test vaccine for coronavirus, but the Israeli government just announced one of its public research institutes believes it can develop a vaccine in 8 to 10 weeks and test it in another 90 days. That's because the Israeli scientists 4 years ago decided to study the coronavirus in Ebola. Former Mayor of Baltimore, Catherine Pugh, was sentenced to 3 years in federal prison for arranging fraudulent sales of her self-published children's books to nonprofits and foundations to promote her political career and fund a run for the city's highest office. Pugh spoke to reporters outside the courtroom and says this is not the end of it.
I will continue to listen, learn, and I don't think this is the last chapter for Catherine Pugh. And I look forward to regaining my strength, my zeal, my love for the people of the city.
Veteran Democratic politician pleaded guilty to federal conspiracy and tax evasion charges in November. Global News 24 hours a day on air and on Fliptape by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg, John.
Michael Barr, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Let's get to price action this Friday. 6 days of losses on the S&P 500, a 6-day losing streak that could well become 7. On the screen right now on the session, the S&P 500 down by 36 points. We're off by 1.23% and down 12% in the previous 6 days.
James Worst of economic data jumping all the way to put it near -10, -15, we're now -36. Credit again is trying to roll over and go to new yen strength right now at about 108.62.
Your bond market comes down 5 basis points on a 10-year yield. On a 2-year, 97 basis points. This is Bloomberg.
Coming up on Bloomberg surveillance, the focus very much on credit markets. How close are they, and what will it take for them to resume their rally? Marcus Ashford joining us on Bloomberg Opinion. This is Bloomberg.
Time now for Bloomberg NBC Sports Report. Here's John Sancho.
Look out for the Rangers might make the playoffs. There's still only one team behind them in the 18 Metropolitan Division over the 5-2 win Montreal. They're 9th in the last decade, 9th in a row on the road. Rangers are 2 points behind Columbus in the last spot. They trailed the Canadiens 2-0, scored 4 times in the third period. David Zibanejad got his 30th of the year. Ryan Strome scored the last 2. The Rangers will skate tonight in Philadelphia. The Islanders and Devils both had 2-0 leads and both lost 3-2 in overtime. The Isles in St. Louis, 6th straight win for the defending Stanley Cup champs. The Devils fell at San Jose. Next in Philadelphia, get the bang Sixers who were without their 2 stars, Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid. The New York natives, Tobias Harris scored 34 points. The Sixers won 115-106. Julius Randle had 30 in the wall. The Knicks 6 lost in a row. Kyle should allow you to be back in Iowa 1, Knoxville and St. Francis lost. That's a Bloomberg NBC Sports Up.
The following is a public service from Bloomberg.
The Brooklyn Academy of Music presents first-run films at Ben's Rose Cinemas. This weekend, Ben presents Portrait of a Lady on Fire, winner of the coveted Ken Prize and one of the best-reviewed films of the year. Brittany, 1760. Marianne, a young painter, is commissioned to paint the wedding portrait of Heloise, a reluctant bride-to-be who has just left the convent. Arriving under the guise of companionship, Marianne observes Heloise by day and secretly paints her by firelight at night. As the 2 women orbit one another, intimacy and attraction grow as they share Heloise's first moments of freedom, and the portrait becomes a collaborative act and a testament to their love. Also playing this weekend, Wang Junho's Parasite, winner of 4 Academy Awards, including Best Picture and Best Director. For showtimes and a complete listing of programs at the Brooklyn Academy of Music, go to band.org. This has been a bad minute.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology, makes innovation happen. NJIT faculty mentor Christoph Camacho when he was a student, helping him co-found the startup and patent a device that uses drone technology for reforestation and to collect valuable data for land management.
I founded Paratrees back in 2016, taking what I learned from my research at NJIT and migrating it to Pocket Startup. Our technology is to really enhance land management operations. So we work very closely with land management companies. So we have a drone that performs precision reforestation, and we do storm damage NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Coming up on Bloomberg surveillance, driving the conversation forward after the worst sell-off, according to some measures, since the financial crisis. We'll take a look at what indicators to watch to say that we're seeing some sort of run up. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on LinkedIn by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm Karen Moscow here over the spread of the coronavirus signing its grip on global markets. With stocks across Europe and Asia plunging a day after the worst run of Wall Street since 2011. U.S. stock index futures are lower, pointing to more pain at the open. Treasury yields are falling. And we check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. S&P futures down 44 points, Dow futures down 323, NASDAQ futures down 145. The DAX in Germany is down 4%. 10-year Treasury up 17.30 seconds. Yield 1.20%. The yield of a 2-year 0.96%. And the 30-year yield 1.71%. NYMEX crude oil is down 3.9%, or $1.81 to 45.26 a barrel. COMEX gold is down 1%, or $15.60 at 16.2680 an ounce. The euro 1.0978 against the dollar. The yen is at 108.59. The British pound is at 1.2864. Wayfair watching those shares down 14% this morning. You reported a fourth quarter loss that was wider than analysts were looking for. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Lisa.
And Karen, thank you so much. Karen Moscow, major shout out on Friday. Just fabulous, lazy data checks. I get all sorts of emails. Why can't you do a data check like Karen? And I don't, because I don't give you time. I mean, Karen goes on and on.
All sorts of emails.
On and on. These data checks, and boy, they really help you. But the fix is 44.25. Lisa, it's just real simple. The market is just deteriorated off the economic data.
And absolutely, it's not just what we're seeing in stocks, but across asset classes, which brings us to Tony Sashworth, who's Bloomberg the economist covering credit in particular. And I gotta say, my focus is here because there's a question of when a credit seizure could become an economic problem. And I'm wondering, Marcus, from that perspective, can you give us some insight on just how open or closed credit markets are right now?
Well, we have reversed all our credit spread tightening of the year, pretty much, certainly in Europe. The European debt capital markets have gone silent. But I really don't think this is an issue. This is a healthy correction, just like stocks are. But we way over their schemes. I don't think there's panic selling per se. It's appreciate volatility in some measures are way more than they were, but that again is to see safely expected. So I'm not seeing any other than orderly correction or something which is so digitalized it was beyond belief.
This is important. And what is giving you conviction that this is orderly? Or I guess another way to put that is, what will make you more concerned that things are spiraling if you see them develop?
That's a very searching question. I just don't get the sense of absolute panic. I think a lot of my old chums around the markets all day, every day, and they're all a bit sort of, I wrote a piece this morning saying, voice of reason, this is getting a little bit, ridiculous, calm down everyone, we're not heading to recession. We just need to get this perspective of what this type of illness is, and then understand this is about moving from containment to mitigation of it. And that, I think, is where most people, most sound heads seem to be at. However, the markets are as far up as this Friday. Everyone needs to close out positions, get into as much average as possible.
I thought you were talking about hockey and football there. So we're talking about like markets and I know it's something stuff. I look at markets and the deterioration close futures -50. This is very, very important. The heart of our debate this morning, Marcus, to go to the economist, Marcus Ashworth, is we've got a number of select people, including Michael Darda of MKM Partners and Bob Michael of JP Morgan, making very clear they need a Fed that acts now because on a relative basis, that is tightening into a disinflationary tendency. 20 minutes ago, we saw that disinflationary tendency in January in the American data as well. Do you assume that we're in the financial and market mix that we're in within a general disinflation?
Well, I like the bullet next to that because this is a demand and a supply shock. This is exactly what we'd expect. If there'd been a global trade war, which we've seen in the first,
This is the first century economic effect we would have. So there is nothing really, as with the global trade war, that central banks can do about this. Now, the Hong Kong monetary authority is trying a little bit of helicopter money, which is really the next big step, as we all know. We start to panic. A Fed rate cut wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't really make a bit of difference. As far as the economy is concerned, we already had 3 insurance cuts, one will have a 4th. But the reality is the market is building the Fed here. So far, the central bank response has been muted to 0. ECB bats it away. There are, back in Japan likewise, there needs to be some further stimulus coming from governments, from G20. This is a wider fiscal governmental response required, not a central bank monetary stimulus response. And there's nothing really that the central banks can do now. Having said that, everyone likes a little bit of confidence boost, not sentiment. Yeah, sure. Well, why couldn't there be a little bit of a central bank response? Look, we got your backs, guys. We'll keep the cookie going. It doesn't really have to be anything. Just a nice fuzzy words going into the weekend. That wouldn't hurt.
Marcus, I want to pick up on this concept of, voice of reason, and that doesn't seem to be necessarily a bad thing, but there isn't panic, as you said. I'm wondering, we're seeing a repricing. What are we repricing to? Is it a recession this year, and is that the appropriate spread model that the credit traders should be looking at?
That's a searching question, and you're absolutely right to ask that question, because this is a repricing of an massively overvalued stock market, a massively overpriced credit market, with a further extreme overpricing of our interest rate market. But something has to go one way. So we are pricing, if you think that 3+ rate cuts into the Fed, that the US is going into recession. I simply do not think that is anywhere near the case. Europe, different story, but it always was going to go into recession. Japan already probably again the same probably was. It's a reality check. We've taken the off the top of the beer glass of equity prices, and we might be healthy for it.
Can the Fed go into the weekend with a VIX of 42?
What he's saying, Tom, but they're overrated. So as I said, I don't think what the Fed does. And clearly yesterday, he said, hey guys, the only thing I said, so last time he said this to us, they probably cut next time.
Marcus, I'm really there. Not only thank you for today, but Marcus, actually thank you for updating the Bloomberg surveillance throughout the week. It's been an extraordinary week. It has given us really important perspective. Sees writings in Bloomberg. Lisa, I've got a dollar yen, I've got a 2-year yield rather, and I've got on futures in -50 bottom right now. And, to an extent, they all look the same. They're all correlated, but they're correlated to that retest. I'm going to put it on SPX futures. The retest is 4:22 a.m. On the 2-year yield, the retest is 4:22 a.m. The retest on dollar yen, which we're at right now, is 4:19 a.m. Well, back to the 4 o'clock hour. That's 3 hours before you walked in the door.
Right. I will say, I'm watching gold, which interestingly is weaker, and people are proposing the reason why the people are selling the precious metal to meet margin calls. So sort of an interesting conundrum sort of things it's that previously been.
We had an interlude here in 2 hours when the tape got better. Guess what, folks? That's over. Futures at -50. Dow futures at -368. The VIX up 2.69. Daily figures 41.87. Stay with us through the day. This is Bloomberg. On these markets, on the linkage to demand, linkage to our economics and Fed policy, the futures at -50. James Bianco next. This is Bloomberg.
Attention investors, need to diversify from stock market risk, need a haven for retirement assets. Earning cash flow of 18 to 21% targeted consistently. National Realty's Class A Buildings Fund is prime income producing real estate. You're secured on large apartment buildings. You're backed by $750 million of quality new construction. You receive monthly and athletic cash flow payments. You're diversified with 15 large buildings supporting you. These prime building locations back you with hard money making assets. Remember, no matter what type of market, it's always a landlord's market. Call now for a free consultation of the secured real estate wealth. Just call for 18 to 21% targeted cash flow IRA and retirement asset investments. Our 13 years flawless track record and $1.2 billion of assets under management proves it. Call 201-210-2727. That's 201-210-2727. They offer fire sale and securities only made by our private placement memorandum, rated person invest wisely. Past performances don't guarantee future results. Mention was a real estate of the firm. See us at NRIA.net. Hey, New York and New Jersey, when it comes to local banking, we've got you covered. With over 160 branches throughout New York and New Jersey, the NYCB family of banks, comprised of New York Community Bank and its divisional banking leaders, Queens County Savings Bank, Roslyn Savings Bank, Richmond County Savings Bank, Roosevelt Savings Bank, Atlantic Bank, and Garden State Community Bank have been serving the financial needs of our communities for 160 years. That's a tradition of strength, stability, and service. So no matter where you live, work, or play, now you can bank anywhere you see NYCB. We've got you covered. New York Community Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Busy 58 on Wall Street time for Land Rover Drive Time Traffic. The OD Adventure sales event is happening now until March 31st. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover dealer. Land Rover, above and beyond. Joe Crispin, good morning. How is Rosa?
Hey, good morning, Paul. Pretty messy right now on Long Island on the Northern State Parkway eastbound. They have all lanes closed between Routes 106, 107, exit 35, and the LIE. That is because of an accident investigation, a four-car crash, serious injuries, and a fatality is reported. The LIE is very heavy through that area, extra Northern State volume. Lots of people heading there instead. We're in Central Westbound, Kew Gardens interchange crash on the right from the bank, blocking the left lane, and obstruction back up from the Bruckner Expressway westbound White Plains Road after the Rose River Parkway. There's an accident there, and a couple of lanes are blocked. In fact, all lanes are subject to full closure. GW Greens, you're okay. Lincoln Tunnel inbound a 20-minute delay. The Holland Tunnel inbound 15 minutes from the Turnpike 20 from 1 and 9. The Bloomberg 11:30 3-day weather forecast. See a mix of sun and clouds today, breezy, high 40 to 45. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 25 to 30. Tomorrow, partly sunny and chilly, high 35 to 40. Tomorrow night, partly clear to partly cloudy, lows near 25. And the outlook for Sunday, sunshine with a high of 40 to 45. Currently 31 degrees for the best drive in and out of the city. This is Bloomberg 11:30. Bloomberg surveillance continues.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on the Take on Bloomberg. This is WBDR New York, Bloomberg 1130. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Economics.
I think the U.S. is going in for a couple of years of very, very strong growth.
By early in the next decade, we'll start to become a real problem for the market.
The consumer is really strong right now. Just realize how good times are now.
The biggest problem that people have in investing in stocks is that they get out of the market.
It's not supposed to be easy. Anyone will find it easy to do that.
Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Key and Paul Sweet on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. Paul Sweeney and Tom Keats, thank you for being with us on Global Wall Street. Thank you for being with us worldwide. In this hour, an important discussion of the markets. We will touch on the politics of the moment. Margaret Brennan to join us here at the CBS Television Network. But right now, we are focused on the markets. And Paul, it's real simple. Ugly yesterday, ugly Asia, walked in the door this morning, ugly, and then it got better until the economic data and the disinflation came out.
Yeah, disinflation just not, and inflation's just not there. And sometimes saw the futures here retesting the lows. And I know you've been calling out this morning the VIX at 42 really jumps out at you.
Up three big figures now, 42.35. And I really want to emphasize the number one thing we're watching, very Fed specific, is 0.9447, well below 1%, 0.9447, the 2-year yield. We just had a retest of strong yen down to 108.56. So it's a real sense of markets on the move. And I would suggest, Paul, we'll get into this with Jim Gallagher on the hour as well. Just extraordinary, the heated debate over what the central bank would do. I don't think I've ever seen this polarized.
No, and do the WIRP function, which I know you've been talking about this morning, talking about 3 rate cuts here in the upcoming time period, upcoming year. So will that be enough? Will that have an impact And Marcus Ashworth, I thought in the last hour had a great comment, which is no trader wants to go to the weekend long.
Yeah, exactly. That is the weekend clear as well. Right now, we got to bring in a gentleman who can count all the trillion-dollar companies. Are there any left, David?
Well, that's going to be a real question after today's trade, I suppose. Well, let me give you an example. I mean, Apple is at 1.2 trillion right now. The shares are down, though, about 4.5% in early trading. They'll still be above a trillion, just not as far as they were just a week or so ago. People familiar with the matter said the iPhone maker lost one top executive in its manufacturing, supply chain, and operations group, and another is talking about leaving soon. The departures are occurring as the coronavirus disrupts production of Apple's devices. So it's not well timed. And when you think about trillion-dollar companies, you have to think of Microsoft. I mean, those are the only two left at this point. And Microsoft shares are down 3.5%. So looking at that stock, still around 1.2 trillion as well. So it's staying above the threshold. Again, just not as far. Then we have to talk about stocks with losing streaks. General Electric, down 3.5% in early trading. It's already fallen for 10 days in a row. If it's down today, you're talking about the longest losing streak for GE since 1985. And it's already down 21%. So, GE having tough times as share prices fall. And there are actually 4 other stocks in the S&P 500 that have fallen for 10 days in a row. One of them is Delta Airlines, is down 3%. Already longest string of losses since Delta came out of Chapter 11 bankruptcy in 2007. And another one is Royal Caribbean. It's down 2% today in early trading. And that 10-day losing streak is the longest since the cruise line operator went public in 1993. I'll just mention the other two in passing: Baker Hughes and International Flavors and Fragrances. Those stocks a little changed early on. ExxonMobil, though, down 1.5%. The energy producer is trading at a 15-year low as crude oil prices fall from the bottom for the coronavirus to curtail demand.
Right there, West Texas Intermediate down $1.57, 45.51. We get a 49 handle on Brent crude, $51 a barrel there.
Now, Gilead Sciences, we know that stock has been running up lately because the company's been working on a coronavirus treatment. It's down 3% today. People acknowledge the matter said the drug maker approached cancer therapy developer 47. That's the company name spelled out. With a takeover offering, 47 shares, by the way, are up 23%. All right, quick run through on earnings. You got the software maker VMware down 9.5%. You got the design software maker Autodesk lower by 3.5%. One of Autodesk rivals, Ansys, down 2%. The drug maker Mylan lower by 3.5%. The online furniture retailer Wayfair down 17.5%. We got to talk about Chesapeake Energy. It's down 11%, trading at just about 23 cents a share. Fourth quarter revenue lower than estimates at a quarterly loss. NPN Partners cut its price estimate on Chesapeake to 0. And how do you do that? Plans a reverse stock split from 0. Something like that. They want to keep their New York Stock Exchange listing, so if they're trading at 23 cents, you can't do that.
Thank you for ending on a light note. The comedian David Wilson, we listen and you need to be a comedian with a futures negative 44. I want to emphasize, ugly tech got better, improved, and really rolled over with that disinflation. It's tendency. I want to make note the 2-year yield just now, new record lows, 0.9387. And this is stunning, 12 basis points. And you really want to call, as we go to Margaret Brennan, you really want the choice set that Chairman Powell will have. Margaret Brennan's choice set is to be active in a Saturday debate, Saturday primary vote in South Carolina, and that she and CBS was staggered Super Tuesday above everyone else as well. Of course, Margaret Brennan Face the Nation Sunday mornings at CBS. Margaret, what a Donnybrook of a debate, and you go on to the primary. Let me ask you just a basic CBS question. Did debates change the vote?
Well, they can certainly change perception of the strength of the candidate going into the primary. But for Joe Biden, he has said, well, before the debate, he's saying now that he has that finishing really on the heels of Bernie Sanders in either of the three primaries that we've seen so far. So he was, but we'll see if that big performance did help him secure that spot.
In the opening script where this morning, I said it's like 58 hours from when you give us the results Saturday evening to the beginning of the voting of Super Tuesday, whatever it is, it's like 3 cups of coffee. And how linked is your festivities in South Carolina over to the advent of Super Tuesday?
Well, Super Tuesday is really everything. And South Carolina will certainly give Joe Biden a toehold to keep this campaign going, but it's really Super Tuesday that's going to be the ultimate test of whether he can carry this strength that he expects in South Carolina through other southern states on Super Tuesday. It's a test for Mike Bloomberg of whether his really expensive bets to skip those early states and go all in on Super Tuesday will pay off for him. And it's also a reality check for some of those candidates to see if these moderate centrists who are all competing versus Bernie Sanders are splitting up the field in such a way that it doesn't allow the party to put forth a real challenger to the Democratic Socialist, who is the frontrunner at this point. Bernie Sanders will be on the program on Sunday, and he is feeling. Look at what happened in Nevada. He had really strong support from the Latino community, from young voters. There's an enthusiasm gap between the kind of turnout you see for him and for others running.
And of course, Michael Bloomberg is the founder and primary shareholder of Bloomberg LP at this radio station. Margaret, there's a growing debate or discussion about potentially a brokered convention this summer for the Democrats. What's the feeling inside the Beltway about how that might play out?
Well, it sort of depends on where you stand, whether that's wishful thinking or whether that's actual reality. Remember, this comes down to delegates. A third of the delegates that will be awarded in this race will happen on Super Tuesday. That's why we're so focused on these next few days, because we could get a sense of what's going to happen by July when the convention gets together. But the rules have been changing in 2020 versus what they were in 2016 to try to combat that perception that there was too much power in the hands of party brokers and super delegates back in 2016 that favored Clinton. That's not the case this round. Super delegates and those who didn't get to vote until the second round. So that's why there's so much focus right now on what the delegate count is going into July.
This could be a 1 hour conversation.
And we didn't even talk coronavirus.
And we didn't even get to the virus yet. I'm so sorry, but I'm sure you'll cover that on Face the Nation on CBS television. Network Sunday morning, CNN, Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan. Here at Bloomberg Radio, Face the Nation Sunday, 2 p.m. in New York. Washington, Bloomberg 106.1 Boston, for Face the Nation Sunday at 2 at Bloomberg Radio. We have a deteriorating take, a massively deteriorating to you. I'll tell you, if bonds is a litmus paper for enough stocks fall 0.9289 with confirmation again on week 56 gives pause.
In the credit markets, the bond market's been ahead of the equity markets all along this process here. We've seen yields coming in grinding lower for the last several weeks prior to the equity markets really kind of pricing in some of this risk.
The futures right now, I'm trying to get on that intraday chart before we dash off. We're not yet to future close for the day. The 4 o'clock hour, we had more significantly a larger drop, I should say. Right now, futures negative 57. With the news, in New York City, is Michael Barr.
Well, thank you very much. The Geneva Auto Show is being canceled after the Swiss government announced an immediate ban today on all public and private events in the country involving more than 1,000 people as a measure to halt the spread of the coronavirus. The measure will last until at least March 15th. Meanwhile, we're learning more about a coronavirus patient in California with no apparent ties to China or anyone who traveled there but had not traveled to the hot zone. She was placed on a ventilator at the local hospital and was not tested for 4 days after showing symptoms. Dr. Andre Khalil of the University of Nebraska Medical Center is leading the clinical trial for a COVID-19 drug in the U.S.
But we notice with this infection that sometimes it takes about a week that we can have for the disease to progress and get into the lungs and cause pneumonia. So we have to keep very close attention to treatment of these patients.
Leo says they're taking a different approach in that clinical trial will be able to test several different drugs. Democratic presidential candidates are trying to get last-minute campaigning in before tomorrow's South Carolina primary. Campaign event in Rockville, South Carolina, Pete Buttigieg talked about the coronavirus and the government's response to a potential outbreak.
Listening to science should not be a politically controversial idea, but in these times it needs to be said. And we need to make sure that the federal role for coordination and emergency response is there not just to protect populations, but to protect those who protect the populations.
The candidates are trying to get traction heading into next week's Super Tuesday contest. Mobile news 24 hours a day, on air and on quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg Talk.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. Let me triangulate the markets for your equities, bonds, currencies, commodities. I can do that across all four fronts. Futures negative 63, down futures were negative 500, negative 492. The VIX up 3.24 points, 42.40. The major move in the last 20 minutes, the 2-year yield, 0.9229. You got to believe that's a Fed feel to it. 14 basis points. And again, the inflation data was disinflationary. Chris Lowe had a sharp research note on that at PM Financial. Oil confirms 45.21. We're at 44 handle watch on oil. We're not there yet. Excuse me, I stand corrected. We did have 44.95 in West Texas at 4 o'clock in the 4 o'clock hour this morning. Yen is well stronger, 108.54, not quite where the 2-year yield is. Stay with us. Worldwide, this is Bloomberg.
The market sell-off continues. Futures were red on the screen. We're going to speak to Rupert Harrison. He is BlackRock Multi-Asset Strategies Portfolio Manager. We'll get his thoughts about the markets. This is Bloomberg.
This is Howell Messer.
And I'm Jason Kelly. Join us today at 2 for Bloomberg Business Week.
Jason, we've had a really cool guest, Dr. Jim Young. He's president of Palo Alto Investors. After $2.5 billion fund is investing in healthcare. So we'll talk with him about where he's finding opportunities. And let's not forget his foundation, like half the code of aging. So let's see what he has to say about that as well.
Bloomberg Business Week today, starting at 2 on Bloomberg 11.3. Bloomberg Business App and BloombergRadio.com.
And watch us on YouTube by searching Bloomberg Global News. What's the true value of your custodial relationship? Ben Harrison of BNY Mellon's Pershing explains.
As sophisticated investors demand more from their advisors, advisory firms, in turn, need to rely on their custodians to help them grow their complex businesses. At BNY Mellon's Pershing, supporting the rapid growth of RIAs is our #1 priority. We understand what it means to deliver true value to our clients who are looking for a custodian that is aligned with their best interests and delivers high-value solutions, all in an open architecture environment with flexibility, choice, and transparency. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength, resiliency, and high-touch service that BNY Mellon Pershing provides. When you work at Pershing, we put your business first. Can your custodian say that?
Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Pershing Advisor Solutions, LLC, member FINRA.
Dear Calvary Hospital, throughout the years, our family has been blessed with your unique end-of-life care. Not once, or twice, but 3 different times. My brother Tom, my dad, and then my Uncle Jack. Each time your doctors, nurses, cancer care technicians, in fact your entire staff, relieve their horrendous physical pain from cancer. At the same time, you also relieve our entire family's emotional pain. All of the family and friends would visit around the clock as we sat around and talked and laughed. Once we even had our Thanksgiving dinner. During those final days of their lives, you helped us all bring back the happy times, which we will never forget. Thank you, Calvary, Joe Hall, and family.
This is Frank Calamari, president of Calvary Hospital, where life continues. Call us at 718-518-2000. Thank you.
The Audi Q5 represents everything we've learned from building one of the world's most progressive vehicles. With expectation-shattering technology like available rear cross-traffic assist, this car was born ready to not conform. The Audi Q5 5 is here. Progress is never punching in.
Take a test drive today at your trusted Audi dealer or go to AudiOffers.com for more information on all the technology the 2020 Audi Q5 has to offer. Market Drivers was brought to you by Audi. To let someone else drive off the Audi model you've always wanted. Visit a Tri-State Audi dealer to get behind the wheel of yours today.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on LinkedIn by Bloomberg. This is the Bloomberg Business Lounge.
And I'm Karen Moscow. Fear over the spread of the coronavirus is tightening its grip on global markets. Stocks across Europe and Asia plunging a day after the worst run on Wall Street since 2011. U.S. stock index futures pointing to more pain at the open. And we check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. S&P futures down 74 points now. Dow futures down 576. And NASDAQ futures are down 214. That's down 2.6%. The DAX in Germany is down 4.7%. 10-year Treasury at 24.30 seconds yield 1.17%. The yield on the 2-year 0.92%, and the 30-year yield 1.69%. NYMEX crude oil is down 4.1% at $1.95 at 45.14 a barrel, and Colmex gold is down 0.9% for $14.30 at 16.28 an ounce. The euro 1.0983 against the dollar. British pound 1.2841, and again it's at 108.54. And Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis President James Bullard saying he would back interest rate reductions if the coronavirus develops into a worldwide pandemic. But last year's cuts are already supporting the economy. He made the comments in prepared remarks to be delivered today in Arkansas. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Paul.
Jerry, thanks so much. Paul, looking at the famous surveillance Seneca, and I stopped, they just threw the cane upstairs, and they come back, and look where we are.
Yeah, we've got futures on testing those intraday lows with the S&P down 76 points, that's 2.6%. The Dow off 600 points, that's 2.4%. And NASDAQ leading the way off that 2.9%. So just in the last few minutes, kind of rolling over here.
Let me frame up the bear market. Clearly, the correction, we're down 14% for the highs. We're down 4,000, coming on 5,000 points. We're not there yet. The bear market, which I always look at, is 18% of the Dow. And you can't trace with that, folks, over at gold or whatever, Turkish lira. But this sink is good.
It is.
But the bear market's at 24,200-ish.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Why don't you bring in these esteemed gentlemen? He knows that's only his checker, but right to the rescue.
He absolutely does. Rupert Harrison, portfolio manager for BlackRock Multi-Asset Strategy. Rupert, thanks so much for joining us on the phone here. Just let us step back a little bit and frame for us, if you will, what you're seeing this week in markets.
Well, this week has been driven by a very, very important transition in the Sol story, which was the news we got over the weekend about the infections in Italy, and crucially also the death in Italy. So this is coming up that the virus has been in Europe for sufficient time that this is now spreading, and we're seeing the news flow. So markets, this is a very, very different kind of drive for what we're used to. Normally after the kind of successive dramatic falls that we've seen in markets over the last week, you would be expecting markets to be oversold conditions. You will see people stepping in, trying to average, trying to play for some upside. The problem with that is, we saw that a little bit during yesterday's session, but it just gets buffeted by the constant news flow. We see this kind of constant evolution of increasing numbers of cases, and people are in the market struggling to price something that is such a dramatic change to the kind of outlook in the end.
I was tackled upstairs in the food court by the acclaimed Michael Regan, one of our smartest people who put on equities, and he brought up my question. I have my question from all these other people here who don't have any additional thoughts. And I want to go back to Mary Poppins in that great scene where they're in tuxedos at the Bank of England or whatever, and they're talking about railway safety and all that, and they claim Disney movie. Are they going to have a coordinated central bank move here? That was Michael's question. Let me give it to you. Do you sense within the politics of politicians and monetary authorities that we're in a moment of cover is a coordinated intervention?
Well, I think the reason that question is coming up is because we're looking for the last crisis, right? And that was a crisis that was born within the financial system, and the right response was a coordinated response. And the ECB or the Bank of Japan, and very little that the Bank of England can do. This is really the Federal Reserve, the only major central bank that has serious ammunition. Secondly, is actually going to do anything to target the short-term impact of the spread of this virus. That doesn't mean they shouldn't do it, and I think we will see the Fed. I think it's a very interesting question about whether they will get a cut before the next meeting in 3 years. But the crisis, we've got this very well out playbook from Russia.
That was a millennium low estimate clearance is called, and a 10-year yield in the United Kingdom from 0.5 whatever down to 0.42 right now. That's getting really close to that negative rate.
Yes, and even the U.S. Treasury now 0.9091. Wow, so just extraordinary.
Look what Harrison's doing in the U.S. too.
Exactly. So, Rupert, I mean, the good folks at BlackRock have a couple of shekels under management. How are you guys thinking about dislocations like we're experiencing this week? You wait for it to all settle out? You go to your high conviction ideas and add at better values? How are you thinking about it?
Well, different portfolio managers and BlackRock would be responding differently depending on the specifics of their portfolios. So from a global multi-asset outlook where I sit, we are currently pretty cautious. I think we have taken off rates starting last week, more earlier this week. I think we see the major driver being continued news flow, and it's very hard at the moment to see what is going to change the direction of that flow. So I just think now is the time to be trying to take the bottom in this market. You want a resilient portfolio. We've been adding to treasuries, even at these low yields.
How do you do that? Rupert, I don't mean to interrupt, but how do you add to treasuries with the price up the way it's been?
Look, I agree. It doesn't go good at these deals, and certainly on longer term horizon, these deals are too low. But in the short term, you have to protect capital. You've got to look after your capital, and the US equity market is the best safe haven out there. You think the news flow is going to carry on being negative. You really got nowhere else to go. I mean, take a look at gold this week. Gold has not been helping you this week. Great, without performing until this week. But really, treasuries is the kind of reliable safe haven.
Dr. Harrison, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate this morning as public service to the United Kingdom and, of course, now at BlackRock. Futures negative 72. Reframe our pull-up coming out because this is something like 2 years ago, but on equities, we were negative 57. Things got better. We went negative 10, maybe almost up to 0. And we have come back, and I would suggest about, and I could be wrong, that it has to do with the inflation rate that we saw on PCE core. I mean, it just wasn't there. The visions were there, it wasn't there. I love what Chris Long wrote in the short note from FTN Financial, just saying, look, inflation was there.
Yeah, exactly. And that, it's interesting to hear someone like Rupert Harrison, that multi-strategies fund, that monster firm like BlackRock saying, we're just not there yet. We're just not going in there.
How do you find that here? And you and I are equity guys, but you made a gain, you made a total return. How do you get cute with that at these Gary Shilling valuations? It looks like a genius story,
But I guess it's that same argument. Where else are you going to go? You look at the European, debt. You look at some of the Asian, and you have to go to U.S. Treasury. You've seen that all along, and I think it's even more pronounced this week. This is Bloomberg.
For a synthesis of the moment, there is no one better than James Bianco. Coming up, Jim Bianco on the linkage of equities, bonds, currencies, commodities to this pandemic. This is Bloomberg.
GEP, AI-powered cloud-native digital transformation. Hundreds of Fortune 500 and Global 2000 companies work with GEP to transform their procurement and supply chain operations. Why? GEP's unified digital platforms, smart, intuitive software that business users love, drive up adoption, user satisfaction, and productivity. GEP helps CIOs drive real digital transformation and achieve amazing results. GEP, helping the world's best companies do better.
Attention all authors. Page Publishing is looking for authors. Have you read the book and want to get it published? Page Publishing will get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, Apple iTunes, and other outlets. They handle all aspects of the publishing process for you. Printing, cover art, publicity, copyright, and editing. Call 800-501-3689 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-501
800-501-3689 for your free author submission kit. Again, 800-501-3689.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act agilely or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know who the right partner and a flexible operating system can. Go boldly toward change with SCI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SCI's Investment Manager Services. At SCI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SCI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize-change.
This I-28 on Wall Street, time for Land Rover Drive Time traffic. The only event for sales event is happening now until March 31st. This year, Tri-State Area Land Rover dealer. Land Rover above and beyond. You know, Kristen, how those rails supposed to look?
Well, right now it's Rockville along Athens or Shore River State Parkway still shut down eastbound between Route 26, 107, exit 35, and the LIE because of a multi-vehicle crash. It's being investigated, and to add insult to injury on the northern state heading into that mess, that backup because of that closure eastbound at Montauk Parkway. There's an accident on the shoulder and then back up express on the Parkway southbound to Bell Boulevard. An accident there in the process of being cleared. And back up to the Parkway Expressway, westbound to the Parkway because of collision. Now with the GW bridging down all the upper deck crash cleared the way. On the lower deck, Lincoln Tunnel, delayed for about 15 minutes or so, and then Holland Tunnel, 10 minutes, almost 20 minutes. Most purchase this report sponsored by Robert Howe. Robert Howe is the better way to hire Robert Howe, 3,000 who waits in custom matches. Highly skilled professional Gina Bertram is built on hiring requirements. Visit RobertHowe.com on Bloomberg 11303 day weather forecast. Sunny clouds today, breezy. I-45 tonight, cloudy. Tomorrow, fairly sunny and chilly. I-40 on Sunday, it'll be sunny with a high of 40 to 45. For the best ride in and out of the city, Bloomberg 103, Bloomberg surveillance, opinion.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios in New York. Bloomberg 30 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM 0119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Good morning, I'm Karen Moscow, along with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney, and the opening bell is brought to you by SEI with an operating platform designed to support all major asset classes, diverse strategies, and investment vehicles. SEI is redefining wealth management. Learn more at SEIC.com/IMS. And the S&P 500 is lower at the open. It is down 3% or 89 points at 2889. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 2.9% or 749 points at 25,017. And the Nasdaq's down 3.1% or 255 points at 8312. 10-year Treasury on 22.30 seconds, yield 1.18%. A yield on the 2-year 0.92%. NYMEX crude oil is down 4.3% out of $2 at 45.10 a barrel, and the COMEX gold is down 1.2% or $20.10 at 1622.70 an ounce. The euro 1.0963 against the dollar to get 108.61. Tom and Paul.
Thanks so much, Karen. Greatly appreciate that. We'll do more data checks here. Bounce up and down here with the Dow futures later 462. And this is the interview of the day. A synthesis of what's going on, and I will advise you that if you need a reason to sign up for LinkedIn, because James Bianco of Bianco Research LLC, what's the LLC? It's like only fancy. Exactly. I'm going to that. Jim Bianco with us right now. His feed on LinkedIn is a must-read for global Wall Street, of course, is good research as well. I just did the mathematics, Joe, which I usually don't do. With 18% down bear markets, 24,200. At 20% bear markets, 23,600. Are we going to get there? Are we going to a bear market?
You know, I would have to say that we are, and I wouldn't even be surprised if we really hit in the next day or two at the rate that this market seems to be punching right
attitude.
Yes, but not the attitude that it will bring. Okay, we're going to be globalized. We're going to change things. We are not going to have a collapse. We're not going to have a great depression. Let me put it to you in market terms. The S&P was trading at a forward rate PE ratio of 20 before this virus hit. It's going to trade at a 10 to 15 PE ratio coming out of it. It's not going back to that 80-20 growth and that optimism that we're going to have this booming global economy like we had before. We're going to be globalized. That's going to be pulling things back to China. That's going to be more inflation. That's going to be more friction in business. That's what the president is fighting.
Jim, President Sanders is going to come in. He's going to eliminate the tariffs like first day he's in office. You know, things that we can't predict are going to happen. And I'm not saying we go to 20 multiple or 12 multiple. That's not a job. But I am going to say on a medical basis, there's an ample history that viruses end. And you're saying we can't go back?
No, I'm saying we can't go back to a 20 PE sky of the limit global economy. That's what we were. I'm saying we're going to go back to a little bit more circumspect 15 PE, maybe a 12 PE, if you will, economy. That's enough to knock down the stock market 20%. Not 80%, not a great depression, and we're going to take the starch out of this market right now. That's what you're seeing the market do. An immediate refresh. Markets don't explain, they don't complain, they say, oh, I got it wrong, new era, let's just replace the new era. That's exactly what we're seeing happen in the market right now. Now, there's a possibility it's getting it wrong. And getting it wrong means China comes back 100%. We go back by this summer thinking, how do we continue to close every job in the United States that we can and send it to China? We go back to that attitude, which is lower cost, faster growth. We'll get back to that. But I think what we're seeing in the market, we're now going back to that attitude. This is a new era that we're going into. Not a disastrous era, but a new era of slower growth, a more circumspect trend forward.
Hey, Jim, can you give us a sense of the delta you're thinking about? Because we were already thinking about a lower growth for longer in terms of global GDP and 1 to 2%. Kind of, what do you think the new era might be post crisis?
Well, I think that there's two steps with it. First of all, we have to get through the crisis. The immediate thing that's going to happen in the next 2 weeks or so, we will find out if this virus does start to spread widely in the United States. That is a palpable fear. And we see widespread school closures and church closures like we've seen in other countries. If that happens, we can see an immediate contraction of GDP in the second quarter. Now, if that does happen, coming out of that, you're going to get attitudes a lot more conservative than you would if we don't see that. So I do think you're going to get more conservative attitudes, but they could be a lot worse if we have to go through what say Japan is going through or South Korea is going through right now.
Jim Bianco with us, Bianco Research, looking at data, so we're negative 600 plus on the down at negative 450. Trading here, we are open for business 25,351 in the Dow, SPX 2929, decisively below that 3,000 while the VIX went out 47, I believe it was 41.16 now on the VIX. The action was in the 2-year yield down to a 0.918. Again, we got a bounce here in the last number of minutes. And I'll mention oil 45.33. Jim Bianco, you showed us on LinkedIn today with your good research, which has been our theme of the morning, which is gaining the Fed prospects. And Mariana Cacciatacota of Minnesota, Rochester, Michael Dart of MK Partners, and Bob Mike of JP Morgan saying, no, the Fed has to act because even if they stay pat with this inflation, they're tightening in an indirect manner. Do you agree that the Fed needs to get out in front of this?
Yeah, I think they need to get out in front of this in one of two ways. That their talk of we have to wait to see the data. Jim Bullard's speech that was released a little while ago, he's the down. I'm not ready to move just yet. That's with them hiding under their desk and shell shock. And they need to recognize what the markets think and that there is something significant that's happening in terms of the attitudes of the global economy, the U.S. economy, and start to at least acknowledge that. They don't have to move today, but I think that they need to at least acknowledge that something significant is going on. And eventually, yeah, I'm with them. That if this kind of pulls back, the act of doing nothing is enticing, and that they will have to think about moving down with the economy in time.
Yeah, and I want to bring this up, Paul, and it's amazing how I miss this stuff too. I'm supposed to be all wired up. You know, I got 4 of them. I get it on every site is when I come in the morning. But I miss this. And thank you to Ian Shepherdson, Free Leadership, Pantheon. They mentioned the Bloomberg Financial Conditions Index, I call it the Michael Rosenberg Index, which was many standard deviations ugly in 2008. We're nowhere near that. But we've really come in from a positive, benign financial conditions. We're now down to 1 standard deviation. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
It's just migrating them a week towards a point of, oh, really?
Jim, do you think do you think there needs to be some type of fiscal stimulus on the part of the U.S. government if this gets more widespread in the U.S.? Again, it's been very limited in the U.S. to date as fires, but to the extent that we see similar migrations that we've seen in some other countries, do you think fiscal stimulus may be needed by the government?
Well, they'll do it. I mean, there's no doubt that they will attempt to do it, and especially if it migrates into this country, the fiscal stimulus might just be combating the virus itself and what they'll have to spend, at least in terms of testing and identification and trying to mitigate the slowdown in the economy and the like. So, yeah, I think they will. Now, the question is, will it be effective? Because what you've got going on now is an immediate supply shock that could also turn into a demand shock if the virus comes to the United States. I don't think we've ever seen both at the same time to this degree, which is what the risk is that we face.
Jim, thank you so much. Jim, of course, I can't say that. First thing he signed up for on LinkedIn after Paul Sweeney's glorious site was Jim Bianco. It's just really extraordinary. Out on LinkedIn. The Bianco Research LLC is, Paul with negative 487, and it's a balance, but it's, negative 660. Negative 500 right now on the Dow. The VIX 40.96. It's a movable feast. Joshua Shapiro, wonderful economist at MFR Economics, his headline is simple: consumer spending growth soft to January. And here's the key phrase: core inflation muted, which tells me the Fed has coverage. Into the immense challenges these public officials have, they have cover on a Friday to do the language they can best do to not upset the storyline.
Exactly.
It wasn't true 2 hours ago.
No, I'm looking at WIRP, the interest rate probability, but we're trying to get markets pricing in more than a 25 basis point cut in the March meeting. So the markets have already telling the Fed, you need to move.
Now we have a 44 handle on oil. We're not there right now. West Texas American oil 45. You want to get it down, negative 5.26. For the news in New York City is Michael Lawrence.
Paul, thank you very much. Iran is one of the hardest hit nations of the coronavirus outbreak. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo told the panel on Capitol Hill that the United States stands by, ready to assist.
We have made offers to the Islamic Republic of Iran to help, and we've made clear to others around the world in the region that humanitarian assistance to push back against the coronavirus in Iran is something that the United States of America fully supports. We will continue to support. That's true for every nation. We will bring to bear our diplomatic power and our capacity to deliver technical and medical assistance wherever we can.
Kansas Acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney says some schools will probably shut down in the U.S. because of the virus. Mulvaney, speaking at the CPAC conference in Washington, D.C., says it would likely cause disruptions to everyday life and changes to public transportation. Former Vice President and Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden says President Trump needs to let the experts speak freely on the virus.
Nobody takes the president's word for these things. If a minimum exaggerates everything. And the idea that he's going to stand there and say everything's fine, don't worry. Who's going to believe that? Let the experts speak.
Biden made his comments in Sumter, South Carolina, ahead of tomorrow's primary in the state. NATO allies are calling on Syria and Russia to end their airstrikes in Syria after 33 Turkish soldiers were killed Scores of migrants gathering near the Greek border hoping to enter Europe after Turkey said it could no longer cope with those fleeing the conflict. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
Thanks so much. Maybe this morning, on the Dow 25,273. I guess I can go back to the room this morning where it was challenging, and then take that better. There was an hour period while we're going to slow us better. And then just at 8:30 with the vengeance, and again, I'm going to go to inflation.
Yes. Yes, no inflation out there, or certainly less than the margin was. Yeah, and margin less than 6. So that tape roll over there. Kind of go back a little bit off of those numbers.
We will have to see the 2-year yield. What I believe right now, 9348 in the 2-year. That's in the stud 13 basis points. Stay with us. We're going. This is Bloomberg Radio. It is not just the stock market. That's not what we do at Bloomberg Surveillance. It is equities. It is bonds, currencies, and that commodity oil. We'll do that next. This is Bloomberg.
Happening across the nation right now. ADP is helping Party City stores streamline recruiting. Music houses like Squeaky Clean Studios are demoing tracks while ADP helps keep business on track. And ADP helps a small Mexican restaurant keep up with compliance demands. When ADP helps businesses achieve what they're looking for, that's newsworthy. HR talent, time, benefits, and payroll. Informed by data and designed for people. Learn more at design.adp.com.
Eventually, you'll appreciate the capability of a better vehicle is to experience one for yourself. And there's no better time to do so than during the LT Adventure sales event. Lease the 2020 Discovery Sport S for $429 per month for 36 months and $34.95 down plus tax and title and destination fees due at signing. Includes $1,000 customer credit now through March 31st. It's not compatible with other customer credit offers. Visit your trusted area landlord or retailer or call 1-800-FUND-4WD for details. Landlord, above and beyond.
Market Insight from Bloomberg's Markets. Headlines on Bloomberg 1130.
I'm Lisa Abramowitz.
And I'm Paul Smith. Here's the coronavirus and driving rates down. What does it mean to the mini market?
Plus, we'll take a look at China manufacturing data and the implications for commodities.
Bloomberg Markets today at 10 a.m. on the Global Business News Leader. Bloomberg 1130 with Bloomberg Business App and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. This is the Bloomberg Ski Report. I'm meteorologist Rob Jalaman. Conditions in Hunter Mountain, there'll be anywhere from 15 to 35 inches of ice to ski on this weekend. 6 lifts will be in operation. 50 trails will encounter variable conditions at Hunter this weekend. Jay Peak in Vermont got buried on Thursday. 50 to 60 inches for a base. The Hunter 5 lifts open. All 81 track pattern conditions at Jay Peak. And you can get with scattered snow showers and flurries the weekend. Outer Ridge Park in Connecticut at 20 to 30 inch base, 5 lifts open, 9 trails, variable conditions at Outer Ridge Park. Mohawk Mountain in Connecticut an 18 to 24 inch base, 5 lifts, 21 trails, variable conditions there. Whiteface in the Adirondacks at 30 to 40 inch base, 11 lifts, 81 trails, and powder conditions. That's the latest ski information in and around the tri-state area. I'm meteorologist Rob Carrollman, Bloomberg 1130. Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents.
Wait, when we're not telling people that Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you can pay for what you need. I've actually been employed as a DJ. Check it! Here's the good part. You pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
The Bloomberg Ski Report was brought to you by Land Rover. The On the Adventure sales event is happening now until March 31st. Visit your tri-state area Land Rover retailer for details on the new Discovery Sport. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Right Day by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm Cameron Moscow. Fear over the economic fallout from the spreading coronavirus is tightening its grip on global markets, sending U.S. equities to a 7th straight loss
and sparking demand for safe assets from treasuries to the yen. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. The S&P 500 down 2.33%, down 69 points at 2908. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 2.6%, down 666 points at 25,103. And the Nasdaq down 2.2%, down 182 at 83.87. The DAX in Germany is down more than 4%. 10-year Treasury at 25.30 seconds, the yield 1.17%, the yield on the 2-year 0.91%, the 30-year yield at 1.68%. NYMEX crude oil is down 3.9%, and $1.84 to 45.27 a barrel. COMEX gold is down 1.4%, down $23.70 at 16.1850 an ounce. The euro 1.0961 against the dollar, British pound 1.2842. And the yen is at 108.53. Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis President James Bullard saying he would back interest rate reductions if the coronavirus develops into a worldwide pandemic. But last year's cuts are already supporting the economy, and those comments in prepared remarks to be delivered today. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Paul.
Sure, thank you. And again, it's the last time I talked to Karen. And Karen, thank you for just killer data checks through all of this turmoil. 5,000 points and down here, 25,102. Everybody else in our equity product section that Bloomberg is off today. They said happy Friday. And let me show us through all this Michael Reagan back as a door. Right now, we make a joke, folks. He's the one that leads the coverage. So when you hear all these other voices, they're just doing whatever Reagan tells us. Now you think I'm hyped out here? Oh, and there as well. Michael, what a strategist to Wall Street. I mean, I think of JP Morgan, their economists come out with their claim weekly prospects tonight, 7 p.m. The world stops for it and all that much of Canadians hockey. They gotta go see what the rolling things. What are equity strategists doing right now on a Friday morning?
Well, I don't think it simply can't keep up with this drop. I mean, it's just blown away everyone's expectations. You know, no matter what market you look at, you're looking at, as far as rate of change goes, what we've seen in the last week is almost unprecedented. Obviously, you know, the quickest correction in the stock market ever. And the thing that I'm really worried about is the credit markets. If you look at high yield spreads, they've jumped about 125 basis points in about a week. That's a very bad signal. Karen Price, who he's a guy, I'm going to just draft up all his smart ideas today, but he has a recession model, markets-based recession model. Spreads are a big input in it. A lot of models just look at the yield curve, only look at one or two inputs. The rate of change of corporate spreads is a big input. He's looking at about an 80% chance for a recession.
I'll get this in politics, and I'm going to run away for the weekend and take the next month off. I'm reading the base. You and I talked about this over on Comics this morning. The basic idea here is we're approaching lean volatility. The rate of change of the base from a lower level than it was at the time of lean is reaching out to that lean. This is not Q4 2018, is it?
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely not. And you're right. I mean, the VIX is nowhere near that on a sort of nominal basis where it was at the leader. We started with such a lower base, you know, just that suppressed prices of volatility that, and the curve, Tom, of the VIX futures curve is very interesting to me because
tell me that we don't do that's right. You know,
well, it's like the usual. The basic bottom line is maybe things calm down a little bit in the summer, but then it's pricing a lot of implied vol right around the election again. So not going to be a long time to catch your breath, even if this virus subsides and the market comes down.
-7 coming down with a big 43.13.
Michael, we haven't really heard anybody come in here saying, you know, boy, I'm seeing some really interesting values here. Some of my high conviction names. I'm seeing some great levels I haven't seen in a long time. We're kind of in there nibbling. I haven't heard a whole lot of that at all. Yeah, you know, you heard a lot of it at the beginning of this. You're not hearing it right now, which, to be honest, is a pretty good contrarian signal. When there's no, when everyone's basically looks like they're capitulating, it's a contrarian signal. This is just not your normal market. We have no idea what's coming. You know, Tom, I think back to the financial crisis, Laszlo Baridi, the great strategist, you know, he said everyone's waiting for the other shoe to drop in the financial crisis. The problem is this crisis is a centipede, and We just don't know how many shoes have to drop yet. I think that's the issue.
It's a review here, Mr. Murray. Wait a second.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I see. You're giving a bear case here, just in the midst of all this. We haven't seen bad news here in the U.S. We haven't seen school closings and things like that. I mean, there's still that potential. Absolutely. Yeah. Right. Many shoes to drop. And, Mick Mulvaney, the White House, was out earlier saying, yeah, we might have to close some schools. That is kind of what caused a bit of this last leg down. Boy, it's just a man's life right now. I don't know what to tell you. So you wouldn't want to go on putting some positions here?
That's a serious question. I mean, it's funny, but it's not. It's at 10 o'clock Wall Street time. What do you do at 3 o'clock if you're an adult in the market?
I mean, Friday, when you think of the headline risk that we could be facing this weekend as these test results start coming back, as more conferences get canceled and people talk about closing offices, working at home, that the headline risk on a Friday into a weekend, I don't think there's going to be many heroes out there trying to get out of that.
Michael, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Right over we should Bloomberg. That news. We just had a negative 800 Dow now under 25,000 on the Dow. To give you, I don't have it in front of me, 24,200 is an 18% bear market. Paul Sweeney, I don't agree on this. He's got a 20%. I believe that's like 22,600 to 20% down. So we're about 1,300 points away from the Sweeney bear market. And a little less charitable on that. The yield now, this is important. The 2-year yield is broken down 0.9032. 16 basis points. And Michael Regan, real quick here as we sell out the rest of the hour. So what's the likelihood you and your desk sees the Fed outbeat this Friday?
Well, there's a lot of speculation about that, not only just the Fed, but some sort of coordinated global response like we saw in the financial crisis. Just speculation right now. I'd say all the comments coming out of Fed speakers are not really, absolutely, that they're ready to go. I think things are changing so fast that the narratives are being written and torn up immediately, so who knows?
Thank you so much. Paul, what do you see?
I'm seeing a deteriorating tape here, Tom. Down 3.5% on the Dow, as you mentioned, and I'm looking at the oil off 4% for WTI 45. We had it at 44.80 Brent earlier today. So, in the next 2 year, 0.8972. That's at the low of the day on the 2-year treasury.
I want you to listen to Bloomberg Radio each and every day, including our wonderful political coverage coming up Saturday and Sunday. You know what? Today's a good day to continue to listen to Bloomberg Radio. Negative 900 on the Dow. Good morning.
And myself, we're going to push this conversation forward. We're really going to focus on the Federal Reserve, central banks. What can they do? What should they do? When will they do it? This is Bloomberg.
Your NBC Sports Radio update starts now. Our John Stash down at 76 is going to be without Ben Simmons for a while, but the news on Joel Embiid is more encouraging. He had the MRI and sprained shoulder. No structural damage. Looks like he might miss just a week. Sixers without 2 stars last night. They still beat the Golden Knicks 115 to 106. They're now 28-2 at home. He had 34 points. From Tobias Harris. Number 18 went down. College number 19 Michigan beat at home by Wisconsin 81-74. Number 21 Colorado lost at Cal 76-62. On the ice, Rangers red hot. They scored 4 in the third. They won 5-2 in Montreal. They've won 9 of the last 10, 9 straight on the road, making a push to make the playoffs. David Pastrnak is 46th goal of the year in the Bruins win. Austin Matthews is 44th in Toronto's win. Jerry Jones admits he's thinking of re-signing Des Bryant. NBC Sports Radio.
Thanks for watching. Every Monday, text messages, Mr. Davies replying.
Thanks, man. I'll put that out. Like I say, taking the test makes a huge difference. This is a legit product. It's got a key ingredient in this testament, which helps boost sleep alpha levels and increase the glucose effect. So it's clearly good for you, but they still giving out confidential powers for people trying to themselves out. New Genesis is a great way to increase lean muscle and get stronger with more
energy fast, absolutely free. Text ENERGY 2424. That's energy 2424.
It's 9:58 on Wall Street. Time for Land Rover Drive Time Traffic. The only event sales event is happening now until March 31st. As your tri-state area Land Rover dealer, Land Rover, above and beyond 12% outlook rates for road looking at.
Paul, right now, pretty messy still on the Northern State Parkway. Still closed eastbound 106-107 exit 35 to the LIE because of a multi-vehicle crash. And laying those threads of people waiting to get up to that spot eastbound on the Northern State to Waco Parkway exit 33. There's a crash on the shoulder. Crossbound and southbound to the Bell Boulevard. An accident there in the Turnpike truck lane southbound to exit 9. Overturned truck and trailer partially blocking the ramp to southbound Route 18. Alternate 7th Street parking rules in effect today. Bloomberg 11 field, 3-day weather forecast, sun and clouds today. It'll be breezy, highs 40 to 45 tonight, partly cloudy, low 25 to 30 tomorrow. It'll be partly sunny and chilly, highs 35 to 40 tomorrow night. There's partly cloudy, lows near 25. And then the outlook for Sunday, it'll be sunny with a high of 40 to 45 degrees. With the best ride in and out of the city, this is Bloomberg 11 Radio, Bloomberg Markets. Coming up next.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com on the Bloomberg Business app. And on Bloomberg. This is WBER New York, Bloomberg 1130. This is Bloomberg Markets. Lisa Morales and Wall Street.
Are we on the brink of a more serious downturn?
Most of the municipal bond market has a little bit of a safe haven.
Banks are going to have to start paying their depositors more.
Are we still in that mode where we're buying the dips?
Breaking market news. Insight from Bloomberg experts.
Cash in your Treasury bills provides a higher return to stocks and bonds here in the U.S.
If you're a consumer, it's a woman, you're more likely to be a growth company.
All the benefits can go down even with short-term statistics.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Morales and Wall Street on Bloomberg Radio.
Coming up on Bloomberg Markets, it's a 1-2 punch of Jim Roll. It's not being dovish enough. Big Mom anything. Schools might have to shut. The result ugly with all 3 major indexes in the United States now in correction mode over the next couple hours. We're going to be really drilling into markets right now. Let's head over to our own Greg Jarrett. Greg.
It's all about fear right now. By the way, this flash is sponsored by New Jersey Institute of Technology, a top 100 International University, the latest U.S. News and World Report, College Rankings Award, news.njit.edu. Fear over economic fallout from the spreading coronavirus has tightened its grip on global markets, and the U.S. equities faced 7 straight losses, sparkling demand for safe assets and treasuries in the end. Robert Thompson at RBC Capital Markets tells Bloomberg this is the manifestation of uncertainty.
I think that investors don't really know how to quantify the risk to the market. They don't really know how to quantify the risk to the U.S. economy. Last week, what we were hearing was, well, if we can't quantify the risk, it doesn't make sense to act on it. This week, what I think we're seeing is that investors are increasingly acting on it and becoming a little bit more short-term in terms of their positioning.
We check markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500 is down 3.6%. Down 106. The Dow's down 3.6%, down 933, and the Nasdaq's down 3.1%, down 267. The 10-year is up 27 30-seconds with a yield of 1.17%. West Texas Intermediate crude is down 4.5% at $45 a barrel. Mexico gold down 1.8% at $16.1360 an ounce. The dollar yen 108.40. The euro $1.963. The British pound $1.2830. Times some optimism. Damage from the coronavirus is temporary and global growth will bounce back later this year. This is according to strategists Morgan Stanley Credit Suisse, providing a potential source of optimism for the battered equity markets. They expect a strong rebound in growth beginning either in the second or third quarters. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Bloomberg Markets is underway with Lisa and Paul.
Greg Jarrett, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Down 1,000 points. We just printed that. Let's get a sense of where the action is underneath all the I just want to take a look at Dave Wilson. Dave, there's so many places to go through, so many ways to go. How are you approaching this market?
Well, maybe the most instructive way is just to look at how much trade is going on. Volume in New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ listed share yesterday was the highest since August 2011. And today, if you look at the first half hour of trading, it was up 17% from the same time yesterday. So,
what does it say? I mean, that basically leverage being unwound from the system and forced selling, or does this just indicate that people are dramatically shifting their expectations of the new normal and trading around that?
Well, I mean, it could be a little bit of both. It could be just got to the point after more than a week of decline that investors said, heck with it and getting out. And you put it all together, and it's clear that what we're seeing here is a matter of conviction. I mean, we've seen volume pick up really the past 3 days. I mean, Monday was fairly busy. It tailed off Tuesday. But Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we're seeing this acceleration. So, at some point, if this is going to end, and presumably it has to sometime, it'll be when the selling is basically done. But the investors who are really pessimistic here, so the more buying you have, potentially the closer you get to that point.
Yes, interesting. Also, we had some people this morning saying, I don't think any of the traders want to go, through the weekend long anything, if they can avoid it given the headline risk that's still out there. I wonder if it's, we had some folks on it, and I didn't really hear anybody saying that they're buying, they're going to their high conviction ideas and trying to add positions. And I haven't really heard much of that. So it almost seems like you have to see a day or 2 or 3 of some stabilization, some green before people might start to come back.
That may well be the case. I mean, I look at the S&P 500 and see there are 7 stocks up right now. 7.
What are they?
Well, Live Nation, which had earnings out late yesterday, 3M, a couple of the travel stocks. You talk about a group that's been beaten up lately. Talking Holland Tire, Norwegian Cruise Line Tire. Tiffany kind of hanging on a little change right now.
So you're seeing people basically look at what's been beaten up the most and wonder if perhaps they should come and get some markets. Maybe.
It does have that look. Yeah. At the same time, here's what I would point out. Royal Caribbean kind of front and center because it's been down 10 days in a row. It's the longest losing streak since the cruise line went public in 1993. It's higher in early trading. Now it's down about 0.75%. By the way, there are 4 other stocks in the S&P 500 with equally long losing streaks. All of them.
All right. I have to say, the big question for me this morning is, what are we repricing? Right now, it seems like we are experiencing a massive reprice after the euphoria that we experienced earlier this year. Is this basically capitulation that there is a high likelihood of recession as a result of the coronavirus?
I mean, that's always the tricky part. I think you can start, though, by looking at what analysts have been anticipating for earnings this year and how the numbers are coming in. I mean, I've talked about this before. If you go through the company-specific estimates in the S&P 500, you see the anticipation that you were going to get growth in the first quarter, faster in the second, faster still in the third. And by the time you got to the fourth, you'd have maybe 13, 14% growth. I mean, that's all unwinding here. And it has to the extent that you've got companies that are being affected, whether they sell to China, whether they get supplies from China as a result of the coronavirus. And, of course, has the potential to disrupt markets elsewhere in the world, depending on how severe the outbreak gets. So, that's the key. And I'll give it to you. I have a note today from Richard Bernstein Associates, or advisors, and we assume that corporate profits would be coming under severe pressure around the world. But here's the quote. One should expect significant capitulation in the near future as analysts react to the market sell-off. And that capitulation, arguably, is going on already among investors given the declines we're seeing in stocks.
Yesterday, Scott Miner, Guggenheim Partners, said that coronavirus fallout could be worse than the financial crisis. And then this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance, Jim Bianco from Bianco Research basically said the same thing. And his comment was, post-crisis, post-virus, this will be a new world. Slower growth, lower valuations. We're not going back to where we were. So a really bearish case.
I understand why people are concerned because of what we saw in China and the entire economy freeze up. The signs that we are going to have that kind of response from the United States are non-existent, right? I mean, yes, we did get Mick Mulvaney coming out and saying we might have to shut down the schools, but there has not been a suggestion of halting all trade or all travel altogether. So there is a question here, in my mind, what's the circuit breaker? What
stopped the flight away from risk assets, away from travel, away from doing things around anyone else, and gives people more confidence. And I have to say, I mean, people are saying it's medical, some people say it's helicopter money, other people say it's the Fed, but Jim Bullard coming out today and basically saying, we're monitoring it, which wasn't exactly good for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, that's all the tricky part. I mean, you see these really tiny companies that are supposedly either working on coronavirus treatments or coronavirus vaccines. They're sharing the taking off, or today, as far as that goes, of course, on the other hand, you see Gilead Sciences. Now, they come out and I guess the people who are saying they're going after a cancer drug developer called 47. So that stock's down 5.5%, and then 47 is up 23.5%. So, there's more than coronavirus going on here. It really does become a challenge to figure out what kind of changes things. And that is, as much as anything, why you're seeing this day-to-day trumpeting declines, perhaps.
Bloomberg Stocks editor Dave Wilson, thanks so much for joining us. I know you're going to be busy all day tracking the equity markets here again. The S&P down 109, the Dow down 968. That's 3.75%, and that 2-year under 0.9%. 0.8933 on the 2-year, just remarkable. Right now, let's head down to our 99.1 studios in Washington, D.C. for world and national headlines with Amy Morris. Amy, what do you have?
All right, thank you, Paul. As the White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney has acknowledged the coronavirus is likely to cause disruptions. You guys were talking about that just now, like school closures, changes to public transportation. But Mulvaney also tried to reassure Americans worried about a potential public health crisis and stock market losses tied to this outbreak. Bank of America, meanwhile, predicts the global economy is on course for its weakest year since the 2008 financial crisis. And the prospect of a coronavirus pandemic will likely strain the pipeline for antibiotics to treat secondary infections. The antibiotics market is already dealing with market pitfalls, with several manufacturers filing for bankruptcy. So Bloomberg Law's Judy Malik says there are real worries about shortages.
A lot of the active ingredients that are used to make drugs, and not just antibiotics, a lot of different drugs, are manufactured in China, and obviously that's where the epicenter of the coronavirus COVID-19 is.
The FDA is taking proactive steps to prevent shortages, sending notices to drug companies to keep the government up to date on antibiotic inventory. In Washington, Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
South Carolina holds its first of the South primary tomorrow. Former Vice President Joe Biden is hoping for a win and propel him to a strong showing. 3 days later, on Super Tuesday, Biden is 12 points ahead of the Real Clear Politics polling average of South Carolina. But Senator Bernie Sanders has been gaining ground, and billionaire Tom Steyer has support there too. Biden's team says it will rely on the strategy that it used in Iowa. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
Thanks, Amy. Now, with our other top stories, I'm Michael Barr. This news update is brought to you by National Realty, NRIA Developers, by return income producing properties for investor partners. See them at nria.net. Turkey and Russia are inching toward direct confrontation in Syria after an attack on Turkish positions in a war-torn nation killed at least 33 Turkish soldiers on Thursday. Bloomberg's Simon Demagogue has the latest.
President Recep Tayyip Erdogan held a crisis meeting with his top security officials after Turkey's military suffered its biggest single-day losses in an airstrike on its forces in Syria. Turkey said it will hit all regime targets using ground and air forces in retaliation. In Istanbul, Simon Demagogue, Bloomberg Radio.
In Greenfield, Wisconsin. Prayer vigil was held last night for the victims of Wednesday's mass shooting at a Miller Course facility in Milwaukee. Authorities say 6 people died, including the gunman, identified as 51-year-old employee Anthony Pepper. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo says he may sue the federal government over its failure to approve a plan to ease traffic in Manhattan by charging motorists fees during periods of high congestion, yet evidence shows the holdup is politically motivated. Plan targeting traffic in Midtown Manhattan is crucial to raising about $1.5 billion in annual revenue, enough to finance $15 billion in municipal bonds to make mass transit improvements. Programs set to launch in January must be approved by the administration because it involves some federal roads. Former Mayor of Baltimore, Catherine Pugh, was sentenced to 3 years in federal prison for arranging fraudulent sales of her self-published children's books to nonprofits and foundations to promote her political career or fund her run for the city's highest office. We spoke to reporters outside courtroom and said this is not the end of her.
I will continue to listen, learn, and I don't think this is the last chapter of the chapter here. And I look forward to regaining my strength, my zeal, my love for the people of the city.
The veteran Democratic politician pleaded guilty to federal conspiracy and to tax evasion charges in November. Coming up, a check on markets. Bloomberg's Craig Jarrett, plus your top business headlines. I'm Michael Blanc. This is
Today on Balance of Power with Dan Weston, Illinois Senator Dick Durbin on the state of the Democratic field as we head into South Carolina and Super Tuesday. And former Department of Homeland Security Advisor Charles Marina. Are the Russians at it again? And can we stop election interference? Balance of Power with Dan Weston. Today at noon on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
Citywide, 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology, makes innovation happen. NJIT faculty mentor Christoph Camacho was a student, helping him co-found a startup and patent a device that uses drone technology for reforestation and to collect valuable data for land management.
I founded Parish Reads back in 2016, taking what I learned from my research at NJIT and migrating it to this startup. Our technology is to really enhance land management operations, so we work very closely with land management companies. So we have a drone that performs precision reforestation, and we do storm damage assessment. I have access to drones and we collect data, so it's much faster. And what's more important, help them try management decisions. And it has been there every step of the way. Go to sole source with my company.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Message catering standby.
Hell, seriously, I'm too young for hair loss. My hairline keeps creeping back. Receding? I got this bald spot. Oh, extending everywhere.
I'm gonna have to give up and shave it. Dude, put down the razor, because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, is about to give you your real hair back permanently. Don't ignore the signs of hair loss. Bosley is giving away an absolutely free information kit that reveals all the signs, and a free gift card to anyone who texts LEADER to 85850. Bosley will show you for free how great your hair could look using the latest technology. Bosley's solution to hair loss is permanent and protected by the Bosley guarantee. Plus, since Bosley has new non-surgical options, you owe it to yourself to text now for an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off, no matter what level of hair loss you have. Text LEADER to 85850. That's LEADER to 85850. The Audi Q5 represents everything we've learned from building one of the world's most progressive vehicles. With expectation-shattering technology like available rear cross-track assist, this car was born to not conform. The Audi Q5 is here. Progress is never blending in.
Take a test drive today at your trusted Audi dealer or go to AudiOffers.com for more information on all the technology the 2020 Audi Q5 has to offer.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on LinkedIn by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash. The S&P plucked at one point is down more than 3.5% and is now down 15% from its record. The index expired in the longest slump in over 3 years and careened toward its worst week since the financial crisis. Dow shed over 4,000 points this week. We check those numbers every 15 minutes on the trading day on Bloomberg Radio. The S&P 500 has eased off its downside. It's down just 3%, down 87. The Dow's down 3%, down 770. And the Nasdaq's down 2.3%, down 195. 10 years up 26, 30 seconds. The yield was 1.17%. West Texas Intermediate crude is down 4.6%, 44.90 a barrel. COMEX gold is down 2% at 16.0950 an ounce. The dollar yen is at 1.27 euros, $1.958 and the British pound, $1.2820. Altria says its CEO will receive no bonus for 2019. The same company's director for requesting service back to Jack's investment in Schwab Baking Company. San Francisco's Jewel Labs Altria is down 4%. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash from Brett Jarrett.
You're listening to Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramovich and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
White House economic advisor Larry Kudlow is scheduled to speak approximately 10:30 a.m. Wall Street time in the White House briefing room. We will bring that to you live, so stay tuned for that. I think the big issue here is we've got equity markets off roughly 15% over the last 7 trading days. Just an extraordinary trade down in the equity markets and financial markets. The question I think now for a lot of investors is, will the central bankers try to come in and stop the carnage? There's actually nobody better to talk to about this issue than Robert Tiff. He's the chief investment strategist and head of global bonds for PGIM Fixed Income. He has crossed the river from the Jersey side, joining us here in our Bloomberg 1130 studio. So, Robert, what will the Fed do? When will they do it? And will anybody even care?
I think people will care because there is a fundamental situation where uncertainty is rising and activity levels, especially abroad, already in the world's biggest driver of growth, China, have been seriously impacted. Bottom line numbers like GDP and so on, those will come out much later. But auto sales, for example, were down spectacularly, manufacturing, electricity usage, and so on. And now the cases around the world are kind of at a geometric increasing stage. And so there is going to be a shock. The Fed is away from their mandate, which is not on the maximum employment side, they're fine there, but inflation is persistently away from target. This morning we had their preferred indicator of inflation, PCE print, and if anything, that is moving systematically further away from their target on the downside. So it would seem like there's a great case for them to make an insurance cut pretty much at any time, and that could be helpful because what we're seeing now is a tightening of financial conditions. Granted, financial conditions were very easy a handful of weeks ago, but now it's going to make a difference going forward. Financial conditions tightening, making whatever is going to happen that would materialize in terms of a weakening economy worse. So I think it's a pretty good argument for them to do that. Now, whether this is like 2018, 2019, that transition, where they were hiking way too late, and it took them a little bit of time to change the rhetoric around, and they really exacerbated things with that rate hike, or they'll have a quicker turn. It remains to be seen. But the initial indications are not that good. But hopefully they'll make the signal from the market quicker this time.
And Jim Bullard coming out this morning and sort of taking a rather sanguine tone about the sell-off and not necessarily signaling the rate cut that people were expecting. Nevertheless, you are seeing in the Fed Funds futures market 2 full rate cuts being priced in, frankly, for June, and 3 rate cuts before the end of the year, 4 rate cuts by the beginning of next year. So if the Fed doesn't capitulate, the market just seems to be moving further and further away from them. I just want to ask you, though, how much will that loosen conditions? How much will that entice you as a portfolio manager to go out and buy riskier debt at these levels?
Right. I think it will make a big difference. And when you look at what happened after August of last year, this most recent incident where the market got way ahead of the Fed in terms of expectations for ease, concerns about downside risks that once the underlying situation stabilized, investor confidence returned, and this time it didn't require the Fed, but once that confidence returned, the market will ease up and will take these rate cuts out of the market after they cut maybe once, and you can have a recovery in risk and so on.
So do you expect spreads to retest their lows, the extra yield that investors earn over benchmark rates and high yield investment grade credit? Do you expect a tightening later in the year and incredible outperformance there?
I think that this correction is the same as the corrections we've had over the last handful of years. This is not going to be the beginning I would guess, of a major crisis in terms of a bear market and that goes on for a year or two. This is probably something that's going to be more measured in weeks or months, after which we go back to an environment. It's not a feel-good environment for people. It's a very slow economic growth backdrop, but the downshifting of risk-free interest rates around the world, which is still kind of happening on a secular basis. It's not been fully priced yet. The coronavirus is accelerating that. Those low discount rates are going to then refuel that search for yield, and that is going to pull the spreads in and boost returns on higher fixed income. But you have to get passes first.
So I'm looking at the 2-year, 0.9%, the 10-year of 1.16%. Are 0% rates reasonable to discount at all?
I think in the short term, that's not where we're headed, unless this turns into a major economic crisis and the Fed is forced to go into panic mode. But I think that the range is really continuing to shift lower. The Fed would like to maintain a zero lower bound. They should be able to do that. But the top end of the rate cycle has gone from 20, back in 1980, down to 9.75 in 1989, to 6.5 in 2000, to the mid-2s last year, and that's the new high watermark for Fed funds, and it's going to be a 0 to 3 range on the Fed funds, and probably a 1.5 central tendency for the 10-year Treasury.
Yeah. Well, right now, I just want to say we're looking at spreads on high yield debt at 4.6%, and for 6.6 percentage points over benchmark rates. Literally, one word answer. Bob Michael, JP Morgan Asset Management, saying he sees them going up to 600 before it's a bottom opportunity. Where is the sort of tipping point?
Yeah, I don't know where that's going to be unless it's lower and before it turns. But that, it is going to be a bond risk market, right? There will be areas of trouble, but in the long term, I think spread product is attractive.
Number 10. Thank you so much, as always. And I wish I had an hour with you. We would have such a great time. Yeah, absolutely. This is such an interesting market, Robert Chip, Chief Investment Strategist for Retail Fixed Income. This is Bloomberg.
And hey, folks, check out the Bloomberg Markets podcast with Lisa and myself for interviews and informed discussion of markets, economics, and finance. We cover the news and events that are driving today's market action. You can download the Bloomberg Markets on iTunes. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial news. Join David Weston for the news program for the clever investor, Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
This week we'll sit down with Jim Tisch of Lowe's and Michelle Meyer of Bank of America. And after a tough week for stocks, Bloomberg equity strategist Gina Martin Adams.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week with David Weston tonight at 6 on Bloomberg, Ontario, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
Asset managers who sees change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or expand new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know with a right market and a flexible operating platform, you can go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to
Position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
America is a great big country filled with all kinds of different people. And we all count. That's why the 2020 census wants to make sure we're all counted. Why is it so important? Because the census helps inform how hundreds of billions of dollars will be spent each year for things like new roads, health clinics, even more school programs.
So make sure you count it.
Because you count. Shape your future. Start here. Learn more at 2020census.gov. Paid for by U.S. Census Bureau. Take the Bond Challenge. Use the Interactive Brokers Bond Scanner to search out deep availability of U.S. government securities, 38,000 global corporate bonds, and 850,000 municipals. IBKR passes through the highest of all bids and lowest of all offers received at the electronic venues it accesses. Win on wide spreads, apply hidden fees, or market flows. How many basis points does your current broker get? Find out at ibkr.com/bonds.
Market moving. Easy headlines across right now. You can listen to Bloomberg Radio anytime, anywhere on the radio.com. Stay Bloomberg Radio with you wherever you go. That's the smartest thing ever. Today, go to your app store or visit radio.com/download.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Even at times, join them at bloomberg.com/professional. This is your Bloomberg Real Estate Report. I'm Denise Pellegrini. Coronavirus disruption could rain on the busiest season of the year for the housing market.
The spring selling season is shaping up to be the best season since before the financial crisis. You probably have to go back to spring 2006 to find a market that would be as strong as today. But that all was predicated on the underlying assumption that this virus is not a big deal for our economy.
Well, Mark Zandich, economist from Moody's Analytics, also says that doesn't mean the housing market is about to crash.
Given the tight supply, given the lack of inventory, given the low vacancy rate in most markets, particularly for affordable workforce housing, I don't think we're going to see price decline in any scenario. I'm not saying that, but you can't count on these kind of price gains we've been getting in many of these markets across the country. Add into the future, that's not sustainable.
Then he does say prices though could start dropping when mortgage rates finally do start going up again. And that's your Bloomberg Real Estate Report. I'm Denise Pellegrini. Thank you so much, Denise. In other news today, one of the world's most important borrowing benchmarks today has staged its biggest one-day drop in more than a decade. We're talking about 3-month LIBOR. This is the benchmark, trillions of dollars leveraged loans, among many other types of lending instruments. They take 11.8 basis points to 1.46275% if you're Tom Keene. If you want to go out about 15 different functions here, check it out. It's on the Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. New Country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Markets.
Well, as the sell-off continues, all eyes turn toward the Federal Reserve. When will it cut? How much will it cut? We'll break it down. We're going to speak to a CEO of a logistics company to talk about the impact of the coronavirus on the global supply chain. But first, it's been a great turn of Bloomberg News for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Great.
Well, as we've been saying all morning, all stocks are down sharply and are on track to the worst week since October 2008 as the spreading coronavirus threatens to derail the global economy. So he's in College University of Chicago Booth School of Business tells Bloomberg markets are just being realistic.
I think this will have natural consequences on the entire world economy. Both direct internal slowdown in demand and the supply slowdown of the initial part of the manufacturing that's being shipped. So the combination of the two may slow down the global economy regardless of the spread of the coronavirus. Then you add to that the spread and the impact that this can have in each individual country, and you have a pretty negative outlook.
Check marks every 15 minutes, 30-day here on Bloomberg Radio. The S&P 500 is down 3.7%, down 109. Dow is down 3.9%, down over 1,000. And the NASDAQ is down 3%, down 252. The 10-year is up 27.37 with a yield of 1.7%. West Texas Intermediate $1.70 in the house, the dollar yen, 108.13 euros, dollar 9.72, British pound, dollar 28.25. United Airlines, the biggest U.S. carrier on Trans-Pacific routes, coming off more service to Asia as travel demand sinks with the outbreak of coronavirus. U.S. carriers canceling flights from LA and Houston to Tokyo's Narita Airport. Service from Chicago to the region scraps, also from March 8th to March 27th. That's a Bloomberg Business File. Expert chairman. Bloomberg opinion, informed perspectives, and expert data-driven commentary on breaking news.
The message to the Federal Reserve today is, we don't care what you say. We are expecting 4 rate cuts by the end of January. That at least is the impression from markets. Joining us now to discuss, Brian Chapato is a Bloomberg opinion columnist covering all things debt related. And Brian, I'm looking right now, it's nearly a full 4 rate cuts by the end of January currently priced in. This comes even after Jim Bullard, the Fed's Jim Bullard came out earlier today and basically said, yeah, I guess we'll cut it if it's a pandemic, but, it's too early to know, which wasn't comforting to market.
Right, yeah, the base case is still for keeping policy on hold. And
for the Federal Reserve, not the market.
No, the market's like people are hedging effectively for rates hitting the zero bound by mid-year at this point, which is just kind of nuts. I mean, obviously you got to hedge, so you don't necessarily the rates hit zero by then, but I mean, it's just kind of crazy. The Fed is not willing to appease the markets, at least not to this extent. I think it's just a massive market meltdown and a freak out right now. People are just buying things up, and that's, of course, causing the pricing to look like there's going to be a lot of cuts. But if people try to inter-meeting cuts, like happening over the weekend or on Monday morning, stocks keep falling, I just don't see that at all.
So, but Brian, one could argue with a cynical mind, like we have some cynics around, he just pointed for those who are watching on radio, that this is a move maybe has responded to the markets maybe more than they should have. Still, though, you think they're going to be focusing on the data?
Yeah, I mean, Robert Kaplan said to Fox Business today, he said, I will make a decision on a rate cut by March 17th, 18th, which is their meeting. And I expect a rate cut at the March meeting. I mean, unless the market somehow rebounds tremendously, I think they would lose a lot of credibility if they don't do anything. But for them to do something extraordinary right now, it doesn't seem likely. It's not like, I think pretty much everyone concludes that a one rate cut will not solve the coronavirus, right? And it's unclear whether
that's kind of comical.
It's unclear whether anybody out there who's on the table for a rate cut. I mean, if you got a 25 basis rate cut this afternoon, would you be buying stocks? I'm not sure.
Well, this actually is a really interesting question. What will it take for people to go in, buy stocks, buy riskier debt? I mean, you came into the studio and you said, people have been saying we're just waiting for an opportunity to buy the dip. Here it is. I'm not going to fall. I'm not going to catch this falling night. What do they have to say? What are the people you're talking to saying?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like people just want some clarity around how, elected officials are going to get their hands around the coronavirus. And there's nothing that the Fed can do. Again, I mean, they have a few options. They can either go back to QE, and they're still already buying Treasury bills. So for all those who said, they're buying Treasury bills and that's causing the stock market to melt up, I mean, they're still doing that, but it doesn't really matter right now. Or they can cut rates, and neither of those things provides any certainty around the coronavirus. I mean, you see Mick Mulvaney come out today and say it's possible schools will have to close in the U.S. People get really freaked out, but they don't want their daily lives to be affected by this. And even if borrowing costs are cheap as they've ever been, that's not going to really resolve that concern.
So, I mean, that kind of goes to the issue. I think what we're seeing maybe in some of this accelerating risk-off deals just every day is, there's another potentially big shoe to drop, and that is, a spread within the U.S., which we really haven't seen yet. That's the headline risk that I think a lot of traders probably don't want to deal with. Well, hold on. Do you think that the market, that the economy isn't starting to prepare for that? I mean, how many people have who've been stockpiling food?
The answer to your question,
The answer to your question is no. I don't think the market has discounted a material spread in the U.S. Potentially, but I think that's just not what the market's telling us maybe.
And the thing is you saw Christine Lagarde yesterday come out and say, even on the ECB side, we don't see necessary monetary policy response just yet. And that, she oversees Italy, obviously, and Italy's had quite an outbreak over there. So even people who are overseeing countries that have been hit by this are saying, this is not a monetary policy issue. I don't know what you want from us. And that's going to be really interesting for markets to digest, because to the point about last year's rate cuts, I mean, they effectively backstopped the trade war, and the trade war could have been stopped by elected officials, and this cannot necessarily be. So the Fed used a bunch of ammunition on a problem that could be resolved by people relatively easily, and this is going to be a lot harder. Brian Shibata, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate your thoughts. We know you are busy here. You read Brian's great opinion work at On the Terminal at OTINGO and on Bloomberg.com/opinion. Lots of good stuff there, particularly now around this volatility that we're seeing in the marketplace. And Lisa, again, still kind of we have the S&P down 100 points here.
Brian made a brilliant point, which is everyone's been waiting to buy the dip, and here comes the dip, and everyone steps away. And Robert Tuke said, in the break, he said, this is a paradigm shift, and people are starting to reprice in a possibility of recession that had all but been off the table earlier. Bob Michael of JP Morgan Asset Management saying earlier on Bloomberg Surveillance, he is seeing a much higher likelihood of a U.S. recession, is expecting spreads to widen a lot more on riskier credit. But I do wonder, the Fed's response, how much will that ameliorate the situation, and how much will it just not worsen it at this point?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think the market's really trying to figure out, as you highlighted, 4 rate cuts the market's discounting by the end of January of next year. Highlighting the severity that the market sees about risk increasing. And I think when we when we entered 2020, there was some talk that maybe a recession risk in the back half year, but not much. Most people were pushing out to 2021, if at all. I think this coronavirus risk has kind of brought that a little bit more to the fore here as we think about the impacts on global GDP, global trade, global supply chain. We really haven't seen much out of corporate America yet. Save an announcement by Apple and a few others. We really haven't seen it yet, but that could be in the upcoming quarters.
Just to give you this perspective, Charles Rutsky from Mizuho Securities noting that just the last time that the Federal Reserve did the intermediate rate cut was January 22nd, 2008. There was a 75 basis point cut to 4%. Can you imagine what rates could be cut to 4%? The vote was 8-1. He notes that it did spark a rally and spook. So, at that time, it did work to be a stat for markets. The question is, how analogous is this time? At that time, a lot of people said it was a liquidity shock. There was lack of credit circulating in the system. Right now, this is stemming from a shutdown in manufacturing, a slowdown in travel, a feeling that people aren't going to go out, which is a fundamental and different concern. Right now, just to give you a quick market check, NASDAQ down 2.7% off earlier lows. NASDAQ was down more than 4%, 1 point, now down 3.4% down, 3.7%. All major indexes in correction territory and heading toward bear market, even wiping out the bull market. And in the treasury market, you're looking at yields ever lower right now. Larry Kudlow currently speaking at the White House. Let's take a listen.
2 nights ago, there is no higher priority than the health and safety of the American people. That's point number one. It's a very serious matter. It's not a political matter. This is about the health and safety of the American people. Point number one, thank you. Point number two, by all accounts, the President has taken historic and unprecedented action. And we really started this in January and have been going strong ever since. We believe, and our top career health experts believe, that the risks here, the health risks, and so forth, are low. They are low. We continue to hold that point of view, and we have been dominant, again, by some of the top career experts. And I know some of those folks because they're almost as old as I am, and they've been around for almost as long as I am. We believe that. Now, in terms of what he's done, made some grants, banned closed off flights from China where necessary for quarantine, and actually our numbers remain low. You go through the numbers here. You've got U.S.-based 17 people, but out of total reporting the latest update, 6 of them have been released, 8 of them have gone home to recover. All that
certainly bring you the latest on that. Again, markets here, NASDAQ off 106, the Dow off just about an even 1,000, and the NASDAQ we saw about 249 points, that's 2.9%. The NASDAQ and the Dow, I'm sorry, the S&P and the Dow are all off about 3.6, 3.8%.
Yeah. The biggest correction ever in history, and it comes after a feeling of euphoria and a narrative that what could go wrong, and this has dramatically shifted the narrative, especially with a feeling that supply chains are being disrupted, and that just generally global trade will be permanently impacted in a way that they would have been if the trade tensions had escalated. It's going to happen anyway. It seems to be the feeling that's being baked into markets.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get a sense of kind of what's going on, and just, in terms of global logistics, global supply chain. That's a real concern here as we think about the coronavirus and what's happening certainly in China, but now in other parts of the world. Jim Berlin is a founder and CEO of Logistics Plus based in Erie, Pennsylvania. Jim, kind of what are you seeing out there in the world of this global supply chain logistics? Are things tightening up?
Yeah, very much so. There's a lot of fear and a lot of uncertainty. That was worse than that. Like I said, he says, the things you don't see in the future, that seems to be what's going on right in our world. First thing we got to do is take care of our people in China. So the Americans got out early. People in China work from home. And you got to kind of adjust to whatever this is going to be. My thing is that you don't know how this is going to get, where it's going to end up. And so how do you specifically plan for it? I think you have to be very nimble and kind of creative, resourceful, and plan ahead as best you can, not knowing how the resources goes.
One thing that people are trying to understand is the corporate response to the fear that we're seeing spread among a variety of different populations. What's your sense of that? How concerned and how long term do the companies you work with believe this to be?
I think we're maybe more and more concerned. I think we're just kind of don't worry so much about it. A lot of people are starting to see how this is going to have a effect for months to come. How do you get product back when the factories start running again? For instance, there's going to be a lot of shortage of airplanes, and part of big boys will tie them all up. That is a small manufacturing get stuff to the U.S. quickly to show that we're going to now empty because they can't go off the shelf. So there's a lot of moving parts of this, and you have to see how each one connects to the other.
Is there any sense, just think about the supply coming up, product coming out of China, is there any sense as to the timing of when how this will ramp up? Is this going to be a 1 quarter type thing, a 2 quarter type thing, or is there any idea?
Well, first of all, it's going to take a while. Some parts are already going into China. And as this changes, that's funny. We were saying the other day that some of the manufacturers, because of the tariff concerns over China, moved manufacturing to Vietnam and Thailand. They look brilliant. Their factories still running. Because the coronavirus still shows up in Thailand and Vietnam, those factories go down. So just hard to moving up.
I want to look longer term. I'm an area of Liberty Opinion columnist, and of course, of Allianz and of long-term experience in markets. Wrote a column today where he said this type of exogenous shock is likely to leave scars. These could well include a further push toward deglobalization to a less open approach to travel and migration. More companies will assess the disruption risks of global supply chains and not just their benefits of lower cost, just-in-time inventory management, career efficiency. Do you think that's true, that this will have a longer-term depressing effect on international trade?
I think it's very possible. Well, people are working on just in time. That's what you do now. Your stores are empty. Where do you get the product from? But I don't know how they're going to do it. I mean, this is proposing kind of both ways. So if it comes back to the U.S., we have more need to develop their product. What's the cost going to be? So I don't know how they'll determine that. It's a rough calculation.
Are there actually ships at port in Shanghai, just along in China, just waiting to get in, waiting to get out? Is that kind of really what it is? Because I know when I go to Singapore, one of the cool things is to see in the Singapore harbor, all the freight ships waiting to come in and offload. It's a very busy port, but they tell me if you see too many ships in the harbor, that's not a good thing.
Dozens of ships are not single company. But this kind of and these companies are not really strong on airways. So this kind of big, there's a lot of things coming that people haven't thought about yet. With those shipping lines and manufacturers.
We're speaking with Jim Berlin, founder and CEO of Logistics Plus, based in Erie, Pennsylvania, joining us here in our Interactive Broker studios. And I want to sort of take the other side of this, the idea that this is actually a very short-lived disruption where we get some sort of circuit breaker, some sort of vaccine or medication that gives people confidence that it can be cured in shorter order, and people can ramp back up their normal practices and back going on from day to day. How quickly can companies get their supply chains back up and running to keep things going at a steady pace where they were before?
Well, one always have to break so vaccine. It took some months. It's going to be a ramp up effect. So, like I said, you have to get stuff out from China. Planes will work for you.
But this is important because even if there is some sort of circuit breaker and there's a sense that the virus isn't as bad as people had expected, etc., there still is this supply chain disruption that's going to be ongoing, you're saying, for months.
It's a giant wave will have the full fix.
So what are you seeing in the trucking business? Am I seeing fewer trucks out on the road? Am I seeing fewer, shorter trains? Is that how the transportation industry's kind of adjusting?
Yeah, very soft right now.
Okay, so that affects, so we're going to see that probably in these transportation companies, their earnings coming up. There's going to be some big issues there, okay.
So Jim, just to give you a quick sense, listeners, Logistics Plus is one of the leading provider of transportation, warehousing, fulfillment, global logistics, with hundreds and hundreds of companies, and I do just want to get your sense of how much they're preparing for an economic downturn. Do you have that sense at this point?
I think it's starting to slip in. I looked up, took Marco Polo a few years to diverse moving to China. It takes 6 hours to do that now. The world is so much more connected. There's 50 times the number of people in the world. Just this, I'm not a crystal ball guy at all, but it's good turning some really good manner. Hopefully it just is not such a big deal. It's absolute that scares people around national.
Hey Jim, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate your perspective. Jim Berlin's the founder and CEO of Logistics Plus. Give us a good sense of what's really happening on the ground in terms of moving around goods on a global scale, whether it's via ship or train or rail or air. The logistics nightmare that has been compounded by, essentially China all but shutting down for almost a month here.
This is a really interesting point, the idea that even if this is a temporary disruption at this point, to ramp up supply chains will take months.
Yeah.
And I think that that's an important point because it sort of points to the longer term nature of this, even if there is some sort of either realization or cure that it's not that bad.
And that's exactly right. And what that does, Lisa, is I think we're going to probably hear a little bit more from economists and the strategists. It's just going to bring that discussion of recession a little bit more forward, maybe into 2020 at some point. And of course, if you're President Trump and the Trump administration, that's the last thing you need going into an election. So it's a very unique time here. So it's really a question of, I think, really over the next week or two to see how this plays out within the United States. That will have kind of a telling tale about how this will play out.
I want to go to Robert Tim's point because he was talking about how the momentum was actually declining in the U.S. economy ahead of this, and that's something that perhaps people were overlooking in the euphoria that we saw in equity prices.
Yeah, and I'm just pulling up my GCLO screen, that actually was the GLCO screen, the global commodities. Boy, more and more red on the screen there today. We're looking at energy, metals, ag. Let's get ag equipment. The commodities, Lisa, we talked about really was preceded the equity markets in terms of pulling back and showing concerns about global GDP growth from the coronavirus. Mike McGlone, who covers all things commodity for Bloomberg Intelligence, joins us here at Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Mike, give us a 30,000 foot level of what's going on in the commodity markets.
Yeah, I think you covered it well. Commodities have been kind of precedent for this. Basically strong bond yields. Copper had, it's had a hard time. Crude oil was really heading, the fundamentals were very negative before, most notably this deflationary brethren bond yields. So the key significance today is gold is down. I look at gold being down because it's just it's very similar to 2008. It's the power of the margin call. Remember when stock markets plunged in 2008? Power of the margin call. So gold is very speculatively long. It should be. So it's keeping a little bit, but it should be temporary. Gold is just below 1,600 an ounce. I see that as good support, but everything else, copper, who's selling gold for margin call? People who asked it. It's not as individuals, yes. Okay, but I think our individuals manage much money, but it's classic. It's not a want to sell, it's a gotta sell. Yeah, they're selling because they're getting it, and that happened in 2008, and then it came back, and I think that's what's happening today. So I think it's getting a little bit overdone and downside. But one thing about gold, it has a very good resistance, which was 1,700 earlier last week, I think, and that was a high from 2013, which has been a 2 years retraced. So a little bit pullback now, but everything else, I look at WTI, I look at copper, I don't see what it's going to take to stop these. I look at just hibernating bear markets, and now it was more of the catalyst for these markets to go lower, i.e. virus.
So what are we pricing in if you look at commodity markets? Recession?
Yeah, well, so one market, that's clearly pricing in recession. I mean,
that's not so clear because some people are saying that, maybe it's pricing in just a lower neutral rate for job markets. You don't buy it. I can tell by things.
I don't, because I also like to follow the virus is unfortunately horrible, but it's the path, it's just the catalyst that's accelerating trends upward. China's peaking, and they're showing signs of peaking economy. What's happened with the virus is a good sign that China's peaking hardly because they don't have discourse to really get the information out there, and they repress the information. I mean, we might think about debates here, but we have that open discourse here, and that free flow of information, they don't have that. So this is part of that problem. And you see China GDP has been declining for years, so this is accelerating that process. So that's a problem I see there. And then you look at real yields. U.S. Treasury 30-year real yields, they have 80 basis points. The highest since I remember last 30 years was right around 2008, after negative 130. That's a sign of deflation. When bond markets are doing that, and significant potential recession, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, I'm just saying this is what the market says. And one thing we should expect in maybe the next few weeks is at least 50 basis points cut short of that. Partly because the bond market's telling them they should be cut.
Interesting. Let's just go to oil and look at that. WTI grew $44.50 a barrel, down 5.5%. Anything OPEC can do, or is OPEC just saying that this is beyond our control there?
Well, it's one of those things that boils down. You should expect them to cut because they have to. And the question is, can they or will they? They need money. So to me, that's part of the OPEC conundrum. They're going to try to cut production, but that's going to hurt themselves too because they need money to try to boost prices. But this is another one week that we have a problem now. And supply has already been overweight and excessive. No small snow because of the U.S. The best way to reduce supply is lower prices, and this is what's going to do to the U.S. It's going to really hurt the U.S. producers.
Mike McGlone joining us here, responding for Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm just wondering, when I look at crude prices completely breaking down now, we're trading up at NYMEX $44.40 a barrel. How long do you think it's going to go?
40 is good support. I think if you realistically look at the big picture, the low 26 in 2016 is at like right now. I'm looking at crude oil's a resumed bear market. 40 to 50 is the key range. WTI 50 is good resistance. And remember, highs are famous for bounces, and you have to really hurt people sometimes in a bear market. Remember, we bounced from 50 to 55. Now it's 40 to 54.
But here's my question. When you talk about pain, how much are you going to see a ramp up in bankruptcies among the shale companies that are over leveraged? I mean, I'm looking right now at $150 billion of high bonds that are tied to energy companies, and they've been basically in free fall. Are we basically going to see a complete washout here?
I mean, it's unfortunate. I hate to say, but I don't see how we're going to avoid it.
That's where it's going.
Don't see how we're going to avoid it. All right, let's talk about agriculture. I mean, it's been whipsaw around. It continues to be very weak here. Maybe a little bit of lift because of the phase one trade deal. That looks like it's going to be deferred. Any play there, or the traders in Chicago, they're just like, no mas. So you just got your hands up. I mean, it's going to be bearish, but I have to be realistic. The biggest problem in ag is wholesale. Massive, biggest production ever in soybean, which is going to just blow away last year's production, and the currency is plunging, i.e., so the whole world is going to go there for cheap soybeans. But China might come to the U.S. because of the trade agreement, but it's not economically sensitive. Right now, we're going to like. Hello, he is in the White House briefing some reporters instead of Larry Kudlow.
What we have at hand. And again, I acknowledge this could change. I acknowledge the situation could deteriorate. I acknowledge the risks. But given what we know factually, it looks to me like the market has gone too far. I've seen this before, and it can come back very rapidly. But I'm not saying the market's wrong. It is what it is. You got millions of people trading all around the world. ordinary Main Street person, give a shit up, not overreact. That's an important thing, to not overreact. In America, we have an incredibly strong public health system. And as I said to Steve Arney, the president has taken rapid fire, unprecedented actions to help protect in the event of emergency or further deterioration. I think these are very good things. They're very constructive.
Larry, rumors on Wall Street for several days now that the president would consider more extreme measures to respond to this, potentially even up to suspending the tariffs on China as one emergency measure due to the virus. Is the president considering that or any other response measures?
And then there's nothing definite that I can report. There's a lot of conversations. In and out of the Oval Office. I was with him yesterday for quite a while talking about one thing or another. We're dealing with this almost a day at a time, and we have no precipitous actions right now. Again, it's sometimes a hard case to make in the middle of one of these crises, which is part psychology and part fact. But I just don't think anybody offhand right now. We are going to stay the course on our policies, tax cuts and deregulation and energy and trade, and then this work that we think would work and the economy is sound. I'm actually still watching China. China, people moved from China to Italy or other places, but I'm still watching China, and I've gotten to know Tim Cook very well. CEO of Apple is a great man. And I was just really interested in the interview with him yesterday because he was rather optimistic about reopening factories. And I guess the Starbucks people feel the same way. And the other thing is, just on the economic side, it may change and it may worsen. But right now, at these sort of real time, these regional rank surveys, if we should pay attention to them, they're sending off good signals on you. And the numbers we have in hand in January exceeded expectations. That's why the Atlanta Fed things 2.7. Now, we got another month to go to the quarter, and then after that, so we will see. But no, I don't think we're going to take any precipitous policy much here, at least not at the present time.
The market thinks that there's long-term effects on the economy. Keep you in your life.
Well, yeah, thank you. Look, the market's a short-run correction, and I guess it's 10 or 11% or something. We've been through this many, many times before, and I don't think, even though it's a front-page story and nobody likes to see their asset values go down, I just don't think at this point it's going to have much of an impact. I would qualify that. Depends how long this lasts, depends how deep it goes. But I could cite a number of historical experiences. The one I remember the most, I was a Reagan Cub Scout way back when, and I remember the 1987 market crash, and I remember President Reagan going up and saying the economy is fundamentally sound, and actually the economy grew by 3-4% for the next couple of years after that crash, and I think President Trump said it here in this room 2 nights ago. We just think the economy is sound, and therefore, I just don't think this short-term stock market plunge is going to have any long-term effect. Not at the moment. No, that's different.
The first review was thinking of China. What advice would you give them?
Stay home.
What effect do you think this will have on the president's re-election campaign?
I think the way he's handling this will have a very positive effect on his re-election campaign. I think that, so I'm a long-time Trump friend and watcher, and now, of course, the last couple of years I've been working with him before. I think it's one of his best news conferences I've ever seen him give, and elated. Now, again, really historic and unprecedented actions, and this is a government write-up. And so I think folks are going to look at that and say, you know what, he's doing his job very well. And I think, therefore, at the end of the day, it's going to actually help on that.
Yes.
does the administration have to ramp up the domestic production of N95 masks and other personal protection equipment?
I wouldn't want to go into specifics. There are things we can do to help. There are things we can do to unclog log jams if they exist. I just don't want to go into any details on that right now. You just said a couple more. Yes, ma'am.
But there's some confusion about communications having to be funneled through the vice president's office. And many officials who are saying that is what has to happen, but on the record, the vice president's office will deny that. So can you clarify, do government agencies need to clear their coronavirus communications through the vice president's office?
There's a lot, but we always have coordination here. Always. I mean, the NEC has to clear things. President is the ultimate clearance authority. Vice President is running this task force. We're just trying to coordinate our messages. It's a government-wide operation, and that's not an easy thing to do. I would say to you, though, no one's being stifled. No one's being told what to say. Look, you've got veterans. Again, I come back to this point. You've got veterans in NIH and CDC with immense knowledge of these things. They've been through this before. And we are all ears. We want to hear what they have to say. We want to hear what they tell us. So there's a big difference between stifling and coordinating. And I think you have to coordinate. It's a big government. So, no, I don't see a problem there at all. I don't see anything wrong with that whatsoever.
Officials on the record said that there is no political process that are going to do this.
There's no hard and fast process, no. But people have common sense. So you've got this task force. Actually, I'm a member of the task force. And there's a lot of coordination going on right now. Because here's the thing. This may not be what you're looking for. I just want to say, this is such a serious matter that not only do we want all the information we can possibly get, we would like to have coordinated messages just to stop any confusion with the public. And it's a real hard thing to do. But there's no hard and fast. You can't say this, you can't say that. No, that's not the case. But we're sharing information across a multiple number of agencies. We're doing it through that task force. And we're just trying to coordinate. So we're speaking with one voice as much as possible. That's all I'm saying.
CEOs of these different companies that actually which companies and US agencies.
I wouldn't divulge that. That wouldn't be right. It's just across the board. We're always in touch with CEOs. One of the great parts of my job is I've gotten to work with, meet and get to know a lot of these CEOs. Many of them just brilliant people. And that's why I cited the Tim Cook interview. Tim Cook is a terrific businessman. And he runs a great company. And he knows a whole lot about China. And he would not have said what he said if it weren't true, or at least on the ground what he saw. That's very, very important. But we're keeping an eye on everything right now. We understand this is difficult, but sometimes the psychology is a lot worse than the fact. And I understand that. That's perfectly understand the human trait. You plan for the worst, but it doesn't necessarily mean the worst is going to happen. So something else,
The Tim Cook story you said that before.
Yeah.
Sort of broadly, what have you done and what did you back in those meetings weeks ago on this to try to deal with the supply chain problem?
Well, the government doesn't run the economy. I mean, we can learn and report on it. We can't control that. If China is taking tough steps and close down factories or whole areas, we just have to live with that. As you know, in this room, I've said several times, the president has from day one wanted to engage the Chinese talks. She wanted to help China. We wanted to send our experts over weeks ahead of when they actually went. We're working with the World Health Organization as well. We're only as good as the facts, and the facts may be harder to come by in some cases. We looking at various stories. Um, North American auto production is proceeding apace. Now, there are problems overseas, especially China. China auto production is terrible. Auto sales are terrible. And they're going to have a very poor first quarter. But on the whole, again, looking at these regional Fed reports, it's the best I can do right now. We don't see any evidence of major supply chain disruptions. I'm not trying to say nothing's happening, and I think there will be impacts. But to be honest with you, at the moment, I don't see much. Now, that may be ahead of us because the next few weeks of March will be important that we get new information on that. So far through February, it looks okay, and I think investors and ordinary families should, take some comfort from that. So we'll take this a day at a time. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Speaking of anything reporters in the White House talking about the coronavirus and saying that he feels confident that the government has its handle on this ongoing issue. Looking at the markets right now, the S&P off about 3.5%, the Dow off 3.8%. That's 975 points on the Dow. I would welcome Bloomberg Stock Senator Dave Wilson. Dave, it's been another exciting morning in the marketplace. What are some of the things you're taking a look at?
Yeah, exciting. That's one way to put it. I mean, I keep an eye on volume. Through the first hour and a half of trading, we're up 16% from where we were yesterday in terms of New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ listed shares traded across markets. And yesterday was the biggest day since August 2011. So, if anything, the selling is intensifying at this point. I mean, that certainly jumps out. Beyond that, I mean, one thing that's interesting is, I talked last hour about how it looked like some of the travel-related shares were starting to bounce back. We're seeing more of that, actually, as the day goes on. And given the extent of declines in the stock in some cases, you talk about the cruise lines being down roughly a third within a week or 2 weeks. Norwegian, one of those, and it's got a big scan. The S&P 500 right now, 3.4%. While Caribbean's higher, Carnival's higher. The airlines aren't quite keeping up with them, but it does at least suggest that people are trying to find value in some of these shares.
Well, I'm struggling to understand at what point the narrative of very low rates and very accommodative policy, both the monetary and fiscal side, will start to spur risk appetite and buy the dip mentality, given the fact that this doesn't necessarily have a very high mortality rate, and there are vaccines that works, and there are sort of things to mitigate some of the risk to push people back in.
Yeah, there's still some unknowns, though, as far as how far does the virus spread, how much of an issue does it become for companies beyond what we're already seeing in China. I mean, there are still enough unknowns at this point that you can understand why at least some investors saying, given that we were just at a record last week, things are changing in a way I don't like.
Although I think it's really interesting, the World Health Organization just came out, Paul, and raised the global risk assessment for coronavirus to very high from high. The interesting part about this is that the price action, you're not seeing a major decline further in equities. People just sort of taking that in stride, that's already priced in at least it seems.
Yeah, it's interesting here. I think one of the issues that the market's kind of grappling with today is what will the Fed do? What can the Fed do? Can they be effective in trying to deal with this issue? And we're seeing that, in the futures market, about discounting multiple rate cuts over the next 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, I mean, this is a medical issue. It's not a monetary issue at the end of the day. So that's the trick for the central bank. I mean, they can deal with the economic fallout from the coronavirus, but it's not their mandate to deal with the virus and to try and keep it under control. I mean, we've got the public health authorities to do that. They'll either do their jobs well or we'll suffer.
I just have to say, you actually are seeing some of the losses recouped after that headline came out. So go figure. I am wondering, though, Dave, when you look around at the stocks that are getting hit hardest, is this a supply chain issue or is this a global growth slowdown issue?
I mean, one thing that's particularly interesting, if you look at the last few days, is playing out to some extent today. If you think about where do you run when stocks are going all around, one area, consumer staples, food, beverage, tobacco, household products, that sort of thing. It has not worked out that way in the past week or so, and
seen more of that today. You got Clorox down almost 6.5%. You got Hershey down more than 6%. I mean, there's something more going on.
Well, and that's actually something that I'm wondering. And I'm wondering if looking at gold prices to plunge the most since 2013, we were talking to Mike McGlone of Bloomberg Intelligence. Margin calls, he was saying, sell what you can.
Yeah.
Is that what we're seeing in equities as well?
You know, it's always a hard one to kind of piece out unless you have some pretty detailed data on who owns what, how the money flows are going. But certainly you can understand why people would back away to the extent that they have. I mean, technology stocks are actually the best performers among the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500 today. And if you were just going to throw stocks out, I mean, you've probably done better in technology than you have in a whole lot of other areas of the market. And you look what's down. I mentioned consumer staples, utilities certainly fit that bill. Interesting, given the bond yields are falling, and you think that people are going to gravitate toward, shares of companies with relatively high dividends. Financial stocks too. I mean, it's kind of all over the place.
I think a piece of news that kind of surprised me today is Volkswagen comes out and put out a good forecast saying, they're not kind of brushing aside some of the corona risk issues, and that stock's up about 3% today. So it's strange to see a global auto company, who's kind of putting out a 2020 outlook that doesn't seem to reflect maybe some of the concerns that other folks in the market have.
Yeah, but we've seen a lot of that over the last few weeks. I mean, the interesting developments have come in when companies have tried to quantify. Yet Booking Holdings this week, the online travel company, and its shares, certainly slipping, at least after they came out and provided some preliminary figures on the first quarter effects of the coronavirus.
Yeah.
And Sabre, the online travel reservation system, doing the same earlier this week. So, there may well be a lot more to come on that score, and we'll have to see how investors react. Or whether, at this point, they're figuring the numbers are just going to be awful, and that's what they're building into share prices in essence.
Dave Wilson, Bloomberg Stocks Editor, thank you so much for being with us and spending time on this volatile day. I do want to just make a note and thank you to Damien Sassow of Bloomberg Intelligence, who actually crafted a chart just for me, that custom index, where he was looking at the rapid pace in which spreads and high bonds have moved. He said it's been a record spread widening in the past 5 days since it began in 2000. Really just notable, showing volatility and the rapid pace of some of these moves here. Right now, Twitter. I already did. Right now, let's get a check of what's going on in those markets. Where Jerry has that for us. We'll do this flash, Greg.
So, bigger leads up here with the economic fallout from the spread of coronavirus, which has tightened its grip on global markets, and that's sent U.S. equities to a 7th straight loss and sparked demand for safer assets for treasuries. Yeah. Leland Miller, China, Facebook International tells Bloomberg China is far from out of the woods.
The headlines have said China's getting back to work and firms are reopening, but the reality is that about 2/3 of firms right now are not working under normal operations. So 30% or so are still shut down, but another 30% or so have workers that haven't showed up, or management that hasn't showed up, or they are open technically, but they don't have the inputs in order to do their business. So China is not up and running right now. China is still mostly shut down.
We check the markets every 15 minutes on the trading day here on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500 is down 2.7%, down 78. The Dow's down over 3%, down 790. And the NASDAQ is down just over 2%, down 175. The 10-year is up 30 seconds. The yield is 1.16%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is down 6.6%, fourth quarter even per barrel. Flex gold is down 3.4% to $15.8610 per ounce. The dollar yen, 108.17. The euro, $1.986. The British pound, $1.2771. Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis President James Bullard says he would back interest rate reductions if the coronavirus develops into a worldwide pandemic. Last year's Texas Senators are already supporting the economy. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett. Now on Bloomberg Markets, munis and focus.
Munis are in focus right now, and Focus on This is brought to you by Build America Mutual. It's your municipal bond investment safe, even if the next recession reduces public revenues. Yes, AA guaranteed. BAM municipal bond insurance protects against everything that causes a default. Visit buildamerica.com. Muni bonds are absolutely on a tear, with the biggest weekly rally since 2013. Joe Mysak, our muni bond guru, joining us here in our Interactive Broker studios. Is there a sense here how much this is being driven by just benchmark rates versus muni debt being viewed increasingly as a haven?
Well, you got both there, but yeah, muni debt is still perceived as a haven.
The spreads basically are they widening or they're contracted?
The spreads to treasuries are about 20 basis points the last I checked on the 10-year. And they had been, I think they started the month or in the year, 50 basis points. But munis always lag treasuries, so that's what you see there. I don't think all of a sudden traders say, munis not watching.
So, Joe, what are we seeing? We've had this record low yields for munis. What are we seeing on the issuance side? Is it freezed up in this volatility, or are we seeing a rush to the market?
Oh, no. Oh, gosh. Everyone, we've seen like 40 billion, I think 40 billion. All right. And that's more than 50% from last February. So things are going gangbusters. So when the corporate bond market shut down, no, munis buying and selling all.
This is actually a really compelling point. But
We've asked that question a million times. That's the most bullish response I think we've ever had.
Well, I mean, ever from Joe Mysak. But there is a question here. At what point does this market disruption and freak out, as Brian Chapado is calling it, at what point does that translate into some sort of freeze in the availability of funding? And when it comes to states and municipalities, it sounds like it's the exact opposite right now.
Right. There's nothing on the horizon that is going to stop municipalities from selling debt investors from buying it. But what we have to worry about is we don't know how the coronavirus is going to affect the streets, the subways. Is everything going to empty out? Are schools going to close down as Mulvaney brought up this morning? That has an impact on the high-yield munis, the junk sector that's proven so popular with investors over the last couple of years.
And I'll tell you another thing that affects them is pensions. Pensions are getting crushed on every side these days, right? You've got bond yields getting absolutely slammed down. I don't want to talk about that, but if you look at price up, yield down on bonds, that's bad on both sides of the balance sheet of a pension. And then you look at their equity investments, and I don't even want to look at mine. So, it raises a question. Are investors looking more closely at the highly indebted pensions, the underfunded ones, and staying away from that?
Right now, there's no, until I kind of really thought about it, if this takes 3 months, 6 months, and really cuts down on foot traffic, that has an impact on the municipal budget. But we don't know what we're going to see. But as for pensions, I think I've seen like 1 or 2 comments that, wow, the pensions are really going to get hit by this. But so many of them have come back. Okay? They've been in not bad condition, except, of course, if you look at Illinois and New Jersey and a couple of the outliers. Okay, those places are going to have a hard time, perhaps. But there's so much of the municipal market. There's a lot of issues. State and local governments are awash in cash, as you know, from the tax collections.
All right, Buckeye Tobacco Settlement Financing Authority. $5.4 billion bond issuance. What's going on there?
It actually raised the amount of trading in the market this week. I think we had the highest amount of trading. We had this $5 billion bond issue. Tobacco bond refinance. Everybody's talking about it, saying, oh, geez, this is great. Look at this. Deals were nice in there for some of them. A chunk of this was taxable. But this Buckeye issue just it sort of summarized the market for us this week.
Tobacco bonds, and they're so jazzed. I do wonder, though, raising the question, I'm thinking, okay, keep getting really jazzed about tobacco bonds, and markets are melting down, and we've seen the biggest downward shift, the biggest correction ever, the fastest correction, I should say, fastest correction correction. I just made the fast correction myself after the route that we saw. But how hard is it for these esoteric stories, for these actual specific issuer stories to gain traction at a time when there's so much focus on the macro?
Well, yeah, right now, no, all eyes are on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Of course, they're really not focusing on what may or may not happen. Because let's face it, this is something that's kind of why a lot of people are still on the streets. For Travis not really affected. Then people are like, come on, shake it off. And everybody wants it already to be over. That's the thing. But if there's really something serious that lasts 3 or 6 months, then you're going to see everyone focus on those small stories, so to speak.
Jim Isaac.
That's it.
Jim Isaac, editor, Bloomberg Brief, Bloomberg News Journey, Sarah Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, giving us his thoughts on the red hot municipal bond market, red hot for issuers as well.
Here's my question. Are you going to stop going out to eat if the coronavirus starts to become widespread?
No, I don't
Are you going to stop anything in your life?
Well, it depends. It really depends. I mean, you think about some of the travel, maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
I think getting in an airplane with a lot of other people who cough on me right now is not a great thing.
Right.
But at a certain point, if you don't go out and live,
that's right.
At a certain point, it's,
Yeah, we'll take all the necessary precautions and go on. I think that's kind of the plan at this point, and that's kind of what the government is suggesting.
Have you thought of any septic points?
We have tons of them.
Yeah. Sanitizer?
Yep. Okay. All set there. Anyway, futures. I'm sorry, not futures. Got the cash markets. Looking at the S&P, off 70. Stop talking. Off the bottom. Still decidedly negative here. Dow Jones off about 704 points. That's 2.7%. Remember, we were off a little bit more than 1,000 earlier today. Nasdaq off 1.6%. That's doing better than the other indices. This was Bloomberg.
In other news, the World Health Organization raised the global risk for the new coronavirus to very high from high. Meanwhile, James Bullard, president of the Fed at St. Louis, said rate cuts may be necessary given the cost of the pandemic. This is Bloomberg.
On Balance of Power with David Weston, Illinois Senator Dick Durbin. On the state of the Democratic field as we head into South Carolina and Super Tuesday. And former Department of Homeland Security Advisor Charles Murray. Are the Russians at it again? And can we stop election interference? Balance of Power with David Weston. Today at noon on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Who's there? If a recession is at your door and trends to reduce local revenues, BAM is there to get you paid on your municipal bond investment. And that's no joke. BAM. Who's there? If a natural disaster is at your door and threatens to make a disaster out of your municipal bond investment, BAM is there to get you your money. And that's no joke. Ask your broker about BAM insured municipal bonds. BAM.
You're a small business owner, and there's nothing small about what you do. That's why Dell Small Business Technology Advisors give you trusted advice, one-on-one partnership, and tailored tech solutions. Like computers, Intel Core processors, servers, storage, networking, plus thousands of top-rated electronics, accessories, and software. No matter your technology, Dell is here to help your small business do big things. Call 877-5DELL to speak with an advisor today. That's 877-5DELL. Message data rates may apply.
Hell, seriously, I'm too young for hair loss. My hairline keeps creeping back, receding. That is all it's fine. It's thinning everywhere. You're gonna have to give up. Shave it.
Dude, put down the razor because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, is about to give you your real hair back permanently. Don't ignore the signs of hair loss. Bosley's giving away an absolutely free information kit that reveals all the signs and a free gift card to anyone who texts LEADER to 85850. Bosley will show you for free how bright your hair could look using the latest technology. Bosley's solution to hair loss is permanent and protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Plus, since Bosley has new non-surgical options, you owe it to yourself to text now for an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off, no matter what level of hair loss you have. Text LEADER to 85850. That's LEADER to 85850. Hey, New York and New Jersey,
we got you covered. With over 160 branches throughout New York and New Jersey, the NYCB family of banks, comprised of New York Community Bank and its divisional banking leaders, Queens County Savings Bank, Roslyn Savings Bank, Richmond County Savings Bank, Roosevelt Savings Bank, Atlantic Bank, and Garden State Community Bank have been serving the financial needs of our communities for 160 years. That's a tradition of strength, stability, and service. So no matter where you live, work, or play, now you can bank anywhere you see NYCB. We got you covered. Here your community bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. For 5 decades, NPAF has empowered clients to make smart decisions to achieve their business and personal financial goals. With tax deadlines approaching, we need an experienced high-level tax and advisory firm to help navigate this complicated landscape. NPAF, one of the top accounting firms in the country, is dedicated to solving complex tax and accounting challenges, identifying opportunities, and helping businesses maximize profits. Learn more at npafcpa.com. This is a Bloomberg Quick Take. Context and background on issues of interest. Our focus is on why Morgan Stanley's E-Trade deal will mean bigger banks with Bloomberg's Young Bono. The situation. So for Morgan Stanley, they're getting a few things. One is technology, which is so important for today's banks. Two, they're getting the compensation, which is also important for banks because the costs are really cheap funding and regulators like it more. The background. The big banks were really quiet for a while. They were not really going after mergers. After the crisis was about mid-crisis, they were basically told not to do all too much and too big to fail was the biggest issue. The argument. It's viewed as a long-term positive for Morgan Stanley because they are going to eventually really start making money on all these new clients, millions of clients they're getting. They can sell other products that they offer on other parts of Morgan Stanley. Or bigger banks. Run the quick takes. Go to Bloomberg.com. Or for terminal customers, go to NIQuick. I'm Charlie Pell, Bloomberg Radio. Charlie Pell, thank you so much. In other news, global commodity prices continue to tumble Friday as the devastating coronavirus epidemic sparked fears for global growth prospects and demand for raw materials from fuel to food. International benchmark Brent crude slipped below $50 per barrel for the first time since December 2018. This is Bloomberg. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 991 to Boston. Bloomberg 1061 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 916 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. And this is Bloomberg Markets.
Coming up, if you're really scared of the coronavirus, we're going to be talking about filtering blood to actually get out not only viruses, but also any subsequent infections that may occur. Plus, we're going to be speaking with Michael Tiedemann, Chief Executive Officer of Tiedemann Advisors. Right now, let's head over to break, Jared. Greg Bluebird, this is Flash. Greg.
I was busy filtering my blood, Lisa. We're off the lows, but we're still well down. The S&P did plunge as much as 4% today. It's now down almost 15% from its record high. The index is higher than the strongest slump in over 3 years and green toward its worst week since the financial crisis. Treasury yields sank to all-time lows with 2-year, tumbling through 1%. Rick Harrison, BlackRock multi-asset strategies tells Bloomberg he does not see the finger coming off the sell button anytime soon.
This is going to be something that is driven by the data. The normal market dynamics will unfold this quickly, this sharply. You would see people looking to buy. We saw a bit of that in yesterday's US session, but it was quickly overwhelmed by news, and I suspect that that's the dynamic that will continue.
As I say, we're off earlier lows, but still down. People levels every 15 minutes, about 30 days. The S&P's now down 1.9%, down 55. Nasdaq's over 4%, down 577. The Nasdaq's down over 1%, down 89. The 10-year is up 1 with a yield of 1.15%. West Texas Intermediate crude is down 5.3% at 44.61 a barrel. Phoenix Gold is down 3.3% at 15.8860 an ounce. The dollar yen 108.31. The euro $1.10.05. The British pound $1.27.79. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
first to the Middle East and then to other parts of Asia, then the European continent with Italy. The concerns is how prepared is the U.S. for a potential outbreak of the coronavirus here in the U.S. Let's answer that. We welcome Dr. Philip Chan. He's the CEO and president of Cytosorbents Corporation that trades on NASDAQ, symbol CTSO, up 36% today, up 85% year to date. Dr. Chan, thank you so much for joining us here in our Bloomberg Barrington Brokers studio. Just from your expertise in the healthcare industry, just give us a sense of kind of how you think the U.S. is prepared for what might be an outbreak of coronavirus.
Well, thank you very much, Paul, for having me on the show. I think to basically put my comments, though, in perspective, just to give you a little bit of background about my company, Cytosorbents is a medical device company that specializes in blood purification to treat deadly inflammation often associated with life-threatening infection, such as influenza, bacterial pneumonia, virus infections like coronavirus, etc. Cytosorb is approved in the European Union, has accumulated more than 80,000 uses over 58 countries, and has generated about 23 million in sales last year. The whole goal of Cytosorb is to control the deadly inflammatory response that these viral illnesses and bacterial illnesses often generate that can then lead rapidly to organ failure and death of patients from the failure of organs like the heart, the lungs, and the kidneys. Now, in the United States, we are not yet approved. We're still an investigational product, but we are actually in a process. We're in the regulatory process of trying to get approved here in the United States. So in terms of your question about how prepared are we, I think coronavirus, COVID-19, represents a very unique challenge because, one, we've never seen it before. It's a novel infection. No one has immunity to it. There are no antiviral agents that are approved to treat it, and there are no vaccinations approved also to treat it. And the problem with this virus is that it's a kind of an insidious virus. It lays dormant, and people remain asymptomatic for up to 14 days. They may have it, they may be spreading it all over the community, but they would never know that they have it until they start manifesting the common symptoms of fever, cough, and just shortness of breath and fatigue that they know that they have it. So this is why all of a sudden you see these massive outcroppings of virus happening all over the world. And so in the United States, I think that we need better ways to prevent the spread. And I think the initiatives that we've heard about recently, the $2.5 billion that are going towards this will be helpful. But prevention and controlling the spread of this outbreak is key. But also is controlling the deadly complications of lung failure and shock and other things that currently we have no approved therapies to treat today. And that's what Cytosorb is doing, our product.
Have you had conversations with the government about expediting the accreditation of your product, given what the threat is?
Yeah, we've had a long-standing dialogue with many agencies throughout the U.S. government. In fact, we've gotten more than $29 million in grants and contracts towards our technology over the years because of that. But we have been in touch most recently with BARDA, for example, that is leading the charge against developing potential countermeasures against coronavirus. We are still in the early stages of those discussions, but our hope is that they understand the fact that there are no approved treatments for this illness, and that one of the hallmark features of what is killing people is this out-of-control immune response, and that is what we are very well positioned to do.
Are you aware of any patients that may have been, as part of the treatment outside of the U.S., may have been prescribed or using your product?
So the product, again, has been used in more than 80,000 cumulative treatments to date, but we don't have any indication that it's yet been used for coronavirus since it is so new. I think some of the exciting news that we announced today is that through a partnership with China Medical Systems Holdings Limited in China, that we have now, that hospitals in the Wuhan, China area have now received our Cytosorb product and are well positioned to potentially use this on patients with coronavirus infection. We just did the training just very recently of key physicians in those hospitals.
Are there beds in the United States?
So I can tell you that when we had the swine flu epidemic, that the intensive care units, which receives the sickest of the sick patients in the hospital, and where Cytosorb is typically used, were inundated with patients. And that is really a key concern should this outbreak turn into a full-blown pandemic. But I think that to put it into perspective, flu this year has already affected 30 million people in the United States alone, killing 18,000 people, right? That's 1 in 2,000 people have died from the flu here in the United States. And even though it was considered a fairly severe outbreak, it's not the worst we've seen. 1 year, the swine flu outbreak, 8,000 people died here in the United States. So compare that to coronavirus, it is still the major health concern today.
Dr. Philip Chan, thank you so much for being with us. Dr. Philip Chan, CEO and President of the Cytosorbents Corporation, based in New Jersey and Germany, and it shares absolutely surging on the prospect that in some of the therapies to reduce inflammation associated with viruses like influenza and potentially coronavirus. It hasn't been yet approved in the United States, but still in studies, and the possibility for treating the side effects or the subsequent effects of the body. Coming up, we'll get a closer check of what's going on with those markets. We are seeing actually the NASDAQ down now just 0.7%. Right now, let's head over to Indigo in the studios in Washington, D.C. Amy Morris. Amy. Hi, thank you, Lisa. The World Health Organization has raised the global risk for coronavirus to very high. NewsEd National Economic Council Director Larry Kudlow, who you heard here on Bloomberg Radio, says the economy is still sound and that people should not panic. The Centers for Disease Control's Deputy Director for Emerging Infectious Diseases, Dr. Chris Braden, says we should still all be ready for the spread of the coronavirus here in the United States.
We picked it up. It may be other places and we don't know. So that's the shift that we all need to take, is to say we're going to keep it over there to we've got to prepare for what we're going to do to protect ourselves when it's here.
China, meanwhile, slowly starting to get back to work as it battles the coronavirus outbreak that has killed more than 2,600 people and sickened tens of thousands. Government controls and the fear of going outside have curtailed spending. However, a Bloomberg economics report shows activity is starting to pick up, with the economy likely running at 60 to 70% capacity this week. Compare that to about 50% 2 weeks ago. The National Guard's top officer has formally broken with the Pentagon over its Space Force plan.
The Pentagon's initial plan does not incorporate some 1,100 Air National Guard Reserve troops in about 8 states into the envisioned Space Force. Bloomberg governments obtained a letter by the Guard's top general in which he asks the Pentagon to request the creation of a Space National Guard for those soldiers. Right now, the Pentagon is not ready to say what role reserve units would have in the Space Force. In Washington, Martin DeCaro, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Tech by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
Thanks, Amy. Now, with our other top stories, I'm Michael Long. We marched to home on Milwaukee's north side as they looked for clues about my employee, one of the nation's largest breweries, gunned down 5 co-workers before taking his own life. Mayor Tom Barrett told reporters in regards to the ongoing investigation.
Right now, there's an investigation going on. I think it's premature to speculate on anything. I think this is the time to, again, we're going to be I'm sure there'll be time in the future to talk about many things about this investigation.
The suspected gunman has been identified as 51-year-old Anthony Farrow. NATO allies are calling on Syria and Russia to end their airstrikes in Syria after 33 Turkish soldiers were killed there. Comes as scores of migrants gathered near the Greek border, hoping to enter Europe after Turkey said it could no longer cope with those fleeing the conflict. Shares of Rolls-Royce rose the most in 18 months. CEO Warren East says he's getting a grip on Boeing 787 engine, which is for earnings and cash flow. Bloomberg's Leanne Damon says more.
Rolls-Royce was the biggest member of Europe's top 600 stocks that confirmed that the trend 1,000 turbines were exceeded. The CEO Warren East also says the company is delivering a shift and improvement needed for the change in performance he's been seeking since taking over in 2015. Rolls has excluded any possible coronavirus impact from 2020 projections. That's a 15% gain in underlying operating profit. In London, I'm Leanne Jones, Bloomberg Radio.
What's the old saying? It takes a beat. Authorities saying Texas car thief is apparently warning the public about leaving cars running outside and unattended. 21-year-old Derwin Esparza is described by Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar as a pro.
He just happened to be driving through the neighborhood and saw a vehicle that was running.
Salazar says Esparza hopped in and drove off. Was expecting to see a 1-year-old in the back seat. Esparza dumped the truck and plowed off.
fast food restaurant a few blocks away. Salazar said the owner had been rolling up his pickup truck and loading his kids inside. As far as a
Yes, that's the message. That's right. The people should not leave vehicles unattended with doors open like that and the keys in the ignition.
as far as its own investigators, that if he had more people, could have easily stolen 12 cars with him. Coming up, check on market. Bloomberg's Greg Jarrett. What's your top business headlines? I'm Michael Long. This is Bloomberg.
Right home, sir. And Jason Kelly join us for the weekend edition of Bloomberg Business Week.
In this week's cover story, Reddit, a new source of trading information.
This wild card, crazy action, this shoot by the hip type of opportunities they see trading.
Plus, how the coronavirus is impacting global economies and markets.
Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Mazur and Jason Kelly. Tomorrow morning at 8 on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Successful companies know that in order to grow faster, you must have the right tools. Whether you're doing $1 million, $10 million, or hundreds of millions in revenue, NetSuite by Oracle gives you the tools you need to accelerate your growth. With NetSuite, you get a full picture of your business: finance, inventory, HR, customers, and more. It's everything you need to grow, all in one place, right from your phone or computer. NetSuite will give you the visibility and control you need to make the right decisions and grow with confidence. That's why NetSuite customers grow faster than the S&P 500. NetSuite is the world's #1 cloud business system, trusted by more than 19,000 companies. It's the last system you'll ever need. NetSuite. Business grows here. Schedule your free product form right now and receive your free guide, 7 key strategies to grow your profits at netsuite.com/smart. That's netsuite.com/smart. netsuite.com/smart.
You can invest in New York City every day. New York City improves its parks, bridges, roads, and schools, so that New York continues to be a great place to live, work, and visit. Your investment helps build and improve this great city. New York City will offer bonds to individual investors on Monday, March 2nd and Tuesday, March 3rd. Interest earned on New York City bonds may be exempt from federal, New York State, and New York City personal income taxes. Your investment in New York City bonds helps build and improve this great city. Contact your financial advisor or broker for more information about investing in New York City bonds and investing in our city. This advertisement is not an offer to sell or a solicitation of an offer to buy bonds. Bonds may only be purchased through a broker. Please carefully review the preliminary emission statement which describes the offering. Available at mynycbonds.com.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career in the New York metro area? One week is part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies. Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers to view our current job opportunities in New York and Princeton, New Jersey. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
The best way to appreciate the capabilities of a land rover vehicle is to experience one for yourself. And there's no better time to do so than during the LP Adventure Sales Event. Lease the 2020 Discovery Sport S for $429 per month for 36 months and $34.95 down plus tax and title and destination fees due at signing. Includes $1,000 customer credit now through March 31st. Not compatible with other customer credit offers. Visit your trusted area Land Rover retailer or call 1-800-FIND-WD for details. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on LinkedIn by Bloomberg. Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks are well off earlier lows, but still on the downside here with the fast spreading coronavirus with the reason for the sell-off today. We check the markets every 15 minutes trading day here on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500 down 1.5%, down 44. Down 2%, down 505. And the NASDAQ had briefly peaked into the green. It's now down 0.7%, down 59. 10 years up 27.36 with a yield of 1.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude is down by 4.7% at 44.90 a barrel. Mex gold is down 2.9% at 15.94.20 per ounce. Dollar yen, $1.34. Euro, $9.96.
and the price down to $27.78. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Gordon Jarrett.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Right now, we are looking at a market that has been flying back from some of its earlier losses, although it really is whipping around. NASDAQ now had been briefly positive, now down 0.9%. The key issue here is a lack of conviction, a lack of understanding of the threat that we're dealing with. Michael Tiedemann joining us now, Chief Executive Officer of Tiedemann Advisors, with $21 billion of assets under management. Michael, there are a lot of calls saying that recession is now likely in the United States, if not globally, as a result of the spread of the coronavirus. Is that becoming your base case?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's such a quiet week, and it's not our base case, but there's no question there's going to be short-term economic impact. What you're really meeting, the lasting impact will be on lower quality, higher leverage businesses that have less room coming into this, for less room for error. Higher quality businesses, balance sheets will obviously have an impact, certainly when they can sustain and run their way out of. Inventories are also to remember, depending on how short this is, right now things are moving so quickly. As inventories run off, then you're going to begin seeing some supply chain issues that people are worried about. The big delta going up 2, 3, 4 weeks with demand in something in the restaurant is really there's a shift, dramatic shift of U.S. service demand, consumers.
So one of the things that we've been discussing this morning is that the market seems to be really pricing in 3, maybe 4 rate cuts by the Federal Reserve over the next 12 months. How do you think that that's going to try to address what has been a supply issue today, but it's really more into a demand issue?
There's only so much they can do. Yet that I can do it, they will be sensitive to it. I think they're obviously going to be speaking with a lot of corporations and CEOs and a lot of ideas of any pressures of the economic system. But I don't think that's not good. That's a last tool that might be a lot of others also do the news.
How many frantic phone calls have you fielded from your clients saying, should I sell everything?
I've got a few, but only a few. I think there's always an inverse correlation between phone calls incoming from clients and interaction with markets. So this is pretty cheap. It's good, but it's really a 5-day dramatic settlement. So it's kind of good. There's also just a lack of information of every. That's the real issue, is that no one can, investors will make a decision until they understand exactly what their analysis is. Traders have one decision to sell or short. So you've got this sort of one community of people that have a very easy decision to make. And longer term investors are looking at the market that, after a 15% budget is still fairly valuable. We were here a month ago talking about growth expectations being 10% were too high. That seems to be a good prediction today. But so the investing base is going to sit and watch and wait, and that doesn't come market short term.
So what do you tell those folks who call you up frantically? Is it kind of we're long-term investors here, don't panic?
We do luckily we began trimming some of our equity positions in Q4, adopting solutions as a valuation. And we always have hedges on them. We actually added hedges not to do with the coronavirus, just with cost protection evaluations at the end of January. So we have some good narrative to tell our clients, and that there's some protective elements for our portfolio. But ultimately, quality assets survive periods like this. Lower quality assets are challenged. And the corporate credit market with gearing and really the high yield market, there's a big imbalance there. That bears watching. I would say that's the one thing that we'll keep an eye on over the next couple of weeks and months.
So the Fed very much in focus today as people ramp up their rate cutting expectations. Charles Rutsky over at Mizuho Securities putting out a note talking about the last time the Fed actually had an intermeeting rate cut was February 2008. We know what happened after that. But I am wondering, from your perspective, is that a sure bet, and will that support markets if the Fed comes out and does what traders are certainly pricing, which is more than 2 rate cuts by June?
I think the news will still dominate. It's really helpful. It's always helpful, but I think ultimately the information that is gathered, either incrementally positive information about the virus, greater understanding of rules, and maybe containment of spread. That will have a much more pronounced impact on markets or the Congress. So that's, again, I think the monetary tool is helpful, certainly helpful for corporations, but really clever, real interest rates and hopes being able to disrupt demand. But I think the news from this, it's all.
So you typically, if we think back to the fourth quarter of 2018 or something, back to the financial crisis, but when you see markets falling like this, again, 15, 16% just in 7 trading days, it kind of, that falling knife analogy comes here. You don't want to be the person catching that falling knife. Do you wait for a day or two of green on the screen before you say, okay, I think this thing might have down bottom?
Generally, well, from a trading standpoint, 3 huge down days, high volumes, that's generally a capitulation point. And we've seen some of that. I don't think we've seen enough of that candidly, but order options traders at the end of Q4 18, we saw that as a non-fundamental. We disagreed with the market analysis that we were entering recession. That's why we had the risk exposure at that time. Today, where everyone's in huge forward information, you're seeing cancellations this week alone. If you look at news flow, cancellations, people banning corporations, not allowing you to fly out of the country, etc. So it's expanding. Schools are getting emails about my kids, every school, so all this stuff is very fluid. This is not what people are trying to do now.
Right. Michael, just lastly, to wrap it all up, the closer to the flow of the day. Today is another day to find a haven investment. What's the best haven? Wow, big sigh.
Yeah, we have such a negative flow of people treasury, so it's been divested and pulled up. We own the recent that is just, but that's not the trade recent, that's just a general asset that we use.
So you basically putting cash in the mattress and sleeping as well as you possibly can.
I never agreed with the cash just transfer that came out a couple months ago. Every great long-term investor always has a little liquidity when things like this happen.
Interesting. Okay. Michael Tiedemann, thanks so much for joining us. Michael Tiedemann is the Chief Executive Officer for Tiedemann Advisors. $21 billion under management, so lots of capital in the marketplace. Joining us here in a Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Just looking at the markets here, Lisa, kind of finding a little bit of a stability here. The S&P down 57 points, that's 1.92%. Kind of down more than twice that. The Dow down 660 points, that's at 2.6%. And NASDAQ doing relatively better, I guess you could say, down about 104 points, that's 1.2%. But looking at the 2-year Treasury, Lisa, still, it's just amazing. We woke up this morning to see it below 1%. We're at 0.915%. Just amazing. The 10-year Treasury up 31.36, almost a full point, pushing that 10-year yield down to 1.15%.
2-year yields at now 91 basis points.
Yeah, just extraordinary. Looking at the oil, WTI crude oil down 5%. WTI crude $44.70 a barrel. Fill up your car. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Markets is brought to you by Audi. Don't let someone else drive off in the Audi model you've always wanted. Visit a Tri-State Audi dealer to get behind the wheel of yours today. Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderani, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and Head of Prime Services, explains.
In today's fast-paced environment, where the only constants are change and volatility, you need a prime broker who's both steady and agile, focused on supporting your needs so that you can focus on growing your business and producing results. Exceptional client service and navigating for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning high-touch team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. We help alternative investment managers create great experiences for their clients. Whether it's customized financing, securities lending solutions, platform access, or outsourced trading, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker that's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your evolving demands.
To learn more about the unique industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
This is the Bloomberg Green Business Report. Don't look now, but parts of California are drying out, and there are fresh worries over the wildfire season ahead. Climate experts who produce weekly U.S. drought monitor maps say 70% of the state has become abnormally parched, with drought areas expanding from just under 10% last week to nearly a quarter of the state, mostly central California, part of its agricultural sector. About 75% of California's annual precipitation typically occurs from December through February, and it's shaping up to be the driest February on record for much of the state. The National Weather Service meteorologist in the state's capital says there's a strong chance Sacramento will see a completely dry February, a first in recorded history. Downtown San Francisco faces its first rain-free February since 1864. After 5 years of drought, a couple of wet years brought some relief. State officials say reservoirs are at or above their historical averages, and they see no immediate need for conservation measures. That's the Bloomberg Green Business Report. I'm Bob Bloomberg.
Thank you, Bob. In other news, Cleveland Cliffs is offering investors higher yields on a $950 million jump bond sale tied to its planned acquisition of AK Steel Holding as it tries to lure buyers into a sell-off of risky debt, according to people familiar with the matter. The mining company is gauging appetite for $550 million secured 8-year notes at a yield of about 6.5%, and for $400 million of unsecured notes of the same maturity at about 9.5%. Said this people were asked not to be named because the transaction is private.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on LinkedIn.Bloomberg. 86 WBER New York, Bloomberg 1130.
For Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, I'm David Weston. Welcome to Balance of Power, where the world of politics meets the world of business. On the brief today, I'm listening here in New York on the book The Coronavirus, Inside and Outside of China. Michael McKee, also here in New York, on the pressure for emergency Fed rate cuts and sitting down in Istanbul on the airstrike in Syria that left at least 33 Turkish soldiers dead. So Max, welcome me to have you here. We're morning and wondering where are we on the road. First of all, starting with China. Is it leveling off in China, the new cases and the deaths?
Yeah, that's what seems to be happening. You know, you're seeing all those sort of really aggressive containment efforts, growing experience in dealing with the coronavirus start to have an effect. So over the past week in particular, you have seen the rate of growth, the number of new cases increase. The opposite, of course, is true outside of China, which is really the thing that I think markets are growing concerned with.
And what are we most concerned about? Because we had Northern Italy, of course, we had South Korea, but now we even have Sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, so the case in Nigeria and another area of great concern is Iran. And the reason these outbreaks are so concerning, these are countries that don't have the same kind of public health infrastructure, the same kind of control over their borders. So if you start to see community transmission in these areas, those are going to be the ones that are going to cause spread to other countries at a greater rate even than we're already seeing potentially.
Okay, Max, thank you so much. That's Bloomberg's Max Nissen. The last turn of Michael McKee is the reaction, of course, for everybody in the market is, what's the Fed going to do about it? So what's the Fed going to do about the coronavirus?
Well, fear is in the saddle of Ryan's Fed funds. Over the last couple of days, we've gone from maybe the Fed might have to cut because of this to 3 full rate cuts that are better than 50% chance of a fourth over the next year. No trouble with this theory and the idea that maybe they do an emergency rate cut this week, coordinated with central bankers around the world, is the central bankers don't seem to agree. It's like the Bundestag, whose country, Germany, has been severely affected by all of this, and has seen a slowdown and says, we've got enough accommodation right now, and he's also suggesting that at this point, there's nothing central banks can do because you're not going to go out and spend extra money if you're afraid to leave your house because of the coronavirus, even if they cut. You're pulling from the U.S. Fed today saying there's enough accommodation in the system. The Fed's rate cuts last year are still working their way through. And the fact that rates have fallen so far this week is also a bonus to the economy, so the Fed doesn't have to act.
And there's also the question whether it's the right tool to begin with. We also had it, so I would say, well, this is a supply shock. Or on Wall Street Week tonight, we had Michelle Meyer from Bank of America making the same point. The supply shock, monetary policy usually doesn't help in a supply shock. If the factories are closed, having lower interest rates doesn't mean open again.
Yeah, that's a big part of the argument against doing something. The argument for doing something is that it could also be a demand shock because people stop spending. But the problem is they're not stopping spending because they've lost their jobs or they think that the economy is going to slow down and they need to save money. They're not spending because they can't leave the house. That's been the experience so far in China. If it were to be a long-term pullback by consumers,
then the central banks might get involved.
Makes good sense, but the bond market isn't listening. They're expecting cuts.
They've been waiting for that Powell put and asking for them to come say.
Okay, thank you so much for Michael here. You're here in New York, and now we're going to turn to the Senate Democrat in Istanbul. It's some really alarming developments over there with this airstrike from Syrian forces that left, as I understand, 33 Turkish soldiers dead. How bad is it, Syria?
Hi, David. Well, we're hearing that Turkey is deploying troops to the Syrian border, and it's bound to retaliate against the Syrian regime. Now, how did we get here? Well, Syrian forces, of course, supported by Russia, are trying to retake Idlib from rebels who are backed by the Turkish soldiers, and that's how this airstrike took place, and instead more than 30 Turkish troops lost their lives. Now, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is looking for support from NATO and the EU. But they're very careful that they have little appetite to engage in such a hot conflict that's happening in Syria. Of course, especially after President Erdogan has been courting the Russian President Vladimir Putin for years now. As you may remember, Turkey even bought a defense system from Russia, and this really affects NATO allies and Europe. So what's also at stake, which we really have to watch carefully for, is the migration and the refugee crisis. We of course have loads of Syrian refugees looking to make their way over to the Turkish border, trying to escape the conflict in Idlib. Turkey is now warning Europe that if they actually open its borders and let the Syrian refugees flee to Europe, of course this would be an absolute nightmare for European leaders. We're also hearing that Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin will be meeting first week of March.
Okay, thank you so very much to our colleague, Senate Democrat, reporting from Istanbul. And now it's that time where we're going to check in on the markets are reacting to today's top stories from the Warriors Abigail Doodle. So, Abigail, I got to tell you, they're down again. Equity markets are down. We're seeing the yields are down as well. But I would say about half an hour ago, I thought things were turning around. What's going on?
Well, when we have this sort of volatility, it tends to bring more of the same. Nobody knows what is ahead, so the buyers see an opportunity to try to step up, but then the sellers come back in. So essentially that uncertainty that we've been talking around the coronavirus, and as you and Max were talking about the idea that in China it seems to be leveling off, but it starts to explode and spread around the world. We still don't know what the situation will be here in the U.S. We were talking about on Monday the possibility that traders were bracing for something happening here, and as the uncertainty builds, the possibility that the U.S. corporate profit outlook, as we talk about time after time, could be hit. So there's just not enough certainty for the buyers to step in. Plus, technically, it appears as though there's more selling ahead.
Wow, there's a lot of fear around. Are there any safe havens left? Because it seems like a lot of them have bought up.
Well, I think that you're going to see bonds continue to go higher. The 10-year yield from a technical standpoint is confirmed for 1% or below. The yen looks like it's going to go higher. One interesting thing that's happening for a haven on the day, gold is actually lower, and that reminds me of 2008. People always think of gold as a haven asset, but when things get scary enough, people want out of gold too. They want to get liquid. Even though we're not seeing a big bid for the dollar, going more into the yen. In 2008, gold from peak to trough actually was down 30%. The fact that we have gold on pace for its worst week in quite some time is worth paying attention to. I think it's the worst day in some time. It's worth paying attention to. If that trend continues, it tells you that the level of panic selling, might be too strong. The level of selling that we're seeing for risk assets starting to bleed into some of what are thought to be those haven assets. That could be a tricky situation and suggest more selling of the risk assets is ahead.
Yeah, you kind of show some fear to me.
Yeah, a lot of fear out there for sure.
Okay, thank you so much, Abigail Doodle, for the markets. And now we turn to Mark Compton for First Word News.
David, the threat of coronavirus is growing. The World Health Organization has raised its global risk assessment for the virus to very high from high. The agency also says that countries including China, Singapore, Nepal, and Vietnam have shown that containment measures can work. More than 36,000 people in China who had been infected with the virus have now recovered. The White House official is acknowledging that the coronavirus is likely to cause disruptions to everyday life in the United States. Are businesses and schools shut down?
Probably. May you see impacts on public transportation? Sure, but we do this. We know how to handle this.
And Mulvaney made the comments at the Conservative Political Action Conference outside Washington, D.C. today. Turkey is threatening to release a new wave of refugees toward Europe. That after Western allies were pulled to its calls for help. They went to the deadliest day so far for Turkish forces in Syria. The latest escalation came after more than 30 Turkish troops were killed and dozens more wounded in airstrikes in northwestern Syria. Russia, which backed Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, has denied any role in the attack. Chief Justice John Roberts faces a moment of truth on abortion. Next Wednesday, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear its first abortion case since Roberts became the pivotal vote on the issue. The court will review a Louisiana rule that could lead to the closing of an abortion clinic, and that could foreshadow a fight over the landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade ruling, which legalized abortion. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Plumpton. This is Bloomberg. David, thanks so much, Mark.
Coming up, the number 2 Democrat in the United States Senate, Dick Durbin of Illinois, is here to talk about how the U.S. is preparing to deal with the coronavirus and what Congress can do to help. That's next. This is Johnson Power on local television and radio.
Hear that sound? It's priceless, because in every heartbeat there's information that can change the way you think about heart health. Heartline is an ad-based research study from Johnson & Johnson in collaboration with Apple, where you can share your heart information and earn rewards for your daily study activities, building knowledge that could advance heart health for every beat by beat by beat. If you're 65 or older and have an iPhone, you could be eligible to take part. Go to heartline.com/visit to learn more. The Heartline Study. Know your heart.
This is John Green, and if your teeth are stained, coffee, tea, or smoking, Power Swaps is the answer. In 5 minutes, you'll see 2 shapes on your teeth, and in 7 days, 6 shapes. Even better, there's no messy strips or trays that you have to leave in the mouth for an hour. Just swab your teeth for 5 minutes, and you're done. To try Power Swaps, call 1-800-679-0969. Your bright white smile will have your friends talking about how great you look. Try it risk-free. 1-800-679-0969. That's 1-800-679-0969.
A pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer. When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Youthful and the Ad Council.
Come alive with the forest. Visit discovertheforest.org to find a forest near you. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council. Come alive with the forest. Visit discovertheforest.org to find a forest near you. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer. When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Youthful and the Ad Council.
Promise to be ready for larger outbreaks of the coronavirus here. Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, the second-ranking Democrat in the Senate, is particularly concerned about the extent to which the United States depends on China and other outside sources for the medical supplies critical to deal with the health crisis. I spoke with him earlier today.
I think that was the first real revelation to me. When we sent out the experts, they said, oh, it's like there are 20 kind of critical drugs that are made exclusively in China, some in the United States. And then when it comes to the possibility of ingredients for drugs, we're a major dependence on China and India, I might add. So I put together legislation, and I think we're going to have the benefit of bipartisan sponsorship on it, to check out the commission global dependence on medicines, medical devices, and medical supplies. I think we need to ask the questions, what if the coronavirus interrupts that supply chain? What if terrorism interrupts? How do we take care of the basic needs of America?
And there were reports out today that HHS actually briefed Congress and said we need 300 billion of these masks, these face masks, and we have a small fraction of that. What can be done in the short term? Well, that's another illustration, because what we were told was the Chinese took over one of the production facilities that used to supply the United States for their own needs. Obviously, they're facing lots of considerable coronavirus. But it's another indication. Let's do an inventory. Let's do an assessment. Not take the naive position of this will never happen again. So that may help down the road. It's not going to help today or even next week, perhaps. What is your evaluation of the preparedness of the United States right now for what could happen with the coronavirus? Good, but not good enough. When we sit down with the medical experts, we have some real talent at the table. Anthony Fauci, for example, at the National Institutes of Health. And obviously, we're taking a hard look at this. And I think we're finally realizing this is not just going to disappear. We have to look at it honestly. Don't panic, don't be pessimistic, but be realistic about where we are today. Congress has played an apolitical role in this. When it comes to public health, this shouldn't be against the political advantage in the next debate. What's happening? What we need to do is to supply the resources to this administration. They asked us originally for about $2 billion. We're going to dramatically increase the number, and I think most Americans agree it should be. When it comes to running this operation, managing this public health crisis, I would just say this about Vice President Pence. He's Vice President of the United States Senate. Neither one of us are experts on public health. If he brings in the best and brightest as his team, if he's driven by medicine, by science instead of by politics, I'm all for it. Let's do it together. But let's hold him to that standard. One of the things he makes so far is he took an official action in the Obama administration to an AIDS and really brought her up. Yes, just recently, do you have confidence in her? Do you know her? Good report so far as to her competence and ability to step into this. The fact that it reaches back into the previous administration is a good signal. Politics will be part of that decision, and it should be. Well, if we say apolitical, and I think a lot of Americans looking for no politics right now, let's just take it from. At the same time, already got the president criticizing Nancy Pelosi, we've got Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, criticizing the administration. Can we put politics aside in Washington today? Well, I don't see what Chuck had to say. What he basically said was $2 billion is not enough. Now we all agree that's right. He also said there should be someone in charge who has some public health expertise. And as I said, I think the vice president can fill that role by taking people who have that reputation. So I don't think Chuck was off the reservation and saying things already political. I think it's a reflection of our thinking at the early stages of this crisis. Get serious. Move on now. You can't wait to deliver. So we're all very concerned about people's health and safety. This is first and foremost a human tragedy around the world, without question. But also it's having real economic effects. Real effects on the market every single day we're seeing. What can and should be done to reassure the American people, the economy, and ultimately the markets that things will be okay? Well, I don't know if we can put the demands of rice this early. I don't think we're at a stage where we can. We're just watching. They don't know. Japan decides to close their public schools for a month. That is a clarion call to the rest of the world to wake up to reality here. This has got to be dealt with and dealt with quickly. So there'll be some decisive things, I hope, done by this administration, which will show that we're responding. We're moving into the phase, the two of the earliest cases reported were in the Chicagoland area. They were both directly connected to travel to China. Now we're going to go into the community transmission phase where there's no travel or connection to it, and it appears that there's no link. We have to do some extensive investigation. But we've got to look at that in a honest way and be honest to people across the board. Now, the good news is in America, with its great medical facilities, I think we'll have very few fatalities. I hope we have none, of course. But other countries struggle to bring that level of life trigger. There's a lot of focus in the markets, at least on the Federal Reserve, and whether in fact they should cut interest rates in the markets right now, pricing in more interest rate cuts. I would really say interest rates. It's not how high interest rates are right now. What about fiscal, the possibility of fiscal stimulus? So some people are saying we should be something the equivalent of FEMA. They could go into a given area where there's a given community that's really getting actually have injection of fiscal funds. Do we have the political will in Washington to do something like that? If it makes sense. This is some political money that just points it out for you. When it comes to fiscal stimulus, we have very little Republican support because that calls for more government involvement, more government activity, and more investment in government. The Republicans have been reluctant to do it. Their approach has been a tax approach to cut the taxes, to try to stimulate the economy. We can debate back and forth as to whether they cut the right taxes for the right people. But there's been that break here, and
said that when it comes to the public health response, we can't be stingy. We've got to respond in an appropriate way, a timely way, to deal with these issues.
To what extent is this a federal issue and what extent is state and local for that matter? We saw changes made by CDC yesterday on testing, for example, really enabling state and local to move forward more aggressively with testing.
It's literally all of the above. I'll give you an example. I told you about the 2 earlier cases in Illinois as a result the CDC came in. They said, we're going to expand your laboratories and testing facilities in Illinois because you were first. Well, we're in a better position than some other states. But it had to come right through the state government, the federal government, and the local government as well. The city of Chicago is spending about $150,000 a week now because of this coronavirus. People are monitoring the activities at O'Hare and other airports, quarantining individuals, housing costs. That is part of what I think needs reimbursement ultimately if we're going to contain this quickly.
To what extent people in Illinois really focused on this? I'm curious about the reaction of senators and congresspeople to their home constituents. Are they hearing a lot from their constituents?
Yes, the answer last weekend, no. But this weekend, I will. Let's be honest, what happened in the stock market over the last few days is an impact of 401ks and retirement accounts. People think, what is going on here with the market responding as it did? And I think it's a wake-up call. But the average person is probably more concerned about the supermarket than the stock market. I think we're going to really address this in all levels.
You say quite correctly, this is not a political issue, but politics are never far from major issues in our country. We are a republic, we're a democracy. That's inevitable. Why has this changed the political landscape? I mean, take something that was very important just a month ago. For example, funding for the border wall, something you've spoken about a lot. Does this get pushed aside? I mean, do we even talk about things like that anymore? Do you know what's going on with coronavirus?
I think coronavirus dominates the conversation. And I believe we have to take it that seriously when it comes to Washington. And I just don't think you can play politics with this issue. We really have to show a bipartisan commitment on both sides. The real winners have to be the American people, not sons of the king and soldier. But, the president, as the leader of the country, will be graded for his performance. Congress will too. Democrats and Republicans. As long as we're trying to cooperate in a bipartisan way, I think most Americans are going to say that's what we're looking for.
How's the president doing so far? That great.
Mixed reviews. Let's say, everything is so political that I wish he'd get off of it. I don't think that helps the conversation.
Is he stepping in fast enough, hard enough?
Not early on, I think now I believe he will.
Well, that was Senator Dick Durbin in the state of Illinois. Still ahead here, a former Fed official says we need to be ready with more than just monetary stimulus if we're going to get serious about the coronavirus. We heard from an innovative new approach for emergency fiscal stimulus. Let's get that next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
The equity sell-off has only deepened. What can rise on Wall Street of what happened?
The Centers for Disease Control is now warning Americans to prepare for an outbreak.
We have more than a dozen or so countries that have issued tighter travel restrictions.
The latest headlines from around the globe.
Japan's northern island of Hokkaido is declaring a state of emergency.
Stay with Bloomberg 1130 on the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. If this were just any door, and this were just any ignition, connected to just any transmission, and just any vehicle, then perhaps it would be okay to buy it from just anyone. But this is not just any car. It's certified premium Mercedes-Benz. Every detail is inspected and road tested by highly skilled Mercedes-Benz technicians, and it's all backed by an unlimited mileage warranty, which makes the decision to buy one simple. Your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer. The certified pre-owned sales is going on now at 50%. Come in today and enjoy a credit of up to $1,500 for the first 2 payments through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services. Because in the end, it's absolute confidence in genuine Mercedes-Benz parts, or it isn't. It's either Mercedes-Benz certified pre-owned, or it isn't.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on credit with your first 2 months payment and certified premium warranties.
GEP, Unified Procurement and Supply Chain Solutions. GEP, Strategy, Software, Managed Services. GEP is the industry's digital transformation powerhouse, helping global market leaders achieve more levels of profitability, performance, and shareholder value. Hundreds of Fortune 500 and Global 2000 companies count on GEP to reduce operating expenses, boost EBITDA, and increase competitiveness. GEP, helping the world's best companies do better.
This is Don's Power Global Television and Radio. I'm Dale Weston. It's a busy week on Wall Street. That puts it lightly, actually. The stocks approach the end of the worst week since 2008. Lindsay's here to explain it all to us. Good luck.
Good luck to me. I mean, a lot of this is concerns around the coronavirus, obviously. It seems that it finally sank in to the market that this is going to be a big threat to growth, and specifically to corporate profits. We've had forecasts coming out all week. That's why I'm calling for flat profit growth for the year for the S&P 500. That has taken equities, as you said, to the worst week since 2008. And there's no signs that the selling pressure is really letting up. Granted, we are off recession lows today. We're still down around 2% for the Dow and the S&P 500. And really what you're seeing is that there's no sustained dip buying. About an hour ago, we saw stocks starting to recover a bit heading into the European close, and then we started heading right back down to the low. So there's not that kind of sustained big time to buy the dip, really.
In fairness to the equity markets, nobody's sort of giving them a landline, bringing a lifeline to sort of kind of just sort of Dick Durbin, Senator in Illinois. We asked him, what can you do to reassure people? He says, I'm not sure I can reassure people right now. We don't know how bad it's going to get. So we're not telling us it's about to be over.
Right, you're not getting it from officials in D.C., and you're also not getting it from policy officials necessarily. They all say they're willing to step in if the time comes, but none of them have said that the time has come yet. Meanwhile, the market's kind of getting ahead of central banks, so that now traders are pricing in 4 rate cuts by the Fed for this year. You're seeing the 2-year yield, for example, can go by 44 basis points this week on that expectation that we are going to see cuts. But then, of course, the question is how much is monetary policy and any kind of Fed rate cut going to help the situation when it comes to that?
You're exactly right. We've heard that earlier today. This is a supply shock, and a supply shock through lower interest rates than public. But at the same time, this has been giving some relief someplace, including even the equity valuations. We get the interest rates down a little bit, it helps the equity valuation.
Yeah, well, interesting on the point of equity valuations, too. We all talked about how quickly this correction happened, but what we have to remind ourselves is how quickly we had run into it with the stocks climbing for record highs. There's been a lot of euphoria in this market, and some of the stocks we've seen falling the hardest during the sell-off are the ones that a lot of retail investors, for example, were getting into, the likes of Tesla and Virgin Galactic, which had seen these parabolic surges into the records that we were at just 2 weeks ago, and have since come down really hard as kind of reality sets, and especially for those retail investors.
So the consequences with this has gotten the attention of the White House, particularly Donald J. Trump, our president, because for the first time now, according to Bloomberg now, actually the amount of the S&P has risen under President Trump is fallen to the level that it was under President Obama at this point in his administration. So he's at a tie on the stock market with President Obama by one measure.
Right, which is not somewhere President Trump likely wants to be, given that the strength in the stock market and people's 401ks has been a major talking point when he touts the economy and the stock market's performance under him as he campaigns for re-election. And of course, that raises a question for me, David, that you likely can answer, is how does the virus and everything that's happening in the markets affect the 2020 election, not just from a growth perspective, but given that it is a president running on the strength of the U.S. economy, and now that may be seriously in question.
I don't know, Mr. Senator, just too soon to tell. I asked him to really change the entire landscape for the elections. It's just too soon to tell at this point.
I think it's too soon to tell for a lot of things.
For a lot of things, exactly right. Thank you so much for Bloomberg's Caroline's weather for the markets. I'm next going to talk about Homeland and Security official to discuss how the department can limit the damage from the coronavirus. This is Bloomberg.
This is Carol Messer, and I'm Jason Kelly. Join us today at 2 for Bloomberg Business Week. Today we've got a really cool guest, Dr. Gene Young. He's president of Palo Alto Investors. That's a $2.5 billion fund is investing in healthcare. So we'll talk with him about where he's finding opportunities. And let's not forget his foundation on half the code of aging. So we'll see what he has to say about that. Please go ahead. Bloomberg Business Week today starting at 2 on Bloomberg 1130, Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Or watch us on YouTube by searching Bloomberg Global News. Dear Calvary Hospital, how do I begin to thank you? When my husband, Dr. Biagio Colucci, was racked with pain and dying of terminal cancer, Calvary came into our home and relieved them from his torment. You brought him back quality of life, free from suffering. And you relieved my anxiety, bringing us both to a place of comfort. Then after Ben had passed, for weeks my grief was unbearable. Once again, you were there for me, this time with Calvary's bereavement support groups. Your expert counseling was specifically tailored to meet my needs. Thanks to you, my training wheels were off, and I began to truly function again. Thank God you were a part of our lives. Lois Fillinchain.
This is Frank Calipari, president of Calvary Hospital. With Calvary at home, experience our unique Calvary care right in your room. Call us today at 718-518-2465. Attention investors, need to diversify from stock market risk? Need a haven for retirement assets? Not earning cash flow of 18 to 21% targeted consistently? National Realty's Class A Buildings Fund is prime income producing real estate. You're secured on large apartment buildings. You're backed by $750 million of quality new construction. You receive monthly electronic cash flow payments. You're diversified with 50 large buildings supporting you. These prime building locations back you with hard money-making assets. Remember, no matter what type of market, it's always a landlord's market. Call now for a free consultation on secure real estate wealth. Just call for 18 to 21% targeted cash flow IRA and retirement asset investments. Our 13-year flawless track record of $1.2 million of assets under management proves it. Call 201-210-2727. That's 201-210-2727. And only under sale of these securities only made by our private placement memorandum. Rated person, invest twice. Past performances no guarantee of future results. National is a real estate development firm. See us at NRIA.net.
Interactive Brokers margin loans start at 3.06% and decrease to as low as 50 basis points above market-determined overnight rates for larger loan values. Our clients earn 1.06% on idle cash balances and can earn extra income by lending their fully paid shares of stock. Restrictions apply. Interactive Brokers helps clients minimize costs and maximize returns. Rates subject to change. Learn more at IBKR.com/YIB.
From New York, this is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. The Bloomberg First Short News, we're going to Mark Crumble.
David, the World Health Organization has a message for countries that aren't acting quickly enough to prevent the spread of the coronavirus. Wake up. The organization has raised its global risk assessment for the virus to very high from high and says that should be a reality check for nations.
To declare a pandemic, it is unhelpful to do that when you're still trying to contain the disease.
More than 83,000 people worldwide have been infected by the coronavirus. 2,800 have died. Fear of the spreading coronavirus has led to a global run on sales of face masks. Many businesses are sold out while others are limiting how many a customer can buy. Amazon is policing its site, trying to make sure sellers don't gouge panic buyers. The shortages are being attributed not just to high demand, but to disruptions in supply. About half of the world's surgical masks are made in China. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is defending the Trump administration's killing of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani last month. Secretary Pompeo told